Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Siling Court, the team building of the 9th Division. The 9th Division is the prison team, responsible for the supervision and detention of normal prisoners, and also responsible for the editorial work of the Seireite Newsletter magazine. Before, the editor-in-chief was Tosin Kaname, the captain of the 9th Division. At that time, the popularity of Seireitei Newsletter was always very hot. But now, Tosin Kaname rebelled, the vice-captain Hisagishua had to take all the work on himself, and the popularity of Seireite Newsletter plummeted. Lu, you can't do anything, you can't eat anything. You can't even do the work of the 9th team. If you can't do the job of editing this magazine well, I can't help you either. Hisagishua held his forehead and looked at the young man in front of him, and said helplessly. If the sales volume of Seireite Communications can't increase, maybe we have to hand over this job to other teams, and you have to keep going back to the prison. As soon as he heard that he was going back to visit the prison, Lu, who had been slack at first, straightened up immediately. Deputy Captain Hisagi, you are a threat from Chiguakuo. You are the editor-in-chief, and I am just a trainee editor. Hisagi snorted coldly. That's right, I'm the editor-in-chief. If you can't do a good job, I can dismiss you. Now, hurry up and prepare a manuscript. I want to serialize it. I want others to be addicted to it. I want the kind that they will discuss wildly. If you can't do it well, you will go back to prison. Lu pursed his mouth. Then, can I write anything? Hisagishua nodded helplessly. As long as it doesn't involve pornography, anything is fine. Lu raised his eyebrows. A deal. Hisagi squinted at Lu. If you don't go again, I'll make a decision. Looking at his eyes full of killing intent, Lu quickly nodded. Okay, you wait for the vice-captain, I'll write it right away. Hisagishua finally breathed a sigh of relief as Lu returned to his desk and began to write. Since Captain Tosin Kaname's rebellion, the tasks of the entire 9th Division have all fallen on his head, and he is already very busy now. Prison, team affairs, Seireitei Newsletter, and editorial interviews, all kinds of work weighed him down. Now that there is a shortage of manpower, he has no choice but to use these intern Shinigami to work. However, these intern Shinigami are not bad for fishing and watching prisons, but it is too difficult for them to really do something. Hey, I don't know who will be the next captain of the 9th Division. God, please, let the world send some captains, I'm dying. Hisagishua must not know that his wish will come true in the near future, but he may regret it at that time. Watching Lu and the others start to work, Hisagishua finally bowed his head and continued his editing work. I have a chance to interview Matsumoto Rangiku big sister tomorrow. Ho 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 ho. Thinking of seeing Matsumoto Rangiku again tomorrow, Hisagi couldn't help showing a smile on his tired face. Although he knew that Matsumoto Rangiku was the woman he couldn't get, and he already had someone else in his heart, but every time he could see Matsumoto Rangiku's broad mind like the sea, he would feel a little comfort. You work hard. I'll go to the toilet. Watching Hisagishua take the toilet paper and go to the toilet, Lu also put down the paper and pen in his hand, raised his legs and continued to fish. It has been a long time since he came to lead the Soul Society, barely relying on the memory of his previous life to pass the examination of the Mu Academy of Spiritual Art, and entered Godai 13. I thought that I would be able to reach the pinnacle of winning by Fumei's life from now on, but I didn't expect that after entering Godai 13, Lu still became a pitiful migrant worker. Not to mention guarding the prison every day, I have to help Hisagishua go to Rukonga for interviews from time to time, and sometimes I have to help guard the gate of room 46. Lu couldn't bear the tiring work, so he made a fuss on purpose, and was transferred to the editorial department by Hisagishua as an intern editor. Unexpectedly, when I arrived at the editorial department, I also needed work performance and struggled for KPI. Ugh. People travel through the system, all kinds of heaven-defying, there is nothing here in Luu, even Zanpakuto has not awakened until now, and can only hold the sealed state as a trainee Shinigami. It's really an old man who eats peppercorns, I'm numb. After thinking for a while, Luu finally picked up the brush. Forget it, he does what he does and loves what he does. Anyway, he is familiar with the plot written by Kanbaru. At worst, let's take stock of the fighting power in the Shinigami world. In this way, it can not only be serialized, but also addictive to watch, and it may even cause a lot of discussion. The job is probably done, right? Thinking of this, Luu took up a pen and wrote. Combat Power Ranking. This ranking does not distinguish between men and women, based on the principle of supremacy in combat power, it is fair, just and open. This leaderboard will not only analyze the combat power of each character, but also distribute them according to the various states of the characters. For example, the liberation of the initial form and the liberation of the fully grown will appear in different positions on the leaderboard. This ranking, from top to bottom, is divided into Spirit King level, Second Spirit King level, Chief Captain level, Super Captain level, Captain level, Sub-Captain level, Vice Captain level, and Chief Officer level. Today we are announcing the last place in the rank of Chief Officer, 8 or 8 Yuan Xiong Ru. Squad 8, Baba Yuan Xian Gru is a black-skinned little girl with dyed hair. When she attacks, she will appear as a huge bear-shaped phantom. She is deeply poisoned by the reality of pop culture, and she admires Kurosaki Ichigo very much. When attacking, she likes to attack the upper and lower heads at the same time. Please do not provoke male Shinigami at will. Although she is not very old, she is already a hot girl with a perfect body and a C-cup. Her fighting strength should not be underestimated. The future can be expected. After finishing the first article, Luu felt that he still wanted more, so he found a photo of 88 Yuan Xiong Ru from the file box and posted it. Well, not bad. At some point, Hisagishua has stood behind Luu. Well, it's really good. Hearing the voice behind him, Luu shivered. Vice Captain, people are scary, can you stop being so elusive? Also, can you wipe your nosebleed first? Hisagishua then belatedly took out 2 tissues from the table, blocked his nose, and said in a low voice. This kind of leaderboard can not only promote the powerful Shinigami in each team, but also inspire other players to work hard. Yes, I will write 10 more articles today. Luu's eyes widened. 10 articles? Big brother, are you trying to kill me? Otherwise, I will write another article, but I promise, this article will definitely be more attractive than those 10 articles. Looking at the photo of 88 Yuan Xiong Ru again, Hisagishua blushed, his nosebleed stained the tissue, and he misunderstood what Luu meant. Yo xi. Then write another one, but if you want to send it today, you may not have enough time. If you write it, you don't need to ask me to review it, just send it. I like you very much. Chapter 2. The next day, Seiling Court fell out. The reason is not because of anything else, but because of Luu's 2 reports. Although the first article, Secretary Level, 88 Yuan Xian Gru, attracted countless male Shinigami's praise and applause, and also made Seireitei's toilet paper out of stock, it was just the calm before the storm. Because, the name of Luu's second report is General Captain, Urahara Kisuke. That's right. We are swallowed by ignorance and fear that we have no choice but to fall into the turbid current that is called destiny. Urahara Kisuke, formerly the 3rd member of Godi 13's 2nd team, and the leader of the Stealth Mobile 3rd Unit. Kanri team, responsible for guarding the innocent and dangerous Shinigami imprisoned in the nest of maggots. After Hikifune Kiryu was promoted to the 0 Division, Urahara served as the captain of the 12th Division. At the same time, he created the Seoul Society Technology Development Bureau and served as the first director of the Technology Development Bureau. Later, because of Aizen Suk's slander, 46 the chamber issued a punishment and was exiled to the present world. He has light yellow short hair, army green eyes, and a little stubble on his chin. He usually wears dark green shorts and light green underwear, and likes to wear a green and white fisherman's hat and clogs. Humorous personality, likes to joke, likes to play with cats, but will show an unusually calm side at critical moments, gentle in appearance, but strong in strength, and can solve all problems and dilemmas cleanly and neatly with endless unknown means. Zanpakuto of Kisukurin, named, possesses multiple Shikai skills, and Bankai named Kananbiriki Benihai Maratum. In the next article, we will continue to introduce Urazono Kisuke's various inventions and his Zanpakuto's various abilities. And we will announce the ranking of Urazono Kisuke among the captains. Urahara Kisuke. This name, for a long time, has been a forbidden word in the entire Seoul society, because he is a wicked villain. But now, Aizen's conspiracy has been exposed, and the Seoul society has withdrawn the pursuit of Urazono Kisuke, but the Seoul society still hasn't rectified his name, and he is still an outsider of the Seoul society. Therefore, this report by Lu undoubtedly poured a bucket of hot oil on the entire Seoul society. I heard that it was reported in the Seireitei Newsletter that Urazono Kisuke is a Shinigami at the captain's level. Isn't he a sinner? The story of the sinner has been overturned. Now the adults above just have no face to admit his achievements. What I care about is not this. What I care about is why he is listed as the captain. That's right, is it difficult for him to become a leader-level figure with those inventions? Now this report only mentions his Zanpakuto liberation name and Bankai name, but does not mention his specific ability. Could it be that his ability is very special? That's not okay, that's the captain level. Captain Yamamoto is the strongest Shinigami in the millennium. Could it be that he is stronger than the captain? Didn't people say that he is ranked? Maybe he is ranked last. The members of Seireitei Godei 13 have fallen into a fierce quarrel, and now, there is no captain to control them at all. Because their captains are also in groups of 3 or 5, arguing non-stop. Why? Master Urahara dare not say that he is a captain. Why does Urahara Kisuke dare to say that he is a captain? Sui Feng, the captain of the 2nd Division, the covered mobile unit and the supreme commander of the criminal army, threw the assailing court communication on the ground in his hand, and cursed angrily. He Urahara Kisuke is a profiteer. Garbage. Bald. Stupid. Idiot. Jaishur Yukatake and Kurako Shunsui looked at the angry Sui Feng and didn't know what to say. Kurako Shunsui also saw this report today, so he wanted to talk to Shizhiro, but when he arrived here, he found that Sui Feng also came here with him, and complained wildly from the moment he came up. Jaishur Yukatake coughed and handed Sui Feng a cup of tea. Captain Sui Feng, it's useless for you to tell me this kind of thing. I'm not the captain of Division 9. You have to go find Hisagi Shuei. Sui Feng snorted coldly. I don't want to see them, and I'm just telling you to let you breathe. If Hisagi continues to let his subordinates write nonsense, I don't mind letting them live in the nest of maggots for a few days. After drinking tea, Sui Feng's temper cooled down slightly, and he said to Jushiro. Talk to Hisagi, Jushiro, you are very popular, I have a special status, if you tell him in person. Sui Feng didn't finish his sentence. However, both Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake understood what she meant. As the commander of the covered mobile unit, Hisagi Shuei would have tied up all his editors and sent them over if he had said it in person. After seeing off Sui Feng, Kurako Shunsui held a teacup and said to Jaishur Yukatake with emotion. I really didn't expect it. I thought that the captain rank in the hearts of the team members should at least be you or Captain Onokina, but I didn't expect it to be him. Jaishur Yukatake finished clearing the teacup slowly, and said calmly. Chun Shui, Tell me what you have to say, you didn't come here because of this matter. Kurako Shunsui laughed. Oh, you are still so smart, I can't hide it from you at all. That's right. What I care about is not the general captain rank. To be honest, Old Man Shan is the most suitable general captain in my heart. If he is really gone, the Soul Society might collapse. So, I don't really care if the players comment on this kind of stuff. Speaking of this, Kurako Shunsui's gaze gradually became cold and deep, like a puddle of water at the bottom of an ancient well. What I care about is that he knows about King Ling. Jaisure Yukatake remained unmoved. So what? Among the books in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, there are books about the Spirit King. Kurako Shunsui shook his head. I've already asked the Tsunayashiro family, and they confirmed that Lu, who wrote this report, has never been to the Great Spirit Book corridor, and and the books in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book will not tell what the Spirit King is, but will only explain that the Spirit King is the king of the Soul Society, and it is something we need to protect. However, judging from this report, this little guy named Lu seems to already know what the Spirit King is. Jaisure Yukatake finally raised his head and looked directly at Kurako Shunsui. Jingle. In private, he has been called Kurako Shunsui's first name, but if it's important, he will call Kurako Shunsui's last name. Jingle, what do you want to do? Chapter 3. 9th Division Team Building. While Lu was still soundly asleep, a cold little hand slipped into his bed. Vice Captain Hisagi, let me sleep for 5 more minutes on such a cold day. Lu squeezed his little hand and wanted to push it out, but he quickly reacted. Wrong. Although Hisagi Shuai's hand is still alive, it is already covered with fine scars, and there are calluses left by riding all the year round. But now the little hand that Lu is holding is obviously soft and tender. Very moist. This is not Hisagi Shuai. Opening his eyes suddenly, Lu suddenly found that what was lying on him was Hisagi Shuai, clearly a black-skinned hot girl. 88 Yuan Zion grew. Your name is Lu, right? I saw your report, and you seem to know me very well. The figure and the cup size are all written, why not the measurements? Is it because I don't know? Is it because I haven't investigated it? Today, I came here specially to let you take a good look at it and investigate it in depth. 88 Yuan Xiong breathed out like blue, and his little hands found the food quietly like lion majesty. Lu shuddered, and quickly put on his iconic smile. Miss Baba Yuan, what are you doing? I'm a decent person, don't. 88 Yuan Xiong Ru is indeed a hot girl, but now Lu doesn't have the heart to appreciate it at all. He knows very well that this sister is a ruthless head killer. Although the expression on her face is still sy, but the coolness inside and outside the words made Lu dare not mess around at all. A serious person? Although it's a bit shocking, why do I think it's a bit crooked? Be honest. 88 Yuan and 1 force, Lu hurriedly begged for mercy. Hey! Don't pinch. Say what you want, just ask what you want to ask, and I will definitely answer everything. Seeing that Lu was finally being honest, Baba Yuan Xiong Ru let go of his hand, and lightly sipped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Say, who asked you to write those 2 articles? Lu honestly confessed. It was Vice Captain Hisagi. Vice Captain Hisagi asked me to write it. He said that if I don't write it, he will let me continue to visit the prison. 88 Yuan Xiong Ru raised his eyebrows. Oh? I usually look at Hisagi as a serious guy, but I didn't expect him to be this kind of person with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Humph. Then I will continue to ask you, how do you divide your grades? What vice captain, captain, super captain, etc., and what kind of spirit king? By the way, isn't the Spirit King the king? Why did you include him? Lu hurriedly replied. I wrote it nonsense, I wrote it nonsense. I just want to attract the attention of readers. I said, good sister, you are really serious, can you open it first? 88 Yuan Xiang Ru frowned, and reluctantly got up. It seems that even female Shinigami don't want to be called fat. Humph. The answer is not bad, I can barely count you as qualified. Before 88 Yuan Xiang Ru could let go, the gate of Team 9's team building was pulled open. Hisagi Shuai looked like a dog leg. Captain Kurosaki, please this way. I didn't expect Lu to surprise your boss. He is probably still sleeping, so I'm going to wake him up now, hey. Hisagi turned his head, and suddenly found a black-skinned hot girl in cool clothes slowly sitting on Lu's bedside. This is the team building of Division 9. The 9th Division, a prison team, is famous for having a lot of bachelors. Countless girls Hisagi knew, but he had never seen such a beautiful and unrestrained black-skinned babe. You. Seeing the arrival of these two big shots, the black-skinned haughty Baba Yuan Xiang Ru instantly became serious. She stood up obediently and bowed to the two stunned big shots. Baba Yuan Xian grew of the 8th Division, I have met Captain Kurosaki, I have met Captain Hisagi. My mission is complete, goodbye. After speaking, she bounced away without waiting for the two to agree. The expressions of the remaining three people are all wonderful. Byakuya Kurosaki, with a look of disgust and disgust, Hisagi Shuai, with a look of shame and death, Lu, with a look of innocence and innocence. Captain Kurosaki, Vice Captain Hisagi, please sit down. Please sit down. Lu hurriedly got up from the bed and got dressed, looking at the two of them respectfully. Young birthday. He was discovered when he was tortured by the black-skinned hot girl. Now it's really dead. Now Lu just hopes that these two adults will not spread the news. Hisagi looked at Lu with a flushed face. You let me tell you what you are, Captain Kurosaki is visiting, and you. Byakuya Kurosaki reached out to stop Hisagi Shuai. It doesn't matter. Although I am not from Rukonga, I know a thing or two about Rukonga customs. This kind of thing is common, so don't make a fuss. Hisagi Shuai breathed a sigh of relief, his face full of admiration. I didn't expect Captain Kurosaki to be so understanding. As for Lu, the way he looks at Byakuya Kurosaki is not normal. Byakuya Kurosaki is the head of the Kurosaki family. He has been a favored child since he was a child. There are really few opportunities for him to understand Rukonga. The only way to know about Rukonga is through his deceased wife, Kurosaki Fiajin. So familiar with this kind of thing. Could it be, they both got on the bus first and then paid for the fare? Byakuya Kurosaki didn't know that the soul of Lu's 8 trigrams was already burning, so he opened his eyes and took a faint look at Lu. You don't need to sit down, I'm just here to ask a few words on behalf of the 4 nobles. 4 nobles? Hearing this, Lu narrowed his eyes. You mean, you represent the head of the 4 nobles, not Byakuya Kurosaki, right? A gleam flashed in Byakuya Kurosaki's eyes, and this time, he finally looked at Lu squarely. Good. The first question, the Tsunayashiro family, I hope you can manage the Great Soul Book Corridor, and are willing to make an exception and let you enter the Tsunayashiro family and become their adopted son. Are you willing? As soon as Byakuya Kurosaki finished saying this, Lu didn't react yet, but Hisagi Shuai's eyes widened and his mouth grew wide. He couldn't believe it at all. Among the 4 existing nobles, the Kurosaki family has the strictest rules, but even so, the Kurosaki family still has an adopted son from Rukonga, that is, Rukia Kurosaki. However, the Tsunayashiro family has never had an adopted son, and even their family's marriage must be deliberately selected. People from Rukonga must be geniuses to be able to win the favor of their family. However, Lu is just a little BD from Rukonga, who can't do anything and eat everything. Why is he favored by the Tsunayashiro family? Thinking of this, Hisagi Shuai looked at Lu excitedly. What are you waiting for? These are the 4 major families, the upper-class nobles. Lu. Hurry up and agree. Looking at Hisagi Shuai, who was more excited than him, Lu's eyes were extremely complicated. Hisagi Shuai, you are really an ignorant child who doesn't know anything. If you really knew everything about the Tsunayashiro family, would you still be cheering for them like you are now? Chapter 4. Lu ignored Hisagi Shuai, who was half insane, and looked at Byakuya Kukaki with clear eyes. I do not want to. Byakuya Kukaki frowned slightly, and soon stretched it out again. It doesn't matter, although I guessed your reaction, I didn't expect you to refuse so quickly. Then, the second question, the 4 nobles are willing to jointly bid with you, as long as you don't report anything related to the 4 nobles, then as long as we can afford it, I ask you to make an offer. Hisagi Shuai was dumbfounded again. He had never heard of such a thing. He would not be shocked if any one of the 4 great nobles made any request to others, this is a very common thing. However, the 4 great nobles jointly made demands on others, and there was no upper limit on the return conditions, which is unique in the history of the Soul Society. Hisagi Shuai was numb, he stared blankly at Byakuya Kukaki. Captain Kukaki, are you right? 4 nobles. Byakuya Kukaki ignored Hisagi at all, but continued to stare at Lu coldly. Unfortunately, Lu's answer was similar to Hisagi's. Captain Kukaki, are you right? The 4 great nobles? Isn't it the 5 great nobles? Hearing the words 5 great nobles, Byakuya Kukaki's eyes twitched, and his temperament changed instantly. He doesn't like others to challenge the dignity of nobles. Especially those who talk about the fallen Shiba family. If the Byakuya Kukaki just now was like an iceberg that would not melt for 1,000 years, then the avalanche has already begun for him now. The invisible Ryotsu began to overflow from Byakuya Kukaki's body, like a rushing river, coming towards Hisagi and Lu. Ignorant boy! Who are you kidding? Hisagi Shuai never expected that Byakuya Kukaki would be angry, and he blocked Lu with a knife. However, with his current strength, if he wants to fight Byakuya Kukaki, he is simply asking for death. Pfft! Ah! Spit out a mouthful of blood, Hisagi Shuai was directly knocked into the air by Ryotsu of Byakuya, the whole person flew upside down and smashed down the wall of the 9th Division team building. Ryotsu continues to wreak havoc, the next step is Lu. If you want to pinch the ant without crushing it to death, it's very difficult to control the strength. Hisagi, don't do stupid things, hey! A surprising scene appeared. Byakuya's raging Ryotsu had already hit Lu, but Lu was fine at all. Byakuya frowned, raising the overflowing Ryotsu a little more again. Hisagi Shuai, who collapsed behind, could no longer get up, but Lu still stood there without moving. What's going on here? In fact, not only he was asking this question, Hisagi was asking this question, even Lu himself was asking this question. He was ready to get hurt, but for some reason, Byakuya Kukaki's Ryotsu just rushed in front of him and dissipated without hurting him at all. Byakuya Kukaki, a deadly tsundere girl, will definitely not hold back anyone other than Kurosaki Ichigo. If he doesn't hold back, then what? Suddenly, there was a clanging sound of the sword. The Zanpakuto sealed state that Lu had been wearing all this time flew out of the scabbard, standing vertically between Lu and Byakuya. It was also this Zanpakuto that truncated Byakuya's Ryotsu. No, it is not appropriate to call it Zhan Shendao now, the shape of this sealed state has changed, it has become a sword. The sword is slender and straight, exuding a faint blue light, just like a sword made of ice. Is this your Shikai, hey? Why are you dizzy? Seeing Lu who rolled his eyes and fainted, Byakuya snorted coldly and took Ryotsu back. As soon as Byakuya retracted Ryotsu, the dark blue sword changed back to its original sealed state, and flew back into the scabbard with a whoosh. Hisagishua slowly got up, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and was shocked by the scene just now. However, it doesn't matter now. Hisagishua got down on one knee and reached out to grab the handle of the knife. His miserable face was full of murderous intent. I am Hisagishua, the vice-captain of Division 9. If Captain Kurosaki insists on attacking the members of Division 9, then there's no need to pretend. Byakuya interrupted him coldly, I've finished asking my questions, and the family members will come to take care of compensation and repairs later. After finishing speaking, he turned around and walked out of the team building of the 9th team. Before going out, he stopped for a while, turned his head and said the last sentence to Hisagishua. Let him write it well, I want to see how this guy died in the end. Present world. Urahara store. Looking at the Seireitei communication brought back by Urahara Kisuke couldn't help laughing. Oh, Ms. Urahara, why are you still watching gossip that only team members watch? Urahara, who just came back from the cat form, was naked. She slowly covered the quilt and said jokingly. Oh? I heard that there are a lot of interesting things in today's Seireitei Court newsletter. It's on the 4th page. I read it and thought it was good, so I'll bring it to you. Urahara Kisuke raised his eyebrows, a few yellow hairs were exposed. Oh? Ms. Urahara said it looks good, so it must be good looking. Let me take a look. After finishing speaking, Urahara Kisuke turned to the first page of Seireitei Newsletter, but when he reached the first page, he couldn't turn it anymore. His eyes were fixed on the black-skinned hot girl who winked at him, the saliva is flowing out without knowing it. Let you read the 4th page, not the first page. Shihaoran Urahara kindly reminded. Urahara Kisuke looked at Urahara helplessly. Miss Urahara is jealous? Okay, okay. I'm going to read the 4th page now. Not bad, isn't this what introduced me? Well, what you said is reasonable, although it didn't make my glorious deeds more glorious. Hey? Wait. What does that mean? At the end, Urazono Kisuke pointed to the last line of text on the book. Why does he know my Bankai name? And, judging by his last meaning, he also knows my Bankai's ability. Shihaoran Urahara laughed. Ha ha ha. How about Kisuke? Isn't it fun? Urahara Kisuke didn't answer Urahara's question, he turned the book to the very beginning, and read all these 2 reports as quickly as possible. Finally, he let out a long breath, put the book down, and then, turning his head to Urahara, said calmly. Miss Urahara, can you tell Sui Feng to lead the criminal army to make this little guy named Lu shut up forever? Chapter 5. Seeing Urahara Kisuke so serious, Shihaoran Urahara frowned. Kisuke? Are you serious? Urahara Kisuke nodded. I'm serious. Shihaoran Urahara finally sat up without even picking up the quilt. However, it doesn't matter. First, she is already flat, and second, she is very familiar with Urahara Kisuke, such a trivial thing, just look at it. Kurosaki Ichigo also watched it. What are you afraid of? Shihaoran Urahara stared intently at Urahara Kisuke. No. It's because he knows your Bankai, right? Urahara Kisuke nodded, then shook his head again. There are reasons for this, but not only because of this. At the captain's promotion ceremony, there were 3 people who met me, Bankai, you, Captain Yamamoto, and Kurosaki Yinling. Captain Yamamoto, who is too strong to be human, Kurosaki Yinling has retired, and is almost dead. Miss Urahara is a cat, not a human being. That is to say, there are no people who still know my Bankai alive. Listening to Urahara Kisuke's divine logic, Shihaoran Urahara couldn't help curling his lips. Urahara Kisuke is simply boiled duck with a hard mouth. Yamamoto, he can't beat Kukaki Yinling, he dare not fight, as for Urahara, he can't bear to fight, that's why Urahara Kisuke came up with such a set of logic. However, complaining inwardly, Urahara did not interrupt Urahara Kisuke, but continued to listen to him. Urahara Kisuke continued, Miss Urahara, I'm really worried that after he makes my Bankai public, it will be harmful to me, but I'm more worried about the Soul King. As he spoke, he picked out Luyu's grading system and showed it to Shihoran Urahara. Looking at his classification, he already knows the existence of the Spirit King, and has a high probability of knowing what the Spirit King is. What I'm afraid of is that he knows more than me. Speaking of this, Urahara Kisuke, who has always been calm, even when he was overshadowed by Aizen, showed a worried look for the first time. The Spirit King is the wedge, the cornerstone of the world, but that is also the darkest and most despised history of the Soul Society. He just broke the news about my Bankai name now, but what if he broke the news about the Ling King in the future? What about that period of history? What if he broke the news about things I don't even know? When Urahara Kisuke said this, Shihoran Urahara couldn't help but get serious. No way, how could he know so much? Even you know it through the history of Shihoran's family and the knowledge of the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. Before he could finish speaking, Urahara was interrupted by Urahara Kisuke. That's right. I only knew the true face of King Ling through these things, and now he obviously has no contact with these things, but he can know so much. Isn't this scary? Hearing this, Shihoran Urahara finally fell silent. After thinking for a long time, Urahara finally raised his head. This matter, forget it, I'd better contact Sui Feng first. Shihoran Urahara pulled back the quilt, turned into a black cat, and disappeared into the Urahara store. Urahara Kisuke looked at the Seireitei newsletter in his hand again, thought for a long time, and finally stood up. Tessite Tsukabishi, look at the store door, I'm going out. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. Empty Night Palace, the original text is Spanish, which means night. But inside the Sui Palace, it was a bright and unchanging day, and even the clouds in the sky remained motionless. The unbearable vacancy of the celestial throne is over, and the king of Hueco Mundo stands in the sky, looking to the future. Aizen Suke, who was sitting high on the throne, looked at Hyaku, who was glowing with blue fluorescent light, and could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Yes, come in, what's the matter? Tosen Kaname, who betrayed Seireitei Godii 13, has changed into an Arankar costume. He kneels respectfully on one knee and said to Aizen. Master Aizen, Soul Society has some new news recently. Aizen stretched out his fingers and teased Hyaku lightly, feeling the rush of spiritual power coming from his fingertips. He couldn't help chuckling. Oh? Yes, didn't I say that? Those people are already mud under our feet, and it's only a matter of time before we step over. Tosen Kaname nodded. I will follow your footsteps closely, but, this incident involves Urahara Kisuke, and, the King of Souls. Hearing these two names, Aizen's smile was instantly icy, but soon, he smiled more calmly. Oh? Could it be that Urahara Kisuke gave advice to Commander Yamamoto to increase the guard level of the Soul King? Tosen Kaname lowered his head deeply. That's not the case. The turmoil in the Soul Society was caused by a small Seiling Court newsletter. Seiling Court newsletter. Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar name, Aizen Suke couldn't help but reveal a trace of memory. He also published the column The Back of Matsuba in Seireite Newsletter, and also published the photo book Smile of the Sun for the Women's Shinigami Association. Now that I think about it, it's really a good memory. Coming out of the memory, Aizen stood up and came to Tosen Kaname. Without any words, Tosen Kaname respectfully handed over what was in his hand. A Seiling Court newsletter. Turning over roughly, Aizen looked carefully again, those places that mentioned the Soul King, and Urahara Kisuke. Of these two people, one is his ultimate goal, while the other is his sworn enemy. Or, both are his goals, and sworn enemies. After reading it carefully, Aizen stuffed the book into Tosin Kaname's hand again. Yes, have you seen it? Tosin Kaname is a blind man, but when he heard this sentence, he didn't show any unpleasant look, but nodded. I learned the contents of the book from others. Aizen nodded. Oh. Then reprint this book and send it to everyone in Espada, just in time, so that our friends can learn about their future enemies. Tosin Kaname frowned. Master Aizen. This guy named Lu Yu knows about the King of Souls. Are you sure you don't need to talk to him, or let him become a cornerstone on the path of justice? Tosin Kaname's voice rose visibly, and he became agitated. But Aizen didn't feel any excitement. He returned to his throne and looked down at Hagyaku in front of him. Yes, no need, we are in front of you, absolutely invincible. What's more, this little guy is not harmful to us now, maybe I will help him escape from the pursuit of Soul Society and Urahara Kisuke, maybe. Speaking of this, Aizen showed a smile to himself, he seemed to have seen Lu Yu kneeling in front of him to serve him. Chapter 6. Name. Name is. In the haze, a shouting voice appeared, but there was not only one voice in the haze, but countless. Countless bitter, heroic, old, or ignorant voices are all calling out their names. Lu Yu's subconscious mind is very clear, this is probably his own Zanpakuto calling his own name. He wanted to respond, but found that his voice seemed a little weak. Among these shouts, his voice was like a kite whose string was broken by the wind, ethereal and ethereal. Louder! I can't hear you. Those voices seemed to hear Lu Yu's voice, and they responded more anxiously, but the countless voices were still noisy, and Lu Yu still couldn't hear what they said. You big men stop for a while, is there any cute girl? Let the cute girl talk first. Lu Yu became impatient, and yelled with all his strength in front of these voices. However, after this sound, those noisy voices disappeared immediately, replaced by continuous small discussions. Our master seems to be a pervert. Just look at his attitude towards 88 Yuan Zion grew before, maybe he's still a pervert. It would be better if it was S, I might just follow, but why is he also an M? Let's stay away from him, such a master, shame. Listening to those voices full of ridicule and questioning, Lu Yu was somewhat out of breath. I was forced to be helpless. I was forced to be helpless. I was forced to be helpless. Unfortunately, those voices have disappeared and no longer accept his call. Oh, are you forced to do nothing? It seems that what Hisagi said is indeed true, and he forced you to write it. A humorous uncle's voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Lu Yu hurriedly opened his eyes. A man wearing a bamboo hat, a floral dress, and two Zanpakuto hanging around his waist is sitting outside the iron fence, holding a glass of sake, savoring it carefully. Wait! Iron fence? After waking up, Lu Yu realized that he was actually in a prison cell, and he was very familiar with this place. This is the confinement room of the 9th team. The 9th squad is a prison team, and all harmful villains will be detained by the 9th squad first, and will be sent to various prisons after waiting for the trial of the chief or the 46th room. Although it is said that the level of the confinement room is slightly lower than that of the prison, it is only the previous link of the prison. Shinigami entered the confinement room but could not be sent to prison. But this was not enough to scare Lu Yu. What really made him feel a little bit of fear was this Uncle Huai who was tasting wine, that is, the current captain of the 8th division, Kurako Shunsui. Kurakujiro always hides Zo Shunsui. This man who will inherit the name of the captain in the future. Among Soul Society's existing captains, only two are famous for their resourcefulness, that is, the captain of the 8th division, Kurako Shunsui, and the captain of the 13th division, Jaishiro Yukatake. Both of them are smart and quick-witted, but Jushiro still has a little bit of kindness in his heart, and he always likes to leak some tricks when he does something bad. If he is fooled, he will know it is him sooner or later. And the Kurako Shunsui in front of him is a sleazy old cannon. Lu raised his vigilance and sat cross-legged in front of Kurako Shunsui, speaking calmly. I really don't know why I was imprisoned in the confinement room, and I also alerted Captain Kurako Shunsui to visit. Kurako Shunsui smiled slightly, and he put down his glass. Smart people tend to pretend to be fools. Aizen is like this, Urahara Kisuke is like this, don't you do the same? Do you still pretend to be ignorant when you write such amazing words? A stalk on Lu's neck. What kind of crazy words did I write? I didn't write novels like Captain Three Treasures, The Female Players of the Blue Sky Team and Youth Spring Water. I just wrote about the ranking of captains. What's wrong with that? Kurako Shunsui nodded slightly, and did not answer Lu's question, but began to introduce Godai 13 on his own. Lu, you should have learned it at Mo Academy of Spiritual Art, right? What is the role of Godai 13? In Godai 13, there are several special teams. The second team manages the maggot nest, the 10th team is responsible for patrolling and guarding, your 9th team is responsible for managing the prison, and my 8th team is responsible for intelligence collection. I'm an irresponsible captain. Most of the work is done by Nanao-chan, but as the captain of the 8th team, I still have some privileges. That is, conduct a separate interrogation of any team members who are suspected of committing illegal acts. Speaking of which, Kurako Shunsui raised his glass again. I don't like to communicate with male team members, but those interesting ones, I don't mind playing with them. I am a very approachable captain who likes to play games. Play games? Lu could hear the threat in Kurako Shunsui's words. He didn't say anything, just looked at Kurako Shunsui quietly. Kurako Shunsui looked at Lu with a smile. Now, do you want to tell me, what's the matter with your ranking? Why did you add, the Spirit King? And what do you know about the Spirit King? Looking at the amiable Kurako Shunsui, Lu replied honestly. I just know that the Spirit King is the king of the three realms, the existence above the captain, so I wrote the Spirit King level and Sub-Spirit King level. I just wrote some gimmicks because I was worried about the sales of Silent Court Communication. So that people can buy more of this magazine. Lu's answer was very coherent, without any stumbling, which is also the answer he had prepared long ago. The reason is to face a nosy guy like Kurako Shunsui. Kurako Shunsui stared intently at Lu's eyes for a long time, and finally, he twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. Oh, it seems that you studied well at the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art, and you remember it very clearly. Then I'm fine, but you have to stay here for a while. Because, the judgment about you hasn't come down yet, and room 46 is still waiting for me to report it. After finishing speaking, Kurako Shunsui stood up directly, closed his floral dress a little, and left the confinement room of the 9th squad. After he walked away, Lu still didn't relax. He lay down peacefully on the blanket on the ground and closed his eyes. Kurako Shunsui walked out of the gate of the 9th squad, and asked aloud to the empty side. Ahwa, tell me, is he telling the truth? A beautiful woman wearing a blindfold appeared beside Kurako Shunsui in an instant like a bubble, walking side by side with him. President Zhang Zhou, you clearly know the answer, but why are you asking me on purpose? Chapter 7. Kurako Shunsui stopped, looked up at the sun in the sky, and murmured. Because I don't know how to report to room 46. This brat obviously knows a lot, but his strength is not enough to pose a threat to the Soul Society. The glamorous woman named Ahua reached out to stop Kurako Shunsui's neck, and appeared behind Kurako Shunsui like a female ghost, and asked jokingly. President Zhang Zhou, in the final analysis, I am also a part of you. If you don't like room 46, I also don't like them. However, in the final analysis, room 46 still needs to exist. Otherwise, we wouldn't have rebuilt room 46 after Aizen killed everyone in room 46, right? Kurako Shunsui was silent for a while. Ahwa fluttered to Kurako Shunsui. Do you feel the same aura as Aizen, Urahara Kisuke, and others in this child? Kurako Shunsui lowered his head and covered his eyes with a bamboo hat. No, this child doesn't have the Spirit King's will, but do you feel anything on his Zanpakuto? Is it void, or something else? Ahwa shook her head lightly, and gently rubbed her cheek against Kurako Shunsui's chest. No, his Zanpakuto is just a sealed state, nothing unusual. Kurako Shunsui was a little surprised, he frowned. But the Byakuya guy said that when he released the Ryutsu, the Zanpakuto had automatically neutralized his Ryutsu, protecting the kid. Since he can self-awaken, it means that even if he doesn't have Bankai, he must have reached the previous step of Bankai. Zanpakuto materialized, but you didn't notice anything unusual. Ahwa shook her head. No, let alone Bankai, he hasn't even used Shikai, Zanpakuto is a simple sealed state. Seeing Kurako Shunsui's deeply frowned brows, Ahwa chuckled. Are you doubting me? Chief Zhangzhou. She stretched out a slender finger and drew a circle on Kurako Shunsui's chest. I am you, and you are me. Are you doubting yourself? Kurako Shunsui was silent, and after a long time, he started again. Let's bury this matter in our hearts first. The group of guys in room 46 can't even tolerate Urahara Kisuke. How can they tolerate this kid? Wait until I figure this out, and then decide how to treat him. Ahwa seemed to be frightened, and suddenly flew in front of Kurako Shunsui. Are you going to hide everything from Jushiro? Kurako Shunsui pinched Ahwa's neck, and the glamorous woman Ahwa suddenly disappeared into the air, his eyes were full of seriousness. Yet, Jushiro, he can't know such things, difficult things, let me do it. Ahwa returned to the scabbard, and Kurako Shunsui took another step. Central 46, the top trial institution of the Soul Society. Kurako Shunsui stood under the only light, looking at the surrounding sages and judges of the 46 chambers whose faces were covered by white jade plagues, feeling disgusted from the bottom of his heart. These are the shackles they, the Shinigami, put on themselves, but it is a pity that these shackles are also constantly corroding and degrading. Captain of the 8th Division, Kurako Shunsui, is your report true? Kurako Shunsui nodded. It's all true. I don't think Lu is a threat to Seireitei, and he has no record of dealing with sinners such as Aizen. The sages in the 46 rooms discussed for a long time, and finally, a judge asked the most deadly question. Kurako Shunsui, how do you prove that this is the truth and not the truth that Aizen used Kaika Suijutsu to let you see? The corner of Kurako Shunsui's mouth twisted, he knew that these stupid guys would ask such a stupid question, so he raised his head, looked at the 40 sages and 6 judges around him, and asked in a low voice. Then how do I prove that what I see now are the sages of the 46 chambers, not Kaika Suijutsu of Aizen? This is really a fatal problem. After all, not long ago, Aizen killed all the members of room 46, and also issued an order to execute Rukia Kukiki under the guise of the members of room 46. This is a bloody reality. Forced by Kurako Shunsui's words, the sages and judges in room 46 couldn't help but stop breathing. They looked at me and you, and finally nodded helplessly. Kurako Shunsui also had no intentions of feuding with these guys, he continued. Aizen Suke, Ichimaru Jin, Tosen Kaname, the betrayal of the 3 captains has greatly reduced the strength of our Godi I-13. Now, we need every combat power we can use. A sage asked in an unhappy tone. Just him, a newcomer Shinigami who just joined? Is it also the combat power we need? Kurako Shunsui reached out and ticked the brim of his hat. Oh my god, although Lu's combat effectiveness is low, he can inspire our team members through words. The adults in the 46 room don't know yet? Now the male Shinigami in our team are more than 1. Be competitive. These are all thanks to Lu. After all, everyone wants their name to appear in popular magazines, and no one wants to be ranked low, right? Room 46 was silent for a while, and after a round of less intense discussions, finally, a judge gave Kurako Shunsui the final instruction. Lu was acquitted, but he is still under strict monitoring. You, Kurako Shunsui, are responsible for his monitoring. If there is any defection, he will be killed immediately without trial. Kurako Shunsui nodded slightly, with a smile on his lips. Yes, I have already thought of who is the most suitable for this monitoring job. In the team building of the 9th squad, Lu, who had been released from the confinement room without charge, was staring at 88 Yuan Xiong Ru and Kurako Shunsui in a daze. Kurako Shunsui said with a gentle face. Okay, you've also heard about the trial in room 46, from now on, you can update your Shinigami ranking at will, but at the same time, your lifeline is also controlled by Miss Baba Yuan. Lu just felt a chill on his head, and looked at Kurako Shunsui with some embarrassment. The leader of the Beijing band, I won't write it anymore, you can withdraw her, okay? Kurako Shunsui is still very kind. It's okay not to write, but Miss Baba Yuan won't withdraw it. This is not only an order from room 46, but also Miss Baba Yuan's own intention. I am a captain who is very considerate to the players. I will not refuse the reasonable requests of my team members. 88 Yuan Xiong Ru clenched his fists fiercely, and the idiot smile appeared on his face again. Yes. I will take good care of you. Team Lu. Chapter 8. Lu returned to the editorial room of Team 9, and was about to sit down when he saw 88 Yuan Xiong Ru following in. No, big sister, do you want to follow me when I go to work? 88 Yuan Xiongru raised his chest and raised his head, which immediately attracted a lot of attention in the editing room. That's right. The task assigned to me by the captain is to keep an eye on you. And there is no specific time and place specified. So, as long as I want, even if you go to the bathroom, I can review it unconditionally. Looking at the 8 Yuan Xiong Ru who was righteous but wiping his saliva, Lu felt a little bit hard. This girl is really hot, but her temper is hot enough, and her methods are deadly enough. I won't be able to provoke you for a while, forget it. Not to provoke the personal warden anymore, Lu returned to his station, but before he could pick up his pen, he saw his immediate superior, Hisagi Shuai, walk in from the gate with a sad face. Xiu Bing, who just came in, didn't go back to his office at all, but walked up to Lu directly, and pulled up Lu's collar. Go! Brat! You caused me to be locked up and interrogated by Nanaojong all night. Do you know how painful it is? Come with me. Tell me clearly. Hisagi Shuai didn't give Lu a chance to tell the truth, he just dragged him towards his office. Baba Yuan Xiong Ru followed closely, but Xiu Bing just stopped behind Hisagi Shuai. He turned his head slowly, there was no emotion in his two small eyes. I want to have a private chat with him, Miss Baba Yuan, can you give me some private time? 88 Yuan Xiong Ru raised his eyebrows. That can't be done, our captain said. I said. I want to have a private chat with him. Hisagi Shuai changed from his usual kindness, his tone was still so flat, but everyone in the editorial department could hear that this deputy who has always been known for his low profile and high efficiency captain, get angry. 88 Yuan Xiong Ru is not a vegetarian, but this is the territory of the 9th division after all, and in the final analysis, she is only a watcher, not a prisoner. More importantly, although she has a hot temper, before coming here, Kurako Shunsui has reminded her not to make enemies with the vice-captain of the 9th division and Lu. Although I don't know why, since it is the captain's order, there is a reason for him. Although the uncle looked at people with lewd eyes, he was indeed a smart guy. Seeing Hisagi Shuai's posture, Ba Baiwen Xiongru snorted coldly, took a step back, and lowered his posture. Seeing that Baba Yuanxiang Ru finally stopped following, Hisagi Shuai directly opened the door of his office and stuffed Lu in. Sitting opposite Hisagi Shuai, Lu couldn't help coughing twice in embarrassment. In the final analysis, this matter was indeed his fault, and Xiu Bing was detained, which really made him feel embarrassed. After all, among all the vice-captains, Xiu Bing was the one who treated the team members better. After Hisagi Shuai asked Lu to sit down, he did not rush to speak, but first recited the mantra silently, and set up an enchantment kit on the wall of the office. After finishing, Hisagi Shuai finally sat down and let out a sigh of relief. This is a high-level kid mirror door. It is difficult to enter from the outside, but it is easy to break from the inside. Now, there are two worlds inside and outside the house. Hearing Hisagi's words, Lu immediately understood that his vice-captain wanted to say something that no one could hear. But having said that, Ziobai has also used this enchantment kid called Mirror Gate before. It seems that Hisagi is really strong. Hisagi Shuai didn't care about Lu's wandering mind at all, but said to himself. Yesterday, after Captain Kokaki finished his questioning, you fainted, and shortly after, Captain Kurako Shunsui of the 8th Division arrived. He first locked you up, and then asked the Vice-Captain Ise Nanao to lock me up. Asked me all night. She asked big and small topics, but no matter what, the topic always came back to the key question. Speaking of this, Hisagi's tired eyes suddenly became clear. Spirit King, what is it? Lu hastily raised his hands high. I don't know. I don't know anything. I just think this name sounds crazy, and I want to increase the reading volume, so I use such a name. Hisagi Shuai sneered. Come on. As far as your ability to lie, I can see it. And, I believe that the leader of the Beijing band can also see it. However, what makes me curious is that from Byakuya Kokaki, to Kurako Shunsui, and even the alarmed 46 room, it seems that the topic of the Soul King is secretive. Even Ise Nanao, who is interrogating me, is also on this topic. There is no understanding. It seems that when the leader of the Beijing band gave her the order, he didn't tell her the answer, but just asked her to find out and see if I knew about King Ling. Sweat had already begun to drip from Lu's forehead. Hisagi Shuai is undoubtedly the best vice-captain except Kojiro, the vice-captain of the first team. Although he has no strengths, he has no weaknesses. With this brain alone, he has the capital to become the captain. Lu quickly said. Deputy Captain, don't ask, I just mentioned the name of King Ling, and I caused so much trouble. Do you think I might know something deeper? All I know are just my guesses. You don't want the 9th Division to fall apart because of a little guesswork. I'm afraid this is not what Captain Tosin Kaname wants to see. Hearing the name Tosin Kaname, Hisagi Shuai was finally moved. He took a deep breath, and finally nodded. Okay, but I still say that your ability to lie is too bad. If someone really asks you in the future, you should try not to open your mouth directly, lest people see the clue. Hisagi's words were just a kind reminder to Lu. Neither he nor Lu expected that in just half a day, Lu would encounter a time when he really wanted to shut up. After finishing the work of the editorial department, Lu wrote another report and was going back to the team dormitory to rest. The night was getting dark, and the bright moon was hanging in the sky, reflecting the entire courtyard of the 9th Division team building. However, unexpectedly, at this time, the team building of the 9th squad should be noisy, but today it was inexplicably deserted. Lu thought it was because he made too much trouble today and everyone was scared, but when he returned to his dormitory, he suddenly found that a man wearing a captain's haori was sitting in his dormitory, holding a teacup, quietly waiting for his return. You're back, Team Lu. Hello, you must know my name. Let me introduce myself. My name is Aizen Suk. Would you drink tea? Chapter 9. Aizen. The villains in the three major migrant manga have their own advantages and disadvantages, but if you have to name one who is the trendiest and most stylish, it must be the king of hairspray hands, Aizen Suke. However, at this time, Aizen was clearly wearing Haori, the captain of the fifth team, not the fashionable king of Hueco Mundo. What's wrong? Also change the skin with the map? However, what attracted Luyu's attention even more was that there was the soul mask of Seireitei, so why did Aizen, who has been designated as the villain of the Soul Society, appear here through the soul mask of the murderous stone? Could it be that he has mastered the shadow technology of the Invisible Empire? Seeing the sudden appearance of Aizen, Luyu could only feel a chill rushing back and forth from his heels to the back of his head. This is the scariest kind among villains. What he does cannot be guessed by common sense. Even if Luyu knows Aizen's character and ideals, he will never dare to figure out Aizen's mentality without authorization. This master is the ancestor of playing people. In the entire Soul Society, countless little heads were played around by him. Luyu stood quietly at the door of the team building, neither entering nor retreating, and boldly said to Aizen. I didn't know Captain Aizen was visiting, so I'm sorry to welcome you. Aizen raised his eyes to look at Luyu, and chuckled lightly. Don't be so afraid, I'm not there, what you see is just my phantom. Hearing this sentence, Luyu finally took a careful look. Sure enough, although the Aizen in front of him is lifelike, as long as he turns the angle slightly, he can see the apparition worm behind him. If Luyu remembers correctly, this should be Urahara Kisuke's technology. Grandma, you startled me, it turns out that she is not a real person. Luyu let out a long breath, and sat down at the table carelessly. Hi! I thought you could really go in and out regardless of the soul cloaking membrane. Aizen pointed to the steaming teacup in front of Luyu, and said softly. Come, have some tea. As soon as Luyu picked up the teacup, he immediately realized that something was wrong. The tea is still warm. He gulped and swallowed, and the little calculations in his heart immediately began to strike. If Aizen is really not here, then why is this cup of tea hot? Could this be Kaika Suijutsu's illusion? But he hasn't seen Kaika Suijutsu liberated. Luyu held this cup of tea, neither drinking it nor not drinking it. Aizen looked at Luyu with eyes as warm as water, but with endless mockery. Don't worry, I let them do it. As he spoke, Aizen clapped his hands lightly, and two members of the 9th squad came out from the shadows and knelt down at the door with expressionless faces. Looking at these two guys who have fallen into the illusion of Kaika Suijutsu, Luyu quickly lowered his head, watching his nose, mouth, and heart. As long as I don't watch Kaika Suijutsu, I won't enter Kaika Suijutsu's fantasy world. Aizen's ability to read people's hearts is still extraordinary. He calmly raised the teacup in his hand. Don't worry, I won't use Kaika Suijutsu on you, I'm here, just want to chat with you. Luyu's attitude was very correct, he immediately put down his untouched teacup. What do you want to ask? Aizen smiled lightly. I'm not a spoiler like Jingle. I won't question you. If you want to answer, answer it. If you don't want to answer, then you don't have to answer. First of all, Room 46 didn't do anything to you, did it? This. Although the arrangement of 8 or 8 Yuan Zion grew as Jingle's intention, Central 46 must have participated in it, but they did not do anything out of the ordinary. When Luyu was thinking about how to say it, Aizen smiled contemptuously. It's fine if you don't answer, don't worry, I won't let them kill you. Although it was stated that he knew that this man lived and killed casually and was a very clever villain, but after hearing this sentence, Luyu was still relieved. Aizen continued to ask. Second, how much do you know about King Ling? This. Faced with this problem, Luyu decided to listen to Hisagi. Facing a psychologist like Aizen, it is definitely impossible to lie. His rank is higher than Kurosaki Hisagi, so you can tell it at a glance. Just shut up. Looking at the silent Lu, Aizen couldn't help but nodded. Understood, so you are also a person who understands the truth. Lande, I haven't said anything yet. Lu wanted to cry but had no tears, but if he really wanted to make an excuse at this time, it would be that there is no money here, so it's better to just keep his mouth shut. Aizen sighed softly. A long time ago, I already knew the truth, and I also knew that someone let me know on purpose. He wanted to manipulate me. As for me, I just followed suit and got what I wanted from him. The person Aizen mentioned should be Tsunayashiro Tokinada. Just listen to Aizen continue. The history of Soul Society is dark and helpless. It is the result of the entanglement of human nature and desire. I don't like such things. Aizen stood up. I have no preferences or ideals. I just don't want that kind of dark existence to tarnish my existence. Since you know the history of the Soul Society, you probably don't want to be tarnished by that kind of thing, right? Aizen turned around and stretched out his hand to Lu. Although it was only a phantom, it could still be seen that Aizen really meant it. Just listen to him continue. If you want, you can be my partner. You don't want to be a subordinate like Yin, nor a follower like Arankar, but a partner. After all, you are also one of the people who know the truth. Looking at Aizen's outstretched hand, Lu felt his heart skip a beat. This is Aizen, the most notorious villain in Soul Society history. If you follow him, you will definitely be famous in history. And maybe, you can rely on your own knowledge to really change the Soul Society. But thinking about it, the people following Aizen, Ichimaru-jin, Tosen-kan-name, it seems that, there is no good end. Lu remained silent. Aizen withdrew his hand and looked at the moonlight outside. It's already night in the Soul Society. There's not even a shadow of the moon in the Void Night Palace. Since you don't want to, please continue to write. If you can mercilessly reveal the darkness of Soul Society and let more people see Shinigami's hypocrisy and arrogance, then you will naturally be my partner. Don't, stop changing. Lu, who kept his head down, finally heard the sound of shattering lenses. After everything was quiet, he raised his head bravely. The apparition worm had already exploded and died, and the two members of the 9th team were also lying on the ground and sleeping soundly, as if they didn't know what happened. After this round of the strongest reminder in history, Lu only felt cold hands and feet. Didn't you just write a report? As for all the good and bad villains came towards him. Blame friends Habich. If it wasn't for the Millennium bloody battle that was caused by that man, why would he pull out a Spirit King class? Chapter 10. After sending the two team members back to their dormitories, the exhausted Lu finally returned to his dormitory. There was only one cup with cold tea on the table. Well, it looks like Aizen didn't really come here. Lu stretched, and quickly got into his bed. But as soon as he got in, Lu saw a pair of cold eyes staring closely at him in the dark. There is no end. Lu felt his hair stand on end, and sat up. Who? A figure in the dark came out wiping his saliva. Who else could this be? It's her again, 88 Yuan Xiang are you? Looking at this black-skinned hot girl who looked like a dog skin plaster, Lu felt his head tighten. I said big sister, it's night, I'm going to sleep, you can't keep watching me now, can you? 88 Yuan Xiangru showed a standard 8-teeth st smile. The captain asked me to keep watching and didn't say when to rest. Lu glanced at the teacup on the table just now, and frowned. When did you find out I came in? Baba Yuan Xiang are you frowned? You guys' brain is broken? Didn't you just come in? Damn, it looks like this guy has also been mesmerized by Kaika Suijitsu's illusion. Lu yawned. Forget it, you can watch it if you want, I can't bear it anymore, I'm asleep. Since it was 8 or 8 yuan xiang Ru, Lu had nothing to worry about. Although this guy is a head killer, since Kurako Shunsui has given her an order, she should not attack Lu. Tensioned all day, Lu started snoring not long after lying down. 88 yuan xiang Ru sitting in the corner, looking at Lu lying under the quilt, couldn't help wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and muttered to himself. The captain only said that he couldn't make enemies, he didn't say that he couldn't enjoy him, right? Unknown plot in progress. After waking up, Lu felt full of energy, as if nothing happened yesterday. He glanced at the 88 yuan xiang Ru who was lying carelessly in the corner. 88 yuan xiang Ru put one hand into her bosom, it seemed that the feeling was very sweet, even she had a satisfied smile on her face. Lu sighed. What is wrong with Kurako Shunsui? She has to take care of him, really. Covering 88 yuan Zion grew with a quilt, Lu got dressed and was ready to go to the editorial department. Why is my waist a little numb today? Could it be that sitting at work every day is unbearable? Team 9, Editorial Department of Seireitei Newsletter. Seeing Lu arrive at the editorial department, Hisagishua walked up and patted his shoulder lightly. It seems that the turmoil is over, please write well. I have read the manuscript you wrote yesterday, and I will post it today. The sales volume of Seireitei communication has quadrupled. Even when the Tosen team Tosen Kaname was here, it was not so easy. You don't have anything to do today, just write your manuscript carefully, and you must write 4 articles. 4. Lu just felt a pain in his head. He really took the wrong medicine to write this kind of thing. Now he is fine. His happy fishing time is gone forever, and the rest is 996. Reluctantly returning to his workstation, Lu picked up the pen and numbly wrote the 4th report. The 3rd from last in the rank of chief officer, the Chen Fang of Enchange Temple, the 3rd seat of the 8th division, assistant to the adjutant. He is a muscular guy who looks strong, but his actual fighting ability is very unbearable, and he is ostentatious. When he tried to block the progress of human Sato Yasutora with his own sword skills, essentially swinging a knife indiscriminately, he was punched by the opponent so that he flew into the sky. Zanpakute's name, Collapse Mountain. It sounds very hacky, but the actual ability is not very good, and it can even be said to be hip pull. Also, this person has a crush on Sui Feng, the captain of the 2nd Division, the commander of the secret mobile unit and criminal army. Oh? He has a crush on me. An abrupt voice sounded behind Lu. Lu was immersed in memories at this time, trying to remember more things about the Chen Fang of Enchange Temple. Being interrupted at this time, he was somewhat impatient. Don't talk. Let me think about what else. Wrong. Lu only felt a chill on his neck, and a small and exquisite short sword was already lying across his neck. It's over. Lu, just wrote a report. Are you big shots doing it one by one? Appearing behind Lu is the captain of the 2nd Division, the chief of the criminal army and the captain of the 1st Division, the commander-in-chief of the secret mobile unit, the director of the Female Shinigami Association, Yuruaki's loyal fang girl, Urahara Kisuke's #1 love rival, Saragaki Hiri's strategic alliance. Sui Feng. Seeing Sui Feng's iconic short hair appeared in front of her, Lu quickly raised her hands in protest. I said, you big shots, can you come all at once? If you come one by one like this, I'm going to lose my train of thought for writing reports. Sui Feng is not a talkative person, she is one of the few strong people in Seoul society who doesn't like to think. For her, there are only 3 things that need to be known. First, Yuruaki's order. Second, Urahara Kisuke is the one who snatched Yuruaki-sama, damn BD bald retarded idiot. Third, the command of the captain. Looking at Lu, who was honest in body and dishonest in his mouth, Sui Feng couldn't help feeling contemptuous. You are Lu? I never thought that Lord Yuryuaki would care about such a trash like you. Hearing that Sui Feng was found by Yuryuaki, Lu immediately relaxed a lot. Yuryuaki, although she is also a pervert who likes to tease innocent boys, she is not a villain. At least, Lu will not be killed for writing a few reports. However, what Lu didn't expect was that Sui Feng's next sentence almost broke Lu's defense. Master Yuryuaki said, "You are a threat." Yuryuaki says I'm a threat? Then I am really a heifer riding a rocket, a cow coaxing with lightning. Lu thought about it for a while, and soon understood why Sui Feng came to him. Lu revealed Urahara Kisuke's ability. Sui Feng will only be happy, not angry, but Urahara Kisuke's old silver coin will definitely be annoyed. In addition to the previous visit by Aizen Byakuya Jingle and others, Lu can guess at random. This time Sui Feng came, nominally on Yuryuaki's order, but actually Urahara Kisuke's handwriting. "Captain Sui Feng, are you here to kill me?" Sui Feng snorted indistinctly, neither expressing approval nor disapproval. Lu pretended to sigh helplessly. "Captain Sui Feng, you have been tricked by Master Yuryuaki." Hearing this, Sui Feng's eyes narrowed immediately. The murderous Ryotsuo also wrapped Lu up like silk. "Oh? How dare you speak ill of Master Yuryuaki?" Chapter 11. Many years later, Lu looked at the grandchildren surrounding him, and said with a sense of vicissitudes. "Back then, your grandfather and I were very powerful. Urahara Kisuke, the top think tank, I exposed his Bankai, but there is nothing I can do about it. Aizen Suke, the villain who is still imprisoned in the 8th floor of the Mu underground prison, is willing to serve tea and water to your grandpa. Even Sui Feng, who is called second-generation Flash Goddess and has been in charge of the criminal army and secret maneuvers for nearly 1,000 years, is only worthy of being an ATM for your grandfather." Oh, that was such a memorable day. However, at this time, Lu was still held against his neck by Sui Feng's short sword. As we all know, Sui Feng has a narrow mind, especially when someone wants to say bad things about Shihao and Yuryuaki, her mind is even smaller. However, Lu also has his own way to deal with Sui Feng like this. "Captain Sui Feng, I didn't say anything bad about Yuryuaki-sama. I said Urahara Kisuke. He's the bad guy next to Yuryuaki-sama." Sui Feng frowned, and loosened the short sword in his hand. "Oh!" Lu hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. "Look, my previous reports were all about Urahara Kisuke. You know that guy? He is like a thief every day. He likes to do things that others don't know about. When I broke the news, he will definitely not be able to sit still, so he will definitely say bad things about me to Master Yuryuaki. Master Yuryuaki is a kind person, and he will definitely believe him, that's why he let you come here." Sui Feng chuckled, and the short sword in his hand slashed back into the scabbard. "You're right, but it can be seen that Yuryuaki-sama is right, you really know a lot." Lu looked bitter. "Captain Sui Feng, I'm just a bad editor, I really don't know the truth." Sui Feng raised his eyebrows. "Oh? I've read your report. Didn't you say that you know Urahara Kisuke's Bankai? Will you post it in the next one?" What do you mean?" It sounds like Sui Feng is a bit of 8 trigrams. Lu nodded without changing his expression. "Yes, I heard some news, why?" "Master Sui Feng wants to see it." Sui Feng nodded lightly. "That Urahara Kisuke guy has been hiding like a mouse for so many years, I only know his Shikai name." Lu realized that this little girl must be jealous. Her master Yuryuaki was taken away by Urahara Kisuke. Although Yuryuaki is free to come and go now, she must stay with Urahara Kisuke when she is fine, so she thought know something about Urahara Kisuke. Isn't that simple? The second report has already been printed, and it will be sold later. Lu picked up a copy of Seireitei Newsletter that had just been printed from the table, and shook it at Sui Feng. This is the latest issue of Seireite Newsletter. There are good things you want to read in it. Do you want to buy a copy? Sui Feng glanced at it and saw the figure of a profiteer with yellow hair wearing clogs and a hat on the cover, and immediately became interested. How much? $5. Sui Feng took out a steel coin. I'll give you 10 yuan, and the rest will be used as a tip. In addition, if the writing is not good, I will come back to visit you. Hearing the threatening meaning in Sui Feng's words, Lu Yu nodded quickly. Don't worry, we are innocent, we must guarantee the quality and quantity. With Lu Yu's assurance, Sui Feng directly stuffed the Seireitei court communication into his empty arms, coughed and left. Walking out of the 9th team, Sui Feng came to a secluded place, quickly opened the magazine in his hand, and couldn't wait to turn to the first page. Senior Officer Rank, second to last. Team member of the 13th Division, Yoshinosuke Kuratani. Yoshinosuke Kuratani, who belongs to the 13th Division, is a Shinigami stationed in Karakura Town, and has a good relationship with Kurosaki Ichigo. Seeing this unknown Shinigami who suddenly appeared, Sui Feng frowned. In order to grab the traffic of Kurosaki Ichigo, this Lu Yu really has no bottom line. He even wrote such a corner guy. It's shameful. Sui Feng didn't care about Yoshinosuke Kuratani's personal resume at all, and turned back directly, but before she saw Urahara Kisuke's name, she found a name that caught her attention even more. Aizen. This is the heinous person of the Soul Society. How did his name appear in the introduction of Yoshinosuke Kuratani? Seeing this, Sui Feng turned to the beginning again and read the introduction of Yoshinosuke Kuratani from the beginning. Yanosuke Shidani, who belongs to the 13th Division, is the Shinigami stationed in Karakura Town. He has a good relationship with Kurosaki Ichigo. He is the successor protector of Karakura Town after Rukia Kukiki returns. He is an unlucky guy with an afro, his luck has not been very good, and he was once called Mr. Taroyama by Kurosaki Ichigo. Zanpakute's name Earth Catfish, the liberation language is Good Morning, Earth Catfish, the ability is to summon earth pillars from the ground to block an attack. Seeing this, Sui Feng couldn't help but frowned. Ability so rubbish. However, the next sentence made Sui Feng's pupil shrink. Although Mr. Shiroyama Yoshinosuke Kuratani's reputation is not obvious and his strength is not good, but in fact, he is one of the few people who can fight Aizen. Although failure is inevitable, Mr. Yoshinosuke Kuratani is very likely play a big role in the future decisive battle with Aizen. The editor believes that Mr. Yoshinosuke Kuratani has not been able to become the seat officer so far, which is really a great regret for the 13th Division. Can fight Aizen. Play a big role. Seeing these words, Sui Feng felt dizzy. Could it be that this kid is crazy? How can an ordinary Shinigami who is not even a chairperson get such praise? Sui Feng, who was confused, didn't think too much after reading this paragraph, but decided to let Master Yoryuaki take a look, and then let her go to the real world to see what this guy named Yoshinosuke Kuratani is. What an extraordinary thing! Immediately afterwards, Sui Feng continued to look back. We said in the last issue, Urahara Kisuke's Shikai and Bankai names, but unfortunately, to this day, Urahara Kisuke's Shikai ability and Bankai ability are still a mystery in Seireitei. Today, the editor will reveal to you the former captain of the 12th Division, the founder and first director of the Technology Development Bureau, Mr. Urahara Kisuke, Shikai and Bankai's true abilities, as well as his ability at the captain level. Among the rankings, Shikai's name Hongji. Shikai's liberation language Wake Up, Hongji. Shikai Tricks. Chapter 12. Shikai Move Scream, Red Princess, use the Red Princess to release the Razor Red Princess, similar to Shinigami agent Kurosaki Ichigo's Crescent Moon. Bind, Hongji. The blade emits a net-like Ryutsud to bind the enemy. Let's play with fire, Hongji. Counting beads, use Hongji to release fireballs to attack the enemy. Bloodsia Shield, Zanpakuta releases the Ryotsu shield from the tail for defense. Crack it, Hongji, countless light arrows will be emitted from the surface of the Swexia shield, attacking the enemy. Bankai Konanbiriki Benihai Maratum. Seeing this, Sui Feng's little heart couldn't help but thump. This is the Bankai of Urahara Kisuke, the mysterious person of the Soul Society. How many people in the entire Soul Society can know this? Konanbiriki Benihai Maratum, a powerful Bankai capable of transforming everything it touches. Forehead. Why is it so short and weak? Sui Feng flipped forward and backward, and found that there was only this point in the introduction of Urahara Kisuke Bankai, and suddenly felt that he was cheated. What is it? This is Urahara Kisuke's Bankai? Transforming things? Can't he transform things himself? Authoring this Bankai is an enhanced version of his personal ability. Sui Feng frowned, and continued to look down. She wanted to know why this Lu put a Soul Society sinner into the rank of Chief Commander. Urahara Kisuke, a former sinner of the Soul Society, is powerful and has many abilities. Even today, the editor can still confirm that the abilities exposed by Urahara Kisuke are just the tip of the iceberg. And there is only one reason why the editor included Urahara Kisuke in the Chief Captain level, and that is his unknown possibility. Urahara Kisuke, the creator, the scientist, and one of the defenders of the three realms, his slaying the White Hits, Shunpo, Kid, can still be included in the top batch of Soul Society, but Urahara Kisuke has a stubborn personality. He doesn't like to act aboveboard. He likes to joke and doesn't like to be responsible. Although there are endless means, they are all made up after the fact. Although the great sinner Aizen called him the only one in the Soul Society who surpassed him in terms of intelligence, the editor believes that as the captain, he can only barely pass, so he can only be listed as the captain level, 5th place. 5th place. Sui Feng's eyes widened. Seeing Lu's bragging for Urahara Kisuke earlier, she thought that Lu was going to call Urahara Kisuke the first person under the captain, but what she didn't expect was that he was only the 5th. In other words, above Urahara Kisuke, there are at least 3 people who can threaten the position of the captain. Sui Feng took it for granted that the number 1 person at the level of chief captain must be the first and current chief captain, Yamamoto Genrisai. Since the millennium, the only man who can subdue all forces in the Soul Society and ensure the peace of the Soul Society. The man with the strongest and oldest Zanpakuta in the heat department. Looking at Lu's words, Sui Feng couldn't be calm for a long time. After a long time, she got up from the corner, ready to ask Master Uruaki. Are these real? Also, Urahara Kisuke, how many tricks she doesn't know about. The new issue of Seireite Newsletter has gone on sale after Sui Feng left. Not surprisingly, sales are still skyrocketing. The previous Seireitei Newsletter was more like a newspaper for literary youths. Although there were various news on it, there were more columns of famous people. Even Aizen once worked as a Xiaoan who wrote a column for Seireite Newsletter. But now, with Lu's personal column inventory of Shinigami rankings, the status of Seireite Newsletter has changed instantly. Female Shinigami chased after them, hoping that the officers or captains they admired would take a place, and male Shinigami were also unavoidable. After all, the photos of 88 Yu and Zion grew in the first issue were too exciting. And now, Kira Izuru, the vice-captain of the 3rd team, is holding a copy of Seireitei Newsletter that has just been released, reading it with relish. I didn't expect, Mr. Urahara turned out to be such a powerful person. Although his Bankai didn't introduce too much, but the pervert ability of transform everything is really surprising. Sitting opposite Kira Izuru was the vice-captain of the 7th Division, Tetsuzumon Kajiba. He picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and then picked up another copy of Seireitei Communication on the table and said leisurely. What I want to know more is, Urahara Kisuke can be included in the chief commander's rank, and only ranked 5th. Then, who are the rest? Kira Izuru sighed softly and shook her head. I'm just a vice-captain. How can I know such a thing? In my opinion, Captain Zaraki Kenpeki is currently the strongest one in Godi I-13 besides the general captain. Maybe he is also among them. The deputy captain of the shooting range poured another glass of wine. I think Captain Kukaki of the 6th Division has a respected status and strong strength, and he is also one of the candidates for the overall captain. The two of them were drinking tea and drinking, and when they were chatting happily, a dog's head with pointed ears suddenly appeared behind shooting range Tetsuzaman, followed by him that huge body. Captain of the 7th Division, Komamura Seijin. After Kurosaki Ichigo made a big fuss in Seirijin, Komamura Seijin no longer used any protective equipment to hide his face. He originally thought that everyone would be afraid of him after he showed his true colors, but in fact, since he showed his Zyugu head, the members of the 7th Division loved him even more. However, after experiencing Aizen-suk's black coffin, although his injuries have healed, his body is still a little weak. With a cough, Komamura Seijin said coldly. You two are really stupid. Since the establishment of the Soul Society, no Kenpeki has ever been the captain? No noble has ever been the captain? You two picked the most unlikely people. Keba Tetsuzaman heard his captain's words, thought for a while, and said with some hesitation. But, Captain, we haven't changed the chief captain until now? Yamamoto has always been the chief captain. Ah, this. Komamura Seijin dog blushed. Ahem, this, of course the old man knows. Kira Izuru raised her neck, looked at Komamura Seijin and asked. Captain Komamura, who else do you think can be the general captain? Hearing this, Komamura Seijin suddenly looked serious, and he turned to the back room. This kind of boring topic, the old man doesn't want to know. I only hope that I can serve Captain Yamamoto and die for him. In this way, maybe, I can repay his old man's kindness. Chapter 13. Shihaoran's house, the main house. This Lu really knows a lot. Kisuke's Bankai, including himself, only knows about 4 people. Now, everyone knows. Yoryuki looked at the Seireitei newsletter in his hand and smiled slightly. Also, his evaluation of Kisuke's kid is quite fair. Since you don't want to do anything, then I won't get involved in this matter. Anyway, up to now, room 46 hasn't blamed him. Then I'm too lazy to do it. As for Urahara Kisuke, let him trouble himself. Hearing the words from Flash Goddess Shihaora and Yoryuki, Sui Feng suddenly became happy. Great! It seems that Master Yoryuki really let her go because of Urahara Kisuke. Sui Feng is too happy to be able to cause trouble for Urahara Kisuke. However, Yoryuki's next words quickly chilled Sui Feng's heart. No, I can't wait to see Kisuke's expression after reading this report. Sui Feng, I'll go back first, take care of yourself. After finishing speaking, Yoryuki didn't wait for Sui Feng to answer, and directly disappeared in place with a shunpo. Sui Feng snorted coldly, and made another note of profiteer Urahara Kisuke in his heart. I don't know what Yoryuki-sama is interested in that guy, I want to be with that guy every day. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. Looking at the Seireite communication sent by Tosen Kaname again, Aizen's smile is still calm and deep. Although Tosen Kaname can't see it, he feels that Aizen should be quite happy at this time. I didn't expect that Urahara Kisuke's Bankai is exactly the same as his character. He's an inventor who likes to transform things, and the function of his Bankai is to transform things. Aizen murmured. However, if his Bankai only has this ability, then if he wants to stop me, I'm afraid he needs to think of another way. Tosen Kaname bowed his head and nodded. Master Aizen, I think that this guy's words cannot be fully believed. At least, he has hidden some information on Urahara Kisuke's Bankai. Aizen smiled lightly. So what? Yes. Urahara Kisuke, who has infinite knowledge, only wants to become a defender of the old world. His end is doomed to failure. They stand on the dark history, but we live on top of the white clouds. Let's go, Ulquiola seems to have returned from this world, let's go and see his report, shall we? Aizen got up and left with Tosen Kaname, leaving only Hyaku glowing faintly blue in the room. Now, Urahara store. Just rushed back to the present world, and before he had time to tell Urahara the great news, Yuruaki followed Urahara to rescue Kurosaki Ichigo and others who were injured by number 0 Espada Yami. After Yami retreated, Yuruaki was busy sending some of their wounded home. After the matter was dealt with, Yuruaki simply bandaged the wound and began to eat and drink to replenish his strength. Looking at Yuruaki's 24th bowl of rice, Urahara Kisuke, who had just returned from buying juice, couldn't help but sigh. Miss Yuruaki, the injury should have recovered, right? Yuruaki burped after finishing the last bowl of rice. This is not an ordinary meal, but Urahara Kisuke's re-engraved spiritual cuisine with the help of the former 12th Division Captain Hikifune Kiryu's technology. There is definitely a difference from the original recipe, but in terms of recovery ability, it is also enough to disdain the entire Soul Society up. After moving his bandaged hands and feet, Yuruaki looked a little lazy. Well, the condition of hands and feet no longer affects daily life. Under Urahara Kisuke's iconic hat peeks out a cold eyeball. Then, what about combat? Yuruaki was silent for a while, and his expression became serious. Well, it was my mistake to join the battle without turning on the instant coaxing state, but the Ryotsu strength of these Arankar steel skins is really unimaginable. Kisuke, this guy is very tricky. Urahara Kisuke closed the door and sat across from Yuruaki. It seems that you still have something to say. A smile suddenly appeared on Yuruaki's face. Well, yes, here you are, you can see for yourself. Yuruaki directly took out a copy of Seireitei communication from behind, and threw it into Urahara Kisuke's arms. Seeing himself wearing Haori, the captain of the 12th Division, on the cover, Urahara Kisuke only felt that his head was too big. He sighed helplessly and opened the magazine. After reading calmly for a long time, Urahara Kisuke slowly closed the book and let out a long breath. Yuruaki looked at Urahara Kisuke playfully. What? Don't you have anything to say? Being ridiculed by Yuruaki, Urahara Kisuke didn't respond at all, he slowly picked up the crutch. Well, since it has been sent out, everyone must know about it. It's too late to fix it. The red Ryotsu flashed past, and an invisible killing intent permeated the air. The crutch in Urahara Kisuke's hand has also turned into a different Zanpakuto. It was his red princess. Right now, I just want to chop off that Luyu's head. Yuruaki smiled lightly. Although the Soul Society withdrew your killing order, your identity as a sinner has not been erased. Now I am afraid that it is very difficult for you to even enter the world transmitting gate. How do you want to kill him? Urahara Kisuke sighed, and the killing intent just now dissipated. He's back to that cynical profiteer again. Oh, Miss Yuruaki just likes to joke. Even if I want to kill him now, I don't have time to go. The Ryotsu analysis of Arankar has come out today. For a while, I'm afraid I can only stay in this world. Yuruaki narrowed his eyes. Oh? Have you finished your analysis? How far is Hyaku's awakening? Urahara Kisuke laughed. It's just as expected. But, in Aizen's mind, I'm afraid, this is just the news he wants me to know. The plan should be put on the agenda. Yuruaki put down the teacup in his hand, and wiped the corner of his mouth carelessly. What do you need me to do? The most intelligent person in the three realms, Urahara Kisuke showed an unwilling look for the first time. I'm afraid, I still need Ms. Yuruaki to help me go to the Soul Society. There are some things I want to ask some people, and I also need to ask Sui Feng to meet that Lu Yu again. He exposed my Bankai, I don't need to hold grudges against him, but he also has to help me. Urahara frowned. He's just a new Shinigami, what can he do for you? Chapter 14. Although I don't know where he knew about my Bankai Konanbiriki Benihai Maratum, at least we can know that he has unknown means to know this information. So, I want to exchange some news with him. Having said that, Urahara Kisuke's eyes also became darker. I want to know, Bankai of Aizen. The next day. Team 9, Editorial Office, after hearing Sui Feng's intention, Lu pouted. Do not know. Sui Feng is a person who has never been ambiguous. With a shake of his little hand, a short sword was directly across Lu's neck. How could you not know? Lu was also a little angry. How the hell could I know? Then TM Kubo and others haven't drawn yet. How could I know? Sui Feng snorted coldly and tightened Lu's neck. Can you say that again? Lu felt his head was dizzy, his arms were numb, and the whole world flew away far away. It seemed that Rem and Ram had come to welcome him to the new otherworld. In my mind, those messy voices reappeared. What should I do? Save or not? Save? Save the FK. Didn't you see that this pervert is enjoying himself? What kind of mess is this thinking? Can't a big man think about something normal? Think about something muscular. It's abnormal to think of a muscular guy, right? Forget it, go on sleeping. That flat-chested girl obviously didn't want to kill him, she just wanted to frighten him. But having said that, this girl is really flat, her neck is strangled, but she doesn't feel anything on her back. After a long time, Lu woke up from the coma. When he opened his eyes, he saw the big eyes of Yuan Xian grew. It's okay, it's not dead, it can still be used. After finishing speaking, Baba Yuan Xiang Ru directly dragged him up and put him on the seat, wiped his saliva and wiped his hands. Okay, the rescue is back, you continue to interrogate. Wait a minute, what was rescued? Why are you still interrogating? Before Lu could make a sound, Sui Feng's short sword appeared around his neck again. Would you like to write now? Lu coughed twice and took a few deep breaths to clear himself up a little. He didn't respond to Sui Feng's words, but first recalled the last time he passed out. The first time he passed out, he also heard a similar sound, but at that time, he thought it was just a dream. After all, he was knocked down by Byakuya's Ryotsu at that time, and he passed out directly, and his consciousness did not stay for too long. But this time, Lu was strangled by Sui Feng and passed out. The speed was very slow, and he had enough time to stay rational. Because of this, he gradually understood. That's not a dream. In the original book, Hitsuga Ichigo, the captain of the 10th Squad, also known as Xiao Bai, once saw her in Meru in a dream like this before entering Seireitei, and even Ryotsu almost froze to death beside her grandma. So it seems that those shouting voices should be my own Zanpakuto. However, problems also arise. First, everyone has one voice, and there are only two special ones. Why do he have so many voices? Could it be a nine swordsman like Zoro? Second, his Zanpakuto seems to think he is a pervert. This is a bit unfair to Lu, since he came to Soul Society, he has been keeping himself clean. Although my old Lu is not young, I am still, commonly known as a virgin. Where is it his turn to be a pervert? Urahara Kisuke who plays cats every day, Kurako Shunsui who regards Zanpakuto as his wife and daughter, Byakuya Kukaki who is a tsundere girl, and Kurotsuka Mayuri who makes Yunmen complete the task of master every day, aren't they all more pervert than him? However, none of this matters. The most important thing is that Lu found that these unknown voices only appeared when his life was threatened. It seems that he has to keep trying to die in order to inspire these guys. Lu is very good at playing dead, and he doesn't need others to teach him, but the problem is, to what extent is playing dead is a problem. Now he doesn't know how powerful these voices are. If it's rubbish, wouldn't he die for nothing? However, after thinking about it, I heard Hisagi Shuai say that his Zanpakuto was windless and automatic, blocking Byakuya's Ryutsu, which means that they should still be relatively top. Byakuya Kukaki, also known as Dabai, although he is not at the top yet, he is already the top combat power of the Soul Society. In this way, it should be fine to fight to the death with these captains of the Soul Society, as long as you don't provoke those old monsters. Lu was still thinking, but Sui Feng couldn't hold it anymore. As the captain of the second squad, the commander-in-chief of the criminal army and the secret mobile force, this is the second time she has been ignored like this. She can't stand it. The first time was Aizen, I endured it for the time being. With a wave of the knife point, a cold light flashed, and a few hairs of Lu fell to the ground. Say it. Are you willing to write it? Only then did Lu recover from his contemplation, and seeing Sui Feng who was already angry in front of him, he couldn't help being overjoyed. This is really someone who wants to doze off, and someone will give you a foot-washing city VIP card. Isn't the target of death coming? Lu coughed. What to write? The tip of Sui Feng's knife pressed against Lu's neck. Write Aizen's Bankai. Hearing this, Lu couldn't help laughing. Aizen's Bankai? Shall I secretly tell you about Shihao and Yoryuki's Bankai? There is such a good thing. Sui Feng became excited when he heard it. To this day, no one knows what Yoryuki's Bankai is, no one has even seen Yoryuki use a shikai. From the very beginning, Yoryuki only convinces people with his fists. I guess you haven't even seen Urahara Kisuke? You know Yoryuki-sama's Bankai. Sui Feng's eyes were full of surprises. If she knew about Yoryuki-sama's Bankai, wouldn't her relationship with Yoryuki be closer than that of Urahara Kisuke? Lu responded with a smile. I don't know. I don't know these two. Sui Feng, who was smiling just now, froze in place, and the next second, she ran away on the spot. Are you kidding me? Who gave you the guts? The enemy's sting. Suzumibaki. Sui Feng ruthlessly freed her Zanpakuto, and the short sword instantly turned into a golden spike with a chain on her finger. She stabbed directly at Lu's mouth. She's going to smash this annoying mouth. Make him laugh. See how he can still smile. Ryutsu, who felt Sui Feng's rampage, heard the penetrating liberation language, and Hisagi Shuai, who had been hiding in his office, rushed out immediately. Captain Sui Feng. Don't. Lu also looked at his vice-captain. Hisagi. Brother. Don't. Why do you want to come out and be a good person again? Chapter 15. Within Seireitei, captains are not allowed to free Zanpakuto at will, this is a normalized order. However, after the Aizen defection, this ban was repealed, as the Soul Society became a bigger threat. Now, even they Bankai are fine. If Sui Feng didn't like her Bankai, she would really want to take out Jakarake Ben and blow Lu to pieces right now. Hisagi Shuai has always been a deputy captain who is very responsible to his subordinates. However, at this time, Lu would rather hope that he is Kurosaki Ichigo who plays with his team members every day. Brother, I'm trying to die. You can't tear down my platform this time. Hisagi Shuai immediately pulled out his Zanpakuto, wanting to rush in front of Sui Feng, but where would Sui Feng from Grandmaster White Hits give him this chance? With a side kick, Hisagi Shuai flew backwards. Sui Feng's piercing speed was so fast that Lu could only see a little bit of golden light. In the next second, Lu only heard a bang. Sui Feng, who had already liberated Zanpakuto, flew upside down, and at this moment, a quaint Hanbei Fang appeared in front of him. This Hanbei Fang sword has a long and slender body, and the hilt is as white as snow, without a trace of variegation, giving people a sense of purity. Hey! It's different from last time. Didn't Xiaobing last time say it was a blue sword? Before Lu could ask a question, he felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a white-haired old man sitting cross-legged in front of him in a void. Lu knows that this is his spiritual world, and this old man should be the embodiment of his Zhan Shendao just like Uncle Zajetsu, but why does the old man look at him so helplessly? The old man spoke first, his voice was a little ethereal, and he didn't know if it was due to kidney deficiency or pretending to be profound. The old man's name is Sword of the God King, and he was fortunate enough to follow Zhang Tegzu, the king of white clothes. For some reason, he fell into the company of a pervert like you. The God King Zhang Tegzu enshrouding the sky. Never heard of him using a sword? No, wait. I haven't done anything yet? Why is it perverted? Lu also had a look of helplessness. I said uncle, I didn't do anything to you, you just called me pervert, isn't it a bit too disrespectful? The old man smiled disdainfully. Since you know the rules of these worlds well, you naturally know that since I am transformed into Zanpakut, it is a part of your soul. You are me, and I am you. If I say you are pervert, then of course you are pervert what? It's just that you, a junior, don't even know that you are a pervert. Lu quickly stretched out his hand and waved it. Well, sir, I can't say no to you. You are right and you are right. Well, I just have 2 questions. First, do you have many friends? I heard it all at the time, and it was quite lively. Why don't you come out and let me see? The old man stroked his beard and sighed. I lost in the boxing game, so I was forced to come out to save you. Everyone treats you as a pervert, and it's too late to hide. Who will see you? Ugh. Forget it, don't argue with this old man. Lu sorted out his mood and continued. Then what skills do you have, old man? Everyone's Zanpakut are very good, so you can't be cowardly. The old man snorted coldly. Humph. I have followed the God King for 400 years. Although I haven't obtained a human form, I can use all the tricks used by the God King. Don't be afraid, Junior. Go out and repel the invading enemies. However, you can call the name of the trick when you do it, but don't call me by my name, I can't afford to be ashamed. After speaking, the old man Whitebeard disappeared, and Lu finally returned to reality again. Grandma, you are also a Tsundere, right? He obviously offered to help, but he still said he couldn't afford to lose anyone. Lu grasped the hilt of the sword as white as jade, and shouted. God King Sword. I saw Sword of the King of God quickly changed back to the original shape of Zanpakut at a speed visible to the naked eye. If you say strike, strike. You know how to fish better than me, Lu. Lu quickly admitted his mistake. Master, I was wrong, I won't call you by my name. Forget it, let's try the power first. Trying to recall Zhang Tegzu's moves, Lu held Zanpakut in his hand and shouted loudly. God King Pure Land. Zanpakut once again turned into the simple Han Bei Fang, and the white light like jade shot out from the sword body. The place shrouded in light suddenly turned into a meadow covered with flowers. At the same time, behind Lu, a towering tree appeared. The breeze blows, and the white petals rise with the wind, dancing wildly in the air, and the sweet spring springs out from the grass, nourishing this pure land like a fairy world. In front of Lu, a tall figure appeared in a trance. He was dressed in white, holding a purple spear in his hand, holding a figure in colorful clothes in his arms. That is probably God King Zhang and Fairy Kaiun, right? The figure slowly dissipated, leaving only Lu holding the Divine King's sword. The entire editorial department has been completely enveloped by God King Pure Land. Hisagi Shuai clutched his chest, staring blankly at everything in front of him. He could feel that his injury was gradually recovering. What is this? Could this be Lu Yu's Shikai? He has never seen it. Wrong. He has never even seen a Shikai who can change the environment. Even Regen Jaka, the oldest and most powerful of the heat system, Shikai is nothing more than releasing flames, and Haran Meru, the strongest of the ice and snow system, can only change the weather at most. What is this Shikai? It seems that this pure land like a fairyland, how could it be just a Shikai? On the other side, Sui Feng was far more shocked than Hisagi Shuai. Because, she is now shocked to find that even though the edge of the God King Pure Land is right in front of her eyes, she can't take a step there even though she tried her best. She was trapped by this God King Pure Land. This is also one of the abilities of God King Pure Land. It can recover from injuries when dealing with friends, but it will never allow it to leave when dealing with enemies. Sui Feng became furious. Lu Yu! How dare you draw your sword at the head of the criminal army? Do you know what this means? Hearing Sui Feng's words, Lu Yu saw her trapped by the God King Pure Land. With a slight smile, Lu Yu lifted the God King Pure Land. The small editorial office reappeared, the giant tall pine tree, the gurgling spring water, and the flowers all over the ground disappeared suddenly. The team members who had just entered the God King Pure Land all felt a sense of regret. How happy would it be to be able to stay there for the rest of my life? Lu Yu stretched out his hand towards Sui Feng. I'm sorry Captain Sui Feng, I didn't do it on purpose. This is the first time Zanpakuto wakes up. Besides, even if I attack you, I can only be self-defense, right? After all, you took the initiative just now, right? Chapter 16. Lu Yu took the initiative to release Shikai, and Sui Feng also released her own Shikai, but she was still in shock at this time. The Battle of Shinigami is the Battle of Ryutsu, which is Aizen's absolute Ryutsu theory. When one side of the battle is absolutely crushed by Ryutsu, then no matter how outrageous and fancy the other side's abilities are, they are doing nothing. This point, Sui Feng actually understands to some extent. Sometimes facing a Shinigami with low ability, she only needs to release a little Ryutsu, and the opponent will lie on the ground and cannot get up. However, just now Sui Feng has been Shikai and released the spiritual power stored in Zanpakuto. Ryutsu has been upgraded to a higher level, but is still trapped in Lu Yu's God King Pure Land and cannot move. This made Sui Feng have a few more doubts. Logically speaking, the current Lu Yu is mediocre, and Ryutsu is not so extraordinary, so according to Aizen's absolute Ryutsu theory, she should be able to easily break through the God King Pure Land. Could it be that this guy poured all his Ryutsu into his Zanpakuto? Seeing the sealed state Zanpakuto in Lu Yu's hand, Sui Feng didn't hold Lu Yu's hand, but jumped up, snorted coldly, and disappeared in place. Shunpo. Sui Feng and Shunpo, trained by Urahara himself, are still very strong. Watching Sui Feng disappear, Lu Yu couldn't help scratching his head. As the saying goes, there is no righteousness in buying and selling, so why doesn't this guy show any etiquette? As soon as Lu Yu turned his head, he saw two small eyes staring at him firmly, and there was a scar on one eye. But if you change someone, you might think of him as Hitaki Kakashi. I said Vice Captain Hisagi, can you stop being so elusive? Hisagi Shuai didn't pay attention to Lu Yu at all, but directly picked up Lu Yu's Zanpakuto, looked up and down, left and right, as if he wanted to see a little trick. This is an ordinary sealed state. Is it the name of this Zanpakuto that you called Sword of God just now? Lu Yu, who had already suffered, remembered clearly that the old man didn't like to be ashamed, so he shook his head quickly. No, didn't you see that he changed back after I called his name? That's not his name. His name is God King Pure Land. Hisagi Shuai also remembered that after shouting God King Sword just now, the sword changed back to its original sealed state shape. However, the appearance just now is indeed beautiful. I have never seen such a dignified Zanpakuto. Hisagi Shuai sighed with Zanpakut in his hand, then raised his head and said to Lu. I didn't expect Captain Suifeng to be unable to move in your God King Pure Land. It seems that your strength is not low. How about it, are you interested in being an officer? But if you change teams, Lu might agree. However, the current 9th squad has no captain, and most of the team affairs have to be handed over to the vice-captain Hisagi Shuai, and he must also hand over the work that he can't finish to the rest of the officers. After coming and going, the chief officers of the 9th squad were much more tired than the chief officers of other teams. Difficult. Forget it, I've just learned Shikai, and I don't have much actual combat experience. Being an officer at this time is just causing trouble for the team. Hisagi Shuai is easy to talk, and Lu is honest, so he didn't delve into this issue, but asked Lu another question. That's fine, but the Shinigami leaderboard you wrote recently needs to be changed. I have never seen any seat officer in Godi I-13 with a Shikai as powerful as you. Where are you going to rank yourself? When Hisagi Shuai asked this question, Lu couldn't help feeling fascinated. Yes, my own Shikai is so powerful, so what if Bankai? Wouldn't it be kicking Aizen and punching him? Officer level? No, with such a powerful Shikai, how could Lu list himself as an official? At the very least, it has to be at the Spirit King level. No, Grandpa has already decided. Lord is the Super Soul King class. At that time, what Uzazili, what Voiceless Yuyin, what Hwajashiba Konghe, all will be included in the Super Spirit Queen's harem group. Master is not shy, he has a very good appetite, oh hoo. Before Lu's dream was finished, Hisagi Shuai's slap had already hit him in the face. Hey! Lu, what's wrong with you? Lu? Wake up! What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly laugh like pervert just now? Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Lu smiled modestly. It's nothing, I'm hungry. By the way, the deputy captain, I'm going to eat first. Hisagi Shuai grabbed Lu who wanted to leave early. You kid, don't even think about getting off work early. Today's work is not finished yet. Yesterday you only wrote one officer rank, and today's one hasn't even been written yet. Hurry up. Finish yesterday's work first. Before, there was always a commander level and an officer level, and today is no exception. We are still waiting for you to send a book. Ugh. People have to go to work when they are alive, and they have to go to work after death to enter the Soul Society. Lu returned to his seat helplessly, thought, and finally decided to write first. After all, now that he has Sword of God King and Pure Land of God King, his strength has jumped a big notch. If he can bring out a few more old monsters that cannot be hidden from the world, will he be able to go up again? One floor? So, do you want to break the news about Yulhabach today? Lu's face was uncertain, but in the end, he still made up his mind. Right. Grandma drops, dead eggs turn upside down, 10,000 years of immortality. Lu took up a pen and wrote. Sub-Spirit King class, Yulhabach. Lu wrote like a snake, and words appeared on the white paper on the table one by one, but in the next second, these words disappeared immediately. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lu couldn't help but gasp. Who is it? Looking at the empty white paper in front of him, Lu stabilized his mind. It couldn't have been Yulhabach himself. Sage Emperor's Psalm records, the sealed king of Quincy regained his heartbeat after 900 years, regained his consciousness after 90 years, regained his power after 9 years, and regained the world in only 9 days. The current Yulhabach is still in the 9 years of regaining his power, he is not the Yulhabach who has omnipotence. So, it can't be him. So besides Yulhabach. Lu raised his head and looked towards the sky outside the window. Is that you, King Ling? Apart from omniscient and almighty Yulhabach, you are the only one who has this kind of power. It's your will. Don't you want your son Yulhabach to be exposed prematurely? Or is this your silent admonition? Do you think I am too weak to provoke Yulhabach? Or, do you think that the power of the Soul Society can't withstand the devastation of Yulhabach? Lu lowered his head, facing the empty white paper, and remained silent for a long time. Chapter 17. After thinking for a long time, Lu finally picked up the pen. No matter what kind of force erased Yulhabach's name, he is not an existence that Lu can provoke. Listen to people's persuasion and have enough food. Since people don't allow writing now, let's start with low-level writing. The 4 forms of Seireitei Kenpeki belong to different levels. At night, Soul Society Seireitei, team building. Yamamoto Genrisai, chairing the captain's class meeting. 2nd Division Captain Sui Feng, 4th Division Captain Anohanaretsu, 6th Division Captain Byakuya Kokaki, 7th Division Captain Komamura Seijin, 8th Division Captain Kurako Shunsui, 10th Division Captain Hitsuga Ichwir, 11th Division Captain Seireitei Kenpeki, Kurotsuka Mayuri, Captain of the 12th Division, and Jaishur Yukatake, Captain of the 13th Division. However, in addition to the big names, there are also a few small people who have been called to the scene. Abarai Renji, Deputy Captain of the 6th Division, and Rukia Kokaki, a member of the 13th Division. Yamamoto Genrisai opened his eyes and squinted. Reports from the present world claim that a new type of ghost named Arankar has invaded the present world, and, for various reasons, Shinigami agent Kurosaki Ichigo failed to defeat the opponent, and with the help of Urahara Kisuke and Shihaoran Yuryuaki, he barely beat them back. Arankar's strength has surpassed ordinary team members and officers. In order to ensure the safety of this world, Room 46 has decided to send a garrison team to respond quickly to this world. However, since the current members of the 46 room have just taken office, they are not very familiar with Godi I-13, so I entrusted the old man to conduct the selection. Speaking of this, Captain Yamamoto knocked the crutch in his hand. Squad 13, Rukia Kokaki. You were stationed in Karakura town before, and you have a good relationship with Shinigami agent Kurosaki Ichigo, so you were selected. Vice Captain of the 6th Division, Abarai Renji. You and Rukia are young, and your strength is not bad. The Captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kokaki, strongly recommended you, so you were selected. Also, Abarai Renji, you can choose anyone to accompany you except the captain. Hearing that Byakuya Kokaki recommended him, Abarai Renji's eyes widened instantly. He is very clear about the temper of his own team leader. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a cold and beautiful boy in the snow mountain. How could such a guy recommend him? But when he turned his head, Byakuya's worried eyes were falling on Rukia, and he didn't look at him at all, and Abarai Renji realized it. It turned out to be a sister control attack. Taking a long breath, Abarai Renji replied. Your Excellency, Captain. I recommend the 3rd seat of the 11th Division, Madarame Ikeku. The captain nodded. The recommendation is passed, Madarame Ikeku is selected, and other captains can also recommend candidates. Seireitei Kenpeki sneered. If that guy from Akaka goes, that guy Ayasukawa Yumichika will definitely go too. There's no way, these two people can't get away from Meng Meng, they can't get away from each other. Chwir, the captain of the 10th Division, helped his forehead helplessly. Our team's vice-captain Matsumoto Ranjaku also said that she also wants to join in the fun. What he said is not a lie, as long as I can get closer to Ichimaru-jin, it is hell, Matsumoto Ranjaku must go to see it. Captain Yamamoto hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay, but in this way, the number of garrison teams in this world is a bit too much. We need a captain to lead the team. Captain Hitsugaya, you will be responsible for leading them. Just when Captain Yamamoto was about to end the selection, a frivolous figure in a floral dress stepped out. Ah, Ah, old man Shan, I haven't said anything yet. Glancing at this incomprehensible disciple, Captain Yamamoto sighed. Jingle, who do you recommend? Kurako Shunsui pressed the brim of his hat and laughed. Staying in the present world is not just as simple as fighting. Arrancar is still a relatively new gadget for us. We need reporters to record everything. For this reason, I recommend Lu, a member of the 9th Division, as a war correspondent, and Baba Yuan, a member of the 8th Division, Xiong Ru as a war correspondent assistant. Lu. Many people's expressions changed upon hearing this name that was recently popularized in Seiling Court. Sui Feng, captain of the 2nd Division, looked disgusted. Anohanaretsu, the captain of the 4th Division, just glanced at Kurako Shunsui. Byakuya Kokaki, the captain of the 6th Division, was expressionless. Komamura Seijin, the captain of the 7th Division, was a little surprised. Frowning, Zaraki Kenpeki, the captain of the 11th Division, snorted coldly with disdain, and Jaishur Yukatake, the captain of the 13th Division, frowned and looked at Kurako Shunsui. His eyes did not move away for a long time. And Kurotsuka Mayuri, captain of the 12th Division, also stood up. I never thought that I would go with the leader of the Beijing band. The Technical Development Bureau also needs Arrancar's Ryotsu data. I recommend the vice-captain, Nai Yunmen, to go with the team. Kurako Shunsui squinted his eyes and glanced at Kurotsuka Mayuri without leaving a trace. The size of this team obviously far exceeded Captain Yamamoto's expectations. He frowned and nodded after thinking twice. Well, let's do it like this. The squad is stationed in this world, and all the team members are limited to crossing the boundary. Let's forget about Lu. Disband. Following the order of the captain, all the participants withdrew from the team building. Kurako Shunsui followed behind Kurotsuka Mayuri. Captain Nai, did Captain Suifeng give you the Arrancar Ryotsu data that Urahara Kisuke just collected? Why do you send Nai Yunmen to participate in such a thing? This is not your style, hey. Kurotsuka Mayuri turns around mechanically. Really? It's not your style to recommend players from other teams to participate in this kind of thing. If I remember correctly, when Urahara Kisuke defected, you recommended Yadumura Lisa, the vice-captain. Kurotsuka Mayuri's tone was calm, but there was an invisible irony in the words. Kurako Shunsui didn't answer the question, just looked up at Kurotsuka Mayuri, chuckled, and left. After he was gone, Kurotsuka Mayuri continued. Captain Jushiro, it's a bad habit to listen to others in the corner, Aizen likes it like that. From the shadow of the trees on the left, a slightly thin figure slowly came out. It was the captain of the 13th Division, Jaishur Yukatake. He coughed twice and said to Kurotsuka Mayuri. Cough, Nai, you're going too far. Kurotsuka Mayuri sneered. Really? I just mocked him, so you can't help it. Jushiro calmly replied. That's not what I'm talking about. If you experiment on the members of the 12th squad, the captain will acquiesce, but if you experiment on the members of other teams, hee. Thin and sickly, Jushiro doesn't give people much sense of threat. He has always been the most friendly captain in Godi I-13. But tonight, Kurotsuka Mayuri could clearly feel the strong hostility from Jushiro. Chapter 18. No. Say nothing. The two deputy captains, Abarai Renji and Hisagi Shuei, conveyed the news to Lu and told him that he would go to the World Transmitting Gate tomorrow morning. Accompanying them are Team Juban's Captain Hitsuga Ichware and Vice-Captain Matsumoto Ranjaku. But none of them expected that Lu's reaction would be so strong. Joke. He almost shook out Urahara Kisuke's panties just now, and now he is going to send him to this world? Isn't this talking back without doing homework? Are you in a hurry to find a draw? Hisagi Shuei frowned. Lu. This is a decision made by Central 46. The candidate was personally selected by the captain, and you were personally recommended by the band leader of the 8th Division Beijing. How can you refuse? Lu was so angry that he knew that this matter had something to do with Kurako Shunsui. My previous reports have already made Urahara Kisuke hate me to the bone. He has sent Sui Feng to test me. Now you want me to go to the world. Hisagi Shuai shook his head. Don't worry. After all, Urahara Kisuke was once one of the captains of Seireitei Godei 13. He must be clear about such big things. Just kidding, if he could figure it out, he wouldn't have made a heaven-defying thing like Hagyaku. If Lu really fell into the hands of Urahara Kisuke, he would probably be dissected and analyzed by that guy. Sorry, I refuse. I'd rather fall into Aizen's hands than Urahara Kisuke's. Chouir had been standing at the door without saying a word since just now. He finally turned around and entered the door after hearing this, and said to Lu. You are just a team member, this is an order, you have no right to refuse. A stalk on Lu's neck. Do you want to kill me? Anyway, I won't go if you kill me. Looking at Lu who refused to die, Abarai Renji coughed, moved closer to Lu, and whispered. This time, it's not just us big men, but also the female team members. Look at the blonde-haired Jura deputy captain next to Captain Hitsugaya, she is also among them. If you can share the same room with Ranjaku-san to rest this time, wouldn't you make a lot of money? Earn big money? Lu sneered. He entered the house with his front foot, and his back foot had to be pierced by Ichimaru-jin's Kamishinai no Yari, believe it or not. Just kidding, this big sister with a proud figure is Ichimaru-jin's childhood sweetheart. Even if Ichimaru-jin died later, Ranjaku has always been guarded. Lu would not do such a conscienceless thing as destroying King Mei. Seeing that Lu was unmoved, Renji was helpless. Logically speaking, all the male members of Godei 13 must have rushed to go when they heard that there was such an opportunity. Why is it different when it comes to Lu? Seeing Lu's life and death, the three of them had no choice but to retreat. In the end, Hisagi Shuai and Renji withdrew, and Chouir jumped up and patted Matsumoto Ranjaku on the shoulder. I leave it to you, Matsumoto, make sure he agrees. Matsumoto Ranjaku smiled charmingly. Captain, don't worry, take care of me. Chouir closed the door reassuringly. Inside the house, Lu looked at Matsumoto Ranjaku warily. Don't look at this big sister's aggressive weapons, turbulent waves, and broad-mindedness, she is a poisonous rose with thorns. Beauty trap? It doesn't exist, if she makes a move, it will definitely be tortured to extract a confession. Don't come here, I will call someone if you come here again. Looking at the wary Lu, Matsumoto Ranjaku gave him a wink. Oh, I didn't expect you to be such a shy person. Lu puffed out his chest. That must be. I am a gentleman, a pure virgin, and the embodiment of Seoul society's morality and ideals. A disdainful laugh came from the corner. Hee, you're not, you're really not. Matsumoto and Lu looked over there together, only to find that there was actually an 8 or 8 Yuan Xiangru hiding in the corner. Lu frowned. Big sister, can you go back to your dormitory to sleep at night, your snoring is really loud. Ba Baiwan Xiangru glanced at Lu, without any response, she said directly to Matsumoto Ranjaku. I've already heard the order from my captain, do you need my cooperation? Give me one night, I can make him sleep for a day or two, and then you can just carry him through the crossing gate. Before Lu could ask a question, Matsumoto Ranjaku replied. Don't be so troublesome, just punch him twice and make him pass out. 88 Yuan Xiangru sneered. You can beat him? He has let Sui Feng down today. Let Sui Feng be deflated. The news of Sui Feng and Lu's action did not spread in Seireitei court. After all, he was the captain of the 2nd Division, the commander-in-chief of the criminal army and secret maneuvers, so he still needed to be shameless. Matsumoto Rangiku heard the news for the first time, and her beautiful eyes were full of shock. I didn't expect that a mere newcomer, Shinigami, could make Sui Feng feel embarrassed. It seems that the leader of the Beijing band recommended you, and he really has ulterior motives. Lu raised his eyebrows. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, leave quickly, don't force me to take action. Matsumoto Rangiku chuckled, rushed to Lu's face in a flash, pressed Lu's head directly, and used the murder weapon to suffocate him. She has used this trick countless times, and all the Shinigami who got caught in the trick said they were obedient afterwards. Lu struggled a few times, and soon felt weakness in all limbs. This soft feeling like falling clouds really makes people feel ecstatic, but this suffocating feeling really makes him uncomfortable. In the confusion, he heard the voice of God King Sword who hates iron but not steel. Tisk tisk tisk. The world is declining, morality is declining, and people's hearts are not old. How did I become his Zanpakuto? After recovering a little bit of consciousness, Lu squeezed out a sentence through his teeth with all his strength. You don't want to know, why did Ichimaru-jin betray the Soul Society, why did he betray you? The white clouds lingering in front of his eyes loosened, and Lu breathed fresh air again, but before he could catch his breath, his collar was grabbed by Matsumoto Rangiku. Do you know why Captain Ichimaru betrayed the Soul Society? Tell me. Seeing Matsumoto Rangiku gnashing his teeth with a look of concern and confusion, Lu smiled softly. Vice Captain Matsumoto, haven't you always been used to calling him Silver? Why is he still so unfamiliar? He betrayed the Soul Society, but it was all because of you. Matsumoto Rangiku loosened Lu's collar and stood there in a daze. What did you say? Chapter 19. Under Lu's repeated request, Baba Yuan Xiangru was kicked out of the room, and even Matsumoto Rangiku set up a simple barrier in the room to prevent outsiders from hearing their conversation. Now, can you tell me the truth of the matter? Matsumoto Rangiku sat across from Lu, and she had gradually calmed down. Ichimaru-jin's betrayal caught Matsumoto Rangiku by surprise. Although she never knew what Ichimaru-jin was thinking or planning, she was sure that Ichimaru-jin, at least, did not hate Soul Society. However, Ichimaru-jin followed Aizen to Hueco Mundo not long ago, dashing all hopes for Matsumoto Rangiku. Even when Ichimaru-jin finally left, Ichimaru-jin's face was full of reluctance, and Matsumoto Rangiku didn't know whether to trust him or not. After finally recovering her breath, Lu said slowly. Ichimaru-jin's betrayal of the Soul Society is just an illusion. All he wants is to take back what was taken from you. Matsumoto Rangiku looked blank. Me? Something that was taken away. Lu sighed. Have you forgotten? The things that the Shinigami took from you. A word from Lu brought Matsumoto Rangiku's memory back to his childhood. At that time, she was just a wanderer in Rukanga, playing with Ichimaru-jin every day. But one day, some Shinigami took something from her. Matsumoto Rangiku didn't know what they took, she just knew that she had been weak and powerless for a long time since then. Even after slowly recovering, she still felt empty in her heart. Lu continued. You are not a weak Shinigami. Decades ago, when Shiba Yushin was the captain of the 10th Division, you were already the vice-captain, but, since Shikai, your way has been cut off. Even if you can materialize Zanpakuto Hanko, even if you can talk to her calmly, you still can't reach the point of Bankai. This is because they took part of your soul from your body. You, with a missing soul, become weak and crippled, and Ichimaru-jin just wants you to get back the robbed soul fragments. His betrayal is just because he loves you. Matsumoto Rangiku didn't say a word, but tears like rain had already flowed down. She covered her mouth and whimpered softly. That fool, that fool. Lu also couldn't bear it. He is indeed a fool. The person who took away your soul fragments is Aizen. He took your soul fragments just to create Hagyaku. After all, you are also a special existence. Matsumoto Rangiku raised his hazy teary eyes. What? I'm special. Lu nodded. Yes, you are the chosen one, there is something special in your soul, it is shard of the Soul King's power, to be precise, it is Soul King's nails. Aizen wants to create Hagyaku, he must have this kind of thing, but he doesn't know it himself. He just thought that some genius Shinigami souls were special, so he kept collecting genius soul fragments and used them to create Hagyaku. He thought he used excellent souls to create simulated spirit kings to produce king keys, as everyone knows, he just used the shard of the spirit king to make the king key. However, once these soul fragments are made into Hagyaku, it will be difficult to separate them. Speaking of this, Lu couldn't help sighing. Ichimaru-jin just wants to save you in his own way, wants to take Hagyaku back, and give you back what belongs to you, but that's already impossible. Hagyaku cannot be destroyed, so naturally it cannot be decomposed, and Hagyaku is even less likely to admit that you are his master, because you are too weak. Lu and Matsumoto Rangiku chatted for an hour. After an hour, Matsumoto Rangiku, whose eyes were swollen from crying, untied the barrier and walked out of Lu's dormitory. Hisagi Shuae and the others were getting impatient, if not for Chweer, they would have rushed into the house and rescued Rangiku big sister. Lonely men and widows live together in the same room. After so long, Hisagi Shuae and Abarai Renji have already simulated many unsuitable plots in their minds. Seeing Matsumoto Rangiku crying into peach eyes now, they are even more shocked. Can make Matsumoto Rangiku suffer, this kid has good physical strength. Looking at these two blushing and thick-necked idiots, Chweer couldn't help but curse secretly, and stepped forward to meet Matsumoto Rangiku. Matsumoto, are you all right? Did he say yes? Matsumoto Rangiku waved his hand. It's okay, he agreed, but there is a request, Urahara Kisuke is not allowed to enter within 100 meters of him. Chweer breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I can guarantee this, if that guy Urahara Kisuke shows up, I'll just drive him away. Having said that, Chweer turned to look at the other two idiots. Okay, Renji, Xiaobing, it's getting late, you two should take a rest too. The next day, a new batch of Seireitei Newsletter was released. Secretly in love with Sui Feng's executive class. This is indeed a good gimmick, but the second one is even more eye-opening. Soul Society's top combat power, Zaraki Kenpeiki. Surprisingly, this report did not directly state Zaraki Kenpeiki's ranking in the title, but only explained Zaraki Kenpeiki's status. Top combat power. This is indeed in line with Zaraki Kenpeiki's identity as the captain of the 11th team. The name of every 11th team captain is Kenpeiki, but only Zaraki Kenpeiki, his name itself carries Kenpeiki. He is Kenpeiki from Rukonga Zaraki district. Zaraki Kenpeiki, the captain of Godi I-13's 11th team, is also the 11th Kenpeiki, and he is the only captain who doesn't understand Bankai. Fighting is his pleasure, opponents are his playthings, his character is unrestrained, Ryutsu is so powerful that even Central 46 is afraid of him. It's just a pity that in order to enjoy the joy of fighting, Zaraki Kenpeiki has unintentionally mastered the method of sealing himself. He keeps reducing his fighting power so that the opponent can last longer and let him enjoy more fighting. The normalized Zaraki Kenpeiki wears the Ryutsu absorbing goggles specially prepared for him by the Technology Development Bureau, and his combat power has been lowered. The editor specifically positions him as the number 1 in the quasi-captain class. Being able to defeat Kenpeiki without taking off the blindfold is the captain's threshold. Besides, Zaraki Kenpeiki, there are 3 other forms. The second type, Kenpeiki with the blindfold off. Chapter 20. Zaraki Kenpeiki's strength fluctuates, which has something to do with himself and his blindfold. After taking off the blindfold, Zaraki Kenpeiki, whether it is Ryutsu or combat power, is one of the best in Godi 13. In order to maintain a fair and impartial attitude, the editor has decided that the normal Zaraki Kenpeiki, who has removed the blindfold, will be ranked first in the captain class. However, even so, Zaraki Kenpeiki's strength still has room to rise. But this may require the Soul Society to pay a huge price. This price may even include the unprecedented villain in the history of the Soul Society, the first captain of Godi 13's 11th team, the first Kenpeiki, and the current 4th team's captain named Yakian Liu, Anohanaretsu's life. This is really throwing a bomb in the toilet, stirring up people's feces. Who is Anohanaretsu? Captain of the 4th Division, Soul Society Godi 13 is the oldest, don't say it in front of her, captain except for the old man Yamamoto. Always treat people with a smile on weekdays, and never get angry. Shinigami is a profession that faces death all year round. Unlike human beings, human death is just a change of soul from this world to Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, or Hell, and most Shinigami are really dead after death. They are originally soul bodies, except for the most sinful and super powerful people who will be accommodated by Hell, others will only turn into spirit sons, dissipate in the 3 realms, and become part of the great cycle of spirit sons. Most of the members of Godi 13 have been treated by the 4th team, and they naturally remember the kindness of the 4th team. Naturally remember Anohanaretsu's kind smile, it is the sunshine that heals them. Mom, what kind of mentally handicapped editor? I'm really getting impatient for daring to arrange Master Anohana like this. Go, go. Teach him a lesson. Although we say we can't kill him, it's okay to kill him. Yes, yes, the law does not punish the public. The law does not punish the public. Come on together, who knows who kicked him into a eunuch? Go ahead. FKU. Not to mention that Seireite Newsletter is completely out of stock, there are still countless crazy fans gathered around the door of the editorial department of the 9th Division, wanting to see the real face of editor Lu Yu with their own eyes, and want a copy of his autograph. These crazy fans are holding stool legs, iron rods, bricks, stones, rotten eggs, rotten vegetables and other solidarity gifts, and all kinds of murderous patterns are painted on their faces. They even brought a big banner saying "Protect Anohanaretsu, FK editor Lu Yu." The words. Have a look. What passionate fans! Hisagi Shuei, the captain of Team 9th Division, stood at the entrance of the editorial department with a look of regret on his face. Why did he agree to let Lu Yu go to this world? Why didn't he take a look at the Seireite Newsletter that was sent to be printed last night? Lazy and lazy, this is all right, someone's fans came to the door with a blade. Everyone, Lu Yu is not here, Lu Yu is not here, please calm down a little. Hisagi Shuei had no choice but to stop them as much as possible, and don't let these crazy players wash down the editorial office of Team 9. Vice Captain Hisagi, it's none of your business. Get out of the way quickly. We only need to find Lu Yu. Yes, your 9th team, don't try to hide him. If he doesn't come out today, we will turn the 9th team's team house upside down. If we don't beat him out of the shit today, he will be clean. Yes. Brothers, go. Looking at the chaotic crowd, Hisagi Shuei only felt that one head was too big, and he shouted with all his strength. Everyone be quiet. Lu Yu is really not here, he has passed away. Come back later. It's a pity that no one listened to him this time. Desperate Hisagi Shuei looked at the crowd in front of him, hoping that he would die sooner and be reborn sooner. The net of black and white. 22 bridges, 66 crowns, footprints, distant thunder, sharp peaks back to the earth, nightfall, sea of clouds, blue sequence full of 2 round, straight to the sky. 77 of Bakud, the sky is so empty. An invisible net was spread over the entire 9th Division, and Katetsu Aizen, the vice-captain of the 4th Division with spells drawn on his arms, appeared on the roof of the 9th Division's team building. And beside her, standing the captain of the 4th Division, the kind person of the Soul Society, a beautiful flower, Anohana Retsu. It's Captain Anohana. Captain Anohana is here in person. Is it Captain Anohana Retsu? Of course, are you blind? Can't you see without eyes? The Shinigami who answered frowned and turned his head to look, only to see a figure in a deadly costume with dull eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm really blind and can't see. The Shinigami who just scolded someone stood there helplessly, with guilt and self-blame on his face. He suddenly slapped himself twice. Show! Brother, I'm not a human, I'm just a beast. Come on, follow me, I'll drag you to meet her. Katetsu Aizen raised his head and said to Anohana Retsu, Captain, the capture is complete, and all the members present have entered the range of Tianting Kong Luo. Anohana Retsu stood on the roof of the 9th squad and said softly. It is good. After finishing speaking, she took 2 steps straight forward, trying to let everyone see her as much as possible, and then said softly. Hello, I'm Anohana Retsu. The most popular captain of Godai 13, with such a gentle tone, how could he be that villain? It must be a rumor. Shameless rumors. Shamelessly smear my sister Anohana for the sake of traffic. Countless team members followed suit and greeted Anohana. Looking at the crowd waving their arms, Anohana Retsu smiled lightly. Everyone is a member of Godai 13, how can we fight in the same room? Even if what others do is not to our liking, we should calmly discuss it, how can we fight? Hearing this, many team members suddenly showed guilt on their faces. Yes, how could he do such a violent thing for such a gentle and kind Captain Anohana? Doesn't this chill her heart? The crowd finally began to disperse little by little. After seeing the angry crowd gradually leaving the editorial office of the 9th Division, Anohana jumped lightly and came down from the roof, followed by Katetsu Aizen. Hisagi Shuae hurriedly greeted him. Thank you so much Captain Anohana. If you hadn't come here in person, I really don't know what to do today. Anohana Retsu smiled kindly. Really? I'm here just to look for Lu. If I remember correctly, he shouldn't have left yet, right? Anohana Retsu's tone was very kind, and his words were very kind, but Hisagi Shuae only felt a chill on his neck. He is one of the few people in the vice-captain who knows the inside story, Anohana Retsu described by Lu, but there is nothing wrong with it. Looking at the stunned Hisagi Shuae, Anohana Retsu slowly opened his eyes that had been squinted because of the smile, and asked in a flat tone. Vice-Captain Hisagi, Lu, he probably hasn't left yet, right? It is true that Lu hasn't left yet, but Hisagi feels that he will leave forever soon. Chapter 21. Hisagi Shuae was the most outstanding student in the same class when he was at Shino Spiritual Art Academy. He was trained as a top student from the very beginning, and many people in Seireitei also had great expectations for him. So from the beginning, he had access to a lot of things that no one else had access to, for example, the history of Godai 13. It is precisely because of this that Hisagi Shuae was able to remember that the name of the first captain of the 11th Division was Anohana Yachienryu, among which Yachienryu was the name she gave herself, because she has mastered all the chopping techniques of the entire Soul Society. Anohana Retsu is her real name. Seeing Anohana Retsu in front of him, Hisagi Shuae swallowed the words of persuasion, turned around and bowed his hands. Captain Anohana, this way. In the team building of the 7th Division, Lu is still lying on the bed and sleeping back to sleep. This is his privilege as a popular editor, but this privilege is self-proclaimed. Because he threatened Hisagi Shuae if he doesn't get enough rest, he won't be able to write a good manuscript, so Hisagi Shuae can only let him sleep in every day. But today, he was stuck in bed by Anohana. After driving away Baba Yuan Gru and Hisagi Shuae, Anohana Retsu asked Katetsu Aizen to watch the door, sat down beside Lu, and gently pressed the quilt for Lu. Seeing this unobtrusive Captain Anohana, Lu was actually very happy. The reason why he pulled out Unohana when he broke the news about Kenpeki was not casual, but deliberate. The strength of all the captains, except Maguruma Kensei, the unit of measurement, should not be underestimated. Anyone who breaks the news may turn the opponent against him. However, it is undoubtedly the most effective and safest for Lu to let Anohanaretsu turn against himself. S choice. First of all, as the first Kenpeki, Anohanaretsu's strength is absolutely beyond doubt. Her current strength is even stronger than that of Zaraki Kenpeki, who has not learned Shikai and Bankai. With her and himself, Lu has the potential to activate even more Zanpakuto. Those guys who call Lu a pervert every day, can't just watch him die, right? They are all prosperous and all lost. And secondly, as the current captain of the 4th Division, Anohanaretsu's kite ability can definitely be regarded as the top level of the first echelon in the current Soul Society. And she likes to obey the rules, so if you turn against her, you don't have to worry about dying, because she can cure people easily, so that you can easily get stuck in bugs, right? Like Zaraki Kenpeki later, killed by Anohanaretsu again and again, and then healed by her again and again. Isn't it beautiful? Lu's little calculation was good, but unfortunately, Anohanaretsu, who was sitting opposite Lu, just kept drinking tea and didn't intend to speak. The two of them remained silent like this for a long time, and it was almost time for Lu to set off to go through the world gate and go to the present world. Anohanaretsu opened his mouth and said softly, "Mr. Lu, are all the reports you wrote true?" Lu nodded slowly. "It should be, all of them. Do you have any questions?" Captain Anohana. Anohanaretsu slowly put down the teacup in her hand, lowering her eyebrows and pleasing to the eye. "No. No?" Lu didn't quite understand. If there is no doubt, why did she come here to sit with Lu for so long? Tired of being idle? However, since Anohanaretsu has no intention of doing anything, Lu is not going to spend too much time with her. Ge Laoliu is about to invade the world, so I have to find Kurosaki Ichigo to get close. That's his future uncle. Yuzu and Xiaolike are waiting for the arrival of Prince Charming. If you have nothing to do, I'll go first. Before Lu finished speaking, Anohanaretsu suddenly said, "Wait a minute, I do have a question." Speaking of which, Anohanaretsu finally looked up at Lu. "In your previous report, Zaraki Kenpeki may need to kill me to go further. So, if he goes further, which step will he go to?" Lu frowned. "This is my next report. I don't have the habit of breaking news in advance." Anohanaretsu nodded, then asked again. "Then what about me? If you want to rank, I will definitely not be left behind. Then, as the protagonist of your report, I should ask about my own ranking. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hearing Anohanaretsu's culture, Lu was silent. He finally understood Anohanaretsu's purpose. Anohanaretsu, already contemplating her own death. Or from the moment she met Zaraki Kenpeki, she was ready to die. What she is curious about is not her strength, but what kind of realm Zaraki Kenpeki can reach after she is used as a sacrifice to make Zaraki Kenpeki go one step further. What she was curious about was whether her death was worth it. Lu, who had already got up to leave, turned around and sat down again. With a long sigh, he said to Anajawa, "If the combat power is at its peak in a single round, Captain Anohana can be listed as the first or second place in the general captain level, but considering various factors, I can only rank you as the second place in super captain class." Anohanaretsu frowned. She was obviously not very satisfied with this ranking. That guy Urahara Kisuke can be listed as general captain class, but as the first Kenpeki, she can only be listed as super captain class. Lu ignored Anohanaretsu's expression and continued to talk. "I am very aware of Captain Anohana's strength, but since you were defeated by Zaraki Kenpeki, you have lost your aggressiveness and regarded yourself as Zaraki Kenpeki's stepping stone. Anohanaretsu squinted her eyes. You know a lot. Lu snorted. Tch, I know more than that. I also know that you have long been ready to sacrifice for Zaraki Kenpeki, you have long regarded yourself as a remnant of the old era, and entrusted the future to the future Kenpeki. It is precisely because of this that I will list you as the second place in Super Captain. Anohanaretsu fell silent. Lu continued. It is true that after the battle with you, Zaraki Kenpeki gradually suppressed his strength unconsciously, but, in my opinion, this is not your fault, it is just the way he enjoys fighting, just like you it's the same as enjoying fighting and learning kite. If you only see yourself as someone else's sharpening stone, then you will be in danger even as the second place in the Super Captain class, but if you can realize the mistake of this, you will still be the same Anohana Yachienryu. Anohanaretsu, the choice is in your hands. The achievement of Zaraki Kenpeki does not necessarily require your sacrifice. However, to protect Seireitei from future disasters, Anohana Yachienryu must be required. Chapter 22. Anohanaretsu listened to Lu's words without saying a word, did not express anything, drank the tea quietly, and left here quietly. Lu's remarks were not aimless. He really appreciates Anohanaretsu, but he has always been dissatisfied with Anohanaretsu's way of sacrificing himself to achieve Zaraki Kenpeki. The existence of Anohanaretsu has undoubtedly improved the combat effectiveness of Soul Society. You must know that, as the first generation Kenpeki, her combat effectiveness and recovery ability are unique to Soul Society. It would be a pity to sacrifice it as a sacrifice. What's more, there are scientists like Urahara Kisuke and Kurosaki Ichigo, so creating an exclusive training ground for Zaraki Kenpeki is not the same as playing. Why sacrifice in vain? If Anohanaretsu can be kept alive, won't Soul Society have an extra powerful combat force when dealing with Yulhabach's guards in the future? Although relying on Anohanaretsu's strength, it must be a dream to go head-to-head with the pro-guard who is playing with the rules of the world, but with her presence, other people's battles will definitely be easier. After all, Anohanaretsu, the nanny of the team, is not small at all. However, that is not something Lu needs to consider now. The time to go to the World Crossing Gate has been delayed, he is already late, and now he has to go there quickly. Yuzu, Natsurai, Longui, Unagi Yumi, you all have to wait for me. Pass through the gate. Following everyone through the gate, Lu looked at Karakura town in front of him and stretched his waist. What a wonderful world! Okay, let's go to that guy Kurosaki's school first. After all, we are transfer students now. We also need Rukia to cheer up Kurosaki. I heard he's been on the decline lately. Luu, Baba Yuan Xiang Ru, Nai Yin Meng, you don't have to follow, don't you have other tasks? For it? Other tasks? Lu's eyes darkened, and he hurriedly asked Chweer. What mission? Why don't I know? It's a pity that Chweer didn't respond to him at all, he just waved his hand lightly, and then 8 Yuan Xiang Ru and Nai Yin Men blocked Luu from left to right. Ah, so soft. I have to say that Kurosaki Ichigo, the ghost father, is still very magnanimous in his treatment of his daughter. At least this is the softness of real materials, not the hard feeling of the most beautiful man-made lady. However, the posture of these two people doesn't look like they want a dragon and two phoenixes, but more like... It's more like trying to drag him to the execution ground. Captain Chweer, what do you mean? Chweer squinted at Luu. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. This is just Urahara Kisuke's promise to the captain that he will spare no effort in the future war against Aizen, but at the same time, he also wants to talk to you. Lu's eyes widened. Brother, what about the deal with me? Didn't you promise me not to let me get close to Urahara Kisuke? What are you doing? Chweer smiled slightly. Yet, Urahara Kisuke won't come within 100 meters of you, but he will chat with you at a distance of 101 meters. Don't worry, we have warned Urahara Kisuke that he will not be allowed to conduct experiments on you, and you will return to Seireitei as usual. Depend on. Do you really believe him when he says he can't do anything? Is that Urahara Kisuke guy believable too? If he hadn't believed in him, Kurosaki Ichigo wouldn't have been led on this path of no return as a substitute for the Soul King. Grandma, are you playing Yindi, right? God King, woo 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 woo. Before Lu finished speaking, Nyanmen, who was as white as jade, embraced all his complaints with a heart as broad as the sea. In less than 10 seconds, Lu passed out completely. Matsumoto Ranjaku pinched his watch and nodded. Okay, it's almost time for Yinmen, let's send him there. Matsumoto Ranjaku is a master at suffocating people with a murder weapon, and his timing is perfect. Well, Captain Hitsugaya, we're leaving now. Nyanmen didn't let Lu go completely, but kept him covered by the snow-white mountains. Yinmen, don't walk over like this, you will be treated as AST. Abarai Renji kindly reminded, wiping his nosebleed. Nyanmen said expressionlessly. Master Kurotsuki Mayuri has already reminded that this Lu may have extraordinary means, and I can't let go until the delivery is confirmed. Also, Captain Abarai, you can look away. Abarai Renji looked away in embarrassment, and glanced at Rukia with a guilty conscience, for fear that Rukia would be jealous. It's a pity that Rukia didn't care about him at all. Rukia looked at it more seriously than him, and looked enviously at it. In a daze, Lu heard the old voice of Sword of the Divine King again. Tisk tisk tisk, even God King Zhong never enjoyed such blessings back then, you really are perverted with perverted blessings. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in the basement of the Urahara store in Urahara Kisuke. It is a bit too much to say that this is the basement. The correct name should be the underground world. This is the training ground that Urahara Kisuke built in imitation of his and Uruaki's training ground in Soul Society. It is extremely spacious. It was here that Kurosaki Ichigo practiced before. When Lu opened his eyes, he was lying on the ground weakly, his hands had been firmly trapped by Bakud 99, forbidden. Before that was over, Tessite Tsukabishi, the former chief kid, was sitting cross-legged on his back. To put it bluntly, Kurosaki Ichigo was treated like this back then. Seeing this kind of scene, even if Lu wanted to struggle, he couldn't help it. Now he can't even get Zanpakuto, let alone Shikai. Urahara Kisuke, do you want to go too far? I'm not Su, and I'm not Arankar, why do you treat me like this? A cry came from the distance of the underground world. Oh! Mr. Lu, you're awake. How did you sleep? Looking up slightly, you can see Urahara Kisuke sitting in the distance drinking tea. Lu sighed. This grandson is now talking to him at a point of 100 meters, and it is obvious that he is disgusted by him. Forget it, Urahara Kisuke, with this situation, do you still need to be so hypocritical? You might as well come closer and talk normally. Urahara Kisuke chuckled in the distance. Oh my, I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be such a good talker. In the next second, Urahara Kisuke, a shunpo, appeared directly in front of Lu. He sat cross-legged, waved a paper fan and said, "It's really difficult to ask Mr. Lu to come over once. However, since we've arrived, I have a few questions. I need Mr. Lu to help me, can you?" Chapter 23. As a prisoner of Urahara Kisuke, Lu had nothing to say, he raised his head. "Can you let this uncle let me go first, I promise not to run away." Urahara Kisuke smiled slightly, waved the folding fan, Tessite Tsukabishi jumped off Lu's back directly, bowed to Lu, and then uncovered Bakud 99, forbidden. Loosening his bound hands, Lu touched directly towards the waist, and pulled out the Zanpakuto with a swipe. But, this, how is it a wooden knife? Urahara Kisuke smiled slightly, and offered Lu a cup of tea. Mr. Lu really did what he said. He won't run if he says he won't run, but he will get it and point it at me. However, even if Mr. Lu is just a team member, I still have to give Mr. Lu a high opinion. After all, Captain Suifeng told Ms. Yuruaki some interesting information. Since there was no knife, Lu stopped struggling. Sitting cross-legged, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Lu said frankly. If you want to ask anything, just ask, I will know everything, and I will say everything. Urahara Kisuke raised his head slightly, his grey-green eyes sparkled like jewels. Really? My question may be a little tricky. Lu continued to drink tea calmly. It's okay, I didn't say everything, I just said that I know everything, and I don't necessarily know everything, right? Urahara Kisuke covered his face with a fan. Oh, this, I have already known through Ms. Yuruaki and Captain Suifeng, Aizen and Ms. Yuruaki's Bankai, Mr. Lu doesn't know, right? Lu is also not afraid of naked loans at this time. Yes. Indeed. Urahara Kisuke nodded slightly. So, how much do you know about Hagyaku? Hearing this crucial term throughout Soul Society history, Lu smacked his lips. Didn't you make that thing? Can you not know? Urahara Kisuke was silent for a moment, and finally shrugged. Indeed, Hagyaku, or a part of this Hagyaku, was created by me, but I really dare not say that I am the first person to understand Hagyaku. After all, Aizen also said that he studied Hagyaku much earlier than I studied Hagyaku. Moreover, I was limited by my identity and could not carry out some experiments, but Aizen could. So, I also need others to help me refer to some problems. Lu said carelessly. Aren't you just curious about Hagyaku's awakening time? Momojiji said so much, why not just say it? Are you afraid that Aizen can make Hagyaku fully wake up early, and then the Soul Society will be caught off guard? Seeing the carefree Lu speak directly what was in his heart, Urahara Kisuke stared at his innocent little eyes, a little surprised. In fact, in the entire Soul Society, there are only a handful of people or things that can surprise Urahara Kisuke. Aizen counts as one, Tessai Tsukabishi counts as one, Kurosaki Ichigo counts as half, and now there is one more Lu. After sorting out his mood, Urahara Kisuke nodded. That's right. I do have considerations in this regard. After all, Aizen is a person who cannot be measured by common sense. I even suspect that the appearance of the Arankars is because he deliberately let me know the progress of Hagyaku's awakening. Lu nodded, and picked up a piece of dim sum from the plate. That's right, you and Aizen really fell in love with each other. You guessed it right. Although the Arankar level of the Arankars is directly related to Hagyaku's awakening, Hagyaku's awakening speed is actually a bit faster. Yes, but even so, you are stronger than Aizen. Aizen is stuck on the 5th floor, and you have to be on the 7th floor. At least, you have a sense of crisis than Aizen. If you can detect Aizen's intentions in advance, you won't miscalculate Hagyaku's awakening time. Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke was secretly relieved. Although he is indeed the most resourceful person in the Soul Society, he is still somewhat helpless in the face of Aizen Kaika Suijutsu complete hypnosis. What if all you see is an illusion? After thinking for a moment, Urahara Kisuke asked the second question. So, where is the limit of the Arankars? This question made Lu stunned. Arankar's limit? According to the theory of Soul Society, Minos Grande is divided into 3 categories. The first category is Killian with only group consciousness, the second category is Ajichas with self-awareness, and can devour other voids for evolution, and the second category is Ajichas. The third category is the top Vasto Lord, also known as Vasto Lord. Among these 3 categories, only Vasto Lord has number 1 Espada Coyote Star K that can Arankar by itself, and the other Arankars are all ripened by Aizen using Hgyaku. However, it is hard for Lu to explain the limit of Arankar. In terms of lethality, number 2 Espada Skeleton King Baragan has clearly reached the scope of the world rules, but judging from the ranking and performance of Aizen, number 1 Espada Star K is obviously more evolved. Lu shook his head lightly. Sorry, I know the strength of the Arankars, but I'm not sure about their limit. Urahara Kisuke frowned slightly, he finally nodded and said. There is no other way, then I only have one last question, Mr. Lu. Excuse me, are you, the embodiment of the Spirit King's will? This is again a tricky and vague question. Lu wanted to answer no, but thinking about before, he wanted to write the name of Yulhabach, but it was erased by an invisible force, so he hesitated again. The will of the Spirit King is something that really exists. Although the 5 nobles, or the ancestors of the 4 nobles, had already cut the Spirit King into a human stick, the will of the Spirit King has always existed. What is mentioned here is not the will shown by monk with big eyes Ichibe Hisub, but the real will of the Spirit King, that is, the will of the Spirit King himself. The history of the Soul Society seems to be full of coincidences, but in fact, it has been advancing along an established path. Although the appearance of Lu has brought changes to this path, according to Yulhabach's theory, this is nothing more than it's just one of many possible futures. King of the Quincy, the appearance of Yulhabach, the birth of Kurosaki Ichigo, the betrayal of Aizen, and the rebellion of Tsunayashiro Tokinada are all traceable. In the final analysis, he is still the sole king. Among them, the most obvious one is the Ode to the Holy Emperor written in praise of Yulhabach. Chapter 24. Sage Emperor's Hymn. The sealed king of Quincy regained his heartbeat after 900 years, regained his consciousness after 90 years, regained his power after 9 years, and regained the world in only 9 days. This seems to be a tribute to Yulhabach's great power, but how about looking at it from another angle? The sealed king of Quincy regained his heartbeat after 900 years, his consciousness after 90 years, his power after 9 years, and the world in just 9 days. But the question is he can take back the world within 9 days? Or can he only take back the world within 9 days? Not long after he took control of the power of the Spirit King, Yulhabach was beheaded by his 2 descendants. From this perspective, isn't this Holy Land hymn a prophecy of Yulhabach's tragic future? You must know that Song of the Holy Emperor existed before the present Yulhabach was born. This is the tradition of Quincy, and in the history of Quincy, there is not only one Yulhabach. The Yulhabach who is still lurking now only uses the name of the legendary ancestor of the Quincy Master, so it can only be regarded as the reincarnation of the ancestor of the Quincy Master. From this point of view, the will of the Spirit King has indeed implemented the entire history of the Soul Society. The omniscient and omnipotent Spirit King has seen through everything and let the future develop in a peaceful direction. Is Lu also a part of it? Facing Urahara's question, Lu shook his head helplessly. I don't know about this either. Do you know that your own existence is the will of the Spirit King? Urahara Kisuke didn't expect that Lu would ask the same question back. He scratched his messy hair and shook his head helplessly. Oh, it seems that I really asked a stupid question. However, at the very least, I can be sure that Mr. Lu is on our side, right? This point is certain, although Lu is also greedy for the lovable Nelly Lu, but there are only a few things that Hueco Mundo can see, and it is not worth abandoning the world for Hueco Mundo. Of course, I must be on the side of justice. Lu said proudly. After all, cups are justice. Urahara Kisuke nodded. Then, I need to ask you one more thing. Please help me to analyze the fighting power of the Arankars. Lu frowned slightly. Although he knew that Aizen didn't pay much attention to these men with ulterior motives, but to touch Aizen's bad luck rashly like this is somewhat of a death sentence. No, death might make you stronger. Thinking of this, Lu nodded immediately. It's okay, don't worry. Soon, I will expel all the combat power of Aizen's subordinates. In a few days, I will send it to Vice-Captain Hisagi through the Divine Messenger. Urahara Kisuke finally smiled heartily. Oh, that's really great. Knowing their strength will definitely be helpful to us. Lu stood up. Then it should be fine now? I have to go to school now. I haven't seen the real protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo yet. He's still waiting to be Kurosaki Ichigo's brother-in-law. Urahara Kisuke smiled and nodded. After walking a dozen steps, Lu stopped again. He turned his head to look at Urahara Kisuke, and said with some hesitation. Mr. Urahara, I have some questions that I need to ask you for advice. Urahara Kisuke was a little surprised. Oh? Is there something even Mr. Lu doesn't know? Lu scratched his head. Although he knows a lot about the Soul Society, in fact, he still has some shortcomings when it comes to competing with these old monsters. Lu thought for a while and asked slowly. If I want to expose the existence of a person, but some existences don't want him to be exposed, and even forcibly suppress me, then what should I do with you? What Lu said was exactly Yulhabach, who wanted to break the news before, but his name was directly erased. Last time he broke the news that Yulhabach failed. Now it seems that there is a high probability that it is the will of the Spirit King, and a small probability that it is the will of Yulhabach. Urahara Kisuke is a little confused about this question. Although he has been away from Soul Society for a long time, he still knows many people in Soul Society quite well. The current Central 46 will definitely not do such a thing, nor is it capable of doing such a thing. As for the captain of Yamamoto, that is even more impossible. The rest. Only the members of King's Special Agent Team 0, and Spirit King. Urahara Kisuke's eyes gradually became deeper. Mr. Lu really? I really don't know what kind of person you want to reveal. However, since you asked, I have a few questions for you. First of all, what kind of ability is that existence that cannot be revealed? Does he have any partners? Does he have a location? These things, it must be impossible to reveal the news, right? Yup. Lu's eyes lit up. Yulhabach can't touch it, so Star-Crossed Knights should be able to break the news, right? Yulhabach's younger brothers should be able to break the news, right? Since it is impossible for the Soul Society to prepare for Yulhabach, then it is okay to prepare for the Star-Crossed Knights and Pro Guards first. If those pervert monsters of the rule system had been known in advance, the Soul Society would not have lost so badly at the beginning. Thank you. Lu said sincerely to Urahara Kisuke, you really deserve to be the man who made Aizen feel scared. I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Watching the back of Lu leaving, Urahara Kisuke clenched his fist and muttered to himself. Really? Aizen, there are times when you are afraid. Hueco Mundo. Void Knight Palace. On the throne, Aizen was resting with his eyes closed. When he heard footsteps shaking at the door, he asked in a low voice. What's wrong? Want? Tosin Kaname emerged from the side corner and bowed to Aizen. Lord Aizen, the sixth Espada, Grimjo Jaeger Jaquez, has gone to the present world with several subordinate officials belonging to him. Aizen smiled indifferently. This is expected, and it's good to let Grimjo try it first. Tosin Kaname frowned. But he went to the present world without the order of Master Aizen, and took a lot of Arrancar with him. This is an act of disloyalty. Tosin Kaname's voice is obviously a little louder. Like Komamura Seijin, he abides by loyalty extremely, but the object of allegiance is different. Aizen didn't react much to Tosin Kaname's anger, he waved gently. Don't be so angry, yes. Arrancar is a heartless beast, how can you be so demanding on them? Come on, take a look, feel this wanton Ryutsu, it's really amazing stuff. Tosen Kaname thought that Aizen wanted him to feel the awakening of Hagyaku, but when he approached and touched the screen, he realized that Aizen was not watching Hagyaku, he was watching a short video. The protagonist of the video, facing Sui Feng, the captain of the second team, yelled God King Pure Land. Aizen's eyes gradually became loving. Really, interesting power. Chapter 25. After coming out of the Urahara store, it was already evening. It seemed that being kidnapped by Nyan men made him dizzy for a long time, and in the basement of the Urahara Kisuke store, there was no way to see any time at all. Lu came to Anu Orium's house first. Oh, Ms. Rangiku, it's so painful. It's so painful. Hearing the screams from Anu Orium in the room, Lu suddenly became angry. Miss Anu is in danger. I have to rush in and save her. That female hooligan named Matsumoto Rangiku, come at me if you have the ability. But before Lu could take a step, a huge ice wall suddenly appeared in front of him, firmly blocking the door of Anu Orium's house. Looking at the ice wall, Lu sighed helplessly. I said Captain Hitsugaya, I was just talking about it, why did you have such a big reaction? Hitsugaya's cold voice came from the roof. Matsumoto is still in the shower, don't go in and disturb her. A Shunpo came to the roof, Lu also sat down, looked at Chwer and said. I didn't expect that Captain Ice would be so considerate to his subordinates. Chwer glanced at him. The captain cares about his vice-captain and protects his vice-captain. Isn't that what you should do? Lu nodded jokingly. That's right. Including the attack on Ichimaru-jin, Captain Ice must have been protecting Miss Rangiku from being harassed by that scumbag, right? Hearing this, Chwer's expression suddenly became awkward. He already knew that his vice-captain Matsumoto Rangiku and Ichimaru-jin were childhood sweethearts, but he was deceived by Aizen at that time, and because of Hinamori Momo's injury, he no longer had much reason. Looking back now, it was somewhat inappropriate for me to be cruel to Matsumoto Rangiku's lover. Soon, though, Chwer thought of something else. When he attacked Ichimaru-jin that day, the fight between him and Ichimaru-jin did not last long before he was stopped by Matsumoto Rangiku, who arrived. He has also been curious about whether he would have won if he had really faced off against Ichimaru-jin at that time. Crooked, Lu, haven't you been doing that Shinigami ranking recently? Where are you going to rank me? Lu squinted at Hitsugaya Chwer, who was still blushing, and smiled. What? I want to know who is stronger, you or Ichimaru-jin. Being exposed by Lu, Chwer's face turned redder, and he coughed. Neither of us killed that day, and that guy Matsumoto suddenly appeared and disturbed us, so I was a little curious. Lu raised his eyebrows. Shouldn't you thank Matsumoto? It was her appearance that prevented Ichimaru-jin from killing Hinamori Momo. What kind of interruption is it, isn't it ruthless? Hitsugaya Chwer was silent for a moment, and finally said hesitantly. Actually, at that time, I was really worried about Hinamori's safety, but from Ichimaru-jin's sword, I didn't feel that he had any killing intent for Hinamori. Even if there is a killing intent, can it be useful? Who is Hinamori Momo? People call Barbie the immortal King Kong of the Soul Society. If you change to another character, you may die if you get a little bit injured. When playing Yulhabach, the captain should have brought her along. As soon as Yulhabach made a shot, he blocked it with Hinamori Momo. Scared of a fart? Lu lay lazily on the ground. That's for sure, he still loves Matsumoto Rangiku, didn't Rangiku tell you when he got back from me? Chwer shook his head. Matsumoto wanted to say something when he came back, but I didn't ask Matsumoto to tell anyone, including me. Yo, he is still a captain who likes to keep secrets. Lu nodded. That's the best way, so as not to cause trouble sometimes. Also, don't you want to ask about your ranking? I can indeed tell you this. According to the strength you have shown now, you can only be regarded as the top 5 at the captain level or the end of the super captain level, but I know that you should hide your strength now, right? Hitsuga Ichigo looked at Lu in surprise, frowned, and finally nodded. This guy even knows Urahara Kisuke's Bankai, and it's no surprise that he knows that. Ichigo said slowly. My Bankai is not yet proficient. I am currently trapped in the first stage. I have to enter the second stage first. My body can't bear it. Lu sighed. I can't help it. The battle of Shinigami is the battle of Ryutsu. The stronger the Ryutsu, the stronger the Shinigami. But the problem is that some people's bodies can't bear their own Ryutsu. After all, Shinigami still has a limit. If you want to break through this limit, you must evolve to another level. Ichigo asked rhetorically. You should be talking about Shinigami's hollow experimented by Urahara Kisuke or Aizen, right? Lu nodded. The paths of Aizen and Urahara are both right. The pinnacle of power in this world is Spirit King, but the Spirit King is a half-breed. Shinigami, Hollow, Quincy, and Full Manifestation are all part of Spirit King's ability. To break through the boundaries, you must go on this road. This is why Kurosaki Ichigo is strong. After all, he is the ultimate hybrid, and he is born with a stable buff, which is not like the 2 substitutes made by Hikoya Sanzuban or Urahara, who are very unstable. Ichigo continued. Forget it then, I am Shinigami, Su is my enemy, how can I be confused with my own enemy? Lu lazy kide. Hehe, the current enemy is only temporary, and there will be even more terrifying enemies to appear in the future. At that time, Su and Shinigami will even join forces. Hearing this, Ichigo wanted to ask something, but Lu waved his hand directly. Don't talk about it. I won't talk about it. After I say it, you won't buy Seireitei communication. Besides, this is not the time to talk about it, right, Captain Hitsuga? Ichigo frowned, not knowing what Lu was talking about, but the next second, he felt the majestic Ryutsu. It's false. Moreover, he is still the king of the universe, Arrancar. Only Arrancar will have such a powerful Ryutsu. Ichigo took a quick look at Lu. He didn't understand how Lu sensed the presence of Arrancar before him. Could it be that as a captain, his perception ability is not as good as that of a team member? However, now is not the time to ask questions. Matsumoto Rangiku has changed into a soul form and came to the top of the building. The loose death suit exposed the towering mountain. Captain! Here they come! The 2 hurried downstairs, and Lu was lying on the roof alone, carefree. Perception? Hehe, what kind of perception is needed to know the plot? Chapter 26. Deroy, Xiaolong, Edelad, Erfurt, Nakim. Hueco Mundo's only designated male god of war, Grimjo, came to the present world with his 5 lieutenants. The 6 Arrancars who fully opened up the probe nerves and Ryutsu rushed towards their respective goals. Number 11, Xiaolong. The guy with a horn on his head covering half of his face was introducing himself to Hitsuga Ichigo calmly. Captain of the 10 Division, Hitsuga Ichigo. Ichigo also returned the salute unceremoniously. Xiaolong narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh? Captain? I'm really lucky. Take your head back. Master Aizen, maybe you will give me a reward. Ichigo replied calmly. Really? Then I'm really unlucky. Even if I beat you, the Soul Society won't reward me. After all, you are only number 11. Xiaolong smiled slightly. Really? So you don't know anything? That's great. On the other side, Nakim faced Matsumoto Rangiku. And in the distance, Deroy faced Rukia and Kurosaki Ichigo, Adorid faced up to Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika of the 11th team, and Ilford faced up to Abarai Renji who was freeloading at the Urahara store. Lu lay on the roof and yawned. It's definitely going to lose a little now, but after the restriction is lifted, it must be fine, right? Inu Orium, who has been downstairs all the time, sticks out her cute little head. Mr. Lu, do you want some bread? Bread? Soft, delicious, sweet and smooth Inu Orium. Oh no, bread? Turning over and coming down from the roof, Lu laughed. I'm coming. Sitting at Inu Orium's home, Lu is dealing with the bread Orium made himself. It's just that Matsumoto Ranjaku's skeleton was lying beside him all the time, which made Lu a little absent-minded. The comatose neighbor lady? What kind of plot is this? Inu Orium didn't eat, and since Lu entered the house, she has been standing by the window, quietly watching Chwer and their fight. Lu wiped the corner of his mouth and said calmly. Don't worry Orium, they won't lose. Inu Orium said with some concern. Captain Hitsugaya's ability is very good, I know that, but I'm worried about Kurosaki. What an innocent little sister, if Lu is really a beast, you will be eaten up and wiped out. Lu patted his stomach and sat by the window. Relax, of all people, Kurosaki is the one who is the least likely to lose. Hearing this sentence, Inu Orium turned his head, with big doubts in his big eyes. Mr. Lu, do you trust Kurosaki so much? Lu nodded. He is the son of destiny, the chosen one, every failure will only make him stronger. It's you, Orium, you like Kurosaki Ichigo so much, why do you still call him Kurosaki every day? Isn't it more kind to call Ichigo? Inu Orium's little face turned red to death. How can I? As the saying goes, big breasts and no brains, this Inu Orium obviously fits this characteristic. I was childhood sweetheart with Kurosaki Ichigo, and I get together with Kurosaki Ichigo every day, my eyes are almost drawn, but my mouth is still unwilling to admit it. That guy Kurosaki Ichigo is also a dead straight man, guarding Inu Orium, wishing to sacrifice his life for her, but he still acts like a drifting every day, unable to kick a fart with 3 legs. It's really torture to see these two dating, it's not as good as the couple of Renji and Rukia. Lu patted Inu Orium on the shoulder. If you like it, force it, confess. What are you afraid of? Kurosaki obviously likes you too. Inu Orium's face was already blushing, and it seemed that he was about to bleed in the next second. Oh! Mr. Lu, what are you talking about? Kurosaki. Kurosaki. How could Kurosaki like me? I can't speak, and I'm not as cheerful as Ms. Kukaki, I'm an idiot, I have to ask Kurosaki to help me every time, how could Kurosaki like me? Lu sighed. Silly girl, think about it carefully, if you are really as miserable as you say, why does Kurosaki still like to play with you every day and protect you every time? Speaking of Kurosaki Ichigo, Inu Orium became interested. That's obviously because I grew up with Kurosaki, and Kurosaki is a guy who likes to help people. You don't know, he helped. Seeing the happy face of Kurosaki Ichigo when Inu Orium said it, Lu was really helpless. Damn, Kurosaki Ichigo really deserves to have saved the world in this life, such a beautiful daughter-in-law is still so loyal, he is so popular. But... Lu looked out the window. At this time, Chwer and Matsumoto Ranjaku have obviously fallen into a disadvantage, and it seems that they can't hold on anymore. Chwer's Shikai is almost useless. Shouldn't limitation release be used? Matsumoto Ranjaku is lying down, hey. If that Arankar kid really cripples Matsumoto Ranjaku, Lu can guarantee that as long as he returns to Hueco Mundo, he will be greeted by Ichimaru Jin's Kamishinai no Yari. He even dared to poke Aizen, what is an Arankar? Watching the battle outside the window, Lu fell into deep thought. The plot is not quite right, is the script wrong? On a roof not far away, Ba Yuan Xiang Ru and Nai Yinmeng were sitting in a row, watching their battle. Looking at the crowd who were clearly about to lose, Ba Yuan Xiang Ru frowned involuntarily. Didn't Vice Captain Matsumoto submit the application for limitation removal long ago? Why hasn't it come down until now? Nyan Men said expressionlessly. I have no idea. 88 Yuan Xiong Ru looked at her with a look of disbelief. You are the vice captain of the 12th division, and your division is responsible for the limitation lifting matter. Isn't this a matter of your words? From the very beginning, I felt that something was wrong. If it wasn't for the band leader in Beijing who asked me to listen to you in this world, I would have done it just now. Now, tell me quickly, what happened? The female team members trained by Kurako Shunsui are all monkeys, and all of them have extremely developed brains, but what they gain must be lost. None of them are as tall as that Matsumoto Rangaku guy. Nyan Men tightly closed her eyes. I have no right to tell you, this is Captain Nai's order. Kurotsuka Mayuri? When Ba Baiwen Xiangru heard the name, he quickly thought of the truth of the matter. Kurako Shunsui should have reached a condition with Kurotsuka Mayuri, deliberately wanting to test Lu through this activity of the garrison team in this world. The reason why the limited cancellation notification has not come down until now must be suppressed by Kurotsuka Mayuri. He just wanted to see Lu's strength when he was forced to make a move. Chapter 27. You, Kurotsuka Mayuri, want to use this battle to test Lu? Baba Yuan Xiangru looked at Nyan Men angrily. Don't you care about the life and death of the team members? Didn't you see that the team members are all in a hard fight? 88 Yuan Xiong Ru said it was right at all. Whether it was the Captain Chwer or the Vice Captain Abarai Renji, they were all caught in a hard fight. What's more, Matsumoto Rangaku had fallen to the ground, holding the magic command machine in his hand, anxiously waiting for the restriction release order to come down. On the other side, Hueco Mundo, the only designated male god of war, Grimjo made a move. Rukia got another hole in her stomach. Hey? Why do you say it again? Kurosaki Ichigo has made his move, but Kurosaki Ichigo, who has been Bankai, is being beaten by Grimjo who has not drawn his sword. Punch after punch, Grimjo crushes Kurosaki Ichigo like a punch. Lu was also lost in thought. Something is wrong. The development of the plot was somewhat beyond his expectation. According to the original plot, this meeting should be over soon, but now, the battle is getting more and more delayed. The Bankai of Hitsugaichware have all disappeared, and the order of limited cancellation has not come down. Kurosaki Ichigo's crescent moon was all used, even Ge Laoliu punched him and flew to Orium's door, and Tosen Kaname, who was supposed to appear, did not appear. What's going on here? Seoul Society Seireitei, Technology Development Bureau. Kurotsuka Mayuri looked at the screen and tapped the button with his finger. Notify Ajin, the order restriction release will be issued after 15 minutes. But, Captain. The questioning team member just said a few more words, and it turned into a puff of smoke with a bang. This is how Kurotsuka Mayuri has always dealt with disobedient players. Art is explosions. I went to the wrong studio, art is obedience. Meanwhile Hueco Mundo, Tosen Kaname is standing by Aizen's side. Don't do it yet, call Grimjo back, Lord Aizen. Looking at the screen with jewel-like eyes, Aizen smiled slightly. No hurry, that little guy named Lu hasn't made a move yet, has he? Lu finally couldn't sit still. Through the thinking just now, he probably already figured it out. Release of limitation. It is probably because of Kurotsuka Mayuri, because the Nirvana dream in the original plot should not have appeared in the present garrison team. The reason why Tosen Kaname did not appear is probably because of Aizen. The two old silver coins want to see Lu make a move. Okay, then come on. To appease Anu Orium, who was still injured, Lu drew his sword and turned into a soul form, and rushed out of the window. Gentlemen, does anyone want to eat bread? As soon as Lu jumped out, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Hitsugaichware's eyes widened. Fool! Go back. These are captain-level Minos Grande, not yours. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the stranger, a little dazed. He had heard about Lu's leaderboard, but he had never seen a real person. And Yinmen and Baba Yu and Xian Gru in the distance stood up at the same time. Nai Yinmen adjusted the miniature camera bug on the collar and pointed it at Lu. Baba Yuan Xiong Ru clenched her fists, she was a little worried about Lu. Kurotsuka Mayuri from Soul Society and Aizen from Hueco Mundo also have straight faces. The main characters they wanted to see finally appeared. Hitsuga Ichware, who had already lifted Bankai, became even more anxious when he saw that Lu didn't flinch in the slightest. Matsumoto. Matsumoto. Is the limited removal order still in order? Before Matsumoto Rangiku could speak, Lu plucked his ears carelessly. Okay, Captain Hitsugaya, you probably won't be able to wait for release of limitation. Some people want to see me make a move, but if I don't move, they won't let the order of release of limitation come down. Come on, gentlemen of Arrancar. I'm not targeting anyone, I mean everyone here is rubbish. With the iconic taunt of Brother Dashi, the eyes of the 5 Arrancars who were still alive became anxious in an instant. Grimjo drew his knife slowly. Hehe, I really don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Whoosh! In the next second, Grimjo appeared in front of Lu. The Zanpakut held high is facing Lu's forehead, and the next knife will cut his flesh and blood, and his head will move. God King Pure Land! Lu held the Divine King's sword and shouted. Zanpakut has once again turned into the ancient Han Bei Fang, and the sacred and pure power is rushing towards the surroundings like a tide. Flowers everywhere bloomed wantonly in the dark night, and a towering giant tree appeared behind Lu. Grimjo held Zanpakut in his hand, and he couldn't cut it down even a centimeter. Not only that, but the remaining Arrancars also found that they couldn't move. Even though they are in the heaven-like pure land of the God King, they just feel as if they have fallen into quicksand. What is this? Grimjo's eyes widened. His previous battles were all on the physical level, and this was the first time he faced the power of the rule system. Lu put his hands in his hands, slowly took a step closer, and said with a smile. This is my Zanpakut God King Pure Land, how is it? Happy? Grimjo was almost out of breath, he had never fought such a fight, he could only be trapped in midair like a chicken in the oven, while the opponent was able to walk around easily. However, he couldn't see any ropes or other constraints, as if the air had just become thicker. At the same time, Hitsuga Ichware couldn't help clenching his fist. Being in the God King Pure Land, he also felt this incredible power. His injuries are slowly getting better, his Ryutsu is gradually recovering, and even his broken Shiba outfit is being completed bit by bit. This is your Shikai? Chware asked in disbelief. Lu chuckled. Captain Hitsugaya, shouldn't you kill the enemy in front of you right now? When watching anime before, what he looked down on the most was the kind of characters who obviously had a huge advantage, and they had to make waves, and they had to lose. It doesn't matter whether you are a decent villain or not, just do it right away, just like a small action movie with less plot, more pictures, and repeated lines, isn't it? Hearing Lu's reminder, Chware also reacted, and quickly raised Haranmaru in his hand. Lu also looked at Grimjo who was trapped in the God King Pure Land and couldn't move. Ge Laoliu, although you are truly the chosen one, and you have lived from the Arrancar chapter to the Millennium Bloody War chapter, Aizen doesn't feel sorry for not killing you today. Anyway, this is a large Arrancar, and it can evolve into Waxu in the future. Grimjo is definitely the Arrancar that Aizen favors. Lu drew his knife and pointed it at Grimjo's chest. Scream, scream. Even if your throat is broken, no one will come to save you. Chapter 28. Just after all the captains took this opportunity to kill all the Arrancars except Grimjo, a slightly deep voice suddenly sounded in midair. 79 of Bakud, 9 obsidian binding. 9 black circular spiritual creatures appeared around Lu, and his whole body was trapped in the God King Pure Land. Hearing this familiar voice, Lu's face darkened. Aizen has many subordinates, but only 2 are loyal, and the one who uses Kid to trap Lu now is one of them. Tosen Kaname. A black cavity opened directly in the sky, and Tosen Kaname, wearing sunglasses, helped Zanpakuto to walk out of it. The 6th, Espada Grimjo Jaeger Jaquez, attacked the world without authorization, dispatched 5 Arankars without authorization, and killed them all. This is all in violation of the orders of Master Aizen. Aizen-sama is very angry, Grimjo. He has always been fearless, even when Lu wants to attack him, Grimjo is always in a daze, but when he heard this sentence, he frowned. Your punishment will be in Hueco Mundo, let's go. After speaking, Tosen Kaname stretched out his arm directly, and a yellow light shone from the black cavity behind him, covering Grimjo. The trapped Lu chuckled, who said you can leave. This time Aizen and Kurosaki Mayuri's plan made Lu very dissatisfied. One was his own teammate, and the other was an enemy who verbally signed a non-interference pact. As a result, both of them were plotting against him. Tosen Kaname turned around and whispered. Shinigami boy, Master Aizen has an order not to conflict with you, so I use Bakud, otherwise you are already a dead person. Tosen Kaname's words made Lu want to laugh. If you really can do it, why stand high in the sky far away, outside the range of God King Pure Land? Are you really treating yourself like a dish? God King Tianzongbu. Like a light smoke, Lu broke free from the shackles of 9 luminaries binding, and appeared directly in front of Tosen Kaname with a single step. What? Tosen Kaname was taken aback. The Bakud he uses is a level 79 Bakud. If most people want to break free, Ryotsu will definitely crush Tosen Kaname, but this brat in front of him is not that powerful Ryotsu at all. The pupils of Chwir, who was resting on the roof, also shrank a circle. What did he cast just now? That's not Shunpo. Is that sound turning Su used? No. Chwir quickly overturned his guess. If it's ringing, you won't notice the traces of his spiritual power. Ringing is space movement. His steps should still be similar to Shunpo's, but it's too almost. Firstly, Tosen Kaname did not expect Lu to be able to break free from his shackles, and secondly, he did not expect Lu's speed to be so fast. But Aizen has issued a death order again, and he must not be attacked. It is very difficult for him now. Bankai Suzumushi Final Form Yama Cricket. The black and green Ryotsu expanded rapidly, and a huge black enchantment appeared, quickly enveloping Lu. This is Tosen Kaname's Bankai. Entering his Bankai, only the sense of touch is left among the 5 senses. People without combat experience can easily be attacked by him. I have to say, as a person who talks about righteousness every day, Tosen Kaname's Bankai is really wretched. However, this is not a difficult task for Lu. God King Pure Land. He cast God King Pure Land directly in Tosen Kaname's Bankai. What? Tosen Kaname watched, didn't watch, but he could feel his Bankai gradually melting and disintegrating like magma appeared in the middle of a piece of solid ice. What kind of weird ability is this? Tosen Kaname didn't dare to be careless, held the knife in his right hand, put his left hand on his forehead, and swiped violently. Hollow. Moreover, this is not Vizard's unsuccessful hollow, his hollow is the complete hollow catalyzed by the complete Hgyaku. This should have been an unusable ability to press the bottom of the box, but Tosen Kaname is a little panicked now that Bankai has been broken. Hollow, is it? Coming out of Tosen Kaname's Bankai, Lu held the knife in his backhand and twisted his neck. Looking at Tosen Kaname's pure white mask, he couldn't help squinting his eyes. Tosen Kaname's hollow doesn't have any special abilities, just pure speed, strength, and Ryotsu enhancements, nothing special other than that. As long as he is in the God King Pure Land, he is still invincible. That being the case, Lu activated God King Pure Land again, and the flowers and grass began to spread around again. Chwer standing on the roof was already dumbfounded, and his brows were already wrinkled into a ball. Tosen Kaname. Hollow. He was not only surprised by Tosen Kaname's depravity, but also by Lu's strength. Chwer never expected that a mere rookie, Shinigami, would push Tosen Kaname to such a point. It's just that Tosen Kaname after Hollow didn't hesitate at all, he avoided the spreading God King Pure Land with a few rings, and then fled directly into the black cavity with Grimjo. Tosen Kaname fled, Grimjo almost died, and the remaining Arankars couldn't escape. This time, it was a big victory for Soul Society. But none of the Shinigami present could be happy. If it wasn't for Lu's shot, even after limitation release, their strength would barely suppress those Arankars. And according to the information obtained before, Espada, who is high above Arankar, is even more terrifying. Grimjo, who beat Kurosaki Ichigo all over the place, is only 6th. Chwer is full of melancholy. Although it is said that Lu's God King Pure Land has recovered a lot of injuries, but Rukia's wounds are too serious, and she was rushed to the Soul Society for treatment. Accompanying her is Nirvana Dream. After all, Nai Yunmen's mission has been completed, she has recorded a lot of good things, and now all that is left is for Kurotsuka Mayuri to analyze. Kurosaki Ichigo simply bandaged and disappeared without a trace. Lu knew that kid should go find a place to be depressed now. The void in him can't be resolved, that's a big problem, and it won't be long before he's going to Vizard to find a solution. After sending some slightly injured guys into the Urahara store, Chwer and Lu sat side by side on the roof of the Urahara store. Looking at the starry sky, Chwer said dully. Lu, it's really thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we might not be able to solve those few Arankars, let alone Tosen Kaname who came later. Lu gave Chwer a blank look. Don't talk about it, you just want to ask Tosen Kaname's ranking, right? Chapter 29. Matsumoto Rangiku, who had finished bandaging, also came to the roof. She stood aside calmly, holding the bandaged arm, and said to Lu. Is there a way for us not to ask? Just a few Arankars have put us in a hard fight. Even if restriction is lifted, I can only be evenly divided with that Arankar. And judging by their numbers, they're nothing more than inferior Arankars. Lu pouted. Don't worry, don't you just worry that Hueco Mundo's combat power will exceed your expectations? I will list Espada's combat power and let you see. Miss Rangiku, get a pen and paper, I told you to write, and I'll send it directly to Captain Hisagi as the manuscript for the next few days. Matsumoto Rangiku was very obedient, quickly found a pen and paper, and waited quietly for Lu to speak. Lu sorted out his thoughts and said quickly. The Arankars under Aizen are divided into 3 categories. The first category is also the 10 most powerful ones, named Espada. They are arranged in order from 1 to 10 according to their killing ability. The second category is from number 11 to number 99 Arankar, these are the subordinate officers of the guys in front. The third category is the guys after number 100. They are eliminated from Espada. They have the power of Espada. They used to have the position of Espada. For various reasons, such as defeat or Aizen using Hagyaku to create more high Espada, and banish them. Arankar, you have seen it before. A part of their Ryotsuo is also sealed in Zanpakuto like Shinigami. The process of liberating Zanpakuto and regaining their abilities is just like Arshikai, except that they call it returning blade. Hitsugaya-Chwer's eyes widened. So, there are far more than 10 Arankars with Espada's strength. Espada's combat power is already above the captain level. If this continues, won't we be inferior to them at all? Lu patted him on the shoulder. Relax and listen to me, don't be so impatient. Have you forgotten that when I ranked the captains of Godi 13, there were also existences beyond the captain's level? Hearing this, Chwir was slightly relieved. Lu continued. Captain Hitsuga's worry just now is not unreasonable. Indeed, although Espada's strength is uneven, but overall, their average is definitely stronger than the captain's level. However, the captains of Soul Society Godi 13 have high and low strengths. The strong ones are naturally stronger than Espada, and the weak ones are definitely weaker than Espada. Arankars after number 100 are equal in strength to the captain level. The Arankars between them and Espada are not as strong as the captain level, but they can be equal to the vice-captain level. Chwir asked. What about the Espada? Lu nodded. The ranking in Espada is actually ranked according to killing ability, which is actually different from strength. Aizen gives a ranking from 1 to 10, but in my opinion, there are a few people in Espada who are in question. The first one is number 1 and number 2 in Espada. Number 1 Espada Coyote Starkey, the name of the blade Lone Wolf. Number 2 Espada Baragan Luzenbern, the name of the blade Skeleton King. Starkey's Ryutsu is stronger than Baragan, but his damage is weaker than Baragan, and, compared to Baragan, he handles it better. The second one is the number 4 Espada Uluxala Sifur who once invaded the real world before, and the name of the blade Blackwing Demon, and his ranking is also different. Although he was also catalyzed by Hgyaku to perform Arankar by Aizen, his ability evolved in the subsequent time. Uluxala has mastered the ability of second return to blade, and his second return to blade is much stronger than return to blade. The third is the scientist among the Espada, number 8 Espada Sailaporo Grands, the name of the blade Evil Concubine. Originally he was number 0 Espada, but he chose the big brother who had already swallowed him. Il Forte Golans split out and lowered his rank. Hearing so many names, Hitsuga just felt dizzy, and he held his forehead. Okay, stop talking, just talk about the final ranking you gave. I feel dizzy. Lu smiled. Well, according to my knowledge, Espada's ranking should be as follows. First, Skeleton Emperor. Second, Wolves. Third, Blackwing Demon. Fourth, Emperor Shark Empress. Fifth, Holy Weeping Mantis. Sixth, Leopard King. Seventh, Evil Concubine. Eighth, Curse Isunga. Ninth, Gusu. 10th, Wrath Beast. 11th, Starkey. 12th, Baragan. 13th, Hurley Bell. 14th, Ulkiola. 15th, Neutra. 16th, Grimjo. 17th, Zomari. 18th, Sail Aporo. 19th, Aranillo. 20, Yemi. After hearing Lu's ranking, Hitsuga was even more puzzled. No, isn't Espada just 10 people? Why did you make 20? Lu chuckled. That's right, there are indeed only 10 people in Espada, but their strength after returning to the sword is so different from their current strength, there is no way to confuse them, so I split them up and included them in the rankings separately. The ranking given by Aizen is actually correct when facing Espada without returning blade, but once returning blade is used, their abilities are completely different or have evolved to a higher level, so look at it separately, a little more scientifically. Looking at the ranking recorded by Matsumoto Rangiku, Hitsuga frowned. Then how do they correspond to the captain level of Godi 13? How to calculate? Lu shook his head. It's impossible to calculate. The strength of the captains is inherently high and low. You have to come up with a standard. Chwir stared at Lu and asked. Then follow me. Didn't you say that my strength is in the top 5 at the captain level? Take me as the standard. Lu looked at Chwir pitifully. If it's your Shikai state, you'll knock down the last 2. After Bankai. I think about it. Barely beat the 9th or 10th place. Chwere was completely stunned. What, you mean, most of Espada's abilities after returning to the blade are in Super Captain class? Lu nodded slowly. That's right, before returning to the blade, the captain level can still fight a dozen, but the ability of Espada after returning to the blade, the average captain can't deal with it at all. Chapter 30. Desperate Chwere looked at Lu in front of him, his brain seemed to be unable to organize words. This. Seeing that his brain was about to shut down, Lu hurriedly comforted him. It's okay, we will definitely win, don't worry, the strength of Godi I-13 is not what you see, just one Urahara Kisuke and I am ranked in the captain's rank, do you think we will lose? That's right, there is also Hinamori Momo, the strongest meat shield in history, the former god who surpassed the Soul King, Kira Izuru, the bird-killing maniac, and the plastic talents of the Soul Society are countless. Hearing Lu's words, Chwere also gradually recalled it. That's right, in the ranking given by Lu before, there are 5 total captain ranks, and there must be many super captain ranks, and above the 2, there are also Spirit King ranks and Sub-Spirit King ranks. With his strength, wouldn't it be easy to beat those Arankars? Chwere rubbed his hands together. Ahem. Then, Lu, look, who are these captains? Can you let me know? Lu chuckled and didn't answer, but went downstairs directly. In the next few days, Lu lived very leisurely, and Abarai Renji hung around the Urahara store to eat and drink, and he also licked his face here for free. Of course, Baba Yuanzian Gru is also here, and Sato Yazutora also came to the Urahara store after recovering from his injury, and asked Abarai Renji to train with him. Urahara Kisuke sighed more than once. I should have asked Uruaki-san to kill this foodie last time. On this day, Chwere also came. In the present world, Urahara store, Urahara underground practice field. Lu is eating snacks and drinking tea, watching Abarai Renji and Sato Yazutora training in front of him. At some point, Chwere also rushed to their side, quietly watching the two training. Lu lazily said. Don't bother to ask, I'm in this world now, and Hisagi Shuai can't control me, just delay it for a few days to rest, and write the rankings in a few days. Chwere only felt the veins on his forehead tense a bit. In the past few days, he has been coming here to urge Lu to update, but Lu is living a leisurely life and doesn't take him seriously at all. What's more, last time, Lu was still considered as his savior, and he was too embarrassed to say anything harsh, and Lu's immediate boss, Hisagi Shuai, was still in the Soul Society and couldn't control Lu, so he can only indulge Lu until now. However, he came here today, really not for this matter. Taking a few deep breaths, Chwere whispered. Don't worry, I didn't come here for this. Oh? Not for this matter? Lu looked up at Chwere. Not for this, then for Jushiro. After Aizen's rebellion, Jushiro went to the Great Spirit Book Corridor managed by the Tsunayashiro family and checked the materials Aizen had read. If I didn't come here today to remind you, it should be that Jushiro found out. Sure enough, Chwere opened his mouth and said. The Soul Society seems to have found something. The dialogue screen made by Urahara Kisuke has also been finished. Today, the captain is going to give us an order. I'm here to call someone. Oh? If Lu remembers correctly, in the original plot, he just gave orders to Chwere, the captain of the garrison team, and asked a new Orium to pass on the message. Why did he come here to call someone this time? Lu frowned. Who are you going to call? Chwere glanced at Lu. You. This did not surprise Lu. After tidying up briefly, he followed Chwere and left, but unexpectedly, 88 Yuanzian Gru, who always liked to cling to Lu, did not follow this time either. Following Chwere to a new Orium's house, looking at the sticky and wriggling screen, Lu just felt sick. It can be seen at a glance that this is Urahara Kisuke hastily made it, and the shape has not been adjusted. After a while, Yamamoto Genrisai's face covered with fine scars also appeared on the screen. 10th Division Captain, Hitsuga Ichigo, Vice Captain, Matsumoto Ranjaku, 9th Division Special War Reporter, Lu, Human, Inu Orium. About the purpose of Aizen, we have investigated clearly. After detailing how Aizen wanted to use Karakura town as a ghost land to create the King Key, Yamamoto Genrisai continued. According to the calculations of Kurosaki Mayuri and Urahara Kisuke, Hyaku's awakening time will take a total of 4 months, but due to the sudden appearance of the defected captain character Tosin Kaname who has been able to completely hollow, Urahara Kisuke changed the previous calculation. He expects Hyaku's full awakening to be within this month. Chuira's eyes widened instantly. This month? How is it possible? So fast? Captain Yamamoto nodded. Because Urahara Kisuke's previous Hyaku is also in an unfinished state, so he can't calculate the stable awakening time, but Tosin Kaname's complete hollow has proved that Hyaku's awakening is much earlier. For this reason, a new order is specially issued to you and other living garrison teams. Having said that, Captain Yamamoto finally opened his eyes. First, due to his excellent performance against Arankar, Lu, a war correspondent, was promoted to the vice captain of the current garrison team, and was promoted to the 3rd seat from the original 9th squad. For this appointment, Lu said, "Sprinkle water." What kind of war reporter? Now it is not too much to say that he is a reporter of the Emperor of War. Hitsuga Ichigo almost overturned, and he had to be saved. Second, all members of the garrison team in this world must stand ready and wait for orders at any time. Third, Inu Orium, because this time is related to you humans, I don't know, can you pass this news to Kurosaki Ichigo? Kurosaki Ichigo has disappeared for several days. Lu knows that he went to learn hollow from those vizards, but he did not disclose this to others. After all, the current vizard has not been vindicated. I have to say that room 46 is really rubbish. The matter of vizard is already a lice on the bald man's head. It's obvious that no announcement has been made yet. It seems that Aizen hasn't killed enough, should we give him a chance to kill him again? Lu was wandering in the sky when he suddenly heard Captain Yamamoto mention his name again. Fourth, Lu. The Espada Real ranking you wrote was published in Seireitei Newsletter 2 days ago. It also includes your conversation with Captain Hitsuga. I have to say that these materials are very helpful for our future operations, but these materials also make the team members of Seireitei Godei 13 fearful. So, at the suggestion of Hisagi Shuei, the vice captain of Team 9 and the editor-in-chief of Seireitei Newsletter, I order you to continue publishing the previous Shinigami rankings, and make sure the team members realize that our strength cannot be tolerated. Look down. Chapter 31. No, Captain, this has nothing to do with me, does it? Chuir asked me to write it. Lu hurriedly blamed him. He was having fun in this world now, but he didn't expect to be urged to change here. It doesn't matter, Yamamoto Genrisai said slowly, this is the order of the captain. The current team members don't have a deep understanding of the strength of Soul Society in Hueco Mundo. Your report is very valuable. As long as you keep updating, you will be the Soul Society's #1 hero in the future war against Aizen. Damn, why is Soul Society still playing the game of painting big cakes and pua? Is this what a leader would do? Lu nodded helplessly. Fine. Fifth Captain Yamamoto continued, Captain Hitsuga, there is someone who wants to talk to you alone. As soon as they chatted alone, the three of Lu Ranjaku Orium immediately understood that they couldn't be light bulbs here. Lu knew that this was Hinamori Momo, the #1 meat shield of the Soul Society, and he was about to wash his Captain Aizen away. Forget it, don't look at it. Inu Orium rushed to find Kurosaki Ichigo, and Lu went back to the Urahara store with Matsumoto Ranjaku. On the way, Matsumoto Ranjaku has been a little absent-minded. When she was approaching the Urahara store, she finally mustered up the courage and asked Lu. Lu, then. Before she finished speaking, Lu said directly. Don't ask. Don't ask anything. I know what you want to ask. What else can Matsumoto Ranjaku ask? Definitely ask Ichimaru-jin's ranking. But Lu didn't want to expose Ichimaru-jin's strength like this. As Soul Society's first infatuated Ichimaru-jin, Lu appreciates it, but exposing his strength will only bring fear to Aizen. Even as long as Matsumoto Ranjaku mentions his name, it may make Aizen alert in advance, so in order to avoid Ichimaru-jin getting off the plane early, Lu still decides that it is better not to let Matsumoto Ranjaku ask it as soon as possible. Seeing Lu's attitude, Matsumoto Ranjaku finally swallowed all his words. Back at the Urahara store, Urahara Kisuke has locked himself up. First, he has to develop something new to deal with Aizen. Second, he really didn't want to see so many freeloaders staying in his house. Lu also prepared pen and paper. The head captain personally reminded him to change. If he doesn't work anymore, it is estimated that Regent Jaka will be the one to meet him when he returns to Soul Society next time. General Captain rank, 4th place, Death Sword Anohana Yachiliu. Since I wrote about Sister Hwa last time, let's just finish writing about Sister Hwa this time. Anohana Retsu, the current captain of the 4th Division, is one of the 4 longest-serving captains, and the captain of the Soul Society who has served as long as the overall captain. The appearance is gentle and peaceful, with long black hair parted in the middle and a big braid, but there is a reason for this hairstyle. Since she has a scar from a battle with Zaraki Kenpeki just below her collarbone, she usually wears her hair in a braid and hangs in front. If there is a fight, it will be untied in front of her chest. If you don't have braided hair, your expression and momentum will become completely different. Thousands of years ago, when Godai 13 was first established, Anohana Retsu named herself Anohana Yachiryu. She was also the captain of the first 11th team, Kenpeki of the first generation, and an unprecedented villain in the history of the Soul Society. However, after being defeated by the 11th generation Kenpeki Zaraki Kenpeki, Anohana Yachiryu lost her aggressiveness. Soon after, she changed back to her original name Anohana Retsu, and from the 11th team to the 4th team. And learned Kite from the King's Special Agent First Officer of 0 Division Oriental God General Kailan Temple Ten's hero. Anohana Retsu, who has mastered Kite, is not only to save others, but also to enjoy the fun of fighting. From the bottom of her heart, Anohana Retsu is still a madman who loves fighting very much. Anohana Retsu's Shikai is Minajiki. After Shikai, Zanpakuto will turn into a huge and flat one-eyed monster similar to a devilfish, and in the state of turning into a creature, Minajiki is able to carry other objects including the knife wielder on his back fly, and the wounded who are swallowed by it are healed quickly. Anohana Retsu's Bankai is all end. When using Bankai, Zanpakuto's blade and surrounding environment will ooze blood in a large area, and the blade becomes a blood blade that can be extended and bent. Her Bankai can make powerful enemies rot due to excessive recovery, and can also make enemies regenerate continuously, rejoining the battle, so that both she and the enemy can enjoy the joy of fighting. The editor listed Anohana Retsu as chief commander, not only because of Anohana Retsu's extraordinary strength and rich combat experience, but also because she, as a member of Godai 13, can dedicate everything to protect Seireitei. But also for this reason, Anohana Retsu regards himself as a stepping stone for Zaraki Kenpeki. From this point of view, Anohana Retsu can only be placed in the 4th place in chief leader class. After writing this article, Lu sent it directly to Hisagishua without changing it. Whether it is the history of Anohana Yachienryu or King's Special Agent Kailan Temple Ten's hero, it will cause an uproar in the Soul Society. But he doesn't care anymore. Isn't it a reminder? Look who's worried. Anyway, he already has God King sword now, and those who can beat him can't beat him, and those who can beat him will wake up the other guys in his soul, which is even better. Now he can't wait for those old monsters from Soul Society to attack him. The only thing to worry about may be Captain Yamamoto. Lu really has no chance to fight against the captain of Yamamoto, and I don't know whether God King Pure Land can hold Region Jaka. If he couldn't bear it the first time, maybe the other guys in his soul didn't have the chance to wake up. Sending the report to Hisagi Shuei, Lu continued to watch the battle in front of him. Sato Yasutara's strength is definitely not comparable to Abarai Renji, but his growth rate is not incomparable to Abarai Renji. Although Abarai Renji has great strength, his own strength is low, so Zabimaru did not tell him the full name of Bankai, resulting in his current Bankai having only half the power. As for Sato Yasutora, only Giant's right arm has been awakened, Devil's left arm has not yet been awakened, and its strength is only half. But Sato Yasutora, constantly fighting with Abarai Renji who owns Bankai, the virtual power in his body will be constantly stimulated. As long as he comes to Hueco Mundo in the future, his power will naturally emerge. After all, Sato Yasutora's ability is still in the category of full manifestation, neither belongs to Shinigami, nor does it belong to Quincy. Speaking of Quincy and full maneuvering, Lu touched his chin. Do you want to write about these in the next issue? Chapter 32. Soul Society, Seireitei. Captain Yamamoto Genrisai frowned as he watched the Lu report submitted by Hisagi Shuei. When Aizen rebelled, he never had such a headache. Captain, I really can't handle it. Hisagi Shuei was also numb. When he saw the words King's Special Agent, he only hated himself for having 2 extra eyes. He is now extremely envious of Tosen Kaname. The king is a spy, he has only seen a few texts in the book. Those words only record the functions of the king's spy, let alone their names, they don't even have their past history. Seeing this report now, Hisagi Shuei felt dizzy, and he hurriedly handed this report directly to the captain. After reading the whole report, Captain Yamamoto let out a long sigh. Hey, this little guy named Lu knows a lot. Hisagi Shuei looked up. Captain, send it, or not. Captain Yamamoto patted the crutch in his hand lightly, and after thinking for a few seconds, he said slowly. Send it, and don't change a single word. The last Espada report made many GOTY 13 players fearful. Although they still have the strength to fight, this state is not conducive to their growth, let alone the future Seireitei. Besides, there has never been a ban on King's agents. The reason why we don't talk about them is just because this is a customary rule. But now, Aizen's strength is unprecedented. So far, Urahara Kisuke and Kurosaki Ichigo, the 2 directors of the Technology Development Bureau, have not found a way to crack Kaika Suijutsu. We are already at a very disadvantageous position. We must give the team members a little confidence. Furthermore, maybe when the time comes, we will still need the Zero Squad team members to help us. Yamamoto Genrisai was just worried about Aizen, but Lu also prepared a big gift for him. Soon, a new issue of Seireite Newsletter was released. The team members once again fell into deep doubts and crazy discussions. Captain Anohana, how is it possible? That's right, Captain Anohana is such a gentle person, how could she be a big villain? UFG only pay attention to beauties, right? Didn't you see the most important news in this report? What are you talking about? Royal Special Agent, BD. That's Zero Team. It's Zero Team that no one dared to mention. This time it was revealed. Squad Zero? How does this editor named Lu know so much? Go back and ask our captain, see if the captain knows. Many players chose to go back to their home teams and ask their captains, but the problem was that many captains were not at home at all. After losing to Lu, Sui Feng realized her shame and was brave. The daily team affairs were handed over to the vice-captain Omadame Rekio. At other times, she stayed in the training ground left by Urahara for training. The third team has no captain, the fourth team's captain is Anohanaretsu. Ever since I found out that Anohanaretsu was the first Kenpeki, the members who came to the fourth team to treat illnesses and injuries have become much more honest. Even the most arrogant and unruly members of the 11th team have obeyed the fourth team members' arrangements. But, likewise, no one has the guts to ask Anohanaretsu about Team 0. Byakuya Kokaki, the dead sister of the 6th team, doesn't care about this kind of thing at all. There is a difference between the top and bottom, he will never talk about this kind of topic with the team members. Komamura Seijin of the 7th division joined the team very late, and he doesn't know much about the 0 division. However, even the part he knew, he didn't tell anyone. As long as Captain Yamamoto doesn't speak, he won't talk nonsense. Team 8. The captain of the 8th division went to the 13th division, the captain of the 13th division is hanging up to recover from illness, the 9th division has no captain, the 10th division captain Chwer is alive, and the 12th division captain is developing new things. The only idle captain is the 11th squad leader, Zaraki Kenpeki. But ask Zaraki Kenpeki, it's a little more stupid than asking for fish. That guy only knows how to fight, so who cares about these things? Jaishur Yukatake is sitting on a futon in the 13th division team building, drinking tea quietly. His health has been poor, so most of the work is done by the two vice-captains, which is also one of his privileges. Kurako Shunsui was sitting opposite to Jushiro, he was also holding a cup of tea, looking at Jushiro's face. Jushiro, I guessed it right at the beginning, this kid really put Captain Anokina in the rank of General Captain. Jaishur Yukatake closed his eyes tightly, drank a cup of tea intently, then put down the cup and said slowly. Chun Shui, you don't care about your own team every day. The affairs of the 8th team are managed by the vice-captain of Nanao Ise. Will she not be exhausted? Kurako Shunsui shrugged. What's the matter? She has no parents since she was a child, and she has always been an independent girl. This little thing can't trouble her. Jaishur Yukatake pouted. It's her misfortune to have you, uncle and captain. Kurako Shunsui didn't pay attention to Jushiro's sarcasm, he put down his teacup and said slowly. You should have seen the Espada Real ranking a few days ago. How is it? How many do you think you can play? Jushiro looked indifferent. My body is enough to survive. Kurako Shunsui lifted the brim of his hat slightly and looked into Jushiro's eyes. Then where do you think he will rank you? Jaishur Yukatake laughed. You, Kurako Shunsui, you came to my side for this matter, right? Kurako Shunsui also smiled slightly. Yeah, even Tianshiro of Kailan Temple, who is known as Sun Li Tianshiro, knows it, so what else does he not know? That is a super senior who is older than us. Maybe, he even knows about Lord Mimihaki. Jaishur Yukatake nodded slightly, with a calm face. Master Mimihaki, he must know about it. Hearing what Jushiro said, Kurako Shunsui was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect Jushiro to give such a firm answer. Jushiro. Did Mimihaki-sama give you any hints? Jushiro shook his head slowly, and didn't say anything to Kurako Shunsui, but said the question that Kurako Shunsui just mentioned. Don't you want to know my position in Lu's ranking? According to my guess, I should be second Spirit King class, the last position. Chapter 33. Kurako Shunsui was a little surprised by Jaishur Yukatake's words, he raised his eyes to look at this and his closest friend. Hey? Jushiro, do you think that you have surpassed Old Man Shan? Jaishur Yukatake smiled slightly, shook his head and said. Lu's ranking is not based on our current position, but based on the peak strength of all of us. Captain Yamamoto should be a little higher than me, right? After all, the teacher hasn't shown his strength for a long time, and he is the kind of person who has been practicing non-stop. Presumably, he has already reached it now. Is it a daunting realm? Having said that, Jaishur Yukatak looked at Kurako Shunsui again. By the way, Chun Shui, aren't you curious about your ranking at all? Having said so much, you don't want to talk about yourself at all. Hearing Jushiro's question, Kurako Shunsui returned to his original hippie smile. Me? I'd better keep a low profile as much as possible. After all, that kid named Lu is really a terrifying person. He knows so much. Jushiro also agrees with Kurako Shunsui. Yet, I didn't expect that the development of Soul Society is really changing with each passing day. When I saw Hisagi Shuei, I already felt that geniuses had begun to appear. Later, when I saw Shuir, I was even more surprised at their growth rate. Now, with Lu again, is Soul Society about to produce another top talent? Kurako Shunsui pouted. It's hard to say if a genius is not a genius, but this kid will definitely bring unprecedented changes to the Soul Society. He knows too much. I'm afraid he knows my Bankai too. Jushiro nodded calmly. Although you may not like it based on your personality, he must already know, and, according to his current analysis, your ranking should also be in the captain's rank. Jingle raised her eyebrows mischievously. Oh? You mean, I'm lower than you? Jushiro smiled slightly. Isn't the captain's rank a compliment? In my opinion, Lu's ranking of the captain's rank is not a simple ranking of strength. The ranking he gave to Arankar only considers strength, but when ranking the captain's rank at that time, I thought about it a lot. I think that the chief captain level he selected should be someone qualified to be the chief captain, not simply strong. Hearing this, Jingle became interested. Jushiro, listen to what you mean, in your heart, you also have the ranking of the captain? Then tell me quickly, that kid Lu will update a chapter in a few days, I can't get enough of it. Jushiro said slowly. To be able to become a captain, you must have the strength, courage, wisdom, and mind of a captain. Lu must have considered these. So, in my opinion, there are 5 general captain level, from high to low, Byakuya, Zaraki, Captain Anohana, and Urahara Kisuke. Hearing this ranking, Kurako Shunsui frowned. Others are pretty much the same as I thought, but this guy Zaraki, can he also become the captain class? Jushiro closed his eyes and nodded. That's right, have you forgotten? Before, Lu also said that Zaraki Kenpeka still has 2 states that have not appeared. Will the state that has not appeared yet be lower than the current state? And Zaraki's ability to take off the blindfold can already rank first in the captain class, then his subsequent 2 states must be stronger, so I think he may be, respectively, super captain class and general captain level. After thinking about Jushiro's words carefully, Kurako still had to agree with Jushiro's theory. Although Zaraki Kenpeka may be a little less rational, but he is much stronger than the average person in terms of strength and aura, not to mention that guy's mind. His 3 seats, Madarame Ikeku, were all defeated by him. The 2 continued to drink tea, but no one knew that the ranking in Jaishur Yukatak's mind was not to say exactly the same as Lu's, but it could also be said to be quite different. Hueco Mundo, Aizen also got the latest version of Seireite communication. Anohana Retsu. I know you are Kenpeki, but I've never met your Bankai. Aizen, who was muttering to himself, stood up and came to the meeting hall of Sui Palace. He used Hagyaku to make Prince of Extinguishing Fire Wanda wise Arankarized, and then said to Ulkiola. Ulakshala, the plan I told you before, let's start implementing it. How to do it, you can figure it out, and you can choose the entourage yourself. After finishing speaking, Aizen was about to leave, but after taking 2 or 3 steps, he stopped again, looked at Grimjo who was sitting high on a platform, and said. Oh, by the way, Grimjo, you probably want to go too, don't you? Grimjo didn't answer, but clenched his fists tightly. In the present world, Urahara Store, underground practice field. A lot has happened these days. First, Inu Orium's instant shield 6 flowers, which was broken by Ironkar before, has been repaired by Hatch Aizen, and has gone to Soul Society with Rukia for training. Second, 88 Yuan Xiong Ru, who had been secretly committing crimes without being discovered, was finally caught by Lu. It's just. Lu wasn't angry either, he just said that in the future, he had to be on top and she had to be below. So, in the middle of the night, he was punched twice by 88 Yuan Xian Gru, and now he is watching Renji train Sato Yasutora with panda eyes. I have to say that Sato Yasutora's progress is indeed rapid, but relying on this kind of strength, it is estimated that in the future it will only be soy sauce. The 88 Yuan Xiong Ru in his arms began to be dishonest again, Lu said helplessly. I said, Ancestor, can you calm down? I have been beaten like this by you, do you want more? 88 Yuan Xian Gru is not forgiving, and his attitude is extremely arrogant. I was interrupted by you yesterday. I'm not full. Lu shook his head. If you're not full, you're not full. Now that so many people are watching, we have to pay attention to the impact. 88 Yuan Xiong Ru got out of Lu's arms, straightened his waist and said loudly. Then I'll double it tonight. Double it, double it. Lu finally knew that when he was a teacher at Soul Society, he woke up every morning with a sore back. Cooperating with this ant who plays on the trampoline every day, the Iron Man will also have to be crippled by training. Urahara Kisuke, who has never shown up, appeared behind the two of them at some point, and said with a smile. Young people are really nice, they don't like to shy away from people. Lu turned his head and gave him a supercilious look. Then you me cats every day and you don't shy away from others. Chapter 34. Urahara Kisuke blushed. Plucking cats, does it mean to shy away from others? Scientists' work, can it be called plucking cats? You are innocent of insulting people out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, there were words like reasonable scientific research and whatever you like. As everyone knows, Shihaoran Yoryuki with a dark face has already walked behind him. Bang Bang hit 2 black punches, and Urahara Kisuke also became a panda eye. Shihaoran Yoryuki looked at Lu with murderous eyes. Do you want to try it too? Lu quickly waved his hands. I don't know anything, I don't see anything, I don't hear anything. Just kidding, with Yoryuki's fist, death is definitely out of the question, but it is still possible to live if you want to die. Didn't you see Urahara Kisuke, who is used to being behind the scenes, was taught by Yoryuki to be obedient? Of these two people, who is the cat and who is the cat, I really can't tell. 88 Yuan Xian Gru was called away by Yoryuki, it seems that she has a strange skeleton, and she also doesn't like to use Zanpakut, so I want to teach her female self-defense. Oh no, instant coaxing. It seems that they are also black-skinned babes, and the two attract like S**X. The two black-skinned babes twisted their waists and left the underground training ground step by step. Urahara Kisuke and Lu, one big and one small, two S**X batchers, kept turning their heads when they saw him leave. Cough cough. Cough cough. The two coughed twice at the same time, relieving the awkward atmosphere. My fellow man, my fellow man. Urahara Kisuke nodded embarrassingly. Lu hurriedly waved his hands. Hey, different way, different way. We both play our own way, each play our own way. Urahara Kisuke didn't understand Lu's overtones for a while, and it took him a long time to come back to it. It's really different. However, Mr. Lu, the Espada real ranking you listed earlier, although the ranking was given, it did not specify the real ability and their respective moves, so it will be more difficult for us to deal with later. Ugh. This person is like this. Greed is not enough to swallow elephants. Lu pouted. What fun is there if I tell you all about this kind of thing? You still have to explore by yourself. Urahara Kisuke smiled slightly, and took out a strange-shaped prop from his pocket, but he knew what it was for at a glance. "I'll trade this with you, how about it?" Lu coughed twice, put away Urahara Kisuke's small gift, looked at the two people who were practicing in the distance, and asked slowly after making sure no one noticed. "Well, this, you haven't used it on your Yuaki, have you?" Urahara Kisuke smiled mysteriously. "Miss, your Yuaki doesn't like this kind of props. This is a product from many years ago. I have many more novel ones here. They can still be traded in the future." "Understood. Your Yuaki loves PSY sticks." Lu nodded and said generously. "Well, this editor will reluctantly introduce you to Espada's specific abilities, and by the way, he can also complete the task of Vice Captain Hisagi. He has been sending me messages every day these days to urge me, what can I say? Too little. He's a hungry man who doesn't know how to feed a full man, one is enough." Lu took out a pen and paper, and wrote in front of Urahara Kisuke. "Espada, not just the differences in heights of abilities, they also represent the 10 ways of death. Today we will introduce the 10th Espada, Yami Largo. The name after the sword is released or returned to the blade, is called Wrath Beast. Yami's first name translates to darkness, and his surname translates to rage among the 7 deadly sins. As the name suggests, the form of death represented by angry beast is anger. Therefore, after returning blade, Yami can also use anger to strengthen himself. The more damage and provocations received, the anger of Yami will continue to accumulate. His returning blade will become even stronger." After Lu finished writing, he threw it directly to Urahara Kisuke. Urahara Kisuke's small eyes are full of doubts. "Is this the end?" Lu stared. "What do you think?" "I'm tired of writing so much, okay." Urahara Kisuke quickly waved his hands. "Oh my, how can this work, Mr. Lu? I gave you a good toy, you have to write me at least 4 more. Lu waved his hand. "Impossible. It doesn't exist. I'm going to find 88 Yuan Xiangru to go back and try it out. Please help me send it to Jinglingting Newsletter first." Urahara Kisuke stood in front of Lu directly. "No. Write at least 4 more." Lu also saw that Urahara Kisuke was not easy to fool, so he took out a pen and paper again, and wrote down all the espadas from the 6th to the 10th. "Is this going to work?" Looking at the 5 pieces of paper in his hand, Urahara Kisuke nodded in satisfaction. "In this way, we can invent some new things for them." Lu sneered. "Urahara Kisuke, I advise you not to waste your efforts in vain. No matter how powerful Espada is, it is not your turn to clean up everything. The sky is falling and it will be a big one. As long as the news spreads, the captain will definitely do it. Ready? As for you, think about how to deal with Aizen first, he is no longer in the realm of an ordinary Shinigami." Urahara Kisuke also heard the meaning of Lu's words, and he also knew that Aizen after merging with Hagyaku must not be able to touch porcelain with just a few captains. Urahara Kisuke lowered his brows and said in a low voice. "The plan for Aizen has almost been done. I am not a god. I can only be perfect, but I can't be perfect. But now, Aizen doesn't know when the war will start, but I'm already a little impatient. I just happened to do some inventions to pass the time. Good guy. Co authoring you, the great inventor of Soul Society, is purely too idle to invent so many things, right?" Urahara Kisuke turned around and wanted to leave, but Lu hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a minute, I thought of something, you have to make something for me." Urahara Kisuke frowned. "Oh? Then I have to exchange the remaining Espada information, I don't have much toy reserves." Lu pursed her mouth. "Don't think I'm as dirty as you, okay? I just want something that can make people bigger and smaller." Urahara Kisuke frowned. "Mr. Lu, you still say you are not dirty. Lu sighed. Oh, it's not about that. Look, I have a friend, and he has an Arrancar girlfriend, but that Arrancar was broken because of the mask, so Ryotsuo is unstable and can only maintain the form of a child. As for me, I am anxious and righteous, and I hope you can help me make a device that can stabilize Ryotsuo, so that she can switch between adults and children as she pleases. Chapter 35. Urahara Kisuke agreed to the request with deep suspicion. First, he suspects that friend is Lu himself. Second, he suspected that this equipment Lu might be used in a bad place. However, this is not something he needs to consider. After Urahara Kisuke left, Lu took the new toy and went to look for 88 Yuan Xiangru. All that needs to be done now is to wait. Wait until a new Orium is taken by Aizen, wait until Kurosaki Ichigo forms a squad to attack Hueco Mundo. Nilu, Hurley Bell, Sun Sun, Apache, Myra. Antelope, Queen Shark, White Snake, Deer, Lion. Forget it, pervert is just pervert, there is nothing wrong with being a pervert. After a few days, Lu sat cross-legged in front of the table, holding a pen in his mouth, not knowing how to write. Who should I write about? I can't write another captain class, and I haven't written a few super captain class yet. 88 Yuan Xiangru was lying on Lu's lap, and said with a bored face. Ziogu, can you do it? Lu has black lines on his face. You don't want to learn everything from the world, okay? Can you learn something better? Look at the teachers of the older generation of artists, their skills are very good, you need to learn more. 88 Yuan Xiangru blushed. I learned it. I can't do it. I haven't learned the snapshot taught by Ms. Urahara recently. It's so hard to say. Urahara is indeed a good teacher. The instant coax she developed is even comparable to some captains. The infinite instant coax, Thunder God battle form, Explosive Flame Warrior and even Shunlong Black Cat Warrior that appeared later are all infinite instant coax, the follow-up version of coax. However, just looking at the appearance of Shunlong Black Cat War Princess, one can tell at a glance that Urahara Kisuke must have contributed a lot in the back. Lu rubbed his neck. Forget it, let's finish writing Kenpeki first, we can't be a eunuch in a hurry, that won't affect us well. Zaraki Kenpeki third form, Shikai form. Shikai name Theshi, wrong no Zarashi. Shikai swallow it, no Zarashi. Zaraki Kenpeki likes to fight, and enjoys fighting and fighting more. He is also the Kenpeki who is most suitable for the name Kenpeki. He enjoys the process of fighting, which undoubtedly increases his fighting literacy virtually, but at the same time, in order to enjoy fighting, Kenpeki it also gradually sealed its own ability. Before there were rumors in Seireitei that Zaraki Kenpeki was unable to seal his own Ryotsuo in the form of Zanpakut because Ryotsuo was too powerful. This rumor was even accepted by Zaraki Kenpeki himself, but in fact it was not the case. Before entering Godei 13, Kenpeki mastered the ability to gradually seal himself, and he himself was unaware of it. It can be said that Kenpeki mastered this ability unintentionally and kept using it. The bored 88 Yuan Xiangru sat up and frowned when he saw what Lu wrote. How is this possible? I heard before entering Godei 13 that the contemporary Kenpeki Zaraki Kenpeki is not the captain of Shikai and Bankai. He doesn't have Shikai. Lu nodded. I didn't say he would either. 88 Yuan Xiangru pointed to the white paper in front of him. Then you are writing nonsense. Lu shrugged his shoulders. I just said that he has this power, not that he has mastered this power now. This power is difficult for Zaraki Kenpeki to experience, and he must experience death before he can experience it. Besides, when did I tell a lie? Don't you like the pose I said last night? 88 Yuan Xiangru blushed. I don't like it. It's too pervert. Lu chuckled. When a woman says no it means yes, I understand, I understand. State. Another punch. Lu became honest now, and continued to write reports honestly. Zaraki Kenpeki has not mastered Shikai so far, but if he continues to improve his combat effectiveness after dying again and again, he can gradually regain his sealed power. Since there is Shikai, there must be Bankai, but unfortunately, until now, even the editor cannot decide the name of Zaraki Kenpeki Bankai, which has a lot to do with his Bankai ability relation. Zaraki Kenpeki's Bankai. When using Bankai, the skin of Kenpeki's whole body will be blood red. There are 2 black lines from the forehead to the bottom of the eyes, and 2 horns grow right above the forehead. Ghostly gesture. Nozarashi after Bankai is in the same state as Shikai, but the blade part of Nozarashi will break from the middle. Although the Zanpakuto under Bankai looks like a broken knife, it is not as powerful as Shikai compare. Bankai changed the most in the appearance of Kenpeki, but not Zanpakuto itself. Kenpeki's speed, strength, Ryutsu were stronger than before when he only took off the blindfold. If you are not careful, it will cause excessively strong damage to the user's body. The editor reminds, do not approach without authorization when Kenpeki Bankai is in state. Kenpeki in Bankai state will lose his mind and attack the enemy frantically. To sum up, Zaraki Kenpeki after Shikai is extremely powerful, and the editor ranks Zaraki Kenpeki of Shikai as the first place in Super Captain class. List Zaraki Kenpeki after Bankai as second Spirit King, the last position. Sub-Spirit King level. 88 Yuan Zion Gru exclaimed. Up to now, the positions of second Spirit King class and Spirit King class are still empty, and the highest one is only the 4th place of Chief Leader class that was just revealed, Anohana Yachiliu. You said earlier that his Bankai only increased Ryutsu and attack power. Could it be that Zaraki Kenpeki is stronger than the captain? 88 Yuan Xiang Ru looked at Lu's report in disbelief, and she couldn't accept it. That's right, since entering the Shinigami Academy, they have been taught that the captain is extremely powerful, the most powerful and oldest Shinigami since thousands of years ago, and no one can replace it today. Lu nodded, then shook his head again. The strength of the captain is difficult to define. His strength is related to his mentality. If he fights with the mentality of doing everything he can to kill the opponent, then he is the top figure in the Soul Society. Even the strongest Zaraki Kenpeki cannot be compared with him. The Sword of Great Fire Regenjaka is such a Zanpakuto. Yamamoto Shigekuni is such a Yamamoto Shigekuni. But if you fight with the mentality of protecting everything and killing each other, then the strength of the captain will be greatly reduced. Speaking of this, Lu's complexion was also a little dark. After all, fire is meant to burn everything, so how can it be used for protection? Chapter 36. The fluctuating Ryutsu in the air has mutated again, and all the Shinigami in Karakura town have felt the restless yet powerful Ryutsu. It's Aaron Carr. Lu knew that it was Xiao who brought Ge Laoliu, Yami and the newcomer Espada to seek revenge. Baba Yuan Zion Gru immediately changed back to Shinigami form, and wanted to rush out of the window, but Lu directly pulled her back. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. We are non-staff members of the garrison team in this world, not combat members. Let their captains fight first. Let's just watch. If we really can't fight, it's time for us to play. 88 Yuan Xiang Ru squinted at Lu. We 2 team members, how many captains and vice-captains are we going to save? Lu patted his chest. Please show some respect. Standing in front of you is the first encyclopedia of the Soul Society, Urahara Kisuke's business partner, Kurosaki Ichigo's close partner, Yamamoto's right-hand man, Aizen's final boss, and the 3rd seat of the 9th division. 88 Yuan Xiang Ru pouted. Only the last one is true. Although she kept talking back, Ba Baiwan Xiang Ru still obeyed Lu's words and did not go out to participate in the battle. Lu nodded, and stretched out his hand to pull Ba Yuan Xiang Ru into his arms. That's right, let them do the fighting, and let's do something fun. Outside the window. Leopard King Grimjo has become number 106 and lost one of his arms. However, he is still very irritable. Without Urkiola's instructions, he went to find Kurosaki Ichigo alone. Last time, it was Kurosaki Ichigo Bankai's knife crescent Skychong that left him with an indelible scar. Although he still suppressed Kurosaki Ichigo in the end, he was not convinced. How can Kurosaki Ichigo get out of his demons without killing him? On the other side, the new number 6 Espada Ruby and number 10 Espada Yami have already faced off with the captain and team members of the current garrison team. Of course, Prince Fire Extinguisher Wanda Wise is still hanging up and playing with butterflies. However, Abarai Renji was not allowed to go out. Urahara Kisuke thought that he had been training with Sato Yazutora and was exhausted, so he wanted to play instead of Renji. After the last restriction removal delay that almost killed all the team members, all the procedures have been simplified. As soon as all the members of the current garrison team came up, the restrictions were immediately lifted. However, this is just useless work. The new number 6 Espada, Ruby Anti-Noel, also performed the sword liberation. Hang him, Mother Tsuda! 8 terrifying giant white tentacles appeared behind Ruby, and the whole picture immediately became weird. How about it, Mr. Captain? 4 against 8, you seem to have no cards. Already trapping 4 crew members with tentacles, Ruby even wants to give Matsumoto Rangiku a facelift with spiked tentacles. Chirp! With 2 clear chirps, a figure wearing clogs and a hat appeared on the ground. Oh my, Captain Hitsugaya, I'm here, so it's about time. Chweer, who had been firmly bound by the tentacles, turned his head with difficulty. Urahara! Be careful! Luyu's information is wrong, this guy is number 6 in Espada, not that Leopard King. Urahara Kisuke raised his hat. Oh, I already know this, Mr. Leopard King has fought against Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo, right, Mr. Luyu? Luyu has also rushed to the battlefield, he wiped the lipstick on his face. That's right, Leopard King Grimjo has been eliminated from Espada. This guy just took office. Don't worry, he can deal with it, but I won't take action. Urahara Kisuke put on a look that I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Luyu, it won't be too late for you to act after I'm defeated. Before the last word was finished, a fist the size of a sandbag flew towards Urahara Kisuke's face. After years of training by Shihao and Yoryuaki, Urahara Kisuke dodged the punch with a single dodge. It was none other than Wanda Wise. Chweer also broke free from Tsuda Niang's shackles, and cast the Millennium Ice prison in Bankai. However, these are just feints. Standing in the shade of the tree, Luyu couldn't help showing a look of admiration. Aizen is really a scary person. First, he pretended to attack the world, and tricked Inu Orium who was hiding in the Soul Society, and then asked Xiaowu to kidnap Inu Orium to Hueco Mundo, and then tricked Kurosaki Ichigo into Hueco Mundo. Once Kurosaki Ichigo enters the Hueco Mundo, use Hueco Mundo's powerful combat power to trap them and force the Soul Society to send reinforcements. Then, the army invaded the world. I have to say, if there is no Urahara Kisuke, ordinary people really can't stand it just because of his way of walking and looking back. However, even Urahara Kisuke figured out his tricks when he came up, but then he was beaten up. If Aizen wasn't proud, Urahara Kisuke's kid wouldn't have been able to penetrate into his body at all. Now, Ulichala should have taken Inu Orium away, and now, all that's left is to wait and attack Hueco Mundo. The battle on the battlefield is changing rapidly. Urahara Kisuke alone resisted the attack of Yami and Wanda Wise, and the new number 6 Espada Ruby was also trapped by the Millennium Ice prison. On the other side of Kurosaki, although both he and Rukia were severely beaten by Ge Laoliu, Hirako Shinji, who came to the rescue, quickly defeated Grimjo by relying on Hollow. But in this way, his data should also be obtained by Aizen. No, even if they don't get their Hollow data, Aizen probably won't take this group of incomplete hollow Shinigami seriously. The Arankars who attacked the present world were defeated one after another, but the leader, the fourth Espada, Ulquiola also appeared. He grabbed Ge Laoliu who wanted to go all out, and directly summoned the negation that Minos Grande used to save his companions. Looking at the weak Kurosaki Ichigo who had just finished hollow, Urahara looked indifferent, and he said silently in his heart. Human beings, you really have gained incredible power. In time, it may be a power that threatens Lord Aizen, but it doesn't matter. Because, the sun has already fallen into our hands. From then on, you can only despair in the boundless darkness. The sun, of course, refers to a new Orium and her shield 6 flowers. Watching Ulquiola rising slowly in the negation, Lu also had a smile on his face. Finally hooked. Nilu, wait a little longer, the big brother will look for you in a few days. Chapter 37. Aizen's plan was perfectly realized. After a bit of intrigue, Aizen's plan to take a new Orium succeeded, and, upon discovering this, the Soul Society almost immediately determined that a new Orium defected. Facing this group of 46 rooms and old-fashioned old men who like to die when they have nothing to do, Lu has nothing to say. That's a new Orium, that's the wife of the future Xiaoling Wang Kurosaki Ichigo, how dare you treat her like that? Members of the Living Garrison Squad heard the news at the Urahara shop. Kurosaki Ichigo was also present. However, Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't believe it, and wants to form his own team to go. Renji and Rukia responded instantly, and Baba Yu and Xiong Ru also stood up directly. She also likes Orium. Only Lu waved his hand. Forget about it, I haven't finished my editorial work yet, so don't make trouble for me. Besides, the big battle is coming, we can't divide our troops. Captain Yamamoto in the screen has a serious face. Not bad. Look at Lu. Learn more from Lu. Abarai Renji, Rukia Kukaki, the people who pick you up are coming soon, wait a minute. As soon as Mr. Yamamoto finished speaking, a world-transmitting gate suddenly opened beside them. Byakuya Kukaki and Zaraki Kenpeki slowly walked out from the gate. Byakuya Kukaki looked indifferent. The captain has already guessed your reaction, Rukia. Facing these two people, no one has the ability to resist. Zaraki Kenpeki, the strongest captain among the 12 permanent captains, Byakuya Kukaki, Rukia's big brother, and Renji's captain, facing these two, they can only be obedient. 88 Yuan Xiong Ru wanted to get mad, but seeing Lu's eyes, she also obediently lowered her head. Lu and the rest of them were left in this world, and they continued to serve as the task of the garrison team in this world. Desperate Kurosaki Ichigo left the Urahara shop dejected. Night. In front of the Urahara store. Lu and Urahara Kisuke sat on both sides of the table, drinking tea slowly. Hearing footsteps coming from the alley, Urahara Kisuke smiled leisurely. Oh my, Mr. Lu, you really guessed it. Mr. Kurosaki really came here. Holding a teacup, Lu smiled coldly. Come on, Urahara Kisuke, if you didn't guess what Kurosaki Ichigo was thinking, would you have researched the method of opening the black cavity in advance? Covering her mouth with a fan, Urahara Kisuke smiled slightly. You really know everything, Mr. Lu. Looking at the two who seemed to be waiting here for a long time, Kurosaki Ichigo looked blank. Mr. Urahara, Mr. Lu, he. Urahara Kisuke put away the fan and stood up. It's surprising, isn't it? Mr. Lu has already guessed your reaction, so he deliberately said those words to deceive the captain. He told me a long time ago that he would follow you to Hueco Mundo, and even asked me to prepare for it. I got an exclusive prop. When Urahara Kisuke said this, Lu suddenly blushed. I have to say that Urahara Kisuke is indeed scientifically gifted, but the problem is. Lu clearly remembered that the prop made by Urahara Kisuke in the original book was a bracelet, but how did it get to him? Urahara Kisuke took out a collar. The taste is quite unique, but the name of Lu pervert may really spread in the future. Only then did Kurosaki Ichigo realize that Lu was already ready to go to Hueco Mundo with them, so he made the previous ruthless reaction. He bowed deeply. Mr. Lu, I have misunderstood you before, please forgive me. Lu chuckled. No, I'm fine. Just kidding, Ichigo and Orium are going to give birth to the existence of future Soul King Kurosaki Ichiyang, how could they leave you alone? Isn't it Nilu? Urahara Kisuke then turned around slowly and said. Everyone, come out, Mr. Kurosaki is ready to go. Sato Yasutora, and Ishida Uryu, who had already recovered the power of the Quincy, walked out from both sides of the Urahara store. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes widened again. Ishida, Sato. How do you? Ishida Uryu adjusted his glasses iconically, and said coldly. What's wrong with me? It's hard to see Orium suffering, will I be indifferent? He is also my friend. Sato Yasutora didn't speak, just tapped his chest lightly with his fist. Facing the willingness of these two people to fight, Kurosaki Ichigo was very moved, but the Arankars that he is about to face are existences that he may not be able to defeat. This time he will go to Hueco Mundo, and he can only escape from death. No, Sato, Ishida, I can't let you go. Your power. Before Kurosaki Ichigo could finish speaking, Sato Yasutora transformed into giant right arm and punched Kurosaki Ichigo with a punch. Kurosaki Ichigo picked up the Zanpakuto and narrowly parried the blow, his face full of astonishment. Sato Yasutora's power has obviously been greatly improved. Sato Yasutora said in a low voice. Ichigo, we didn't sit idle while you were fighting. Lu also stood up. Yeah, I've been in the Urahara store for the past few days, but I can see it all. In order to be able to keep up with you, Sato has worked very hard. Besides, going to Hueco Mundo, it's definitely not enough for the two of us to see. Urahara Kisuke clapped his hands. Mr. Kurosaki, there is no problem, right? Come with me now, the underground training ground is ready, and I can send you to Hueco Mundo immediately. Urahara's shop, underground training ground. On a high stake, Urahara Kisuke held Zanpakuto in his hand, closed his eyes, and said slowly. Put the stone connecting the border in my right hand, and hold the sword that binds reality tightly in my left hand. The hanging chair of the black-haired shepherd, colorful clouds gather, and we hunt ibis. The blue light flashed slowly, and a black hole opened in the air instantly. Mr. Kurosaki, the black cavity is not accessible to ordinary people. The time and space inside the black cavity are nothingness. You must keep moving forward to reach Hueco Mundo. Also, in the black cavity, you need to use spiritual particles to build the road all the time. For this, you can take turns to avoid excessive consumption. Offensive Hueco Mundo 4 is ready, and Kurosaki Ichigo, who is eager to save his wife, is the first to rush into the black cavity. Lu, Sato, and Ishida also rushed in. On the other side, Inu Orium has also arrived at Hueco Mundo's shrine, Void Palace. Aizen, the king of hairspray hands, is sitting lazily on the throne, looking at the timid little girl at his feet. Inu Orium, my son, can you show us your abilities? Just start with Grimjo's arm. Chapter 38. Whether it is Espada or other Arankars, they have doubts about Inu Orium's ability, but this is what Aizen said after all, and they can't express too much doubt. But the new number 6 Espada is different. First, she is still a newcomer, and she doesn't have that much offer Aizen. Second, once Grimjo is actually cured, what is she going to do? Without the slightest hesitation, Inu Orium directly cast Zhuangtian Return Shield and began to heal Grimjo. The Arankars watching from the side were all dumbfounded. Grimjo's arm, which was abolished by Tosen Kaname, miraculously grew out. It's like a miracle. Sitting high on the throne, Aizen showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Ulquiola believes that a new Orium's ability is time return or space return. The new Espada Ruby is already dumbfounded. How is it possible? How can a mere human being possess such advanced abilities? Aizen narrowed his eyes. What you said is indeed right, neither of these two. The ability of Instant Shield 6 Flowers is a rejection to the phenomenon that has already occurred, which is beyond the ability of time return or space return. She easily surpassed the myriad phenomena established by the gods and violated the realm of the gods. If there is anyone who can bring Hugyaku back to its unawakened state, then maybe it's only you. Grimjo had already killed Ruby, and this time, not even a trace of ashes remained. In the entire Void Night Palace, only Grimjo's wild laughter echoed continuously. Hueco Mundo, Desert. The F4 team has already entered Hueco Mundo, but they are also a little surprised in the face of the vast desert. It turns out that Hueco Mundo is such a desolate and dilapidated scene. While heading towards Sui Palace, Kurosaki Ichigo asked Lu. Mr. Lu, Mr. Urahara said, you are a very wise man and know a lot of news that he doesn't know. Can I ask you a question? Lu glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo. What do you want to ask? Your father? Your mother? Your wife? Your child? Kurosaki Ichigo froze for a moment. No. I just want to ask, why did they bring Inu here? Lu has communicated with Urahara Kisuke about this matter, but it seems that Urahara Kisuke did not talk to Kurosaki Ichigo. Sighing, Lu had no choice but to explain himself. The direct target is because Aizen values Inu Orium's ability very much. In this regard, Urahara Kisuke and Jaishur Yukatake also have the same point of view. You may think that Inu Orium's ability is healing, but in fact, her ability is rejection of everything, which is an extremely terrifying ability. Imagine, if Aizen's Hugyaku has fully awakened, but Inu Orium refuses its awakening. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. I understand, Mr. Lu. Orium's ability makes Aizen feel threatened. Is that what you mean? Lu nodded. Yes, but this is only the first floor. There is another reason why Aizen wants to pull Orium into Hueco Mundo instead of simply disposing of it. That is you. Kurosaki Ichigo even stopped walking, he looked at Lu stupidly. Lu thought over and over again, and decided not to explain everything clearly to this stupid big man first. That's right, he brought a new Orium into Hueco Mundo, which means that you must come to rescue her, and Hueco Mundo Espada must be stronger than us, so Rukia and the others must come to rescue you. Then our strength is still not as good as Espada's, so the Soul Society will continue to send reinforcements, and these reinforcements must also be strong captains. In this way, the Soul Society will fall into a taboo for military strategists divide troops. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes are already rounded, he is not a fool, he naturally understands what Lu's words mean. You mean, because I came to Hueco Mundo, Aizen will take advantage of the weakness of the Soul Society to attack the real world and attack Karakura town. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly fell into deep self-blame and doubt. He never thought that he was just a friend who wanted to save himself, but he dragged the whole world down. Lu patted him on the shoulder. That's not necessary, have you forgotten? I have predicted this in advance, and that guy Urahara is also the same. He has already prepared for this world, so you don't need to worry about it. Moreover, what you should worry about now is Orium's safety. Little brother, you can't run away, you run away now, where can I, Lu, find Nilu and the others? Hearing Lu's words, Kurosaki Ichigo calmed down quickly, and he nodded slowly. Thank you, Mr. Lu, let's go. Kurosaki Ichigo and his party set off again and embarked on a journey to the Sui Palace. After the review by the captain, the second report on Seireitei Kenpeiki was released, but this time it took a lot more time than the last one. Because, Captain Yamamoto Genrisai is not sure whether he should send it out. In the end, it was Kuroko Shunsui, a disciple, who dispelled Captain Yamamoto's doubts. After all, that Seireitei guy hasn't shown Shikai and Bankai until now, and I think he doesn't know how to do it. This report is very watery, and not many people will believe it. However, the reaction after this report was published, how should I put it? Now, many members of Godi I-13 are gathered at the gate of the 11th team. They dare not go in, and they don't want to leave. The decisive battle with Aizen is imminent. If Seireitei Kenpeiki can really show super personal strength as Lu broke the news, then they will definitely have a better chance of winning. It's just that they don't want to go in and touch Seireitei Kenpeiki's bad head. Because, among all the people, the person who most hopes that Seireitei Kenpeiki can get Shikai and Bankai is actually Seireitei Kenpeiki. After all, he is a natural battle madman. If there is a chance to gain more power, he will definitely try it. But the problem is, he won't. After learning from other captains that Shikai and Bankai need to talk to Zanpakuto, Seireitei Kenpeiki has been sitting in the yard for 4 days. During these 4 days, except for eating and drinking, he has been staring at his Zanpakuto all the time, muttering non-stop. Crooked talk. The lovable vice-captain Kuzujishi Yachiru, also squatting on Seireitei Kenpeiki's shoulder, yelled at his Zanpakuto. Crooked talk. Chapter 39. There was the last sage in ancient times, Wang Yangming, who knew everything and knew everything. He faced the bamboo for 7 days and nights and almost exhausted himself. Today there is Seireitei Kenpeiki who asked Shikai about the sword, but he is somewhat desperate. Because his Bankai is obediently standing on his shoulders to cheer him up. Wicked. Jian-chan is talking to you. Don't be dumb, okay? Cute Kuzujishi Yachiru is pointing at Seireitei Kenpeiki's scarred Zanpakuto, even with an angry face is cute. Seireitei Kenpeiki scratched his hair full of bells. Crooked, Bakian Liu, there seems to be no way, this guy doesn't want to talk to me at all. Is it because I'm too weak now? Yachiliu straightened her body. What nonsense is Xiaojian talking about? Xiaojian is the strongest. Seireitei Kenpeiki pulled out the Zanpakuto stuck in the ground, slowly stroked the scarred blade, and said in a low voice. But I lost to that guy Ichigo. Kuzujishi Yachiru jumped off Seireitei Kenpeiki's shoulders, took his hand and said. That's why I thought that little Ichigo guy was fighting with 2 people. It's not fair for them to fight 1 against 2. Seireitei Kenpeiki scabbard Zanpakuto and said firmly. Even if this is the case, then I lost. I have to find someone stronger to fight. Didn't Lu say that I have to face death in order to gradually improve? But the question is, who should we hit first? Seireitei Kenpeiki fell into a deep confusion. Kuzujishi Yachiru raised his hands happily. Then let's fight Kurosaki Mayuri. That guy is weird and doesn't look like an easy hacker. Seireitei Kenpeiki also nodded. Not bad. That's him. On the other side of the Searing Court, in the number 6 team building, Abarai Renji, with a wretched face, tiptoed around, trying to sneak out of the number 6 team building without being noticed. But in the next second, he smelled a familiar smell, and also felt the astonishing murderous aura coming from behind him. Renji, the captain of the 6th division, the current head of the Kukaki family, the second man in the Soul Society, Byakuya Kukaki, is standing behind Renji. Abarai Renji had no choice but to turn around slowly. Team leader. There is no way, Shunpo, the team leader, learned from Flash Goddess Shihaoran Yoryuaki, and Yoryuaki even taught him the unique Shunpo of the Shihaoran family. It is still a bit difficult to escape under his nose. Renji, where are you going? Byakuya Kukaki looked at Abarai Renji indifferently, as if looking at a piece of wood. Renji looked at his captain with embarrassment. I'm going to the 13th division, to see Rukia, she's in a bad mood recently. Yes, in a bad mood. I want to go and see her. Ever since he found out that his captain is a sister-in-law, Abarai Renji has also found the secret to getting along with Byakuya Kukaki. As long as Rukia Kukaki is put in front as a shield, Byakuya will never be angry. Sure enough, Byakuya nodded. Okay, but... Hearing that, Renji's heart sank again. Byakuya Kukaki took out 2 sets of clothes from behind and handed them to Renji. Hueco Mundo is very windy and sandy. This is the sand-proof suit I arranged for my family to make. I have already asked Kurosaki Mayuri. He can't open the black cavity. If you want to get in, you have to find Urahara Kisuke. Go. Looking at Byakuya, who suddenly became gentle, Renji felt a little strange. Turns out Byakuya saw through their plan to sneak into Hueco Mundo long ago. Moreover, he has made all the preparations in advance. Renji bowed deeply. Captain. Thank you. Byakuya gave Renji a cold look. If it wasn't for Rukia, who the FK cares about you, Renji? Remember, don't let Rukia get hurt, bring her back. Renji got down on one knee directly. This subordinate understands. Even if this subordinate is desperate, I must bring Rukia back safely. With Renji's guarantee, Byakuya left leisurely. The team building of the first team of Seiling Court. Holding Urahara Kisuke's report in hand, the captain of the first team, Captain Yamamoto, let out a long sigh. Confirm, is it true? The report in his hand is the joint report of Urahara Kisuke and Lu. In this report, Aizen's possible follow-up actions are described in detail, and it is recommended that Captain Yamamoto arrange the final battle in advance. Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 8th squad who still has 2 eyes, and Kurosaki Mayuri, the first cosplay of Soul Society, stood in front of him. Kurako Shunsui replied slowly. Old man Shan, it is confirmed that the submitters of this report are Urahara Kisuke and Lu. After review by Captain Nai and I, we have confirmed that the probability of Aizen launching a final battle is very high, and our chances of victory in the final battle are not high. Big. Captain Yamamoto looked at his most outstanding disciple, then at Kurosaki Mayuri, the current director of the Technology Development Bureau of the Soul Society, and finally turned his attention back to the report in his hand. Kurosaki Ichigo? Are we going to put all our hopes on a human? This. Kurako Shunsui slowly took out another report from his pocket. This is a record of Baba Yuan Xiangru, a member of the 8th Division. She has been observing Lu from a close distance, and recorded a part of Lu's dream talk. This is part of it. I think you need to take a look. Seeing that the most outstanding disciple of his family turned out to be a PP, Captain Yamamoto blew his beard and stared angrily, but he couldn't care so much at this time. He took it over angrily and reported it, but at the first glance, he was dumbfounded. Living. The last Crescent Sky Chung substitute for the Soul King hidden power hybrid of the Quincy and Shinigami Shiba family future Soul King. One word after another provoked Captain Yamamoto's nerves. In the end, he slowly put down the report in his hand, and then gently sipped the report with his fingers. A little flame immediately burned the report to ashes. Hey! I've lived for so long, this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Quincy, how far away it is. Kurosaki Mayuri grinned grimly. Is the Quincy far away? Isn't that Ishida Uriu who came to Soul Society last time not the Quincy? Captain, I still have the previous opinion, and we must take necessary actions against the Quincy and its descendants. Captain Yamamoto looked at the ashes just now, and after a long silence, he slowly said. Let's focus on the current decisive battle first, Chun Shui, and send a message to Lu, asking him to hand in the remaining Espada report immediately, and also, let him hand in another secret report on the Quincy. Kurako Shunsui's face suddenly became very exciting, he scratched his bamboo hat, and said helplessly. he has gone to Hueco Mundo. Chapter 40. Captain Yamamoto's eyes widened. Didn't he look down on Kurosaki Ichigo's impulsive behavior? How could he follow? Kurako Shunsui once again took out the third report from his arms. This is a report written by Lu, which was handed in by 88 Yuan Xiangru. Moreover, the report you just read before was also handed in by 88 Yuan Xiangru after it was reviewed by Lu. These are all it was Lu who wanted us to know. Captain Yamamoto was not in a hurry to read the report. He first looked at Kurako Shunsui. Chun Shui, your team members, can't you control yourself? Kurako Shunsui shrugged helplessly. Women don't stay in college, they stay to form a grudge. She is now Lu's person, so naturally she follows him with one heart. I don't care about it, old man Shan, you are an old man, so don't care about it. Seeing his incomprehensible disciple, Captain Yamamoto pulled him over to report and looked at it carefully. This report is not about Lu's actions, but Espada's report. In this report, Lu describes all Espada's abilities in detail. Espada represents the 10 forms of death, and the top 5 Espadas are even more powerful. The number 1 Espada Star K represents the form of death Solitude. He is the only 4 of the Espadas at the level of Vasto Lord Minos Grande, is also the only Espada who did Arrancar without touching Aizen. Number 2 Espada Barragan, representing the form of death Aging, was the Emperor of Hueco Mundo before Aizen mastered Hueco Mundo, and the most difficult guy in Espada. His returning blade is undoubtedly the most terrifying and powerful in Espada ability. Number 3 Espada Heli Bell, representing the form of death Sacrifice, her ability will be released after the sacrifice of 3 subordinate officers. Like Captain Hitsugaya, she also controls the water element in the world. Hey? Why is it not the number 4 Espada, but a small Arrancar that wasn't included in the Espada, Wanda Wise? Captain Yamamoto frowned, but when he finished reading Wanda Wise's introduction, he fell silent. Kurako Shunsui also changed his previous playfulness and said seriously. If it wasn't for Lu's reminder, we really didn't know that Aizen had made such preparations, or even knew that Hyaku still had such abilities, and he even included your calculations. Lu's report reads impressively. Arrancar, Wanda Wise, the name of the sword's liberation or return to the blade is Fire Prince. He was Arrancarized by Aizen after most of Hyaku was awake. His ability is unique, that is Seal Shikai of the Captain Rijinjaka, and once you die, you will release all the stored flames. The captain was silent for a long time. Kurako Shunsui looked at his teacher's face, and said slowly. If only Shikai is sealed, then Bankai. Before he could finish speaking, the captain directly rejected his proposal. Impossible. Bankai, once Aizen can't be easily solved, the whole world will be dragged down by the old man's Bankai. It's just a small Arrancar, everyone pay attention. Also, what about the rest of the Espada rankings? Kurako Shunsui spread his hands. 88 Yuan Xiangru reported that Lu said that among Espada, Aizen will only take away the 3 most powerful people, not everyone, so we only need to be prepared to deal with these 3, and the rest will be left by the captain we sent to support, and stay in Hueco Mundo. Captain Yamamoto slapped the table. What do you mean? Do I still have to listen to a team member? Kurotsuka Mayuri slowly opened his eyes. Your Excellency, Captain, you didn't understand what he meant, Lu expressed it very clearly. Instead of needing to send a captain to Hueco Mundo, we had to send a captain. Once the war starts, Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu will become the biggest variable. From Lu's point of view, the division of troops actually has an advantage for us, because those captains in Hueco Mundo will definitely not be affected by the influence of Kaika Suijutsu. Hearing Kurotsuka Mayuri's explanation, the captain finally came to his senses. He nodded slowly, just as he was about to say something, a tall man with a little loli sitting on his shoulder broke into the team building of the first team. Nai. Fight me! Quick! The captain suddenly widened his eyes. A hole! Where do you think you are? This is the team building. Zaraki Kenpaka just remembered that this is the team building of the first team. He scratched his head slowly. Okay, Captain, let me fight Nirvana after you finish talking. Listening to the words of this fighting maniac, Captain Yamamoto really didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He sighed slowly. Since you want to fight, it's up to you, Rukia Kokaki and Abarai Renji. Haven't you already sneaked to Hueco Mundo? Let Byakuya Kokaki go with them, and to prevent them from getting hurt, let Anohanaretsu follow. All the remaining captain-level vice-captains, go to the present world to prepare for the battle with me. Notify Urahara Kisuke and be ready for anything. Soul Society's preparations for the decisive battle have already begun in full swing, and Rukia and the others have already caught up with Lu's team. After they dealt with the desert guards of Suyi Palace together, they finally arrived at the gate of Suyi Palace. Only Nilu, who should have appeared a long time ago, never appeared, not even the figures of her two subordinate officials. Lu was a little puzzled. That's not going to work, did you go the wrong way before? Because of his arrival, the world line has changed, so the way to Hueco Mundo has changed. Didn't you just meet Nilu? Walking and looking all the way, Lu never found Nilu's figure, and finally reached the gate of Suyi Palace, but he still couldn't find Nilu. Kurosaki Ichigo was about to enter Suyi Palace, but Lu quickly grabbed him. No, rescuing a new Orium is only the main task of Kurosaki Ichigo. For Lu, Nilu is the ultimate goal of his trip. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned. Mr. Lu, what's the matter? Why don't you let me open the door? This, how can I explain it? Lu thought for a while, and said mysteriously. Ichigo, look, we have come all the way now, and we have made such a big commotion, we must have been discovered, and Aizen and the others must be prepared. We should change the door and go in now. Kurosaki Ichigo with a big wave. No need, Mr. Lu. I came this time with the idea of defeating everyone and rescuing Orium. Even if they prepared an ambush for us, I will bravely fight in. Crescent. Sky Chong. Chapter 41. Without any warning, Kurosaki Ichigo directly slashed the wall of the Suyi Palace in front of him. Damn, Master Kakuzu, can you find something arrogant? Lu cursed secretly, just as he was about to get ready to enter. Suddenly, a tall and thin uncle appeared in front of Lu. It's Espada number 1, Wolfpack Star K. He scratched his hair, put it on Lu's shoulder, and said helplessly. Sorry, Master Aizen wants to see you. Wait a minute, this plot is outrageous, didn't you come out and take a new Orium away after we rescued a new Orium? What does it mean? Could it be that I, Lu, are the heroine? Also, big brother, you just scratched your head, and this hair oil directly rubbed on my body? Star K, who appeared rashly, didn't give Lu a chance at all. Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji drew their swords in a hurry, but before they got their Zanpakuto, Star K had disappeared in place. Ring and turn. Surpasses the average Aaron car, even surpasses the Espada speed rev. As expected of the number 1 Espada, as worthy of being the man who can arm wrestle with the next captain, Lu was taken away by Star K before everyone could react. In the next second, Lu had already appeared in the hall of Suyi Palace. Dozens of errand cars were all on high or low stands, quietly watching Lu who had just appeared. It wasn't until being put down by Star K that Lu finally touched his own Zanpakuto. He couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. I rely on. This guy is really awesome. If he secretly attacked Lu with this speed, he would never have a chance to catch Shikai. However, Star K obviously still didn't like to fight. After putting Lu down, he turned around again and returned to Aizen's side. That's where his first Espada was. Sitting high on the throne, Aizen slowly opened his eyes. Please, Stark. Stark didn't say anything, just quietly returned to his place. Looking at the errand cars around him, Lu got a little excited. It's not that he saw Hurley Bell and her 3 subordinate officers, but he thought that with so many errand cars, if one person stabbed each other, maybe he could really force those Zanpakuto who were lazy to hang up in his body. Aizen stepped off his throne slowly and walked in front of Lu. You are able to face me and my partners with such a steady posture, neither draw your sword hastily nor be timid, you are really a trustworthy man, Lu. Looking at the approachable Aizen, Lu immediately felt uncomfortable. Unlike the villains in other works who yell and scream at every turn, Aizen is extremely peaceful most of the time. Peaceful when betraying Godi I-13. When combined with Hagyaku, it is peaceful. Peaceful when killing Tosin Kaname. When Hurley Bell was abolished, it was peaceful. Peaceful when facing Urahara Kisuke. No Moon facing Kurosaki Ichigo. Facing the seal of Urahara Kisuke. Well, beating people doesn't slap people in the face. Most of the time, Aizen is relatively peaceful, but his peace often means that someone can't be peaceful. Without Aizen's order, other Arankars would not dare to do anything to Lu, and Tosin Kaname and Ichimaru-jin must be the same, so what needs to be worried now is Aizen. Lu directly closed his eyes. It's a big deal not to watch your Shikai, okay? Anyway, whether you open your eyes or not, if Aizen wants to kill Lu, it must be a one-hit kill. With the current Soul Society's combat power, I am afraid that no one dares to say that he can survive under Aizen's hands. Those who can beat him will be confused by Kaika Suijutsu, those who can't beat him, then naturally they can't beat. Although Lu can't beat Aizen, he can still do it without eating Kaika Suijutsu. Seeing Lu's reaction, Aizen actually laughed and shook his head helplessly. It was the first time for all the Espadas to see such a change in Aizen. They had never seen Aizen, who was sitting high on the throne and looked like a god to them, showing such an expression. Aizen gently put his hand on Lu's shoulder. Lu, don't worry, what I said before is still valid now. I know you may not want to be my partner, but I also assure you that I will never use Kaika Suijutsu on you, okay? Lu doesn't like this at all. Captain Aizen, there's no difference between my eyes being open and my eyes being closed. Anyway, I can't beat you if I can't see it. You don't have to persuade me like that. Aizen nodded slowly. After staying with Urahara Kisuke for a long time, you have also learned the temper of that guy, but it may not be a bad thing for you. Since you don't want to open your eyes, then I won't force you. As soon as the words fell, Aizen returned to his throne again, and his speed was even faster than the previous first Espada Stark. Second Espada Baragan's eyes narrowed involuntarily. There is really someone who can rely on Shinigami's Shunpo to surpass the speed of Su and Arankar's sound spin. Sitting high on the throne, Aizen straightened his hair with one hand. Lu, if I'm not mistaken, you and Urahara Kisuke should have guessed my actions before, right? In this regard, Lu was not prepared to hide this from Aizen. He knew from the very beginning that the Soul Society of Kaika Suijutsu was a big sieve. As long as the report is submitted, Aizen will definitely find out. Nodding his head, Lu said slowly. Captain Aizen, do you want to press our plan from me? Although I can't bear your torture, you can't be sure whether my words are true or not, so I advise you not to waste your efforts. If you want to kill me, you can kill me now. When the reinforcements from the Soul Society arrive, you can still kill me. Gotta get busy with them. Aizen shook his head lightly. Lu, that's not what I care about. Actually, I have a way to get your plan. You won't forget that Urahara Kisuke has already won Kaika Suijutsu, right? But I didn't go. Because, in the face of absolute strength, your plan is completely useless. Hearing this, Lu's heart skipped a beat. Aizen has always been a cautious person, and like Urahara Kisuke, he likes to hold everything back. However, for a while, Aizen seemed to be a completely different person. That is, when it is perfectly integrated with Hagyaku. Lu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Aizen in front of him. Aizen also smiled slightly. You are a smart person, you should have already guessed that the fusion between me and Hagyaku has entered the final stage. But, at the same time, even with the combined wisdom of you and Urahara Kisuke, I couldn't guess why I brought a new Orium to Hueco Mundo. Lu was a little confused. Did he and Urahara Kisuke guess right? The plot really changed dramatically because of his appearance. Chapter 42. Sitting high on the throne, Aizen really exudes a temperament like a leisurely and wise emperor, his eyes are deep and full of banter. Inu Orium's Shuangtian Return Shield is indeed a terrifying ability, but she obviously didn't understand how terrifying her own ability is. Her abilities are still at the most elementary stage and will not threaten the existence of Hagyaku. I asked Ulquiola to bring her here just to bring you and Kurosaki Ichigo into Hueco Mundo. Speaking of this, Aizen slightly raised his head. Kurosaki Ichigo's strength has not yet grown to the point where he is intimidating, but I can already see his gratifying speed of progress, which has made me feel that he has an unlimited future. Shouldn't it? After all, Kurosaki Ichigo is the existence of 3 god tiers vying to be his father. Urahara Kisuke taught him the fighting skills, Aizen gave him the power of Su and Shinigami, and Yulhabach, who is still recovering his power, gave him the blood of the Quincy. 3 god tiers serve 1 Kurosaki Ichigo, how can Kurosaki Ichigo's blessings be less? However, why do you want to bring Lu with you? Aizen looked at Lu with a faint appreciation. Lu, I've seen your Shikai before. It's really a good power. However, in my opinion, there is a deeper and more irresistible power hidden in your body. Ever since you emerged, I can always see in you a power that travels through time and history. That power is the knowledge you possess. The Soul Society doesn't understand the greatness of your power, but you don't want to follow me. I can't let you be controlled by the Soul Society. However, I don't want to destroy this power, let alone dust it with Kaika Suijutsu. Call. Lu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, this guy didn't intend to kill. Aizen slowly raised his hand. So, I can only try, and use other methods, to bring you to Hueco Mundo. Once you enter Hueco Mundo, all your knowledge will not be mastered by the Soul Society. Now, I can handle the Soul Society without any worries. Starkey. The tall and lonely figure stood up. Lord Aizen. Aizen stood up from his throne. Lu, wait a little longer, and the gate of Hueco Mundo will be closed. From then on, Hueco Mundo can only enter, but not exit. Just stay here and watch carefully, the future of the world. Starkey, send him back. Go back? Go back to Kurosaki Ichigo? Aizen is quite generous this time. Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Now it's all right, he can join Kurosaki Ichigo's team again and continue to look for Nilu. This time, Lu didn't even think about struggling, and just lay down and waited for Starkey to send. A ring came to Lu's side again, and he pressed his shoulder, only to hear a crisp sound, and the next moment he disappeared in place. Slowly opening his eyes, Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Renji, Ichigo, don't be afraid, Aizen didn't do anything to me at all, you don't know, then Aizen was so scared to death when he saw me. No, how can there be Kurosaki Ichigo here? Lu suddenly appeared in a large palace. Starkey scratched his head, his tone was very indifferent. Sorry, maybe it's not where you want to go, but this is Master Aizen's plan. He wants you to stay here and continue to write your Shinigami leaderboard. No, alas, without such reminders. Lu couldn't help swallowing as he looked at the gorgeous palace and the fluffy big bedroom in front of him. Once upon a time, he really wished that he had such a house, but now that this dream has come true, he is not happy at all. I want a house in this world, not in Hueco Mundo UBD. Looking at the palace that Aizen obviously carefully prepared, Lu really didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Aizen is also his follower fan. But this fan chased after him, it was really terrible. Starkey didn't leave in a hurry, but introduced to Lu calmly. This one is the study room, this one is the cloakroom, this one is the second bedroom, this one is the small second bedroom, this one is the guest room, this one is the living room, this one is the big living room, this one is the second bedroom. One is the reception room, this one is the conference room, oh yes, next door to you is a new Orium. Orium is also arranged here? Seeing Lu's blank eyes, Starkey nodded. That's right, Orium is also placed here, but her treatment is not as good as yours. After all, she is only the person that Master Aizen sees, and you are the one that Master Aizen sees. Be regarded as Master Aizen's guest. So should I give Aizen one? Lu is now full of anger and has nowhere to vent, he frowned. So I'm under house arrest now, and I have to write a book for Aizen here. Starkey replied crisply. That's right, and Aizen-sama has shown me your shikai, don't be fooled, I'll knock you out before you touch Zanpakut. Lu believed in this point. This man is someone who can wrestle with Kurako Shunsui, and he is definitely not someone who can touch the third seat as a rookie. Starkey looked around, and after making sure there was nothing wrong, he said slowly. Don't think about escaping. Ulkiola and I are guarding this place. Write a book here. Your reward from Master Aizen should be delivered soon. Lu, who was a bit reluctant at first, immediately became interested when he heard the word reward. Award? It can't be rewarding me with a hollow, right? If Aizen is really generous, he should send Hurley Bell and her 3 subordinates tonight. In this way, after the 3 subordinate officials died under Lu's infallible golden gun, Hurley Bell must be able to make a move. While Lu was still fantasizing, Starkey had already left in a flash. Looking at the huge and empty palace, Lu couldn't help but sighed. What kind of life is this called? You need to update when you are in Soul Society, you need to update when you are in this world, and you have to update after Hueco Mundo. It doesn't matter if you update it, you have to be locked up and watched over to update it. Forget it, let's go and see the future mother of the Soul King, Inu Orium, lest she is a little sheep and be bullied here. After going out the door and turning a corner, Lu came to the place where Inu Orium was being held. It has to be said that Aizen is indeed a caring person. He prepared an espada-scale palace for Lu, and finally got a small room for Inu Orium next to it. Pushing open the door, Lu walked in slowly. Orium, we are now comrades in arms who are in trouble together. Well, it's only been a few days since we left, I didn't expect you to even have a child. Wrong. This child. Chapter 43. In Inu Orium's little house, Inu Orium, who has been dressed in Arankar clothes, looks even brighter and more charming, holding a cute little girl in his arms. At first glance, Lu thought that Inu Orium had really given birth to a child in Hueco Mundo, but after seeing it clearly, Lu realized, what kind of child is this? Isn't this Nilu? There are 2 Arankar subordinate officers in the corner next to it, the thin one Pexu and the fat one Dondi Chaka. There is no place to find when you break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. Seeing Lu coming in, the 2 subordinate officials were staring at each other. Inu Orium saw Lu coming in, and was shocked. Mr. Lu, why did you come here too? Lu couldn't understand the form, he didn't talk to the 2 subordinate officers, but sat directly beside Inu Orium. According to the purpose, I actually followed Kurosaki Ichigo to rescue you, but unfortunately, I was also captured here by Aizen's men. Inu Orium looked worried. Mr. Lu, didn't they hurt you? I can use Shuangtiangui's healed to heal you. Lu waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm not hurt, Aizen treats me better than you, he asked me to continue writing Shinigami rankings for him here. Hearing this news, Inu Orium was visibly relieved, and she smiled softly. That's great, Mr. Lu, where's Mr. Kurosaki? Hasn't he been caught? How? Still want the couple to spend their honeymoon together in Sui Palace, right? Lu shook his head. No, Aizen sent his strongest man and brought me here, and neither Kurosaki Ichigo nor Renji reacted. Inu Orium's eyes widened. Renji? Abarai Renji. Is he coming too? Then if he comes. Lu smiled slightly. You guessed it right, not only Kurosaki Ichigo, Abarai Renji, Rukia Kukaki, Ishida Uryu, Sato Yazutora, all came to save you, but they are still outside the virtual night palace, there is no way to come in. Hearing that so many people came to rescue her, Inu Orium suddenly felt a little uneasy. For me, they all took such a big risk, it's really not worth it. Lu waved his hand. You are friends. It's normal for them to come to save you. Didn't you also go to the Soul Society to save Rukia? Inu Orium lowered his head slowly. But I didn't help that time. It's the same this time, after Ulquiola caught me, I didn't even resist. Big sister, you are a nanny. The nanny only needs to have enough milk, right? Lu patted Inu Orium on the head. Don't blame yourself. If Kurosaki wants to win him, he will have to waste a lot of energy. Let's wait here slowly. But, having said that, this child in your arms. Lu, who was not seen in the picture, pointed to Neliel, who was sleeping in Inu Orium's arms. Hearing his question, Inu Orium smiled bitterly. They were also captured by Aizen. Not long after I came here, Ulquiola brought her and the two subordinate officers here. This little girl's name is Nilu, and those two subordinate officials, come here, his name is Paixu, and his name is Dongchaka. They are three brothers and sisters in name, but in fact, Nilu is their master. Having said that, Inu Orium looked at Nilu who was sleeping soundly in her arms, and smiled. They were very scared when they came here. They thought they were going to kill them. I heard that they still have enemies in the Palace of Void Night. However, Ulquiola told me that Aizen asked them to stay here for wait for someone? Aizen, what does this mean, direct-to-door delivery? When Lu was wondering, two subordinate officials who had been kneeling on both sides finally approached, and the skinny Paixu asked Lu expectantly. Your name is Mr. Lu, isn't it? After Aizen sent someone to arrest us, he personally interviewed us once, and he also told us, Mrs. Nilu, there might be a chance to change back to the way it was before. Later we met Ms. Orium. Ms. Orium told us your story. She said that you are a person who knows everything. If what Aizen-sama said is true, then it must be you who can make Nilu-sama go back. Var. Dude, it's indeed Aizen's work. Lu couldn't help feeling a bit of coolness. He just asked Urahara Kisuke to make a piece of equipment that allows Nilu to transform back, and Aizen knew it when he turned around, and sent someone to catch Nilu who had been running away, and sent him here. People always give pillows if they want to sleep off, this Aizen-sama, but if they want to sleep off, they give away girls. Master Aizen, Lu, will be your loyal fan from now on. Lu, love Aizen-sama forever. But Lu was a little puzzled. If he remembered correctly, didn't these two subordinate officials want to expect Nilu to change back? Lu looked at Paixu. I heard that your life in Sui Palace was not very good, don't you want Nilu to change back? Paixu's eyes dimmed a lot. If it was before, I really wanted to stay in Hueco Mundo with Dongchaka and Lord Nilu for the rest of my life, and never come to the Palace of Void Night. After all, this place is too dark, but now, we have no choice. When it was brought before, Lady Nilu had already been seen by Neutra, and Neutra also discovered who Lady Nilu was. If it was before, Neutra might have let us go. After all, Lady Nilu is no longer a threat to him, but now, Master Aizen has told Espada that Lady Nilu has a chance to change back to her original form. Go on, Neutra will definitely not let Lady Nilu go. And speaking of this, Paixu's expression became even more depressed. Also, the other people in Espada certainly don't want to be pushed down by Nilu-sama. You must know that Nilu-sama was also number 3 Espada back then. Lu knew this. Now, Lu almost understood. Co-authored, in the end it was because he exposed his intentions towards Nilu that he brought Nilu back to the big quagmire of Sui Palace. It seems that Nilu should be the reward for Lu that Aizen said. Sighing, Lu said slowly. I do have a way to change Nilu back to her original form, but can you be sure that she is willing to change back? Both Paixu and Don Chaka lowered their heads. They are Nilu's subordinates, so they naturally want to listen to Nilu's wishes, but now, Nilu herself. She is just a little girl who doesn't understand anything, how can she have her own opinions? While several people were silent, a small voice came from Orium's arms. I would like to. Chapter 44. It turned out that while the few people were chatting, Nilu had already woken up. She raised her little head and said with some aggrieved. I don't know what you are talking about, but, if you don't go back, Paixu and Don Chaka will be in danger. The small voice was full of fear, but unprecedentedly firm. If Nilu transforms back, she should be able to protect Paixu and Dong Chaka. In that case, we can still play together. The two subordinate officials, Paixu and Dong Chaka, were already weeping. Even though they have turned into children, their master Neliel still wants to protect them. If it wasn't because they were distracted at the beginning, how could Neliel-sama lose to that Neutra BD? Paixu knelt on the ground, wiped away her tears and slowly raised her head. Master Lu, I wait for Arankar, which itself has no soul and no heart, but if you can really change Master Nilu back, I will do my best to help you through fire and water. After finishing speaking, he and Dong Chaka Kikai fell to their knees in front of Lu and lowered their heads. No. Ugh. Lu looked at the two with mixed feelings in his heart. He came to Hueco Mundo in the spirit of Nilu, but what he thought should not be such a scene. It should be to establish a good relationship with Xiao Nilu first, and then find a way to change Xiao Nilu back to her original appearance. In this way, Lu can fully enjoy Kayuki Luo's Nelly Lu-sama. Now, how did it turn out that Lord Lu, who saved the common people, is coming to save the poor little girl of Hueco Mundo? Lu took out the collar he had prepared in advance. Ahem. This, it's that equipment. As long as you put it on, Nilu can switch between adults and children at will, and can change at will. Paixu and Dong Chaka stared blankly at the collar in Lu's hand. No matter how you look at it, this thing doesn't look like something that serious people would use. There is also an intersection between fiction and reality, and it is naturally clear that such exclusive tools are often specially used by some exclusive occupations. When I first got this circle, Lu only thought it was a little pervert, but now that I directly took it out, Lu felt that it seemed a bit inappropriate. Urahara Kisuke BD, can't you just make a bracelet like before? Nilu did not refuse the collar. She slowly crawled out of Anu Orium's arms, walked up to Lu, and took the collar. After reading it carefully, she raised her head and said to Lu sincerely. Mr. Lu, thank you. Thank you, we are all one family from now on, how can there be a family that speaks two languages? Lu coughed. Well, try it with it. When Urahara Kisuke made this thing, it was adjustable in size. As if she had made up her mind, Nilu slowly put the collar around her neck. Urahara Kisuke is really a skilled craftsman. As soon as the collar was put on Nilu's neck, it instantly became the same size as her neck. The speed was so fast that even Pygzyu was a little worried. Is this a serious thing? Nilu put on the collar, but nothing changed. She looked at Lu in a daze, and she also wore this big snot bubble. By the way, Master Lu, how do you use this thing? Ah, this. Lu doesn't know either. He only knew that the thing made by Urahara Kisuke was not very serious in the first place, so he never took it out and tried it, and now it's okay, there is trouble. Lu tentatively said. Do you want to think about it? Get bigger, get bigger, get bigger. Nilu's small eyebrows were all frowned, and she closed her eyes tightly, as if she really started to remember what Lu said. Suddenly, Lu felt something was wrong. Surroundings, it seems that there is indeed a wave of spiritual particles. There is a door. Lu quickly said. Yes, yes, that's how it is. Keep thinking, keep thinking. The fluctuation of the spirit particles became more and more intense, even Inu Orium, who was not very strong, could feel it. It was as if a Uzumaki had appeared in this room, and the spirit particles around were constantly being absorbed. This is a very normal thing. After Nilu was attacked by Neutra and Sailaporo, it was because a large number of spirits escaped that she turned into a child. She could no longer restrain the spiritual power in her body. And even if she changed back in the battle of Kurosaki Ichigo, it didn't last long because she didn't have much spiritual power in her body. But this time, the equipment made by Urahara Kisuke adopted part of the Quincy Master's Lingli technology, which can directly use the spirit particles in the atmosphere to transform into spiritual power in the body. This way, Nilu will be able to accumulate enough Ryutsu. Uzumaki was getting bigger and bigger, and even Lu felt the trembling of the house. Just when he was worried that the house would be absorbed, Uzumaki disappeared again in an instant. Nilu's body didn't change in any way, but around her, a light green mist began to spread gradually. Boom! The light green mist exploded in an instant, and several people couldn't dodge in time, and were directly enveloped by the green mist. Fortunately, the mist didn't last long, and soon, a tall and plump figure slowly walked out of the green mist. Neliel Tuidelschwank, the former number 3 Espada, Minos Grande of the Vasto Lord level, Hueco Mundo's absolute top combat power. Nilu slowly walked out of the mist, her eyes were clear, like sweet spring water. She raised her hand slowly, as if she didn't believe her changes, she looked down at her hands. It turns out that this is the case. Pygzyu and Dongchaka looked at this figure they had missed for an unknown amount of time. Miss Nilu, Niriel, do you remember? Nilu turned to them calmly, her eyes full of emotion. Yes, Pygzyu, Dongchaka, thank you for always being with me and protecting me. Now, I have regained my power and memory. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Lu again. Mr. Lu. Before she finished speaking, Nilu directly pulled out the Zanpakut from her waist. With a flash of the knife, she held Zanpakut flat, knelt down in front of Lu on one knee, and raised Zanpakut high in her hand. Mr. Lu, I can't thank you enough for your kindness, I can only repay you with my whole life. Ah, this. Lu scratched his head. I wanted to pick up girls, but why did I become a guy? But having said that, there is no rule saying that you can't be unclear with your subordinates, right? Lu's eyes became hot. Nilu, when you grow up, so do I. Chapter 45. Inu Orium did not leave her house. According to her, Ulachala only guaranteed her safety in this house. For the rest of the people, there is no such concern. Lu took Nilu back to the wedding room prepared for him by Aizen-sama, the palace, while Pygzyu and Dongchaka were guarding the door. This is not what Nilu meant, nor what Lu meant, but what the two of them meant. Lady Nilu already has the ability to transform back into an adult, so they don't need to follow her to protect her all the time, and the two of them can return to their original subordinates. Only, as soon as he came to the palace, before Lu had time to introduce him, he heard a bang behind him. A burst of green mist slowly dissipated, and Nilu changed back to her original appearance. Lu's eyes widened. Nilu, why did you change back to this child's appearance? Could it be that the equipment is not easy to use? Damn Urahara Kisuke, for entrapping me with counterfeit products. Nilu shook the green cloak on her body, and said blankly. Because it looks so comfortable. Co-authoring is because it looks comfortable like this. Nilu lowered her head. In this way, many places on the body are small, and it is super easy to walk. This. Lu shook his head helplessly. You are relaxed, but I, Lu, still like you when you grow up. Forget it, just do whatever you like, and it won't be too late to change back to the original appearance when you don't have to stand at night. Anyway, that's when it comes in handy. Lu brought Nilu to the study room, put her on his lap, picked up his pen, and began to prepare to update his ranking list. There's no way, Aizen is sending a house to a girl, and it's just a ticket, but for them who are also Shinigami, the ticket is useless. Is it difficult to treat your boss with all your heart and soul like this, and you don't have to follow him through life and death, just let Lu write some rankings? Shinigami leaderboard, total captain level 3rd place, Aizen Sook Shinigami status. This is Lu's prepared ranking for Aizen, but before, he was always worried that it might affect the Soul Society's attitude towards him, so he kept procrastinating. Well now, I, Lu, have completely fallen into the hands of Master Aizen. Master Aizen treats me better than his own son, and gives a house to his sister, so it's not too much for me to praise Master Aizen, right? Nilu looked curiously at the white paper in front of Lu. Master Aizen. You just ranked Master Aizen as the 3rd place, Mr. Lu, you are really bold. Bold? Lu glanced at Nilu. What's wrong? Do you feel low? Nilu widened her eyes and nodded. Master Aizen, that is a god in the sky, a great existence, we can only look up at the existence of Master Aizen. His mighty power makes us have to surrender. Good guy. Lu thought he was Aizen's first blower, but he didn't expect that the little Nilu on his lap could blow it better than him. I really don't know how this kung fu will be used in other places. Don't worry, Lu continued to write slowly, and slowly said to Nilu, Lord Aizen won't be angry with me, this is just one form of him after all, and he has several other forms later on. To be honest, I now feel that the ranking types I listed at the beginning are a bit small. After all, Master Aizen has too many forms. Yes, Shinigami Aizen is just the first state of Aizen. There are 5 forms of Aizen that is constantly fused with Hagyaku, not to mention the thorough fusion with Hagyaku and Kaika Suijutsu during the 1000-year bloody battle Blood Blue. That is the existence that can make the 2nd generation Muling King Yulhabach Kaika Suijutsu. Lu continued. Shinigami Aizen Sook, the former captain of the 5th Division, also served as a faculty member of the Shinyang Academy of Spiritual Art. Like Urahara Kisuke Kurosaki Ichigo, he is an outstanding inventor of the Soul Society, and he studies Hagyaku is even much earlier than Urahara Kisuke. Judging from the performance of the Soul Society alone, Aizen Sook seems to be an elegant, kind, and polite person. He was respected by his subordinates when he was the captain. In fact, he is cold and ambitious. He once said that in the Soul Society, only Urahara Kisuke is the only existence that surpasses him in terms of intelligence. He seems to care about his subordinates, but in fact he only regards the people around him as pawns, and likes to play with his subordinates, but in fact, Aizen is a smart person who has made arrangements for everyone. From the perspective of Aizen Sook's previous combat effectiveness, he is undoubtedly the most powerful Ryutsu among all the captains, except the chief captain, and the gap between him and the chief captain is not that big, because according to Aizen's absolute Ryutsu theory, since his Kaika Suijutsu can hypnosis the captain, then the strength of the captain will not be much better than Aizen. According to Aizen's original strength and strategy, he is undoubtedly the only two people who are suitable to inherit the position of the captain after the captain. He is powerful, charming, and his superhuman strategy can balance all parties in the Soul Society. Power. However, as one of the very few people who knows the existence of Spirit King, Aizen hates Soul King extremely. He regards the existence of Spirit King as the darkness and original sin of the Soul Society, and it is precisely because of this that he continues to gather up strength, and finally launch a rebellion when proxy Shinigami Kurosaki Ichigo disrupts the Soul Society. Based on the above reasons, the editor believes that Aizen during the Shinigami period is absolutely in line with the status of the general captain in terms of strategy and strength, but because of his position, he can only be ranked third in the general captain class S position. Nilu was a little surprised when Lu finished writing this report. Master Aizen, as a traitor to your Soul Society, can you still give him such a high evaluation? Lu sighed. To be honest, I am a bit ignorant of my conscience in this report. In my opinion, Aizen is actually more suitable for the position of captain, and he may even be more suitable for the position of God or Spirit King. But, in order to allow the report to be published, I can only rank him here. However, I believe that Master Aizen should also understand me. Now, let Pygzu and the others send this report to Master Aizen for a look, and Lu blushed. Ahem, what, Nilu, you should grow up first, I have a few questions I want to ask you. Chapter 46. Pygzu actually didn't like Sui Palace very much before. Although this place is where he and Master Nilu live all the year round and has many good memories, it is also the place where Master Nilu was frustrated. A place to peel off the mask. But now, Pygzu walked proudly in Sui Palace with the documents in his hands high. Do you dare to touch me? This is a document sent to Master Aizen. You dare to touch me and you are finished. You dare to scold me? Your saliva is on Master Aizen's document, you are dead. Let me tell you, don't even think about sneaking up on me in the future. Lady Nilu has turned back into an adult. If Lady Nilu knows that you dare to sneak attack me, you're dead. Between void and void, there is a strict hierarchy division. Killian, Ajichas, Vasto Lord, each level represents an insurmountable gap. Even within the levels, there are levels of strength. For weak Ajichas like Pygzu, Arankar was forced to take off his mask afterward. Among all Arankars, he is the most low-level existence. But now, like a fisherman who caught a 70-pound herring, he circled the Sui Palace for a full circle before finally reaching the door of Aizen's room. Many Arankars hated it, but they had nothing to do. Whether it is Aizen or Nilu, they cannot touch porcelain at will. Among the Espadas, only the top 4 Espadas who are also Vasto Lord can break arms with Nilu, but they. Number 1 Espada Stark is an idle player, and he doesn't listen to anything other than Aizen. Number 2 Espada Baragan is a secondary player, even Aizen may not listen to it. Number 3 Espada Hurley Bell is a leveling player. Except for Aizen, she will only leave when the younger brother dies. Number 4 Espada Uliziola is a tool player, and he only listens to Aizen. So, among the remaining people, there are really few who are willing to provoke Pygzu, a little reptile. All the way sparks brought lightning to the door of Aizen's room, and Pygzu finally calmed down. He bent down respectfully before he dared to enter Lord Aizen's room. For all Su, Aizen is their emperor. This emperor controls the dividing line between the world and the dream. If you listen to him, you can live in the painful world. If you don't listen to him, you will die in the dream of nothingness. It's that simple. Aizen ruled the entire Hueco Mundo with the simplest means and the most terrifying methods. Even Baragan at his peak did not have such monstrous power. But now, the Supreme Emperor of Hueco Mundo is smiling like a child, looking at the screen in front of him. Inside the screen, Kurosaki Ichigo is fighting with the former Espadas. Paigyu, what I promised you has been fulfilled, right? Before Paigyu had time to report his name and explain his purpose of coming, Aizen had already guessed his identity and slowly stretched out his hand. Paigyu handed in the ranking that Lu had just written, and then knelt down respectfully. Aizen-sama is a god, and God's promise will of course be fulfilled. Not caring about Paigu's flattery, Aizen looked at Lu's report on his own, and then smiled lightly. Lu, you are really a thoughtful man. The third place, is this because you are afraid that the Soul Society will not be satisfied? Muttering to himself, Aizen raised his head and asked Paigyu behind him. Paigyu, what do you think I can rank in the Soul Society? Ah? Paigyu was dumbfounded. Although he is false, he has never fought against Shinigami. Neliel has always been a peace-loving espada. As her subordinate officer, Pei Shui has only a handful of times to fight, let alone fight against Shinigami. However, as Arankar, it is ZZ correct to flatter Master Aizen, Paigyu said in a hurry. That must be number one. Aizen-sama played them around, those idiot Shinigami still don't know how to deal with Aizen-sama. With a slight smile, Aizen threw the report directly into Paigu's hands. Go, give it to Yao, and let him send it to those in the Soul Society. Paigyu took the report and walked backwards out of Aizen's room. Half a day later, Soul Society. Watching the report sent by Kurako Shunsui, Captain Yamamoto was once again entangled. This report was handed in by two members of Kaika Suijutsu Complete Hypnosis, that is to say, Lu, who they thought to be dead before, has now fallen into the hands of Aizen, and Aizen has started to promote it. This is not only the opinion of the chief captain, but also the opinion of many other captains. For this, Ba Baiwenxiang Ru is very unconvinced. He just wrote a fair report. Are you just speculating maliciously like this? Isn't it more authentic and credible to send someone to rescue him and ask him? 88 Yuanxiang Ru's proposal is undoubtedly a good solution, but now, they have no way to rescue Lu. Because the rescue team sent out last time has not set off yet. Aizen changed the opening method of the black cavity. Urahara Kisuke needs more time to analyze. Now, they are all trapped outside the Hueco Mundo, so can only continue to speculate. Kurako Shunsui knew that this little girl in his family was already Lu's person from the inside out, so he had no choice but to ask Nanao Ise to take care of her and not let her cause trouble. Then he personally handed over the report to the captain for review. After reading this report, the captain touched his bald head for the first time, feeling a little embarrassed. Admittedly, this report is indeed meant to promote Aizen, but Lu is still quite impressive. After all, the position he gave Aizen is the third place, right? That means, in Soul Society, there are at least two people who can surpass Aizen, right? As for Zaraki Kenpeki of 2nd Soul King class. Forget it, that guy is still chatting with his own Zanpakuto with Yachiryu every day. The members of the 11th team have written letters several times, saying that their captain has had mental problems since reading that report. Just kidding, your captain wasn't in the right mood before, okay? Sighing, the captain still nodded. Let's send it on. Although Lu did give Aizen a very high position, this is also seeking truth from facts. After all, Aizen is an unprecedented sinner in the Soul Society. If we want to confront this guy, all of us must have a correct understanding of his strength. Not to mention, don't we still exist beyond Aizen? Kurako Shunsui lowers the brim of his hat. Old man Shan, is this really okay? Chapter 47. Captain Yamamoto looked up at his proud disciple. What's wrong, Chun Shui? Kurako Shunsui spread his hands and sat down on Captain Yamamoto's table indifferently. Anyway, he and Old Man Shan are the only ones in the team house now. He is the captain now, and Old Man Shan won't beat him. Captain Yamamoto has blue veins popping out of his brain. There is something to talk about. Kurako Shunsui laughed. Oh, sit down, old man Shan, you never prepare stools for us in the team building of the first team. What I want to talk about is nothing else but Aizen's state. Captain Yamamoto closed his eyes without saying a word. Kurako Shunsui continued. Before, Zaraki Kenpeki had 4 positions on the leaderboard, and each position was very different, but we also know Zaraki's combat effectiveness. Even after he took off the blindfold, his combat effectiveness was no more than captain level. Just number 1. However, looking at Lu like this, Aizen may also have a lot of positions in the rankings. He should also have a different state. Now, Lu may be the same as last time. It is also the first state of Aizen that broke the news. But in this state, it has already reached the level of the captain. What if, after the revelation about Aizen, more levels will be extended? What if Aizen's future state will be above the general captain level? Kurako Shunsui has already said it very euphemistically, what is above chief commander level? It's second Spirit King class. That means that he has reached the threshold of Spirit King. You know, even Zaraki Kenpeki, who is currently at the top of Soul Society's leaderboard, is only at the last place in second Spirit King class. Captain Yamamoto opened one eye. Get off. Kurako Shunsui looked up at Captain Yamamoto blankly. Didn't you hear what the old man said? Get off the table. Kurako Shunsui hurriedly wanted to roll off the table, but he was already late. A flame shot out from the captain's scabbard, just in time to ignite the floral dress behind Kurako Shunsui. Oh. Old man Shan, don't get angry. Teacher. I was wrong. Kurako Shunsui took the report and hurriedly escaped from the captain's team building. Captain Yamamoto snorted coldly and sat down on the seat. With the old man around, what can he do with Aizen? Kurako Shunsui, who had already run out of the team building, couldn't help but smile slightly when he heard his mentor's words. He put away the burnt floral dress and said in a low voice. This kind of old man Shan is right. Soon, Lu's report was published again. However, this time the signature is no longer War Reporter Lu, but Captive War Reporter Lu. Sei Lingting Newsletter was once again out of stock, and the 9th Division had to work overtime to print more copies. No way, this time, not only the Shinigami in Seireitei bought it, but even the adults of the 4 nobles and the commoners of Rukanga also showed great interest in this Seireitei newsletter. The first is because the recent Seireite communication is really hot. Although Shinigami is in the Soul Society with them, for many people in Rukanga, they seem to be in another world. There is no way, the existence of the murderous stone and the soul mask really makes Seireitei and Rukanga 2 different worlds. Second, because the protagonist of this revelation is Aizen. There are many villains above the Soul Society, but most of those people rebelled to fight for fame and gain more benefits for themselves. But Aizen is different, he has Kaika Suijutsu as such a heaven-defying pervert Zanpakut, but after his betrayal, he did not compete for fame and fortune in the Soul Society, but plunged into Hueco Mundo. Su and Shinigami are enemies. He is a Shinigami, but he is willing to let go of his body and virtual communication, physically, and he also became the king of Hueco Mundo, which is extremely incredible for many people in Soul Society. However, Seireitei Godei 13 didn't explain too much about this family scandal, he just said that Aizen was a sinner, so he dismissed it hastily. And this time, it's their only chance to learn about Aizen. It's really unlucky, this reporter was caught by Aizen. Haven't you heard? He ran to Hueco Mundo to save people by himself, but he couldn't save people, but he got in instead. That's a dead end, ha, but this guy knows a lot, and Aizen is blown away. Indeed, look, for a sinner like Aizen, he can be ranked 3rd in the captain's rank, but Aizen, a defected Shinigami, is also qualified to be the captain. I don't want to know this now. What I want to know is, can the Soul Society beat Aizen? It seems that Aizen is very strong. Yet, although Kaika Suijutsu's ability has been disclosed long ago, but thinking about it now still makes me shudder. Have we been living in the dream that Aizen has woven for us? You just want to eat shit. Aizen will care about you? Yes, yes, you are dreaming. You owe me a lot of money in reality. Now you pay it back. I won't let you pay it back when you return to reality. Rukonga's evaluation of Aizen is still negative, but there are still many nobles who have a clear understanding of Aizen, including Kokaki, the head of the 4 nobles, who is also the most noble and respected family. The contemporary patriarch of the Kokaki family, Byakuya Kokaki, did not deal with the affairs of the family today. Uncharacteristically, he held a brand new Seireite newsletter and quietly watched the news about Aizen on it. Unlike other ordinary nobles, the Kokaki family is one of the 5 nobles with the longest history in the Soul Society. Although other people in the family may not know the truth about the Soul Society, Byakuya Kokaki, as the current head of the family, has a deep understanding of the dark side of the Soul Society. History is very clear. He didn't even need to go to the Great Spirit Book corridor managed by the Tsunayashiro family to look up information, because the Kokaki family's own history also recorded the rebellion of the ancestors of the 5 major families intact. No, it should be the 4 major families. After the Great Spirit King separated the world from hell and ensured the circulation of the soul, he devoted himself to using the power of annihilation in his body to destroy Su and ensure the peace and stability of the world. But the first ancestor of the Tsunayashiro family began to panic. He always felt that this irresistible great power would eventually fall on their heads, so he began to plan a terrifying conspiracy together with the ancestors of the remaining 3 families. A conspiracy to seal the Spirit King and open up the 3 realms. However, among them, there is a family ancestor who has never participated in it. Even when the ancestors of the 4 nobles wanted to cut and seal the Spirit King, he even stood up and cried bitterly. To bear this inhuman torture instead of King Ling. He is the ancestor of the Shiba family, and there, that is, the first step of Kurosaki Ichigo's dream road. Chapter 48. According to ancient records, Spirit King is an all-knowing and omnipotent person. In his body, he has the power of Shinigami, the power of Quincy, and even the power of full manifestation. He is a perfect combination of power. He can see past and future, give and take back souls. But when the 4 great nobles rebelled and sealed the Spirit King, he did not choose to resist. At least, that's how it's been recorded in history. Regarding this point, Byakuya Kokaki did not have any doubts, because he believed that Spirit King might have seen that scene long ago, and the reason why he did not resist was because he had seen everything that happened in the distant future. Therefore, Spirit King was sealed, and the ancestors of the 5 major families used the natural power of Spirit King and their respective talents to create Soul Society, Real World and Hueco Mundo, so that the soul produced a complete cycle, and used the Spirit King as the wedge of the world to stabilize the world. However, the first ancestor of the Tsunayashiro family was not reconciled. He was afraid of the power of the Spirit King and was still anxious all day long. So, over the long years, he gradually cut off the limbs of the Spirit King and dug up the body of the Spirit King. The internal organs of Spirit King, he hoped that Spirit King could become a symbol of Soul Society. But he clearly failed. Even after becoming a human stick, Spirit King can still see through the future, and his mighty power still penetrates the 3 realms, and many chosen people can feel the call of Spirit King, so the King's Special Agent Zero team came into play and born. After that, among the 4 nobles, some were given the management of hell, some were given the heaven-given armor, some were given the Great Book corridor, and some were given the power to command the nobles. And only the Shiba family has the tools to go to the Spirit King Palace. This may be Spirit King's reward for his loyalty to the Shiba family. Looking at the report in his hand, thinking about the history he heard from his grandfather when he was young. Byakuya recalled the moment when he just saw Kurosaki Ichigo. When he saw Kurosaki Ichigo just now, he understood why his sister was so interested in this boy. He is just too much like Shibukayan. The same rebelliousness, the same youthful enthusiasm, and even the spirit of not admitting defeat and willing to sacrifice, are exactly the same. Subsequent investigations proved that Kurosaki Ichigo was indeed a member of the Shiba family. Originally, Byakuya, the head of the nobles and the head of the Kukaki family, should have taken some measures for the exiles of such nobles. But he didn't. This isn't the first time he's broken Soul Society rules, and he's already getting used to it. Looking at the report in his hand, Byakuya said slowly. Aizen, do you want to break the ultimate rules? Are you a villain, or a revolutionary? He didn't expect anyone's answer, since the death of his wife Hima, the head of the Kukaki family is always alone. On the other hand, Kurako Shunsui found Jaishur Yukatake, who was recuperating in the team building after being released from the team building of Yamamoto's captain. If he fights with the mentality of doing everything he can to kill the opponent, then he is the top figure in the Soul Society. Even the strongest Zaraki Kenpeka cannot be compared with him. Sword of Great Fire Regenjaka, it is such a Zanpakut. Yamamoto Jokuni is such a Yamamoto Jokuni. However, if you fight with the mentality of protecting everything and killing each other, then the strength of the captain will be greatly reduced. Kurako Shunsui repeated Luyu's words slowly, then picked up the teacup and drank it down, and said to Jushiro. If you talk about the Soul Society, if you rank people who know about La Shantu, you and I should be in the top 3, and the first place should be Captain Anohana, but now hearing what Luyu said, I finally realized that the person who knows Old Man Shan best is Luyu. Jushiro coughed twice, his face was ugly, he helped the ice pack on his forehead. Does the matter of Aizen make you so concerned? You even start to worry about whether the teacher can beat him. Kurako Shunsui lowers the brim of his hat. I'm not worried about Old Man Shan. People like Old Man Shan, I'm afraid no matter how terrifying Aizen is, he won't lose to Aizen. What I'm afraid of is that in the future, there will be people who even Old Man Shan can't deal with. Kurako Shunsui raised his eyes and said with some melancholy. Luyu, I understand now. His ability is probably similar to Spirit King. He may be able to see through the future, and it is precisely because of this that he can know that even Zaraki himself is still alive. The undeveloped Bankai, right? Although Luyu's words are just private words to Xiong Ru, 88 Yuan, but in my opinion, he is obviously worried about some people that even the old man can't deal with. If such people really appear, what shall we do? Kurako Shunsui's eyes gradually dimmed. You and I are Old Man Shan's most proud disciples, but even so, even we can't surpass Old Man Shan. If there is someone who can defeat Old Man Shan, I'm afraid you and I can't even take revenge. Jaishur Yukatake finally sat up, and he removed the ice pack from his forehead. Don't worry, didn't Luyu also list Spirit King class and second Spirit King class? If there is someone who can't be dealt with by the teacher, just let Zaraki Kenpeki of second Spirit King class go. Or, there may be some Spirit King level people from the Soul Society in the future. The two most intelligent people in the Soul Society are looking forward to the appearance of the next second Spirit King class or the first Spirit King class. However, the name that appeared may be difficult for them to accept. Hueco Mundo, Luyu's editorial palace. Luyu, Master Aizen asked you to update. Ulakaila came to the palace expressionlessly and said to Luyu. Leaving Neliel with a bang, Luyu covered herself with a sheet. I said, Big brother, can you knock on the door? Don't you Arankar know how to be polite? Don't you know how to be ashamed? Ulkiola calmly repeated. Master Aizen asked you to update. After speaking, he left Luyu's palace. Alas, eating people with short hands and soft mouths, but holding and eating, my legs are a bit soft. However, Lu understood what Aizen meant. The reason why he broke the news about Aizen's ranking first is to test Aizen's attitude. If Aizen doesn't like it, then he will write other people's rankings first these few days. If Aizen likes it, then in Hueco Mundo, I will write the ranking of Aizen's subsequent states in the past few days. Now it seems that this has been urged to change, and Aizen should be quite satisfied. Now that he knows Aizen's attitude, Lu has nothing to worry about. Then let me, Aizen, who is number 1 in the world, Lu, the ultimate fan of Master Aizen, continue to reveal the greatness of Master Aizen for the Soul Society. Chapter 49 Shinigami Leaderboard 2nd Spirit King Class, Aizen Suk Fusion Hagyaku Status. Neliel finally got up and saw the title written by Lu. She asked with some doubts. Sub-Spirit King level? Does it mean that Master Aizen is weaker than the Soul King? What is the Soul King? Probably only people from Hueco Mundo dare to ask such a question. What is the Ling Wang? Lu sighed, and pulled Nilu into his arms. The Spirit King is the king of the 3 realms. However, most of the time he is a symbolic king. Usually he can only be regarded as a tool to maintain the stability of the world. You don't need to know too much. I will introduce it to you slowly. Listen. Nilu changed back to her previous appearance, obediently sitting on Lu's lap. Then, is Aizen-sama inferior to the Soul King? Lu nodded. For now, yes, although Aizen has begun to merge with Hagyaku, he not only needs Hagyaku to merge, but also needs Hagyaku to admit. Only when Hagyaku recognizes his master's status, can he rely on the power of Hagyaku continues to evolve, and finally reaches the level of Spirit King. Lu patted Nilu on the head and continued writing. Hagyaku is something that both Aizen and Urahara Kisuke have developed, but because the resources of both are not enough, neither of them can be achieved. Aizen Suke's Hagyaku is a failure, and Urahara Kisuke's Hagyaku is a failure. Semi-finished product. But after Aizen Suk captured Urahara Kisuke Hagyaku and fused the two, he obtained the perfect Hagyaku. At the beginning of the experiment, both of them were looking for a way to break through the boundaries of Shinigami and virtual, so that the Ryotsuo of the soul can continue to grow. For this reason, Hagyaku came into being, but after inventing this thing, the two I have realized that the real power of Hagyaku is not to break the boundaries of things, but to make your wishes come true. The existence of Hagyaku can imperceptibly change the surrounding reality and make the surrounding world change according to the wishes of the people around. Kurosaki Ichigo wants to protect the power, so he awakens his Shinigami power. Urahara Kisuke wants to save the Shinigami who were infected by virtual power, so through his hands, Vizard was born. And Aizen Suk, wishing to evolve in a stronger direction, Hagyaku also fulfilled his wish. Not only that, Hagyaku itself is a collection of countless Ryotsuo and souls, so after fusing Hagyaku, Aizen's Ryotsuo will also be greatly improved. However, the fusion of Hagyaku is not a simple process. Even the powerful Aizen Suk needs to be gradually integrated, and it cannot be accomplished overnight. Here, the editor will briefly divide the fusion process of Aizen and Hagyaku into 5 stages. The first stage, this period refers to the period when Aizen embedded the new Hagyaku in his chest, and used his own power and the power of Hagyaku to fight at the same time. Although Aizen still maintained the appearance of the Shinigami state, he was already considered a fusion form of Hagyaku. This stage Aizen is stronger than before the rebellion, both attack and defense have been greatly improved, and Hagyaku will gradually protect host and recover from Aizen's injuries. The second stage, this stage refers to the period when Aizen stops using its own power and completely relies on Hagyaku's power to fight. The performance is, no longer using complete hypnosis tricky tactics, and starting to head with the enemy. Aizen at this stage the whole body is covered by milky white entity Ryotsu, which is similar to the chrysalis when insects evolve. Although it is still in the Shinigami category, its Ryotsu, slashing, speed, defense, and recovery power are far stronger than those in the previous stage. couldn't hurt him a bit. The third stage. This stage refers to the period when Hagyaku has become a part of Aizen's body. At this stage, Aizen is still wrapped in the milky white entity Ryutsu, but the head and face are exposed. Although it has not yet exceeded the Shinigami level, whether it is Shinigami or it is difficult to touch such a height even if it is empty, even a soul with weak spiritual power will gradually collapse even if it is by his side. In the fourth stage, Aizen evolved to a higher dimension than Shinigami by virtue of Hagyaku. Even if Hagyaku is not in the host body, he calls the host and tries to return to the host body. At this stage, Aizen has an eye-like slit on his forehead, and his eyebrows disappear. 3 pairs of huge butterfly wings grew on his back, a hole with Hagyaku appeared in the center of his chest, his right hand was integrated with Zanpakuto, and he no longer belonged to the category of Shinigami. He already had a part of the Spirit King form, and began to reborn. In the fifth stage, Aizen evolved again on the basis of beyond the Shinigami dimension. There was an extra eye-like slit on the forehead, the face turned black, and the previous facial skin was torn from the middle and located on both sides of the black face, and the upper body appeared 3 holes, Hagyaku in the top hole, Zanpakuto fused with the right hand. The original 6 huge butterfly wings, each with a skeleton growing out of the wing ridge, completely devoid of Shinigami features. Aizen at this stage it has already begun to move closer to the Spirit King. To sum up, Aizen's strength after the fusion of Hagyaku is extremely unstable. It is difficult for the editor to give a clear ranking. I can only limit Aizen's strength to 2nd Spirit King level in general, but there is nothing to do. What is doubtful is that Aizen is definitely the number 1 in the 2nd Spirit King class by integrating the power of the 5th stage of Hagyaku. But even so, Aizen in the 5th stage is still at the Sub-Spirit King level. This is not my wishful thinking, but because Aizen's Ryutsu has not broken through the restrictions brought about by race. Spirit King has the power of all races in the world. Both Shinigami and Quincy are descendants of Spirit King, and Aizen only has the power of Su and Shinigami in his body, so I wanted to break through to Spirit King level. Aizen can only choose 2 paths. First, integrate the power of the Quincy division, directly break through the boundary, and reach Spirit King level. Second, keep improving the Ryutsu, and rely on the powerful Ryutsu to directly break through to the Spirit King class level. After writing this long paragraph, Lu stretched. Nilu has been quietly watching him write, until after Lu finished writing, she frowned and asked, "Will Aizen-sama grow to such a terrifying state?" Lu nodded. "That's right, it's just that this is not the ultimate form of Aizen, and it is very likely that I know that it is not the limit of Aizen. He is a unique character in the Soul Society and is stronger than anyone else. This is not because his Ryutsu is strong, but because he has the heart of a lion." Nilu tilted her head. "The heart of a lion?" Lu sighed. "Yeah, Aizen hates the Soul Society now, so he wants to change, but for this purpose, he needs an extremely powerful force. After fusing Hagyaku, Hagyaku will let him grow according to his wish, but because Aizen's endless desires, I'm afraid, the limit of his growth is also endless." Nilu poked her fingers curiously. "Well, can anyone beat him, or kill him?" Chapter 50. Lu nodded. "For now, there is a high probability that there is only Kurosaki Ichigo, but in the future, it is uncertain." Nilu's eyes widened. "Is it the Kurosaki Ichigo who is fighting in Hueco Mundo now? Is he that strong? I think he's just a weak chicken." Urichala looked down on him before. Ulkiola. That guy really looked down on Kurosaki Ichigo, but he died at the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo in the end. Lu decided that it would be better not to tell Nilu about these words. But when he came to Hueco Mundo, the excuse was to save a new Orium, but now it's a honeymoon in the Palace of the Night, and Kurosaki Ichigo is now supposed to fight Espada outside, which seems a bit embarrassing. Forget it, Nilu is also one of the former Espadas, so fighting Nilu is fighting Espada. Although his battle was not life-threatening, it was more tiring. After handing the written report to the guard Paixu, Lu returned to the palace and smiled maliciously. Nilu, can you free your sword? Nilu was a little puzzled. Are there any enemies? Lu nodded seriously. Your enemy is me, come, liberate the sword, liberate. 10 minutes later. Forget it, let's change it back, I can't hold it at all, it's more convenient to keep the original shape. You dare to block me? I'm giving something to Master Aizen, do you know that? Hearing the familiar noise, the faces of Aizen's attendants Lori Yvonne and Minorai Maria collapsed. The two of them really didn't want to see Paixu, nor Nilu, let alone Lu. What I don't understand the most is Lu, who is obviously not a strong man or a beauty, but by virtue of words, he won the love of Master Aizen, a love that even Espada never had. This made them both very unhappy. But it's okay to be unhappy, the two of them dare not disobey Aizen's order. Seeing Pei Shui coming, the two of them could only reluctantly open the door. Paixu quietly walked behind Aizen all the way, and respectfully submitted Lu's latest report. Aizen didn't rush to watch, but first asked Paixu. Paixu, how is Lu doing recently? How about it? Thinking of Lu who was stuck with Master Nilu every day, Paixu hesitated. He and Master Nilu are together every day, subordinate, I don't know the specific situation, Master Aizen. Aizen nodded slowly. Is that so? It seems that even with superhuman wisdom and extraordinary insight, he is still not exempt from vulgarity? Or is he indulging in the vulgar desires and pleasures of ordinary people? Paixu didn't dare to say a word, and quietly listened to Aizen's instructions. After flipping through Lu's detailed analysis of his abilities, Aizen couldn't help but smile slightly. Lu is really generous. I don't even know what level I will evolve to in the future. He actually helped me write it out. It seems that I have found a guide. After speaking, Aizen stood up and said to the door. Luoli, Minorai, come in. Luoli and Minori, who had been guarding the door all the time, walked in respectfully when they heard Aizen's words. Although the two of them are Aizen's attendants, for people like Aizen, he doesn't really need them. Kaira or Tosin can name go. Therefore, even Luoli and Minori, who get along with Aizen day and night, don't have many chances to see Aizen at all. It is an honor for both of them to be received by Aizen, after all, Aizen is the real emperor of Hueco Mundo. Lord Aizen. Two petite Arancars entered the room side by side, knelt down on one knee, and said hello to Aizen in unison. Aizen lowered his eyes and looked at them. Minorai, Luoli, you two have been servants for a long time, right? Luoli and Minori nodded quickly, and the hot-tempered Luoli quickly replied. Master Aizen, we are not tired at all. Aizen hooked his mouth. Then no matter what I say, no matter what order I give, you will carry it out seriously, right? Upon hearing this, Luoli became excited. She has been Aizen's attendant for quite some time, but most of the time she is a waiter who opens the door, not even a mouthpiece. With Tosin-kan names, she doesn't even need to send a message. Now what Aizen-sama means is obviously to send them missions. If things go on like this, won't they be able to keep their eyes open and see the moon, and finally be able to go further? Luoli and Minori looked at each other, then lowered their heads resolutely again. We will definitely fulfill our mission. Aizen smiled slightly. Is that so? That's really great. In my Sui palace, there is a guest. You all know him. Now he is enjoying himself in Sui palace. I hope you can go and accompany him. Accompany him. Luoli and Minori are not fools. I have seen all kinds of Osaka fever, Nagaya fever, and North Blue Road fever in this world. This kind of plot is very familiar. But why is Shinigami still playing this game? The two were stunned for a moment. Although Minori also felt humiliated, she was cowardly and was not prepared to resist. Lu Yu is different, she has small breasts, and her breasts are not big, and she looks down on any race except Su. Master Aizen, that guy is nothing more than a Shinigami, he's lowly, vile, dirty and hateful. Before Lu Yu finished speaking, Aizen said meaningfully. I'm also a lowly and despicable Shinigami. Lu Yu immediately knelt down on her knees, her head bowed. Subordinates dare not. Subordinates absolutely have no such intentions. Aizen hummed lightly and returned to his seat. Follow Pygzyu. By the way, Pygzyu, remember to tell Lu that I am satisfied with his report, but I am a little tired of seeing my own name. I would like to see the names of some old acquaintances. Pygzyu left with Lu Yu and Minorai. There was an unstoppable smile on his face. He has long disliked these two girls. In fact, many people in Espada in the entire Sui Palace don't like these two girls. Too weak. Lu Yu also noticed Pygzyu's ridicule, and she said coldly. What are you laughing at, you mean BD? You know, we are going to compete with your Lady Nilu for favor. If that humble Shinigami falls in love with me, your Lady Nilu will definitely be abandoned by Lu again. Pygzyu didn't care about Lu Yu's ridicule at all, he turned his head slightly and glanced at a relatively flat place on Lu Yu's body, and said meaningfully. Master Nilu is much stronger than you. Chapter 51. Lu Yu struggled to get up from the bed, picked up the water glass and took a sip of water. I'm so tired. Both Hueco Mundo and Soul Society are places full of spirits. In this kind of place, Shinigami's abilities in various aspects can be restored quickly. But this is like a bathtub. This bathtub has only one water inlet, but there are 3 bottomless water outlets. It must be the day when it is free. Minorai was lying on the bed, clutching the quilt shyly. She still had the same little look I pitied, and Lu felt a little itchy. This Aaron car is awesome. Lu Yu gave Lu a fierce look, and said in disgust. Despicable and despicable Shinigami. Lu pouted while sitting on the chair. You didn't have such a face just now. You were more cheerful than Minorai just now. Why do you need to be more vigorous? This is the first time I have seen a hungry Su. Lu Yu's face has turned red. If it wasn't Aizen-sama's mission. Do you think I would be willing to be with a lowly Shinigami like you? Do you think I like it? Lu gave her a blank look. Before you tell a lie next time, paralyze your lower body. You're still stubborn like an octopus. You also said that this is a task given to you by Aizen. Now I can tell you that your task is completed. You go back, just let little Minori accompany me. After hearing this, Minori had already retracted into the quilt. Lu Yu looked at Lu who was confident and fearless, and there was nothing she could do. Her face was still flushed. I can't go if I leave. Minorai is my good sister, I have to watch her here and protect her. Lest you bully her. Lu put down the water glass and stood in front of Lu Yu. Oh? Good sister? Why weren't you a good sister when you were fighting for her just now? You said you were afraid that I would bully her, so you just watch here. I'm going to bully her now. Don't move. After speaking, Lu walked towards Minorai. Lu Yu was anxious and shy at the moment, she had never seen such a scene. Wait, shameless Shinigami, don't hurt her, come at me. Understood, I have the seed, and then I will come to you, right? Good. Master gave up his life to accompany the gentleman today. After Minorai and Lu had a happy day, they couldn't get up anymore. Lu snorted coldly and got up shaking his legs. Xiaomian, play hard with me, I've never been afraid of you, sir. Suddenly, a lovely voice rang in Lu's ear. Really? Mr. Lu, have you really never been afraid? Why is Nilu back? Nilu, who had already put on her Arankar combat uniform, was slowly lowering her saber. Mr. Lu, I just finished visiting the Sui Palace and I'm a little tired. How about you give me a massage? Get a massage? Lu understands this signal, but now he has really run out of fuel in these two small airports. Well, Nilu, let's rest for a while, you have to give me time to prepare. Nilu snorted coldly, turned around and came behind Lu, reached out and rubbed his shoulders covered with teeth marks. Anyway, pay attention. You know, they are gifts from Master Aizen after all. If you are so unrestrained, how can you explain to Aizen if you break it? How to explain to Aizen? Lu wanted to laugh. As long as he can keep writing Shinigami news here, Aizen can send Arrancar the whole Hueco Mundo can see. But having said that, I forgot to do business. What did they say when they came to the airport? Aizen got tired of reading his own name and wanted to check out some old acquaintances. Tired of reading? This means that Aizen knows that he will write about Aizen's ultimate state in the future. Old acquaintance? Isn't that the Shinigami of Soul Society? How easy it is! While the lovely Nilu was rubbing her shoulders, Lu picked up the pen. Shinigami leaderboard, total captain class 2nd place, Kurako Shunsui. The captain of Team 8th, Kurako Shunsui, full name Kurako Jirozozo Chunsui. He is one of the 4 captains who have been in office for the longest time in the Soul Society. Jaishur Yukatake is a student of Captain Yamamoto, and he is also the most admired disciple of Captain Yamamoto. Loves to wear floral dresses, behaves frivolously, behaves lazy, hates work, but is thoughtful, understands the world better than anyone else, possesses a considerable degree of insight, and displays extraordinary power when fighting. The most annoying behavior is he likes to intervene in other people's battles, but this has a lot to do with his own personality. Kurako Shunsui will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. On this point, Jaishur Yukatake, who is also a student of the first generation Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, has the same attitude. They all believe that since they are the captain, the biggest purpose is to protect the Soul Society. So you can abandon some rules and ideas, and even your own life. The name of Shikai Kaiten Kaikotsu, Jafang language, the flower wind flutters, the flower god sings, the sky wind is chaotic, the sky demon laughs, Kaiten Kaikotsu. Shikai is divided into multiple parts, so I won't repeat them one by one. Kurako Shunsui's Shikai can actualize the child's play, once within the range of his Ryutsu. Kurako Shunsui's play cannot be denied, and even Kurako Shunsui himself cannot avoid it, and even needs to introduce abilities to the enemy, but for Kurako Shunsui that's part of what he likes about it. By introducing one's own ability, let the enemy have a mentality of underestimating the enemy, and use this mentality to inadvertently switch the game type and kill the opponent unexpectedly. This is what Kurako Shunsui is best at. Anyone who can't compete with Kurako Shunsui in intelligence, unless his strength surpasses Kurako Shunsui by several levels, it will be difficult to defeat him. The constantly changing mini-games will make it difficult for the enemy to find Kurako Shunsui's real weakness. But in fact, Kurako Shunsui's weakness is also obvious, and that is his comrades. Although Kurako Shunsui has always had a playful attitude, he has devoted a lot of affection to those close to him, including but not limited to his family, best friends, mentors, etc. Once these people lose or even die in battle, Kurako Shunsui will show his weakness. Bankai's name Flower Field Crazy Bone Black Pine Heart. Similar to Shikai's ability, Kurako Shunsui's Shikai is children's play, and Bankai is adult's play. The two have similar rules, but Black Pine's heart is obviously more deadly. P.S. Ask for flowers and votes. This is the first time for the author to write Shinigami. After all, it is my favorite anime in my childhood and I have been waiting for nearly 10 years. For the author, Shinigami is like first love. Writing Shinigami is more about making up for the many grievances in my heart from reading comics, and by the way, satisfying my own fantasy he. I don't know whether you like the plot chapter, the description chapter or the ranking chapter? If you like it, you can tell me in the comment area, and I will write more. So I didn't choose to join the system at the beginning of the book. After all, joining the system seems more. How should I put it? I don't cherish it. This is the first time to write a book without adding a system, so many places will be changed many times, and some pictures are too large to be uploaded, and some pictures are too large to be reviewed. It will be on the shelves soon. The data is not very good. I hope to get some flowers and recommendation tickets from readers. The author can write more than 20,000 a day at most. There was something wrong with my poor health before, and the update is much less. Starting from today, 10,000 words as a base, one more flower will add one update, and 100 evaluation votes will also add one update. I hope readers can smash me to death with flowers. The little author kneels and thanks. Chapter 52. If Kurako Shunsui's Bankai is described in detail, it can be understood as a tragedy that happened in the past is reproduced on the enemy again, but like Shikai, Kurako himself is limited by his own Zanpakuto and must be added to the game. Because of the excellent Ryutsuo and the powerful Shikai and Bankai, Kurako Shunsui took the position of captain early on, and in the following long time, Kurako Shunsui has maintained this position. The 8th team he led is the intelligence team, so our team really needs a smart and absolutely loyal captain. If you look at chief captain's level, Kurako Shunsui is undoubtedly one of the most suitable captain candidates after the chief captain. As the direct disciple of the chief captain, there is no need to worry about his loyalty. As the most powerful member among the existing captains, he has the absolute strength to overwhelm the 13th team. More importantly, he has the ultimate observation strength and extraordinary wisdom, and in order to protect Seireitei, Soul Society, and even the Three Realms at all costs. Therefore, the editor here ranks the captain of Kurako Shunsui as the second place in general captain class. When Lu put down the pen, Nilu's little head poked out. Oh? Second place in chief leader class, so he should be in the top 5 of the Soul Society, right? Lu nodded. That's true. In my opinion, the captain of Yamamoto should actually hand over most of the work to Kurako Shunsui. He himself should be a symbol of suppressing the quartet. Compared with the current captain, Kurako Shunsui is more like the captain of the millennium ago. He spared no expense, anyone is his tool to protect the world. Even if, his closest friend. Lu looked at the report just finished with complicated eyes. When writing Kurako Shunsui, one cannot avoid God-hanging Jaishur Yukatake. In the beginning, Lu actually didn't like Jushiro very much. He was sick and inconspicuous. Although he said that he had some more righteous actions, but then Lu discovered that it was this person who made the arrangements. Agent Shinigami system, the darkness of the Soul Society, has his share. However, after 1,000 years of bloody battle, Lu discovered that Jingle and Jushiro are just the same people. They are both the spiritual inheritance of the unscrupulous Captain Yamamoto thousands of years ago. No nonsense spirit. Even for myself. Lu sighed, reached out and threw the report to Nilu. Let Pygsu send it, I'll sleep for a while, don't call me, I want to recharge my batteries. You dare to touch me, I'm doing it to Master Aizen. Before Pygsu finished speaking, the little Arankars waved their hands involuntarily. Get out of here, I'm annoying to see you. After finishing speaking, the few of them left the corridor directly, not giving Pygsu a chance to use chicken feathers as arrows. Pygsu was not only not disappointed about this, but even more proud. Look, now they walk away from me. Properly submitting the report, Pygsu quietly waited for Aizen's instructions. But only this time, Aizen has been quietly watching the report without speaking. Pygsu couldn't help feeling a little worried. Although it can be said that the two of their subordinates and Lord Nellilu entered the Void Knight Palace relying on their recovered strength, in fact, they all knew that it was Lu Yu who really let them enter the Void Knight Palace. Compared with them, Lu is the one Aizen really wants, and the existence of Lu is only in Aizen's thought. Could it be that Master Aizen doesn't like Lu's report? While Pei Shui was waiting nervously, Aizen suddenly smiled. Hearing this chuckle, Pei Shui was finally relieved. Never mind. Aizen stood up slowly, holding the report in his hand, and said slowly. Lu is really a sensible child, Kurako Shunsui. If that incomprehensible man is only this way, how can the Soul Society block my footsteps, Regenjaka of the captain of Yamamoto? It's ridiculous. Paigyu had never seen how powerful these people were, so he didn't dare to interrupt rashly, and could only lie quietly on the ground and wait. After a while, Aizen walked up to Paigyu with a light smile. Paigyu, go back and tell Lu that although Kurako Shunsui is an old acquaintance of mine, it is really difficult for him to enter the scope of my consideration with his strength. If he wants to continue writing, he had better provide someone who can be regarded as a rival. Paixu's forehead was covered with cold sweat, he hurriedly saluted and exited, and rushed towards Lu's palace in a hurry. It's not good Master Lu, it's not good Master Lu, it's not good Master Lu. Nilu stopped Paixu, and said with an unhappy expression. What's the matter? What's all this fuss about? Master Lu is resting, you go in now. Before Nilu finished speaking, Paixu grabbed Nilu's arm and fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. It's not good, Master Nilu, Master Aizen is angry. Nilu's eyes widened. What? How is it possible? Paixu said with a bitter face. It's true, I just saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. Master Aizen just finished reading your report and said, let Master Lu write him some people who can be regarded as opponents. I think Master Aizen is completely angry, I'm even afraid that I won't be able to come back, Master Nilu. When she heard that Aizen was angry, Nilu panicked a little. She hurried back to the palace and pulled Lu up. Nilu. Lu opened his sleepy eyes and yawned, wait a minute, I'll sleep for another 5 minutes, can you play by yourself first? Nilu slapped Lu's a. Still playing? Still sleeping? Master Aizen is angry. Lu opened his eyes. Angry? Why are you angry? I didn't scold him again. Nilu told the ins and outs, and Lu smiled indifferently after listening. Hey, he still thinks something big happened, the CO author Aizen has drifted away recently, so he thinks that Kurako Shunsui is not his opponent. But having said that, with the strength of Kurako Shunsui, it is true that Kaika Suijutsu cannot be untied. Putting on his coat and getting out of bed, Lu yawned. Don't worry, don't be afraid. Doesn't Aizen-sama want an opponent? There are plenty of opponents, but I don't know if he can beat it with his current strength. Hearing this, Nilu's eyes widened. For them, the existence of Aizen is paramount, and it can even be said that such an emperor of Hueco Mundo has never been seen before or since. But even such a terrifying Aizen-sama, is there anyone he can't defeat? I saw Lu sitting on a chair covered with a bed sheet, took a pen and paper, and wrote down while yawning. Quincyr leaderboard. The strength level of this list is the same as that of Shinigami, but the ranking is calculated separately. Quincyr leaderboard, 2nd Spirit King 2nd place, Invisible Empire Emperor Assistant, the highest rank of the Star-Crossed Knights, Hugelin Hasward. Holy Text B, Balance, Ability Name, World Harmony. Chapter 53. Soul Society, Seireitei. For Aizen, who has asked Tosen Kaname to spread the story, Kurako Shunsui may be tricky, but it's not. However, this is not good news for Kurako Shunsui. The current Kurako Shunsui is sitting in front of Jaishur Yukatake with a helpless face and complaining. Although I sent 88 yuan Zion grew to Lu's side before, it was indeed with a purpose, but this kid really ate the sugar coating and returned the shells. Now 88 yuan Zion grew is arguing for it every day. going to find him, I was so annoyed to death, but Lu gave me such a trick. Kurako Shunsui grabbed the ice pack from Jaishur Yukate's forehead and put it on his own head. I can't wait to go to Hueco Mundo and bring this kid back. Jaishur Yukatake looked at his out-of-the-ordinary friend, and said in a rather helpless tone. King Le, shouldn't you be happy? He called you the most suitable person to take over as captain. Being able to take over the position of teacher must be a proud thing for you, right? Kurako Shunsui was not happy. He just took out the last issue of Seireite Newsletter and put it in front of Jaishur Yukatake. If even I am only the second place in the chief leader class, then the first place must be Old Man Shan. In this case, who of us can beat Aizen, who is the first place in the second Spirit King class? Yes, calculated in this way, the top fighters of the Soul Society are all limited to the Sub-Spirit King level, and even Zaraki Kenpeki, who is eligible to enter the Sub-Spirit King level, does not even have Shikai at this time comprehend. He talks to his Zanpakut with 8,000 streams every day, but he hasn't made any progress until now. Kurako Shunsui had to start worrying about the future of Soul Society. Jaishur Yukatake is still ill, but there are still many smiles on his face. Don't worry, that Lu guy is a dramatic person, he definitely wants to make the danger big enough, and then tell us. In fact, Soul Society still has a whole card. Besides, even if Aizen succeeds in replacing Spirit King, isn't there still me? Jaishur Yukatake's voice was low, but Kurako Shunsui could hear his determination. So he asked a crucial question. God hanging, how is it? Jaishur Yukatake shook his head lightly. Lord Mimihaki did not respond. It seems that he should also think that this time should not be the end of the Soul Society. Kurako Shunsui was slightly relieved to hear such an answer. This tone is not only for the future of Soul Society, but also for the future of Jushiro. Among the Soul Society, he is the only one who can know the real situation of Jushiro. Even the captain, he doesn't know anything about the god hanging. This is the agreement of the captain's two proud disciples. The power of god hanging has always existed in Jushiro's body, but it has never really unfolded. That power has always maintained Jushiro's condition, but it is only maintained. The power of god hanging can heal Jushiro. Even after Jushiro learned about Anu Orium's ability, he didn't think of using her ability to heal himself, because he was very clear about his situation. He is out of the category of Shinigami now, just a vessel of God, and it seems that the power in his body has been guiding him forward. Jushiro knew that it was probably the Spirit King's will. Present world. Urahara store. Urahara Kisuke, who has been busy analyzing the structure of the black cavity, finally finished. After sending off Zaraki Kenpeki, Byakuya Kukaki, Anohanaretsu and several other members of the 4th Division, Urahara Kisuke finally lay down. Oh my, I didn't expect Aizen's technology to be a little more advanced than mine. His research on black cavity probably started very early. Shihao and Yoryuki walked gently to his side and sat down with him. Yet, if Aizen knows that the black cavity technology he has spent so many years of painstaking research has been surpassed by you in 2 or 3 days, I don't know what that guy will look like. Urahara Kisuke's expression changed. I'm afraid a person like him has already guessed it. Ms. Yoryuki, is there any news? Yoryuki took out 2 new editions of Seireitei Newsletter from his pocket and handed them to Urahara Kisuke. You haven't been able to retreat for the past few days. This is the latest leaderboard. Check it out. Both Aizen and Jingle are on it, and everyone's ranking is no lower than yours. Urahara Kisuke didn't seem to care about this. He gently opened the first book and looked at it. He smiled crookedly and said, Mr. Lu has already revealed this to me before going to Hueco Mundo, and I also know about Aizen's strength. After all, Hagyaku is my masterpiece. But having said that, I still wonder today that Master Yoryuki has grown up so much. I didn't expect that there are these 2 books behind him. Seeing Yoryuki's murderous eyes, Urahara Kisuke hurriedly said. However, your Yuaki-sama didn't grow up so big because of the needs of Shunjo. I understand, I understand. Your Yuaki withdrew his gaze and said coldly. It seems that we have nothing to do with Aizen. Urahara Kisuke takes the hat to cover his face. Yet, now I can only count on Kurosaki-kun. The things I have researched can no longer kill Aizen. I just hope that Kurosaki-kun can return safely. However, having said that, the people of the Shiba family are really surprising. They seem to have no limit to their strength, but they still have such a secret technique. Your Yuaki glanced at him. Don't misunderstand, this is not the secret technique of the Shiba family. As far as I know, the head of the Shiba family does not have such a secret technique. Only the branch house, or even Shiba's whole heart, has such a secret technique. Technique. Urahara Kisuke slowly closed his eyes. It doesn't matter, we have done everything we can do now, and the rest depends on how far Kurosaki-kun and Aizen can go. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo is fighting with Neutra. And Lu is also fighting against the third number among the Espada, Master Neliel. So, that Ujulin Hasward you mentioned is a Quincy like Ishida Urayu. But, the Arankars all said, except that Ishida Urayu is a little smarter, it seems, Lu covered her mouth. You want to ask that Ishida Urayu, who is also a Quincy master, is weak. Neliel, who was blushing, raised her head and looked at Lu behind her, blinking her eyes. Lu smiled softly. That's because Ishida Urayu's ability has not yet awakened. You must know that his real strength is actually above Hasward. He is a son of light, and Invisible Empire. The next emperor is also the future of the Quincy. Nilu couldn't help but widen her eyes. Then, Wu. Who is the current emperor, Wu? Chapter 54. Hugren Heart Sword. Looking at the report in his hand, Aizen frowned. Ichimaru Jin, who was always beside him, narrowed his narrow eyes. Captain Aizen, is there something wrong? This was the first time in his memory that Aizen frowned. Even when facing Urahara Kisuke, Aizen had a calm and indifferent face. Aizen slowly shook his head. It's nothing, Yin, it's just that I didn't expect that someone I didn't know was so powerful. Ichimaru Jin tilted his head mischievously. Oh? Is it the captain? He is indeed very strong. Aizen shook his head slowly, and handed the report in his hand to Ichimaru Jin. No, this person who is only one step away from the perfect fusion with me is actually just a Quincy master. Ichimaru Jin's frown deepened. The Quincy? That race that became extinct thousands of years ago. Aizen chuckled softly. Have you forgotten Yin? Ishida Urayu is also a member of the Quincy. Ichimaru Jin pursed his lips. Is he also considered a Quincy master? Apart from his formidable ultimate form, there is nothing to fear about him, right? As he spoke, he took the report that Aizen handed him, but after a glance, Ichimaru Jin couldn't laugh anymore. Quincy leaderboard, 2nd Spirit King 2nd place, Invisible Empire Emperor's Assistant, the highest rank of the Star-Crossed Knights, Hugilin Hasward. Holy Text B, Balance, Ability Name, World Harmony. He is thoughtful, unsmiling, calm, as the highest rank of Star-Crossed Knights and the Emperor's Assistant, he is respected and supported by most of the members. Only judging strength by Ryutsu, Hasward can only be regarded as Chief Commander level, but Hasward's Holy Text B World Harmony endowed him with extremely strong combat experience. Holy Text B, Ability Name World Harmony, directly inflict misfortune on the opponent through the sword, and the misfortune will become fragile in front of one's own power. When the sword cannot bring misfortune to the opponent, it means that the opponent has a certain degree of luck. By collecting misfortune from all over the world to offset the opponent's luck, the balance is corrected, so the luck that the opponent bestows on oneself will be forced to bear with an equal amount of misfortune. At the same time, the misfortune that befalls one's body will be borne by scape shield, and the damage will be fed back to the opponent twice, making the opponent face double disaster. Hearthward is a leader among the Quincy masters who have emerged for hundreds of years. He has the ability to share soul, and those around him will always be empowered by him. This ability has always been the exclusive ability of King of the Quincy, but unfortunately, Hearthward only has half the power of King of the Quincy, so he can only give and cannot retrieve. The editor believes that Hearthward's power has already touched God's realm, which is the power of the rule system. It is generally difficult for Shinigami's Bankai to defeat it, so Hearthward is listed as second Spirit King class second place, second only to Perfect Fusion, Hagyaku's Aizen. After reading the report on Hearthward, Ichimarujin couldn't be calm for a long time. For him, Kaika Suijutsu is already the most powerful force he has ever seen. In front of this kind of divine power, no one has the ability to resist. Of course, he still knows about this Kaika Suijutsu's small weakness. However, it seems that Hearthward, who was revealed by Lu, is a bit more perverted. Although the vocabulary used by Lu is extremely modest, he said that Hearthward is just fingering at the realm of gods, but in Ichimarujin's view, this ability to use luck and unfortunate to fight has completely surpassed him, and even surpassed the current Aizen-sama. What if that Hearthward can use the scape shield to prevent the liberation of Kaika Suijutsu? Ichimarujin couldn't help itching. Master Aizen, how can this kind of power exist? Aizen raised his head slowly, his eyes seemed to be looking at the boundless starry sky. Yin, have you ever heard the story of the Quincy being wiped out? Ichimarujin frowned. This is just a little bit of talk in the Mu Academy of Spiritual Art. It is said that there was a conflict between Shinigami and Quincy Master about the handling of Su, and in the end, in order to maintain the stability of the world, it led to the war. Ask for flowers. Aizen nodded lightly. That's right, but there is one more thing, that is the content of the war. I'm afraid no one in the academy has explained it to you. In fact, before I entered the 13th team, I didn't know that period of history. It was not until I entered the 13th team and investigated the records in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book that I discovered that that period of history was more miserable than we imagined. There are many. On the final battlefield, the invincible king of Quincy was defeated by the sword demon Yamamoto Shigekuni, and since then, Quincy has withdrawn from the stage of history. However, what I care more about is the story behind. Ichimarujin tilted his head like a curious baby. The story behind. Aizen closed his eyes and said as if singing. 0. The sealed king of the Quincy, after 900 years to regain his heartbeat, after 90 years to regain his consciousness, after 9 years to accumulate strength, within 9 days, he will seize the world. This is the Holy Emperor's hymn handed down by the Quincy ants. It is used to sing praises to their sealed king. In fact, in the war thousands of years ago, the invincible king of the Quincy division was just defeated. Defeated, not eliminated. Ichimarujin opened his eyes slightly. Master Aizen means. Aizen smiled lightly. Lu should have discovered something or knew something, but he didn't seem to be able to tell us directly, or he didn't want to tell us directly, so he had to use this method to inform us. The king of the Quincy is coming back. Speaking of this, Aizen suddenly stood up. Silver, ask for this report, I want to go out and have a look. After half a day, a letter marked Top Secret was sent by the 8th Division to the 1st Division's team building. At the same time, Sui Feng, Commander-in-Chief of the Criminal Army, Commander-in-Chief of the Secret Mobile Force, Captain of the 2nd Division, Kurako Shunsui, Captain of the 8th Division of the Intelligence Team, Jaishur Yukatake, Captain of the 13th Division, and Kurosaki, Director of the Technology Development Bureau and Captain of the 12th Division Mayuri, we all gathered in the team building of the first team. After reading this top secret report, the calm Captain Yamamoto Genrisai gritted his teeth and spit out a few words. He. In. Which? Chapter 55. For Yamamoto Genrisai, Yulhabach has always been a problem. In the war thousands of years ago, he indeed defeated Yulhabach by all means, but the problem is that there was Habacha's body, but he was not found. In this regard, some people in the first generation of Godai 13 at that time believed that Yulhabach was burnt by Yamamoto Genrisai's Regenjaka, and there was no residue left, but only the captain of Yamamoto, who had personally faced that man, knew it. That possibility is too small. Yulhabach is not an existence that ordinary people can touch porcelain. Even Captain Yamamoto 1,000 years ago relied on Kojiro's sneak attack to successfully defeat him. Kurako Shunsui looked up at Kurotsuke Mayuri. Originally, Kurotsuke Mayuri was going to Hueco Mundo, but this guy stayed behind on the grounds that he doesn't want to use Urahara Kisuke's technology, and locked himself in the laboratory. Could it be that he has already encountered this scene? Kurotsuke Mayuri did not respond to Kurako Shunsui's gaze, but said to the captain himself. Do not know. His tone was as stiff as a stone. Captain Yamamoto opened one eye. I don't know. What does the Technology Development Bureau do? Kurotsuke Mayuri closed his eyes tightly, and said slowly. At the beginning, when Ishida Uryu entered the Soul Society, I had already suggested to the captain that I needed to investigate the current state of the Quincy divisions, and take some measures if necessary, but at that time, you did not resolutely refuse my proposal, isn't it? Kurotsuke Mayuri slowly opened his eyes. When I saw this report, I ordered Ajin to start looking for Ryutsu, the 870 quencher who appeared in the Three Realms, but it will take time. Kurako Shunsui bowed his head. Nai, you really like to cut first and play later. Then Kurotsuke Mayuri turned his head and said in a mocking tone. Oh? The next captain seems to have some opinions on me. Could it be that you are going to take control of the 13th team now? Sui Feng looked at the report, she scratched her little head, feeling a little puzzled. Don't blame her, she is the youngest generation among the current captains of the Soul Society, she doesn't know many things, and now she doesn't even understand why the captain has such a big temper. Who is the captain asking? Lu? The reason why Sui Feng was called here was only because she was the commander-in-chief of the secret mobile force, and many things below required her cooperation. Commander Yamamoto stood up while leaning on his crutches. I don't want to listen to your explanation now. It was my mistake not to kill Yulhabach. What Lu wants to express is very clear. Yulhabach will appear again, and this time he will definitely be stronger than before, even if it is his assistant. He has already reached the 2nd place in the 2nd Spirit King class, so he himself may have already reached the Clerical Master class. Sui Feng has one head and two big ones. Friend Habich? What it is? She just had a vague impression of the name, as if she had seen it somewhere before, but now she can't remember it at all. Captain Yamamoto didn't try to explain her doubts, he knocked on the crutch in his hand. Handling. From now on, all members of Seireitei Godai 13 are on alert. The captain and vice-captain carry Zanpakut at any time, Bankai and Shikai can be performed in Seireitei, and enter the real world without Ryutsu limitation. This command caught Kurako Shunsui a little off guard. Old man Shan, is this a little too anxious? We haven't even found out the existence of that person. We haven't even confirmed whether what Lu wrote is true. Captain Yamamoto slowly opened his eyes, and Kurako Shunsui felt as if his saliva had dried up. What's the matter? Koharu water? In front of the old man, is it time for you to speak? Captain Yamamoto, who has not lost his temper for hundreds of years, once again showed his fierce and cruel side. Kurako Shunsui only felt that the sword demon who taught them the slashing technique in the school seemed to have returned. Don't dare, I just want to confirm the truth of this matter, and this kind of order should not bypass room 46. Before Kurako Shunsui finished speaking, Captain Yamamoto interrupted him directly. At a time like this, there is no room for the 46 room to speak. Yulhabach is not someone you can use common sense to measure. In the current jingling court, apart from the old man, the only one who has experience in fighting is Yakian Liu. Only the two of us know his horror. If he really didn't die 1,000 years ago, then the Soul Society must be ravaged again. Everyone present knew well that the Yachiryu mentioned by Captain Yamamoto was not the vice-captain of the 11th squad, but the current captain of the 4th squad, Anohana Retsu. Captain Yamamoto caressed his crutches slowly. If possible, he would never use his Bankai again. Even he could not fully control that kind of destructive power. Habach will fight again, whether the Soul Society can survive under the power of Habach, and whether it can survive from his Bankai is unknown. Command. The 9th Division immediately print this report into a book, independently publish it, free for all members, and make sure everyone knows the existence of the Quincy. Order Urahara Kisuke, let him start investigations in this world immediately. Let Urahara Kisuke find a way to inform the captains who entered Hueco Mundo, and bring back Lu at all costs. I will live. Command. The 12th Division and the Technology Development Bureau are fully searching for the Quincy Division Ryutsu. The 2nd Division, the 7th Division, the 8th Division, the 10th Division, the Secret Mobile Unit, the Criminal Army, and all members fully cooperate with the 12th Division. The 6th Division informs all the nobles to prepare for battle, and all the living personnel stationed in the 13th Division will not change, and the remaining personnel will fully cooperate with the 12th Division, and the 11th Division will prepare for the battle collectively, and we must not relax. A series of orders without interruption. Commander Yamamoto has been in command of the 13th team for a long time, but even he can't help but feel a little strange this time. How long has Godi 13 not been this tense? Except for the 4th team in charge of treatment, the 5th team in charge of rescue, and the 3rd team in charge of support, all other teams dispatched collectively. Such a grand occasion is really unprecedented. But even so, Captain Yamamoto was still a little uneasy. He was a little puzzled. If Lu really knew the existence of Yulhabach, why didn't he say it before? I'm going to visit room 46, Jingle, follow me, and the rest will be disbanded. 9th Division Team Building. Hisagi Shuae stared blankly at the report in his hand, a little at a loss. How can this be true? How can someone have such pervert abilities? Sharing unfortunate and lucky, this ability is too heaven-defying, right? Xiu Bing raised his head and asked Sui Feng. Captain Sui Feng, is this real? Such a terrifying ability, how could it be real? Sui Feng replied blankly. I don't want to repeat Captain Yamamoto's order again, all you need to do now is to obey the order, and wait for the notice. After finishing speaking, she took a copy, turned around and left the 9th team directly. Now she needs to get busy herself. However, to listen to that guy Kurosaki Mayuri. Sui Feng feels dizzy when he thinks about this kind of thing. She doesn't like Urahara Kisuke, and she doesn't like Kurosaki Mayuri even more. For scientists like them who don't follow the rules, Sui Feng would rather shoot them to death. You know, she hates her own Bankai so much. But now, there is no other way, she has no choice now. It was the first time she saw the captain like this, even when Aizen rebelled, she had never seen the captain like this. It seems to be the man named Yulhabach. But where can I find the information of that guy? Great Book Corridor? No, Master Yoryuaki said, don't go to the place managed by the Tsunayashiro family if you have nothing to do. Oh, that's right. Master Yoryuaki. The Shihaoran family, one of the 4 great nobles, must have also recorded the history of the Soul Society at the beginning. If you go there and look for it, you might be able to find something. Central 46. This was the first time Captain Yamamoto came in with his subordinate captains. Although there was no prior notice this time, no one in room 46 refused. The 46th room, which was not very familiar in the previous session, was all overtaken by Aizen, and now those who are on stage are relatively younger, and relatively speaking, they are more in awe of the captain. This time the report has already been brought, and what the Soul Society is about to face is not one enemy, but two, or two groups. Kurako Shunsui waved his hand lightly, and the materialized Ahwa appeared beside him. She fluttered gently in the air, and sent all the documents in her hand to all the members of room 46 in turn. After these people finished reading the report, Captain Yamamoto continued. Some of you don't know the history of the Quincy Master. It's okay. Afterwards, the old man will send someone to send all the information, but now, there is no time. Captain Yamamoto lightly tapped the crutch in his hand. Just now, the old man has ordered the entire 13th team to be on alert, and you will issue a reissue notice later. From now on, the old man will no longer notify the 46 room of all orders within the Seiling Court, but will notify the 46 room after making a decision. The 46 room has the right to speak from now on, and cannot interfere with the old man's decision. Before Captain Yamamoto could finish speaking, an abrupt voice suddenly sounded. Yamamoto Genrisai, what are you doing? Room 46 makes decisions, which has always been a rule of the Soul Society. Yamamoto Genrisai raised one eye, glanced at the guy casually, and did not speak. In the 46 rooms, there are people who understand reason, but they also have some complaints about this. Your Excellency Yuan Liuzai, how long will you continue to behave like this? Captain Yamamoto said slowly. Until all the enemy troops are killed. Although these words are light, they are extremely heavy in the ears of room 46. Kill them all? What if Yamamoto Genrisai let some of them go? All of a sudden, a chaotic quarrel broke out in the 46 rooms, and finally, an elderly nobleman stood up directly. Quiet. The quarrel in the 46 room finally stopped, and he looked at Captain Yamamoto sharply. Your Excellency, Captain, I only have a few questions. After you answer them, we will decide whether to follow your suggestion. Captain Yamamoto waited quietly without saying a word. First, the history of the Quincy division, I know some from the family records, I know that they are the most feared enemies of the Soul Society, but is your behavior like an overreaction? You know, this article by Lu the report has not been confirmed to be true. Secondly, we can't trust your guarantee. What if you leave a few Quincy on purpose? Third, how do you guarantee that you can kill them all? If you fight lost. After the old nobleman finished asking, Captain Yamamoto slowly replied. First of all, I am not here to ask for your consent, but to tell you the current facts. Without me, no one of you can command the Gaudii 13th Division. Second, whether it is true or not, the old man will judge for himself, and so far, Lu's reports, except for what has never happened, have not missed anything that has happened. Thirdly, the Quincy led by Yulhabach is the sworn enemy of the old man. If the old man let them go, they will not let the old man go. Fourth, I can't guarantee it, which is why I brought Kurako Shunsui here. Kurako Shunsui raised his head slowly. Kurako Jiro Chief Kureza Harusui, the captain of the 8th Division, once the old man dies in battle, Kurako Shunsui will immediately succeed as the captain and continue to lead the battle. 5.8. This time, in room 46, even if there were 100 or 10,000 complaints, no one dared to speak out. What's going on? Before fighting the enemy, or even waiting for the enemy to appear, Captain Yamamoto, the man who lived as long as the Soul Society's history, unexpectedly, began to arrange his own funeral. In the 46 rooms, no one can explain how scared they are now. If there is an enemy that the captain cannot defeat, can the successor Kurako Shunsui defeat it? It's not just them who are thinking about this question, Kurako Shunsui is also thinking about it. When he came today, he thought it was Old Man Shan who couldn't deal with the mouths of the 46 room alone, so he asked the sharp-tongued him to come and fight together. Unexpectedly, today's Old Man Shan Haki didn't say anything, and finally made such a show. Kurako Shunsui looked at the Old Man Shan's back and frowned. Old Man Shan. Captain Yamamoto looked at the silent room 46 and said slowly. It seems that none of you object, so the old man can rest assured. He slowly raised his crutches, and slowly left room 46. Kurako Shunsui followed closely behind him, and asked worriedly. Old Man Shan, the one you can't beat, I. Don't worry, Captain Yamamoto didn't look back, I'm just arranging the necessary things. Don't worry, Koharu Water, I will use these two hands to cut off Yulhabach's head. Chapter 56 Soul Society, Seireitei, Shihaorin's house. The four nobles of the Soul Society each have their own characteristics, but the Shihaorin family is undoubtedly the quietest one among them. This has a lot to do with the status of the Shihaorin family. The Shihaorin family, known as Tianxi Bingzhuang Fan, has many magical weapons. Although the Shihaorin family keeps silent, there are many rumors about it in the Soul Society. Many people say that this is the Master Lingwang rewards, or, things from the Lingwang Palace were scattered among the people, and then collected by the Shihaorin family. But in any case, one thing is certain, that is, when Shihaorin Yoryuaki was in charge of the Shihaorin family, the number of these magical weapons increased a lot, all thanks to Urahara Kisuke. However, the current patriarch of the Shihaorin family has not shown his face for a long time. Since Yoryuaki's defection, the Shihaorin family has changed heads and has become more low-key. You must know that the head of the branch house of the Shiba family also defected back then. This incident directly or indirectly led to the decline of the Shiba family. The Shihaorin family does not want to be like the Shiba family. Sui Feng came to the door of the Shihaorin family. She remembered that the current head of the Shihaorin family is Shihaorin Yoshiro, the younger brother of Master Yoryuaki. Sui Feng seems to have seen him when he was young, but he doesn't know if it is the same now. Just about to go up and knock on the door, Sui Feng heard a familiar gentle voice. Yo! Sui Feng! Why do you want to come to my house to play today? It's Yoryuaki-sama. Sui Feng turned around, just in time to see Shihaorin Yoryuaki in a hard suit carrying a big box. Sui Feng blinked. Master Yoryuaki, what are you? Shihaorin Yoryuaki patted the box. Some of the props that Kisuke prepared, there is no place to put them in this world, I put them at home. You haven't said anything yet, Sui Feng, why did you come here? Sui Feng took out a brand new 11-year-old Seireite Newsletter and handed it to Shihaorin Yoryuaki. Yoryuaki looked at Luyu's report and let out a sigh of relief. I said why even Rukonga's guards are much stricter, and it's usually easy to get in. This time I wasted a few minutes. Sui Feng frowned. Master Yoryuaki, your arrest warrant has already been cancelled, you don't have to sneak back now, just leave openly. Yoryuaki threw the box at the door casually, and knocked hard on the door. Oh, how can it be fun to be sneaky in the open and aboveboard? You came here to learn about some Quincy masters, right? Sui Feng nodded obediently. I think there should be such records in the records of the Shihaorin family. Yoryuaki didn't wait for the people inside the house to come out, but directly pulled Sui Feng and rushed towards Rukonga. Don't think about it, the records of the Shihaorin family can only be read by the head of the family and those who are qualified to inherit the position of the head of the family. Otherwise, even the captain will have to go through a lot of procedures to read it. If you want to ask anything, just follow me to the world. Over there, I'll let Urahara Kisuke tell you all about it. Urahara Kisuke ah. Sui Feng frowned, she really hates Urahara Kisuke. But after thinking about it, the current Yoryuaki-sama is holding her hand. Besides, didn't the captain tell Urahara Kisuke? She just happened to pass an order right now. Sui Feng obediently left with Yoryuaki. Now, Urahara store. After watching Seireite communication brought back by Sui Feng and Yuruaki, Urahara Kisuke overwhelmed his singing area. Before Sui Feng came, Urahara Kisuke had already received the news from Jaishur Yukatake, but it was not until Sui Feng came that Urahara Kisuke knew that the cause of this incident was actually Lu. What a guy who likes to mess around. Urahara Kisuke shook his head. Mr. Lu really hasn't talked about this topic with me, he just talked about Aizen with me, but, in my opinion, the danger of Quincy may be much more distant than the danger of Aizen. Sui Feng frowned. Why? The captain obviously doesn't care much about Aizen, but his attitude towards Quincy is extremely tough. When the order was issued this time, Room 46 was not even notified in advance. Urahara Kisuke shrugged. It's normal for Captain Yamamoto to be interested in Quincy. After all, he is an enemy that he has missed for thousands of years, and the opponent's strength is indeed much stronger than Aizen as the captain. And the reason why I say that the threat of the Quincy is still far away is because of Sage Emperor's hymn. Sui Feng was even more confused. The Song of the Holy Emperor? What is that? Urahara Kisuke said slowly. In the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, there are many things about Quincy recorded. In the history of Quincy, there has been a ballad praising the sealed king of Quincy, known as Song of the Holy Emperor. The sealed king of the Quincy, after 900 years to regain his heartbeat, after 90 years to regain his consciousness, after 9 years to accumulate strength, within 9 days, he will seize the world. If there are no mistakes in the records of the war thousands of years ago in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, then it should take some time for that king of the Quincy master to completely regain his power, probably, it should be 1 to 1.5 years. Sui Feng squinted his eyes. Then shouldn't we be looking for the Quincy king who hasn't recovered his strength now? Shouldn't we kill him first while he hasn't recovered? Also, since you already know this, you must have prepared the means to deal with the Quincy. Urahara Kisuke scratched his head helplessly. It's really not. Sui Feng smashed the table, stared at Urahara Kisuke with wide eyes. Don't lie to me, Urahara Kisuke. You're the type to be ready for any chance. I've seen you clearly. Looking at his own table that was broken into 18 pieces, Urahara Kisuke took off his hat for a moment, and then slowly said to Sui Feng. Don't worry, Captain Sui Feng, indeed, I am a person who really likes to be prepared, but you really can't blame me for this matter. After becoming the captain, I used Reform Soul to look up all the information in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, so I am very concerned about these things, but the problem is that the Quincy was wiped out by the captain. Then when I was exiled to the present world, I also tried to find the remaining power of the Quincy master, but apart from the Ishida family, I never found any remnants of the Quincy master. Since their defeat, they have really disappeared in our world. Since this is the case, I thought it was the threat of the Quincy that disappeared. Until now. Urahara Kisuke frowned as he looked at the Seireitei newsletter in his hand. If someone else told him that the Quincy was not dead, and even had such terrifying power left, he would definitely think it was grandstanding, but this was Lu. Even his Bankai, Jingle's Bankai, that guy knows everything, so he will definitely not lie about the Quincy. Sui Feng thought for a while, and reluctantly believed Urahara Kisuke's words. She reached out to get a cup of tea, but found that she smashed the table. Where did the tea come from? Withdrew his hand in embarrassment, Sui Feng said slowly. Then how much do you know about the Quincy? Tell me, as the captain of the second team, I don't know the enemy so well. It's really remiss of me. Urahara Kisuke tapped the fan, and Tessai Tsukabishi came in with a brand new table and hot tea. Oh, I need to talk about it, but what I know is only recorded by the Soul Society. If I want to know more, I'm afraid we still need Lu Fan. Soul Society, Invisible Empire. In the shadow of the Soul Society, a group of people who have lost everything have quietly established an empire of shadows in the cracks. Yulhabach was already asleep, and the second person of the Invisible Empire, Hujulan Hasward, slowly opened his eyes. Your Majesty's power is really ruthless. Although the double eyes has not yet appeared in Yulhabach at this time, he has already recovered part of the power of omnipotence. When he falls asleep at night, Hasward, who is the assistant of the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, will be killed endowed with Dominator's Mask, which can be exchanged with Yulhabach's ability. Hasward hated the night very much, because in the night, he saw countless endings, but in each ending, Busby died. When he first accepted this ability, Hasward kept trying, wanting to see Busby's future alive, but every night, he opened his eyes in disappointment. Whether it was sanctified or eliminated, Busby died in the hands of the Quincy himself in the end. Maybe this is what will definitely happen? As a result, Hasward slowly accepted the reality, and he also began to gradually alienate Busby on purpose. He didn't hope that when Busby left, he would feel better, but he just hoped that Bobby could accompany him more. As long as you get farther away from him, Busby's growth rate will be slower, and his ability will be insignificant. In that case, the arrival of the rebellion will be a little further away. However, Hasward himself knew very well that this was just drinking poison to quench thirst. Slowly closing his eyes, feeling the endless future, suddenly, Hasward was stunned. What did he see? Is that Busby? The young man with the coxcomb head in the dream was kneeling in front of a tomb and weeping bitterly. His body was decaying and his face was bleak. On the tombstone, it was written impressively. Best friend Hugelin Hasward. Is this the future? Hasward wanted to see clearly, but the illusory future broke at this moment, and his eyes seemed to be covered with thick black mist. No, not only this future, but even other futures have begun to be shrouded in black mist. This is something that has never happened before. His Majesty's power was cut off by the thick black mist. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Hasward panicked for the first time. He rushed into Yulhabach's bedroom and woke up the sleeping Yulhabach. Your Majesty. Please wake up. Yulhabach slowly opened his eyes, and the black mist in front of Hasward's eyes disappeared instantly. He regained his eyesight and lost the power to see through the future. What's the matter, Hasward? You know, my power can easily get out of control if I rashly exchanged power at night. Once I get out of control. 567. Once His Majesty loses control of his power, he will deprive the Star-Crossed Knights of all their power in a very short period of time, and Hasward knows this. But what he fears more now is the future of the Quincy Master. If Your Majesty's power is lost, it will be more terrifying than if Your Majesty's power is out of control. Hasward knelt in front of Yulhabach, lowered his eyebrows and looked pleasing to the eye. I'm very sorry, Your Majesty. Just now, omniscience seems to have a little problem. I can't see the future. Yulhabach blinked. Really? Even if you are already familiar with this power, you still can't fully grasp it, Hasward. The future in my eyes is still clearly visible, hey? Wait a minute. What is that? Hasward was stunned. He was afraid that His Majesty's power would also be lost. In this way, how should they face the future of the Quincy? Fortunately, Yulhabach only lost his mind for a short moment. He quickly came back to his senses and said slowly to Hasward. In the future, it seems that there has indeed been a little change. Hasward, it seems that it is not your fault. This stalwart man in a black cloak slowly stood up from the throne. He looked at the invisible empire in the night outside the window, and took a deep breath. Some ants, somehow, know of our existence. Now, the Shinigami have started looking for us. What? Hasward looked at Yulhabach, his eyes were full of shock. Invisible Empire, also known as Empire of Shadows, is a kingdom created by the remaining Quincy Masters in the shadow of the Soul Society using spirit technology. The two inhabit different dimensions of the same world, connected but they do not interfere with each other, and even there is no communication between spirits. Unless someone deliberately leaks it, it is impossible to be discovered. Your Majesty! How is this possible? Like Har's ward, Yulhabach is undecided. His strength is gradually recovering, but it is not yet complete, let alone rewriting the future, and even some futures he can't see clearly, he can only see a vague outline. However, even so, he could still clearly see the ending of most people, but this time, he couldn't see that guy named Lu. Not only can't you see the ending, you can't even see that guy's past, Yulhabach can't even detect, where did he get such a huge amount of top-secret information from? Such a thing has only happened once in his long life. It was that time that Yulhabach discovered the power beyond him, and he discovered the future of the Quincy. Chapter 57. 8 years ago, Yulhabach performed holy. He took away the power of all the mixed-blood Quincy, and redistributed it again. The half-blood Quincy who had their power taken away, lucky enough to have a life left, unfortunately, they would often die soon. Among them, Ishida Uriu's mother, Katajai, and Kurosaki Ichigo's mother, Kurosaki Masaki. However, only Ishida Uriu survived. For some reason, even though he was a mixed-blood Quincy, he was able to release from the sanctification. Not only did he not lose his life, but he didn't even lose the power of the Quincy. Yulhabach believes that Ishida Uriu has a power beyond him, which has never been seen in any Quincy, so he thinks this is the future work of the Quincy. That Ishida Uriu, who was born in the light, is the next emperor of the Invisible Empire whom he identified. Har's ward. Yulhabach slowly looked at his most capable general. Notify the Knights of the Star Cross, and do not leave the Invisible Empire unless necessary. Has ward's eyes slowly left Yulhabach, and he lowered his head slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. After leaving Yulhabach's bedroom, Hasward walked peacefully in the corridor of Silver Frame City, but his heart could not be calm for a long time. Was what he saw before the future, or a dream? If that is the future, does His Majesty see that future? Hasward has a very clear understanding of his best friend Busby and Yulhabach. He has seen countless futures, and in none of these futures, Busby will not rebel. No, in fact, from the very beginning when he entered the Star-Crossed Knights, Busby wanted to take Yulhabach's life away. Yulhabach is also well aware of this point. He kept Busby in his Star-Crossed Knights, just to use Busby. After all, for these Quincy masters, Yulhabach is their absolute master, whether it is life or death, it is all in the mind of Yulhabach. But what if? What if what Harsward saw at that time was really the future? If Busby is not dead, then it is not only Harsward who died, but also. Hasward couldn't think about it anymore, his heart was pounding. In the future, it seems that there are indeed unknown variables. Even His Majesty's power may be beyond our reach. Sui Palace, the Straight Hall of Lu. Nilu really wanted to know who the Emperor of the Invisible Empire was, but Lu didn't tell her directly. Instead, he showed her the predicament he encountered before after all the battles were over. The 4 characters Yulhabach were written on the white paper, but soon, the 4 characters disappeared again. Lu spread out his hands. See? Until now, I still can't write his name down. Nilu has never heard of this name. Although she is a Vasto Lord, she is really very young compared with the Baragan group, and it is impossible to know this kind of history. Yulhabach? Who's that? Lu took a cup of tea, sat down on the chair slowly, and said slowly. This name has many meanings. From the history of the Quincy, this is the ancestor of the Quincy, but at the same time, there is also a Yulhabach, and his ability is extremely similar to that ancestor. Nilu's little head is quick. Then isn't he the ancestor of the Quincy? Lu nodded. It can be said that, but the actual situation is a bit complicated. Among the Quincy masters, there has always been a cursed tradition. Every few hundred years, there will be one of them who cannot see, hear, speak, or smell. Children, because there is no one to take care of them, such children tend to die soon, but there are also accidents. Some special children can have the ability to share their souls. The timid will become brave when touched, the disabled will become complete when touched, and the frustrated will be full of determination when touched. But without exception, after everyone touches him, their lives will become extremely short, ranging from a few years to a few days, and after those people die, the memories and knowledge they possess will be shared with their souls. Fragments and return to the child. Slowly, the child began to breathe, see, hear, and speak. He began to call himself Yulhabach, and people knew that it was the name of the ancestor of the legendary Quincy master. This is the current Yulhabach. Nilu frowned. Since you can say this name, is there any obstacle if you can't write it? Wouldn't it be good if you just tell others these things? Lu spread out his hands. Because I don't know what exists that prevents me from writing. If it is something known, then I have nothing to fear. The sky will fall and I will bear it. But the problem now is that I don't know. What kind of power went to the famous minister of Yulhabach? So for a long time, I didn't even tell anyone else, only you, Nilu, I only told you. Nilu blushed a little. Master Lu is the best. That's a must. Lu hugged Nilu, who rushed over, and suddenly saw Aizen, dressed in Arankar clothing, standing at the gate of the palace with a smile, looking at them softly from the light. This look, why is it so like an old father who sees his own pig can make cabbage? Lu quickly let go of Nilu, quickly closed her eyes and scratched her head. Oh, Aizen-sama, I don't know that you are here, so please forgive me. Aizen snorted softly. Lu, don't you believe me by now? I told you not to release Kaika Suijutsu to you. Lu pursed his lips. Urahara Kisuke, he may not believe it, let alone you old silver coin. But Aizen didn't care about it, he stood at the door and said slowly. You wrote about the existence of the Invisible Empire, but you didn't tell me where they are, Lu. Yohei? Why is Aizen suddenly interested today? Could it be that he really felt the threat from the Quincy divisions? Lu nodded. Master Aizen, I can tell you where they are, but even if I tell you, it will be difficult for you to find them. And, instead of looking for them yourself, wouldn't it be better for those Shinigami to look for them? After all, they are the Quincy's sworn enemies, not you. Aizen walked into the palace slowly, Nilu quickly knelt on one knee. Really? They have already started to teach them those Shinigami, Lu, do you know how eager the captain is to find you now? Even though I have been the captain for so many years, I have never seen the captain looks like this. Even when I betrayed the Soul Society, he wasn't this angry. Oh, so that means you're jealous? Lu slowly opened one eye, and after confirming that Aizen did not have the idea of liberating Zanpakuto, he said slowly. The Invisible Empire is in the Soul Society, even if you know about it now, you won't be able to get through it. Why don't you let them keep busy, and let's reap the benefits? Aizen smiled lightly. Us? Lu, you really have a big heart. After finishing speaking, Aizen turned around and walked towards the door. When he came to the door, he turned his head slowly. Lu, write down the story of the Invisible Empire and the Quincy Masters. As a former subordinate of the captain, I can't bear to see how anxious he is now. Could not bear? You can see that the funeral is not a big deal. Aizen's mind, Lu can probably guess a little bit. Since the grievances between Shinigami and Quincy are so deep, then he doesn't need to rush to a decisive battle with Shinigami, and let Quincy consume a wave of Shinigami's combat power first, and then directly come back and take out. That's so easy. Anyway, when he was recharging his energy, when Aizen left, Lu directly spread out the pen and paper. The Invisible Empire, which exists in the shadow of the Soul Society Jinglingting, is in the same world as Jinglingting, and is the culmination of the Quincy's Lingza technology. The Quincy is afraid of the power of Hollow, but hates the power of Shinigami. Their only purpose is to kill and replace the Spirit King. Now, Urahara store. Urahara Kisuke also told Suifeng what he knew about the history of the Quincy. To be honest, there is not much difference between what he and Lu know. Lu clearly knows a lot of secrets about the Quincy, but Urahara Kisuke's understanding of the history of the Quincy, apart from the records from the Great Spirit Book Corridor and the Shihaoran family, remains it's all his guesswork. However, this is enough for Suifeng. After listening to Urahara Kisuke's description, Suifeng frowned. So, the reason why the war happened at the beginning was because of different ideas about Hollow? The Shinigami want to purify Hollow, and Quincy wants to destroy Hollow. Do you believe in such a thing? Urahara Kisuke lowers his hat. Oh, I knew I couldn't hide it from Ms. Suifeng. Actually, I didn't believe it either, but the problem is, those who went through that war can still survive. As far as I know there are only 3, the general captain, the deputy captain of the first team, and the captain Anohana. Suifeng's eyes widened. Wait! What did you say? That Kojiro guy actually participated in that war. Suifeng never expected that Kojiro, who looked so inconspicuous and looked like a full-time secretary all day long, not only participated in that tragic war, but even survived. Urahara Kisuke and Shihaoran Yuryuaki looked at each other, and Yuryuaki said slowly. Not only that, Kojiro Sparrow was the greatest hero in that war. Although I don't know what exactly happened, but the records in the family clearly state that Kojiro Sparrow was the commander-in-chief. Got a chance to win, but the problem is, we don't know what he did, and neither he nor the captain wants to bring it up. Suifeng blinked. Then asked Captain Anokina. Looking at Suifeng, who is innocent like a little sheep, Yuryuaki sighed and reached out to touch her head. Hey, remember clearly, if you have nothing to do, don't use this kind of topic to provoke that fellow Anohana, understand? Although you are in charge of the Xingjun and secret maneuvers, my Shunpo and Jianyu are both learned, but if she wants to kill you, you will never survive. This is not the first time Suifeng has been stunned today. Ever since Lu broke the news about Anohanaretsu, she has been paying high attention to Anohanaretsu, but she never expected that Lord Yuryuaki and Urahara valued Anohanaretsu so much. Urahara Kisuke Fan 1. That's right, as of now, the name Kenpeikai has been handed down for 11 generations. Among the Kenpeikai generations, there are many people with outstanding combat power, but if you have to rank the Kenpeikais, Captain Anohana is definitely in the top 3. This ranking made Suifeng's eyes widen again. However, among the people who bear the name Kenpeikai, there are also pervert guys like Kenpeikai Mojo and Kenpeikai. Urahara Kisuke nodded slowly. Yes, it is precisely because the two of them are too strong, otherwise Captain Anohana would definitely be number 1. Suifeng frowned. What about Zaraki? Didn't Lu attach great importance to that guy? He even gave him the rank of second Spirit King, even higher than that guy Jingle. Wang Jianzhao. Urahara Kisuke looked melancholy, he scratched his head. Oh my, I believe Mr. Lu's words, but I have never seen what Zaraki's Shikai and Bankai look like, so it's hard to judge. But judging by Zaraki's current strength, he can only follow Captain Anohana. Suifeng wanted to ask something else, but the magic messenger around her waist had already lit up. Picking up the magic messenger and taking a look, Suifeng's eyes widened involuntarily. There's news from the Soul Society. Kurosaki Mayuri seems to have found traces of the Quincy's Ryutsu. I have to go to a meeting. Goodbye, Master Yuryuaki. Before leaving, Suifeng didn't say goodbye to Urahara Kisuke either. However, Urahara Kisuke didn't care much. After Suifeng left, he looked at Shihaoran Yat. Miss Yuryuaki, did the censor respond when you went to the Soul Society? Yuryuaki slowly picked up the teacup. Well, there was a reaction near Seireitei, but I didn't find their lair. Urahara Kisuke leaned on his hat and sighed. It seems that the guy who was repeatedly beaten by Nai was one step ahead. Soul Society, a group of teams sacrifice their guts. All captains are here except for Zaraki Kenpeki, Byakuya Kokaki, Anohanaretsu, and the rest of the team who went to Hueco Mundo and couldn't return. Even Hitsuga Ichigo of the Living Garrison team is back, and the current Living Garrison team is run by Matsumoto Rangiku, the vice-captain of the 10th squad. Kurosaki Ichigo, holding a document, reported to the captain. After receiving the notification, the 12th squad immediately checked all the Ryotsu measurements of the Soul Society and the Transmigration Gate. We, indeed, found the Ryotsu traces of the Quincy divisions. In just one sentence, several captains instantly became nervous. Chapter 58. Captain Yamamoto slowly opened his eyes. The old man just wants to know where their lair is. Kurosaki Ichigo lowered her eyelids. I'm very sorry for the captain, the traces of Ryotsu we found, even the closest to us, have a history of more than 10 years, and. Kurosaki Ichigo put several reports on the captain's desk. And these traces of Ryotsu are already dilapidated, not to mention tracking, it is very difficult to even determine how many of them there are. Captain Yamamoto slowly asked. Nai, how much time do you need? Kurosaki Ichigo shook her head. I'm sorry for the captain, but with the current technical level of the Soul Society Technology Development Bureau, we can't find where their lair is at all. Kurosaki Ichigo said this sentence calmly, but the other captains were sweating. Captain Yamamoto is on fire right now, and Kurosaki Ichigo's words are simply adding fuel to the fire. Captain Yamamoto stood up slowly. He picked up the report submitted by Kurosaki Ichigo, and after a rough review, he asked Sui Feng. Sui Feng, where is Urahara Kisuke? Sui Feng shook his head stiffly. Urahara Kisuke said that after being exiled to the present world, he began to investigate the matter of the Quincy, but what he found was only Ishida Uriu's family, the rest were not found. Captain Yamamoto is now like a strong man with 997 strength who has fallen into the endless night, and he can't find a point to contribute. Where is the enemy? Kurako Shunsui looks up. Old man Shan, how about we deal with Aizen first? Anyway, we can't find them now, so why not just wait quietly for them to come? Yamamoto Genrisai walked slowly to his seat and sat down. No. He spat out two simple words, and he didn't mean to explain anything. The captains present all understood that this old man is going to fight to the death with those Quincy masters who don't know where they are. Void Knight Palace. Luyu's report had already been handed in, Aizen just read it and handed the report to Tosen Kaname without even discussing it. It seemed like he didn't care about that at all. Ichimarujin stopped Tosen Kaname, took the report and read it, and then returned the report to Tosen Kaname. Captain Aizen, Ichimarujin's title for Aizen is still Captain Aizen, with a mischievous and intimate tone, like a snake coiled around its owner's neck. It's difficult for you to let these people and Captain Yamamoto. Shall we fight first? Aizen gently opened his eyes. No, Silver. I don't think so. The existence of the Quincy not only threatens Yamamoto Shigekuni, but also me. His purpose is similar to mine, but very different. Tilting his head, holding his hands beside Aizen. Oh? What does that mean? Don't you all want to go to the Soul King Palace? Aizen smiled lightly. Yulhabach wants to replace Spirit King and become an existence that dominates the world, so that everything obeys his will. Ichimarujin looked up at Aizen, his slender eyes resembled the tail of a lion majesty. What about you? Captain Aizen. Aizen ticked the corner of his mouth. If Yulhabach is a vicious villain, I am nothing more than a thief who slips through the door and reads the lock. This is the first time Ichimarujin has heard Aizen belittle himself. Before, whether it was about the future or the present, Aizen always looked high and unscrupulous, but this time, facing the legendary king of the Quincy, Aizen seemed to be afraid. Aizen's eyes seemed to have seen through Ichimaru-jin's thoughts. Silver, do you think I'm scared? Ichimaru-jin without any pretense. That's right, Captain Aizen, this is the first time I've heard you praise others like this, and demean yourself like this. Aizen smiled knowingly. Praise and belittle? That means you don't understand anything, Silver. Yes, although he has been in Godai 13 not much longer than Ichimaru-jin, but he has acquired knowledge that Ichimaru-jin has never thought about. If Spirit King is the wedge of the world, Yulhabach not only wants to absorb the power of the wedge, but also wants to replace the wedge, while Aizen just wants to change a wedge, and then change the world. At least, Aizen himself thinks so. It's just that not many people can understand him, and what he understands about Yulhabach may not be correct. Looking at the two screens in front of him, the smile on Aizen's face became more intense. One screen is Kurosaki Ichigo, who has started to face Urahara. On the other screen, Ishida Urahara was facing Yami. Ulquiola is a gift specially prepared by Aizen for Kurosaki Ichigo. Every step of Kurosaki Ichigo's growth is within Aizen's expectation, and every step of his growth is inseparable from Aizen's help. Losing to Byakuya for the first time, awakening their own Shinigami powers, was a Ryutsu induction device given to them by Aizen. Entering the Soul Society, Aizen cooperated with them in launching a rebellion. Then, there are Grimjo and Urahara, the two whetstones used to sharpen Kurosaki Ichigo. He prepared so many gifts for Kurosaki Ichigo, not because he is really Kurosaki Ichigo's godfather, but because Kurosaki Ichigo is his gift to the world. In order to become the wedge of the world, there must be 4 different forces in the body, and the soul must be a combination of the 4 existences. Human, Shinigami, Quincy, Hollow. There are 2 correspondences and 2 contradictions between these 4 kinds, which are absolutely difficult to appear under normal circumstances. For the Quincy Master, the void is poison. Once there is the power of the void, the Quincyr will be continuously eroded. No one has ever been able to create a me is a master who has fused the power of the void in the body. But Aizen did it. In fact, even he did it unintentionally. The combination of the Quincy corrupted by the void and the Shinigami who turned into a human, and thus, Kurosaki Ichigo was born. From that moment on, Aizen knew that the most difficult step in his plan had been completed. Kurosaki Ichigo is the next generation Spirit King, the founder stone of the new world, the tool to replace that dark history, and his gift to the bright and pure world in the future. And he will stand on the throne of the sky and clean up the dark and heavy history of the Soul Society. It's just, now there is a little variable. Aizen's eyes turned to the second screen, where Kurosaki Ichigo's best friend, Ishida Urahara, was struggling against Yami. And Yami didn't even do the sword liberation. Is this the next emperor of the Invisible Empire? If what Lu said is true, shouldn't he be in his hands in advance? Aizen slowly closed his eyes. Silver, do you still miss that Vice Captain Matsumoto Rangiku? Chapter 59. If Ichimaru-jin is a brightly colored lion majesty, Aizen is a giant octopus that dwells in the deep sea. The curved and slender tentacles spread out on the seabed, stopping every possible prey. At least, Ichimaru-jin thinks so. Hearing Aizen's question, Ichimaru-jin fell silent for a short moment. Oh, what can I do if I miss you? Now she probably hates me to death? She didn't even say goodbye and just left. Aizen smiled lightly, and Ichimaru-jin's answer did not surprise him. No matter who they are, approaching Aizen has their own purpose. Aizen may not know the specific purpose, but he can tell whether they are loyal or not. That's why he trusted Tosen Kaname more. He puts his hand on Ichimaru-jin's shoulder. So, do you want to go to this world and see her again? Ichimaru-jin sighed helplessly. Captain Aizen, don't make fun of me. If you have any task for me, just say it. Aizen smiled. Tomorrow, with my kindness, go to this world to find Urahara Kisuke. Even if you stay with Matsumoto Rangeka for a few more days, I won't care. In the other corner of Sui Palace, Lu was hugging Nilu, sitting on the roof of the palace, watching the violent explosion caused by the battle in the distance, and tasting the fine wine of Sui Palace. This is not the sake of Soul Society, but wine. Aizen named this wine Bai Yet. Bai Yet is similar to Aizen's bad taste. He built a night palace in Hueco Mundo where there was only night, but there was only day in the night palace. He got this kind of blood-thick wine from this world, but named it Bai Yet. Orium has been taken, right? Lu has red wine in his left hand and Nilu in his right. Taste one on the left and another on the right. Nilu's face is rosy. These two new guys wanted to bully Orium, but I stopped them, and then Grimjo came and took Orium away. As she said that, Nilu turned her head to look at Lu. How do you know so well that Grimjo will come to take Orium away? Lu took a sip of grapes and then a sip of wine. Soul Society has a fighting maniac, Hueco Mundo also has a fighting maniac, both of them are people who value fighting more than their lives, and these two guys like to fight Kurosaki Ichigo. However, the current Kurosaki Ichigo is still very weak. It is still impossible to beat Urahara. You have to play a trick. After spending these days with Lu, Nilu has also gotten used to Lu's words, she tilted her head. So Orium is Kurosaki Ichigo's cheat. Lu chuckled. She is just a cheat trigger, the real cheat is in the soul of Kurosaki Ichigo. As long as why do these fighting madmen like to fight with Kurosaki Ichigo? Because every time Kurosaki Ichigo goes through a battle, he will become stronger. The more intense the battle, the more obvious his progress will be. He is a genius with no growth limit. Nilu looked curiously at the battle in the distance. Although Kurosaki Ichigo is indeed like Xiaoqiang immune to death, but she didn't see much of this growth. So far, it's just a constant hollow. The only change seems to be that every time he uses the mask, the color on the mask will change a little. Nilu looked at Lu. Don't you have that leaderboard? Where should Kurosaki Ichigo be? This question stumped Lu. He put down his glass and scratched his head. It's really hard to say. Do you still remember what I said before? When Aizen merged with Hagyaku, the strength fluctuations are actually quite large, right? But Kurosaki Ichigo's strength is even more volatile than Aizen, his bottom line is lower, and his upper limit is higher. Nilu's eyes widened. Is Kurosaki Ichigo stronger than Aizen-sama? Lu nodded. That's for sure, but only if Aizen doesn't use Kaika Suijutsu on him. That ability is too incomprehensible. As he spoke, Lu looked down under the table again. Wei, you two, bring a pen and paper, I say, write it down. Under the table were Lori and Minorai. In fact, this is not a table at all, but a simple wooden board. The legs of the table are Minorai and Luoli who have been kneeling on the roof. The two of them wanted to bully Orium but were stopped by Nilu. This is Nilu's punishment for them. In this regard, both of them want to resist, but they just think about it. Lori and Minorai put the red wine on the roof and brought pens and paper. Lu cleared his throat. Quincy ranking list, 2nd Spirit King 1st place, Invisible Empire Successor Emperor, Member of Star Cross Knights, Son of Light, Ishida Uryu. Sacred Text A, Antithesis, Ability Name Complete Reversal. Ask for flowers. This ability can completely switch the specified things that have happened, or between the specified things, to another party. Luoli stared. It's over. Lu spread out his hands. What do you think? Luoli was already dumbfounded. But you've said a lot in detail before, and even introduced the tricks. Lu smiled. Sometimes, ignorance is cute. Ishida Uryu's ability seems very inconspicuous, but in my opinion, this is the only one among the so-called Star-Crossed Knights that can stand shoulder to shoulder with God. This is power enough to change the world. You can't see it, it's normal, leave the report to Master Aizen, Minorai, you don't have to go. Soul Society. The second top secret report has been sent to Captain Yamamoto's desk. Is this from Hueco Mundo? The Yamamoto team looked at the report in their hands and looked at Kurako Shunsui who was standing by. Kurako Shunsui nodded. Same as the previous report, the language should be written by Lu. Urahara Kisuke has also replied, and the message has been sent, but, so far, no captain has sent back the message, not even Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't even know where Lu went, he only knows an uncle took Lu away with a whoosh. Looking at the report in his hand, Yamamoto Genrisai only felt shocked. It turned out that the Quinches, who I had been looking for so long, actually built an invisible empire under my nose. Invisible Empire exists in the shadow of Soul Society Jinglingting, and is in the same place in the same world as Jinglingting. The method of opening the door is only in the hands of the Quincy so far, and it is extremely difficult to crack. Extremely difficult? Yamamoto Genrisai threw the report to Kurako Shunsui. Notify Kurotsuka Mayuri, notify Urahara Kisuke, and start the investigation immediately. Invisible Empire is in the shadow of Jinglingting, let them start to find a way to open the door immediately. All team members must be vigilant. Do not turn off the light door at night. Chapter 60. I have to say that the captain's order is very creative. Since the enemy's kingdom is in the shadows, why don't we keep the lights on all the time? In this regard, Kurotsuka Mayuri, captain of the 12th Division and director of the Technology Development Bureau, said. Damn, IQ is pretty high. He didn't dare to scold Captain Yamamoto, at least he didn't dare to scold the old man Yamamoto. However, Yamamoto's proposal also gave Kurotsuka Mayuri new ideas. Although it is impossible to eliminate all the shadows in such a huge place as Jinglingting, but in his laboratory, the condition of being shadowless can be easily met. At the very least, in this way, the Quincy's would not be able to detect the progress of his experiments. After returning to the Technology Development Bureau, Kurotsuka Mayuri immediately remodeled the interior of the Technology Development Bureau. 4 or 5 large laboratories were connected to form a new shadowless laboratory, and all members entering the laboratory were required to put on a special shadowless suit. Yinmen, have you found all the information about the Quincy? Kurotsuka Mayuri looked at Nirvana, who was closer than a daughter. Did the nobles give us their information? Among the 4 nobles, there are no good ones. The only noble who has a close relationship with the 13th team is the Kurosaki family. Even the Shihaoran family, after the defection of the previous family head, the relationship with Godei 13 has gradually become colder. You know, from the first Godei 13, the second team has always been the private land of the Shihaoran family. For the captain, the Shihaoran family has been a reliable ally for thousands of years, until the appearance of Yuryuaki. Yinmen slowly pushed over a small cart, which was full of 280 books like a hill. She obediently stood beside Kurotsuka Mayuri, and said calmly. There was no movement from the Kurosaki family and the Shihaoran family, but the Tsunayashiro family sent all the news related to the Quincy in the corridor of the Great Soul Book. The Tsunayashiro family. Kurotsuka Mayuri narrowed his eyes. Like Urahara Kisuke, he doesn't like the Tsunayashiro family very much, but unlike Urahara Kisuke, he simply thinks that the Tsunayashiro family simply wants to show off and has too many rules. After all, Urahara Kisuke can only be regarded as a normal scientist, he is the kind of mad scientist who has no bottom line. However, he didn't need to refuse the goodwill of the Tsunayashiro family, or he didn't bother to refuse at all. That kind of nobleman who looks like a rotten ship is no different to the shit on the side of the road to him. After a quick look at the Quincy notes, Kurotsuka Mayuri didn't find anything that cheered him up. Because, shortly after he became the captain, Ishida Uriu's grandfather, Ishida Sojin, died at Su's hands, and he single-handedly facilitated this incident, in order to complete his research on Quincy masters. The information provided by the Tsunayashiro family only explained some of the history of the Great War thousands of years ago, and did not mention much about the technology and ability of the Quincy. Seeing the name, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help squinting his eyes. In the records of the Tsunayashiro family, it is mentioned that Yulhabach's ability is omniscient and omnipotent, but in Kurosaki Ichigo's view, this ability is very limited. He doesn't have Yulhabach's body structure now, so the analysis of his ability can only be based on his own conjecture and the records of the Namade family. Yulhabach can share souls, and can see some of the future, and that's all he knows right now. Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath and looked up at the glowing ceiling. If the legend of the Quincy Master is true, the king of the Quincy Master named Yulhabach can distribute power to his subordinates, and then recover more power after the death of his subordinates. Then in this lonely during the 1,000 years of silence, his strength will definitely increase again. So, thousands of years ago, the captain who defeated Yulhabach by sneak attack, can he still be defeated today? Kurosaki Ichigo wasn't worried, he was just thinking, what would happen to Captain Yamamoto's experiment if he lost? Surrender? It is estimated that the Quincy will not like a mad scientist like him, and there is probably no place that can accommodate him except the Soul Society. Escape? It's definitely not possible to go in this world. Quincy is more comfortable there, they are human beings. Hueco Mundo is even worse. Aizen is still there. He didn't think too much before he found a way to crack Kaika Suijutsu go to Hueco Mundo. Besides, until now, the analysis of the structure of Black Chamber has not been completed, and he must borrow the hands of Urahara Kisuke if he wants to go to Hueco Mundo. It's disgusting to think about. Kurosaki Ichigo sighed slowly. It seems that I still have to honestly work for the captain. Looking through the experimental records, Kurosaki Ichigo decided to start with the Ryotsuga traces left by the Quincy more than 10 years ago, to see if he could find the loopholes of the Invisible Empire. At least, he's one step ahead of Urahara Kisuke now. Now, Urahara Store. Urahara Kisuke has opened Shikai Analysis Key of the Sun. The so-called Key of the Sun is the key for Quincy Masters to travel between the Invisible Empire and other worlds. As long as they use the Key of the Sun to open the Gate of the Sun, they will be able to travel in each Invisible Empire Gate of the Sun shuttle in the middle. This is an ancient and advanced technology of the Quincy Masters. Even Urahara Kisuke, a man at the pinnacle of Soul Society's IQ, can't help seeing it. But having said that, the way to get this Sun Key is not so fair. He got Kurosaki Ishin to go to Ishida Tatsuzuru's house to steal it. Urahara Kisuke thought about asking Ms. Uryuaki to go by himself, but after thinking about it, if Ishida Ryuzuru really saw them, it was hard to say whether he would do it or not, but if he did, he might kill him. And if Kurosaki Ishin is allowed to go, Ishida Ishin will definitely do it if he finds out, but he must only know how to hit it a few times. After all, this is Kurosaki Masaki's husband. He still has to give Masaki some face. However, when Kurosaki Ishin brought this thing to Urahara Kisuke, he was completely beaten into a pig's head, and there were still a lot of divine lost stuck in his back. Anyway, I left a sigh. Kurosaki Ishin lay on the blanket and said weakly. You are so wicked, Urahara Kisuke. Do you know that this thing belongs to my father? Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke raised his head from the experimental table, and looked at Kurosaki Ishin in surprise. Oh, how could I know this kind of thing? But, what I'm more curious about is that he actually told you. Kurosaki Ishin snorted. You must have guessed it, that's why you let me go, However, he said a lot of things while beating me. Yulhabach's people once approached him and his father, but they did not reveal their identities at the time. It was his father who guessed the existence of Yulhabach. The other party did not force them to join, but just told them that if they want to join in the future, they can contact them at any time. Urahara Kisuke nodded slightly. In this way, the other party must be clear that Ishida Rysh and the others were able to find the existence of the Invisible Empire. However, even if we kneel down and beg him for help, he won't say anything, right? Kurosaki Ishin touched the beard on his chin, and said with some emotion. Yet, after all, this is a racial battle between Shinigami and Quincy. Even if he doesn't like Quincy, he must hate Shinigami even more. After all, without Shinigami, his fiancée wouldn't be your wife. Kurosaki's mother. Urahara Kisuke is not talking about Kurosaki Ishin robbing someone's fiancée, but Aizen's hollow experiment. It was because of Aizen's hollow experiment that Kurosaki Masaki had to be with Kurosaki Ishin, who was still called Shiba Yuxin at the time. Made, painted by Katagiri. Then, 8 years ago, Kurosaki Masaki and Katagiri have passed away successively. Speaking of this topic, both Kurosaki Ishin and Urahara Kisuke fell silent. After a while, Urahara Kisuke raised his head from his experiment, looked at Kurosaki Ishin and asked. Aizen and Yulhabach are your enemies, what are you going to do? Kurosaki Ishin slowly turned his head. What? What can I do now? I've seen Kaika Suijutsu Bankai, killing Aizen is already impossible, and Yulhabach, I can't even go where he is now. Despite Kurosaki Ishin's understatement, Urahara Kisuke could hear his reluctance. Who would be willing? From the time Kurosaki Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki got married to having children, Urahara Kisuke has been by their side all the time. Naturally, they can see the sweet love between the two of them. The pain in Kurosaki Ishin's heart now, probably only Ishida Ryusaki can understand. Urahara Kisuke continued his experiment silently, but the sky didn't work out. Urahara store ushered in another unexpected visitor. Hello, is anyone home? At the entrance of the Urahara store, a customer in white was waiting quietly with his hands in his hands. Tessai Tsukabishi slowly opened the door. Sorry, the store manager is busy and closed today. Tessai Tsukabishi's body suddenly seemed to be frozen, his hands slowly moved away from the gate, and tightly shrunk in front of him. He is the former Grand Kid Chief of Kid Congregation, a man of extraordinary strength in the Soul Society, but the person standing in front of him, Tessai Tsukabishi, may not be sure to deal with it. Brush. Brush. Shunpo sounded, Shihawa and Yoryuaki, who was sleeping, Kurosaki Ishin, who was recuperating, and Urahara Kisuke, who was doing experiments, all appeared at the door in unison. In just a moment, Tessai Tsukabishi's Ryutsu has been promoted to an extremely high fighting state, and there is another Ryutsu not inferior to Tessai Tsukabishi in front of their shop. This Ryutsu, they are still familiar. Ichimarujin looked at the 4 people who were staring at him, with a pure and harmless smile on his face. Oh, there are so many acquaintances here, they really came today. Ichimarujin didn't seem to want to make a move, and he raised his Ryutsu just to show his identity. As the shop owner, Urahara Kisuke pressed his hat and said coldly. The shop is closed today. If there is no urgent need for customers, please come back. We are here to watch the shop's thugs, but they are very powerful. Ichimarujin looked up. Mr. Store Manager, I'm here to convey Captain Aizen's goodwill. Can I enter the store and have some hot tea? Urahara Store, shop handle. Ichimarujin, holding a hot teacup in his hand, looked left and right, like a child entering the store for the first time, and he seemed to not care about the 4 people around him at all. Urahara Kisuke is also holding a teacup. Captain Ichimarujin, are you here to deliver Aizen's orders? Ichimarujin held the teacup with one hand, stretched out an index finger in his right hand and shook it. It's not an order, Manager Urahara, I'm here to convey Captain Aizen's goodwill. Regarding this statement, none of the few people present believed it. Will Aizen have good intentions? Urahara Kisuke asked slowly. Is it about the Quincy master? Ichimarujin nodded, with a bright smile on his face. You are truly worthy of Captain Aizen's own admission. Manager Urahara, your intelligence is truly unmatched. Master Aizen, I want to join forces with you, or rather, with the Soul Society, on the issue of the Quincy. He can offer a little help. Urahara Kisuke exchanged glances with Shihoran Yuryuaki and Kurosaki Ishin, then said cautiously. Aizen's help, what is it? Ichimaru-jin smiled 0.8. Of course it's joining forces with the Soul Society to resist the Quincy. Don't even think about this sentence. Kurosaki Ishin snorted coldly, the meaning was obvious. You can't even fool me, but you still want to fool Urahara Kisuke? Urahara Kisuke's face is not very good looking, no matter what. Aizen-suke is the big sinner of the Soul Society, not to mention his current strength has surpassed many people in Godi 13, I am afraid that he is not even the captain of Yamamoto. How could it be possible to turn around and come back to deal with the Quincy together with the Soul Society? Ichimaru-jin nodded thoughtfully. Master Aizen has guessed that you will definitely not believe it, so he asked me to come and try to conclude a small condition with you as the cornerstone of our peace. Aizen-sama, you want me to take Matsumoto Ranjaku, because... Take Matsumoto Ranjaku to Hueco Mundo. Urahara Kisuke looked at Ichimaru-jin with something wrong immediately. Is this Aizen's request, or is it a kickback your kid stole? Ichimaru-jin didn't care about Urahara Kisuke's expression, he continued. For this reason, Master Aizen will continue to provide Mr. Luyu's report, and after analyzing Ishida Uryu, he will share information about the Quincy. As he spoke, Ichimaru-jin took out the report that Luyu had written from his arms. The first line of the report attracted Urahara Kisuke's attention. Quincy ranking list, 2nd Spirit King 1st place, Invisible Empire Successor Emperor, Member of Star Cross Knights, Son of Light, Ishida Uryu. Sacred Text A, Antithesis, Ability Name Complete Reversal. Chapter 61. This kindness. It is not so much goodwill as a threat. Leaving aside Matsumoto Ranjaku's question, the condition given by Aizen alone has a big problem. What does it mean to continue to provide reports? It means that as long as you don't cooperate, you will definitely not have the opportunity to get reports from Luyu in the future? And Ishida Uryu's question made Urahara Kisuke even more confused. Although some of the content in Luyu's report has not yet appeared, in Urahara Kisuke's opinion, his report is generally credible, but the question is, Ishida Uryu isn't that guy a weak group? How could he become the next emperor of the Invisible Empire? Moreover, even if he really may become the next emperor of Invisible Empire in the future, but he is still Kurosaki Ichigo's friend, if Aizen really started to study Ishida Uryu, Kurosaki Ichigo would definitely not agree. Ishida Ryu's string will definitely not let it go with Urahara Kisuke, and Shinigami. That guy looks ruthless, but he is actually a darling madman, but his mouth is a bit hard. Ichimaru-jin continued. Not only that, Captain Aizen will also release several captains and Kurosaki Ichigo, and a new Orium can also be sent back. In return, Captain Aizen hopes that Soul Society and Hueco Mundo can stop the hostility for a period of time. Urahara Kisuke narrowed his eyes. How long? Until the war with the Quincy is over. Ichimaru-jin tilted his head. Captain Aizen guessed that you would ask this. Manager Urahara. He believes that neither the Soul Society nor Hueco Mundo can fully trust each other, so there is no need to write any time for this armistice agreement, which will look more like a lie people. Indeed, as Aizen said, if Ichimaru-jin gave an accurate time today, Urahara Kisuke would really think that Aizen was just confusing them. However, even if Aizen didn't give an accurate time, he would still think that this was to confuse them. But now, the right to decide on this matter is not in the hands of Urahara Kisuke. In the war between Quincy and Shinigami, there are only 11 people involved. One is Yulhabach and the other is Yamamoto Genrisai. I'm sorry, Mr. Yin, we can't make a decision now, please go back to Hueco Mundo, so as not to scare us, we will find a way to inform Aizen after we ask what Soul Society means. Urahara Kisuke issued an order to evict customers, and Ichimaru-jin left the Urahara store obediently. However, the smile on Ichimaru-jin's face disappeared as soon as he walked out the door of the Urahara store. In fact, since Aizen finished talking with him last night, he has been uneasy. Aizen has never been a person who cares about feelings. For him, people are just tools. So why did he have to bring Matsumoto Ranjaku to Hueco Mundo? Ichimaru-jin's only concern in this world is Matsumoto Ranjaku. For her, he is willing to do anything, but the problem now is that he doesn't know what to do. Invisible Empire. Yulhabach has awakened, and it is time for Harsward to rest. He slowly walked back to his bedroom, and took off his coat under the service of the maid. Sitting on the sofa, Harsward couldn't calm down for a long time. He can be sure that His Majesty did not see the future he saw. If His Majesty really saw the future where Busby survived and he died, then Busby must not survive last night, and Yulhabach didn't take any action at all, which means that he didn't see it. That future can exist. Harsward rubbed his hands slowly. He dare not show any abnormality now. How terrifying His Majesty's ability is, only he knows best in the entire Star-Crossed Knights. Before it is confirmed that the future can happen, absolutely. Don't let Yulhabach find any abnormalities. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door, and hearing the random and rhythmless knock on the door, Harsward knew that it was Busby. Frowning, Harsward didn't want to see him. He was afraid that when he saw Busby, his emotions would fluctuate. If His Majesty noticed it, it would be a big disaster. Way! Harsward! Open the door! The maid glanced at Harsward, and after confirming that Harsward had no intention of opening the door, she walked slowly to the door and went out alone to catch Busby. Hearing the voices of the maid and Busby outside the door, Harsward was both happier and more bewildered than ever before. From the moment he was born, he didn't know what he was going to do. It wasn't until he met Busby that he had his first goal. That is, get rid of Yulhabach. But then, Yulhabach appeared in front of him and publicly stated that Harsward was the half-body he had been looking for, and gave him strength and holy words, which gave Harsward a new goal. That is to obey His Majesty's orders. After accepting the mask of the Dominator for the first time and exchanging abilities with His Majesty, Harsward strengthened this belief even more. Because, among countless futures, there may be his place, but none of them has Busby's place. Fate is like an umbilical cord around his neck, strangling all his free will. But now, it's different. Harsward's hands trembled slightly, and he slowly put his hands inside his clothes. Omniscient and omnipotent, there are also things that cannot be seen, and His Majesty is not invincible. Harsward found the hope of keeping Busby alive, but he couldn't find a way to realize this hope. The maid came back after a quarrel with Busby, and she also brought back a message. Your Highness, Your Majesty wants to see you. His Majesty wants to see him? Harsward immediately stood up and let the maid put on his coat and cloak. He clenched his fists tightly and became the firm assistant of the Emperor again. Since there is no way now, just wait quietly for the opportunity. Invisible Empire, Palace of Kings. Yulhabach, sitting high on the throne, slowly opened his eyes. Harsward, my half, the Soul Society has discovered the power of Ishida Uryu. Before the future happens, go to Hueco Mundo, and bring him back. Harsward frowned. Your Majesty, didn't you tell me not to come in and out at will? At this time, go and bring Ishida Uryu back, and the Shinigami of the Soul Society will most likely find out how to enter the Invisible Empire. Yulhabach slowly opened his eyes. This time, it is no longer the eyes of ordinary people, but a pair of real eyes. Inside each eyeball, there are 3 intersecting pupils, looking at 3 different directions, which means that His Majesty has activated omniscience and omnipotence. Yulhabach's ordinary eyes can only see part of the future, but once he activates omniscience, everything in the future stands in front of him as if he had taken off his clothes. Harsward lowered his head slowly, trying not to make eye contact with him. The first time he saw such eyes was when he and Yulhabach met for the first time. At that time, Yulhabach used these eyes to see into his future and told him his identity. This is Hasward's second time seeing His Majesty activate Omniscience and Almighty. During the 9 years of accumulating power, every time Yulhabach activated Omniscience, he made the Knights of the Star Cross dance on the edge of the cliff. During these 9 years, his power was extremely unstable. Once he lost control, the power of the entire Star Cross Knights would be completely deprived by His Majesty. If it is not necessary, he will not activate this terrifying power. But this time, for Ishida Urahara, he activated Omniscience again. Gone. Hasward frowned slightly. He is very clear about this name. His Majesty mentioned this guy's name a long time ago. He was called Son of Light by His Majesty, but he did not explain why he called Ishida Urahara that way. Before that, His Majesty had already ordered other members to recruit the Ishida family, but they were rejected without exception. Ishida Zongxian didn't like them, these new quenches, but Ishida Ryuxian completely ignored them. This time, it's Ishida Urahara again. Yulhabach only opened his eyes for less than a minute, and then slowly closed them. Opening his eyes again, his eyes returned to normal. Hasward, nothing has changed. Yulong must be in our hands. He has power beyond me. Shinigami must not let him control him. For this reason, it is not unacceptable to let the Shinigami attack Invisible Empire. Go to Hueco Mundo and bring back Ishida Urahara, and by the way, help me clean up someone. Hasward closed his eyes. Your Majesty, please give instructions. Yulhabach closed his eyes tiredly. A Shinigami named Lu Yu. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. At this time, Lu Yu, who had no idea that he had been missed by Yulhabach, was trying new things with Nilou. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't react. He was looking forward to someone coming to kill him, and it would be best to get the remaining Zanpakuto souls out of his body. Ever since he came to the virtual circle and lived a life of extravagance and lust, that old man of Shen Wangjian didn't even bother to show his face. It seemed that he was extremely disdainful of Lu Yu's behavior. But Lu Yu doesn't care much, anyway, now that Aizen is covering him, he can play as he likes. Lori. Minori. You two stack up. Let's try the waterfall sandies today. Before Lu Yu could start his new show, there was an explosion from the top of Sui Palace. Lu Yu frowned slightly. Could it be that Kurosaki Ichigo turned into a bullhead form? Coming to the window, Lu Yu happened to see that Byakuya Kukaki and Zaraki Kenpeki, who had no eyesight, were pressing down on Kurosaki Ichigo from the zenith of the Sui Palace, accompanied by a new Orium. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's white and clean appearance, he has already killed Xiao Wu, but Byakuya and Zaraki's appearance, how come it seems that they have been hit by Kaika Suijutsu? Anohanaretsu and the rest of the team stood on the ground and waited for them. After Kurosaki Ichigo landed, number 1 Espada Stark appeared in front of them and pulled a cavity. Several captains escorted Kurosaki Ichigo numbly into the dark cavity as if they had lost their minds. At the last moment of entering, Kurosaki Ichigo was still shouting. Let me go. They took Ishida, they took Ishida. Lu Yu pouted. Dude. I'm coming with you, Hueco Mundo, you don't say a word about me. Now, Lu Yu feels more at ease in Hueco Mundo. Shortly after seeing off Kurosaki Ichigo and his party, Stark-A returned to the Palace of the Dark Knight. Espada has lost a lot of people. The 9th Espada Aranillo, the 7th Espada Zoma 713, have all died, and the life and death of the 4th Espada Urachilla is unknown, but judging from the state at the end of the previous battle, he is most likely gone. The 5th Espada Neutra is still alive, but has been seriously injured. If it wasn't Aizen who activated Kaika Suijutsu, I'm afraid Zaraki's knife was right, and he would definitely die. Grimjo was also alive, but not badly wounded. Looking at the few empty chairs, Stark sighed slightly. He obeyed Aizen's orders only because Aizen promised to find him some companions so that he would no longer be alone. But now it seems that these partners are not enough. The 8th Espada, Sail Aporo, was escorting Ishida Urayu slowly in at the gate of the Sui Palace's main meeting hall. Ishida Urayu was injured all over his body, but his Quincy costume was quite clean. He looked firmly at the remaining Espada in front of him and Aizen, who was sitting in the middle, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said nothing. He still doesn't understand why that Stark, instead of catching the fleeing Inu Orium, caught him instead. Of course, Ishida Urayu didn't forget Lu like Kurosaki Ichigo did, but now he feels that Lu has probably sent it. Aizen looked up and down from Ishida Urayu's body, and he said slowly. Ishida Urayu, you are the Quincy, right? Ishida Urayu's eyes almost narrowed into a slit. Yes, I am not only the Quincy master, but also the last Quincy master. In Ishida Yulong's eyes, although his father Ishida Ryuxian inherited his grandfather's name and power, he did not inherit the honor of the Quincy master. He did not inherit the spirit of the Quincy master. Regarding this point, Aizen did not struggle, but said directly to him. Oh? Are you the last Quincy? But now, the Soul Society is ready to launch a war against the Quincy. It seems that you still have many living compatriots. Don't you know? Ishida Urayu's eyes widened instantly. What? There's a living Quincy. Ever since he inherited the Quincy skills from Ishida Sojuru, he has never seen any other Quincy, not counting his father. And now, Aizen actually told him that he wants other compatriots to live. Ishida Urayu lost his composure for a moment. He took a few steps towards Aizen, but he was soon caught by the chain again. Aizen! Tell me, where are they? Aizen looked at Ishida Urayu with a smile, without saying a word. Just as Ishida Urayu was roaring with all his strength, an abrupt and calm voice sounded in the main meeting hall of Sui Palace. Here we are. Chapter 62. In the large conference hall of the Sui Palace, a group of people dressed in white and covering their heads and faces suddenly appeared in the hall. Although the surviving Espadas were a little shocked, they were not too surprised. After all, there are too many people who have come to Hueco Mundo recently. But Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname are not so calm. This is the Void Knight Palace, and the opponent is the Quincy Master. Aizen sat on the seat, with a smile on his face that became more and more intense. Friends of the Quincy Master, when you come to my Void Knight Palace, why don't you sit down and have a sip of tea first? The leading man in the quenching division took off his mask, revealing a stern and beautiful face. Who else could this be? Of course it is the second figure of the Invisible Empire, the half-body of Yulhabach, Hasward. Hasward didn't take Aizen's word for it. Aizen is someone His Majesty values very much, but this time, Aizen is not the main character during the trip to Hueco Mundo. The stunned young man in front of him, Ishida Urayu, is the main target of his business. Hasward closed his eyes after confirming Ishida Urayu's identity. Ishida Urayu, by His Majesty's order, I will take you to Invisible Empire. For Hasward, who appeared out of nowhere, Ishida Urayu of course acted like who are you? Although he didn't know the names of these people, he could still guess their identities. The pentagram badge on his body, the ever-fluctuating Quincy Ryutsu, these people are his companions. Ever since he became a Quincy master, Ishida Urayu has been very distressed. His companions are really too few. At this point, he consulted his father and grandfather. His father did not kill him, but his grandfather, who was also his master, told him that they were the last exterminators. It seemed, on this point, that his grandfather had lied. There are obviously Quincy in this world. So even though the names of these people are still unclear, Ishida Urayu's attitude in his heart has eased a lot towards them. At least, compared with those Su, these people's attitude towards him is a little more kind. Aizen turned his head slightly and looked at Hasward. Although the title of Emperor of Hueco Mundo is given by others, it means nothing to Aizen himself, but Aizen is still very upset that he is ignored like this. Brush. Tosin Kaname in Arankar uniform, Zanpakut in hand, appeared behind Hasward almost instantly. BBDJ. His knife is as fast as thunder and lightning, even after so many years under Aizen, he has never shown his strength like this. Insulting him, Tosin Kaname doesn't care, but insulting Aizen, is the bottom line that Tosin Kaname cannot touch. The Suzumushi in Tosin Kaname's hand has touched Hasward's collar, but Hasward seems to have not reacted yet. Clang! The sound of steel clashing made everyone frown. Behind Hasward, a young man with a scar on his face and a resolute face stood up. The iron claws in his hand barely stopped Tosin Kaname's Suzumushi in hand. Tosin Kaname frowned. I didn't expect the reaction speed of the Quincy master to be quite fast. This steel-like young man speaks extremely hurtful words. I didn't expect Shinigami to still like sneak attacks that don't talk about martial arts. Aizen lightly raised a finger. Yes, don't treat guests like this. Hearing Aizen's order, Tosin Kaname withdrew the knife in his hand and knelt down in front of Aizen. I'm very sorry, Aizen-sama. The person who made the next move by Tosin Kaname just now is the Knights of the Star Cross Eye, Steel Kangdu. Hasward also gently raised his hand, and Kangdu slowly retracted his iron claws and returned to the team. Aizen-suk, are you going to stop us? Aizen looked at Hasward with a smile. How could it be? I just hope that friends from Quincy can sit down at Hueco Mundo, and I want to chat with you about cooperation. Hasward's drooping eyelids finally lifted a little. Cooperation? You want to cooperate, Aizen-suk? Aizen looked at Hasward with a smile. Yet, after all, our enemies are Shinigami from the Soul Society, aren't they? Hasward narrowed his eyes. But didn't you just start working with the Shinigami of the Soul Society? Didn't you send all the captains back? Aizen, you say you want to cooperate, but you have no sincerity in your body. Aizen's smile also restrained a little, and he said slowly. These words, I said to the king of the Quincy master, you are not qualified to reply to me. With a cold tone and an arrogant attitude, Aizen's words made several accompanying members of the Star Cross Knights furious. Especially Busby. Hasward is not only the Invisible Empire Emperor's assistant, in the eyes of many members of the Star Cross Knights, he is the future emperor. Although his power is far from His Majesty's, it is enough to surpass the knights. In addition, Hasward is humble, peaceful, impartial, and selfless. So many members of the Knights of the Star Cross prefer the future emperor to the current tyrant, Yulhabach. Especially, Busby. Burning finger. Lifting his finger glowing blue, Busby shot at Aizen with a loud voice. A scorching red light rushed straight towards Aizen. Among the espadas present, only a few people could react, but their responses were different. Stark was the first to react, but he just shrugged. In his opinion, he can react to this kind of thing, and Aizen must be fine. Number 2 Espada Barragan nodded thoughtfully. He wondered if he could take this opportunity to kill Aizen in one fell swoop, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Number 3 Espada Hurley Bell, who is also Vasto Lord, stretched out his sword, and in an instant a hot water curtain lay in front of Aizen and Busby. Scorching sea current. It's just that she completely underestimated Busby's strength. Although the current Busby does not show superhuman speed, his damage ability is definitely comparable to that of Hurley Bell, who was liberated by the sword. The burning sea current cast by Hurley Bell without sword liberation couldn't stop Busby at all. The blazing pillar of fire passed through scorching sea current, and arrived in front of Aizen in an instant. Even Ichimarujin gripped Zanpakut. He doesn't want to save Aizen, but if Captain Aizen dies, he can dig out Hgyaka while it's still hot. Burning finger didn't penetrate Aizen as Busby imagined, but hit an invisible wall and collapsed together with that wall. 81 of Bakud Splitting Void. Chapter 63. It wasn't until Busby's burning finger and splitting void collapsed together that the remaining espadas reacted. Busby looked at Aizen in surprise, but he could accept it. After all, Aizen is the person whom His Majesty values. What's more, he just cast Burning Finger, one just now, and he didn't cast it in the form of complete holy body, so it's okay to be blocked. Aizen slowly raised his eyes, and glanced at Busby casually. Friends of the Quincy Master, you don't seem to be full of mouths. Hasward reached out and held Busby's arm, and he held the handle of the knife with one hand and walked in front of Busby to block Aizen's sight. How can we be satisfied with treating our compatriot Ishida Urayu like this? I will truthfully convey your intentions to His Majesty, Aizen, but your kindness has no sincerity. For Harsward's rebuttal, Lan Ran just smiled lightly. I will keep Ishida Urayu safe, but he can't leave Hueco Mundo. Hasward glanced at Aizen quietly, then calmly ordered to the members of the Star-Crossed Knights behind him. Nanana, Robert. 2 masked members of the Star-Crossed Knights came out from behind him. Robert released the Eucharist as soon as he came up. God's step. Nanana pointed to Aizen with one finger. Coffee mode. Network jump. Robert, unguarded Nanana, the joint attack of the two is hard to defend. Nanana's attack directly hit Aizen. When he entered the Void Knight Palace just now, he had checked Aizen's Ryutsu mode and found his Ryutsu loophole. And using coffee mode, he can easily overflow the Ryutsu in Aizen from the hole. And Robert directly activated God's Step and appeared next to Sailaporo. This time, not only Sailaporo, but also Stark, who has been in office for 10 years, didn't realize when he did it. By the time Stark left, it was already too late. Robert's perfect body God's Step can greatly increase the speed. This time, his speed has surpassed the usual sound speed. When Stark appeared next to Sailaporo, Sailaporo had just reacted, and at this time, Robert had already brought Ishida Urayu to the back of Hasward. Nanana bared her front teeth and grinned. Coffee mode can at least make you faint for half a day. If any of you want to plot against him, you can do it now. He was referring to, naturally, Aizen and the Arancars under Aizen. Baragan shook the armrest of the seat fiercely, but finally did not make a move. And Ichimaru-jin also slowly let go of shins in his hand, and sighed softly. This Nanana is too careless. Captain Aizen is not a guy who can be killed casually. At this time, Aizen's strength has not grown to the limit, but his Ryutsu is neither trapped by Kurotsuka Mayuri's Ryutsu restraint seat, and his current character is not too much because of fusion, Hugyaku. Aizen at this time, even the most difficult Aizen to deal with, this Nanana is too conceited. Sure enough, Aizen, who had already closed his eyes, slowly opened them. He was not hit by Nanana Najakup's coffee mode just now. I have set up a lot of barriers around me. Aizen stood up slowly, and pulled out Kaika Suijutsu from his waist with a single tap. Shatter, Kaika Suijutsu. Long before Aizen spoke the liberation language, Hathward had already used the scape shield, and the other members of the Star-Crossed Knights also stood behind him. Yulhabach has already reminded them that the ability of Aizen's Zanpakut Kaika Suijutsu is the complete hypnosis that controls the 5 senses. Once you get hit once, you will never want to leave it. And Yulhabach also told Hasward that his scape shield can block Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu. Aizen, we already know your ability. In front of His Majesty's mighty power, you have no ability to refuse. Seeing the numerous cracks appearing on the scape shield, Hasward could not help but squint his eyes. This is the first time he has been hurt so much after he was bestowed with holy text by His Majesty. Just a little bit, this scapegoat shield is about to collapse completely. Ask for flowers. 0. But fortunately, it was blocked. Hathward didn't dare to hesitate. If Aizen were to cast Kaika Suijutsu again, all of them would stay here. With a swipe, Harsward unfolded his cloak, and black shadows emerged from under his cloak. 10 members of the Star-Crossed Knights got in one by one. Ishida Uriah was also taken by them. Pulled it in. Goodbye, Aizen-suke. Hathward was the last one to evacuate. He held up the scape shield in his hand, hoping that scape shield could stop Aizen's Shikai again and buy time for his partners. Hahowever, to Hathward's surprise, Aizen-suke didn't mean to continue Shikai. It seemed that Shikai's failure just now made him a little confused. He stared at the shield in Hathward's hand, as if thinking about something. What? Regardless of these, after all the members of the Star-Crossed Knights had evacuated, Hathward was the last one to slip into the thick shadows. Aizen, his subordinates, and the Espadas just watched Hathward evacuate with the members of the Star-Crossed Knights. At the same time, there was another person who watched Hathward evacuate, and that was Ishida Uriah. Just now, he watched Hathward and the members of the Star-Crossed Knights dragging a small 8 Baragan into the shadows, as if they had already regarded that guy as Ishida Uriah. This is the first time for Ishida Uriah to face Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu. He couldn't imagine that those powerful Quincy masters, who could completely suppress Espada, were manipulated by Aizen alone. He was a little stunned. Ishida Uriah looked at Kaika Suijutsu in Aizen's hand, and asked in disbelief. No. They already blocked your Kaika Suijutsu with that shield? How could it still be hypnosis? Could it be that your Shikai cannot be blocked? The corners of Aizen's mouth slightly curled up, and he lifted the Zanpakuta in his hand, seeming slightly surprised. No, that shield did block my Kaika Suijutsu, and this is the first time I have encountered such a situation. However, before that, I have liberated Kaika Suijutsu, and... Chapter 64. Ishida Yulong watched Hathward fled with the wrong person, feeling quite I haven't got in the car yet. However, what he cares more about now is what Aizen just said. You said, you were liberated before that. Ishida Uriah was a little confused. Like Kurosaki Ichigo before, he has never seen Aizen's Shikai, but shouldn't the ability of Kaika Suijutsu be used only after speaking the liberation language? Ichimaru-jin squinted his small eyes and tilted his head, and said to Ishida Uriah, who was stunned in place. Having mastered Bankai Shinigami, you can directly perform Shikai without using the liberation language. Plus, Kaika Suijutsu's Shikai doesn't have any characteristics, so you just need to have Shikai when you draw your sword, and then act like you're going to be Shikai right away. The other party of 960 will naturally be fooled obediently. After saying this, Ichimaru-jin tilted his head and looked at Aizen mischievously. Am I right, Captain Aizen? Aizen-suke smiled slightly. That's right, Silver, your observation skills are still as keen as ever. After Aizen answered Ichimaru-jin, he directly shook his hand at Tosen-kan name. Yes, take Mr. Ishida Uriah down, our future still needs. Suddenly, Aizen seemed to have discovered something. He frowned slightly, and walked in front of Ishida Uriah. His eyes swept over Ishida Uriah's body, and looked at it carefully. When he first saw Ishida Uriah, he felt that something was wrong, but now that he got closer to observe, he couldn't detect what was wrong at all. The Ishida Uriah in front of him is exactly the same as the Ishida Uriah just now, even Ryutsu is the same, but Aizen just feels something is wrong. The Ishida Uriah in front of him is definitely not the real Ishida Uriah. It's Sailaporo's Ryutsu. Aizen quickly realized. He turned to look at Sailaporo. Did you know they were going to do this? Sailaporo. The first scientist of Hueco Mundo, Sailaporo slowly raised his head, and shook his head gently. It's not, Master Aizen, I just guessed this possibility, so I made a little preparation in advance. The few remaining Espadas present didn't understand what these two people were playing. It wasn't until Aizen made a sudden move and chopped off Ishida Uriah's head with a knife, that they finally realized that the person in front of them was not Ishida Uriah at all. Star-Crossed Knights, v. Yourself, Yourself, Roy Deloitte. Roydy didn't notice Aizen's hostility at all, and Aizen's speed didn't even make him want to resist. The head fell to the ground, and Roy finally returned to his original appearance. Although the two Ishida Uryu are exactly the same, the Ryutsuo of Sail Aporo on Ishida Uryu has disappeared since he came into contact with Robert just now. It should be a bit of Ryutsuo left over from Sail Aporo's previous experiments with Ishida Uryu. It is precisely because this Ryutsuo is too weak that the other party did not think of copying it. It is precisely because of this that Ryutsuo is too weak, so Aizen didn't think of it at first. Sighing softly, Aizen withdrew Kaika Suijutsu, and said with some emotion. It seems that the Quincy masters are also very clear about our abilities, and we have no way to continue to study Ishida Uryu now. Sail Aporo, you should have done research on Ishida Uryu earlier, right? Sail Aporo had a look of displeasure on his face. Under Aizen, what he hates the most is Aizen's omniscient ability. Everything that happens in the Void Knight Palace, Aizen knows everything. Yes, Master Aizen. But even if he was reluctant, Sail Aporo had to bow his head. Back then when he was a Vasto Lord, he could only bow his head to Aizen, but now he has degenerated into a Jichas, and there is no way to resist. Sail Aporo bowed slightly to Aizen, and said slowly. The Quincy is an extremely precious experimental material. We know very little about the Quincy, so after Ishida Uryu entered Hueco Mundo, my investigation has already started, and all the experimental data about him have been saved. Aizen nodded slowly and sat back in his seat. Even though he lost Ishida Uryu this time, he has accomplished his goal. Kaika Suijutsu, as long as you have seen the ability once, it will be affected forever in the future. Hathward has become his possession. Invisible Empire, the side hall of Silver Frame City. Ishida Uryu didn't even react, he had already come here through the heavy shadows, walking on the street of Silver Frame City just now. He looked at the houses and buildings on both sides, only felt strange and familiar. He has seen these buildings belonging to the Quincy countless times, but every time they are only in the records left by his grandfather. He has never seen this kind of buildings in the real world. Is this the kingdom of the Quincy? Hathward, who was walking in front of him, seemed to have sensed his thoughts. As he walked, he introduced to Ishida Uryu. This is the country of the Quincy master. Our compatriots call it the Invisible Empire. This is the country that our predecessors established in the shadow of the Soul Society using the spirit particle technology. Only those chosen by the shadow, the regiment, can come in. Chosen by the shadow? Ishida Uryu frowned. Hathward continued. Now that you have entered the Invisible Empire, you will no longer be threatened by those Shinigami and Su. Take a good rest, His Majesty will approach you tomorrow. Your Majesty? Ishida Uryu was a little puzzled. Hathward turned around blankly. That's right, the great king of the Quincy, the legendary ancestor of the Quincy, Your Majesty Yulhabach. We are the star plus 0.1 knights appointed by His Majesty. Friend Habich? Ishida Uryu was completely stunned. He did hear his grandfather Ishida Zongxian mention this name, but his grandfather said that it was all legends and stories. How could a person thousands of years ago still be alive? Hathward didn't continue to confuse Ishida Uryu. After he settled Ishida Uryu, he went back to rest. In the present world, an old apartment in Kohara 7 Chome, Naraki City, Skyushin Club. After swiping the access control card and walking towards the bar, Jinjo Kyujo directly picked up a glass of wine and poured it into his own mouth, regardless of whether it belonged to him or not. In the shadow of the sofa, Hidekuro Tsukishima slowly raised his legs. Why? So happy, good news. Chapter 65. Jinjo Kyujo raised the empty wine glass high, motioning for Tatsuzawa Kiriko to fill it up for him. Tongzizun's narrowed her only one eye, and although she wanted to persuade him, she still gave him full attention in the end. Who would have thought that Jinjo Kyujo didn't drink it up like just now, but came to Tsukishima Hidekuro's side with the wine glass, sat down on the sofa, and pushed the wine glass to Tsukishima Hidekuro's. Before. Cheers, my friends. The light of the future we've been waiting for is finally beginning to leak. Jinjo Kyujo is not a person who likes to drink. Tsukishima is very clear about this. He has seen every piece of Jinjo Kyujo's past history. As his friend, Jinjo Kyujo's behavior, this is the first time I have seen Tsukishima. What's wrong? Putting together the books in his hands, Tsukishima looked at Kyujo Jinjo with great interest. Jinjo Kyujo lay on the sofa with his hands spread out, very relaxed. The Shinigami of the Soul Society have had bad luck recently. They were first betrayed by their own people, and then came out a group of Quincy masters who had already disappeared. 11. Jinjo Kogo threw out a few copies of Seireite Newsletter, and he leaned on Tsukishima Hidekuro carelessly, without paying any attention to Tsukishima's disgusted look. When Shinigami acted as an agent before, I heard that they had a big battle with Quincy and wiped out Quincy, but I didn't expect those. It's the Shinigami they say is wiped out. Tsukishima has already finished reading the Seireitei communication brought by Jinjo Kyujo, and his slender eyebrows are deeply frowned. This Hasward's ability seems to be very strong. I don't know if we can deal with him. Jinjo Kyujo raised his head and laughed. Why are we dealing with him? Is he our enemy? They are the Soul Society's enemy. Hidekuro. Tsukishima looked at Kyujo Jinjo's face. Yinchenj, do you want to join forces with them? A cruel smile appeared on Jinjo Kyujo's face. Why not? The enemy of the Shinigami is the Quincy, our enemy is the Shinigami, and the enemy of the enemy is our friend. What's more, our current strength will definitely not be able to beat the Soul Society, but if we can unite with the Quincy, that. Jinjo Kyujo didn't finish his sentence, he looked at Tsukishima Hidekuro quietly, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Hidekuro. Tsukishima shook his head helplessly. I can agree, but our partners may not necessarily. Jinjo Kyujo chuckled. They will agree soon, although it is a bit embarrassing to ask someone for help. These Quincy masters are much more reliable than that Kurosaki Ichigo. It's an extremely valuable resource, right, Kiriko? Kirizawa Kiriko, who was cleaning the wine glass, raised her head and smiled. I agree with Yinchenj's proposal, and I believe that most members of Skyushin will agree. Jinjo Kyujo chuckled, and was about to continue describing his great ideals to Tsukishima when he heard the doorbell ringing. Doorbell? The gate of the Skyushin Club is entered by swiping a card. As long as you are a member of the organization, you will definitely not be able to use the doorbell. Since you need to use the doorbell. Jinjo Kyujo held his necklace cross with his right hand, and the necklace instantly turned into a huge Western-style simple cross sword. Cross gallows. Kirizawa Kiriko held a pocket watch, Hidekuro. Tsukishima clenched the book in his hand, and Kyujo Jinjo came to the door with a big sword in hand. When he looked through the cat's eyes, he found that the other party was a group of unknown people dressed in black and wearing masks. Jinjo Kyujo didn't open the door directly. On the periphery of the Skyushin Club, there is Yukio's intruders must die, and it is almost impossible for the other party to force their way in. But it's different if they open the door. Standing next to the cat's eye, Jinjo Kyujo asked in a deep voice. Who are you? Who sent you here? The middle one among the group of men in black slowly took off his hood, he looked at the cat's eye on the door, and smiled softly. We, the Quincy Masters, are ordered by our Great Majesty, and here are our future allies. Destroyer. His Majesty. Jinjo Kyujo narrowed his eyes. Not long after he learned the news, the other party had already come to his door. What kind of ability is this? Foretelling the future? This terrifying power not only worried Kyujo Jinjo, but also made him full of confidence in these future allies. With such strength, wouldn't it be easy to get stuck in Soul Society? Jinjo Kyujo didn't let these Quincy's stay outside too much, Even though Hide-kuro Tsukishima signaled him to be careful, he still resolutely opened the door. Yo! Quincy friends! Welcome to Club Skyoshin. What would you like to drink? The man who just took off his mask straightens his messy hair. Oh, you Skyoshin are not very good at hospitality if you want to invite us to drink this kind of poison that hurts our bodies just now. This time, the one who led the team to find the Skyoshin full manifester is Death Emperor Askin. He blew the dumb hair in front of him, sat directly on the edge of the bar, and said to Shibusawa Kiriko very familiarly. A glass of plain water. By the way, my name is Askin Nakroval. Nice to meet you. Jinjo Kyujo sat across from him, held the wine glass 443 and said to Askin. You guys must already know my name, I won't introduce it, I just want to ask, you guys definitely want to cooperate when you come here, so since you want to cooperate, what are your requirements? Holding the plain boiled water handed over by Tongza Tons, Askin smiled lightly. Your Majesty needs your strength. We can work together to defeat Shinigami. As for what you want to do after that, your Majesty will not interfere. As long as you don't harm the Quincy, we will always be allies. Of course, if any of you feel that your strength is insufficient, His Majesty can also grant you strength to help you take revenge with your own strength. Give strength? Jinjo Kyujo narrowed his eyes. Give power? So what's the price? Askin shrugged his shoulders. The price is that you have to be loyal to His Majesty. How about becoming His Majesty's subordinate and having a place in the future world created by His Majesty? This price is terrible, right? Askin's joke didn't make Jinjo Kyujo relax his vigilance. Having been deceived by Shinigami once, he has long learned not to trust others. He readily accepts the other party's olive branch, but for things like giving power, he instinctively didn't believe it. But the problem is that inside Skyoshin, they don't completely listen to him. Chapter 66. The meeting between Skyoshin and Quincy didn't last long. After leaving behind a few badges that could be used to enter Silver Frame City, Askin left with the Quincy divisions. For people like Skyoshin, Quincy's attitude is much better than Shinigami's before. This is not because they prefer these full-bringers, nor is it that they are in urgent need of combat power, but because for them, these people are not a threat to the future of the Quincy. After waiting for Askin to leave, Jinjo Kyujo looked at the badge on the table and snorted coldly. Give strength? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Maybe it's the trick of the Quincy masters. Hide-kuro Tsukishima's playful face. Didn't you just say that you want to form an alliance with them? Why is it that they come to your door now, but they have such a face? Jinjo Kyujo sneered. I've already been fooled by Shinigami, so why should I be fooled by Quincy again? You can join forces, but forget it if you join. Each of you has one of these badges. Don't use them indiscriminately or lose them. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. There are 4 uninvited guests standing in Lu's palace. Hurley Bell, and her 3 subordinate officers, Apache, Myra Rhodes, Sun Sunday. Lu looked at the murderous 4 people and felt a headache. A reminder. Hurley Bell nodded slowly. Master Aizen wants all the information about the Knights of the Star Cross. Lu also heard about what happened in Sui Palace before. In front of Aizen Tosen Kaname Ichimarujin and Espada, Hasward rescued Ishida Uryu. Although Aizen doesn't look very excited on the surface, sending Admiral, a subordinate like Hurley Bell, to urge him to change has already shown his attitude. However, Hathward's sudden appearance also caught Lu a little off guard. He thought that these Quincy's were really going to retreat for a year. Scratching his head, Lu looked Hurley Bell up and down. So, Aizen let you stay here. According to Aizen's habit of reminding updates before, it has always been a small gift to remind updates once. This time there are so many reminders, it is normal to give a big gift. Hurley Bell's tall collar blocked her face, and Lu couldn't see the expression on her face clearly. However, The next second, Hurley Bell reached out and pulled out the short sword from his waist, and put it on Luyu's neck. Don't think that Master Aizen thinks highly of you, so I won't do anything to you. If you really dare to be rude to me, I will guarantee that your end will only be worse than that of a bug that was crushed to death. It really deserves to be the next emperor of Hueco Mundo. This queen style is really full. Now I have tasted Tsundere and Yuluo, but I have not tasted this pure Yufeng. Lu chuckled. Oh? Did your Aizen-sama tell you to pass the order like this? Hurley Bell squinted her eyes, and finally put down the knife in her hand. She put away Zanpakuto with 2 tricks, and said coldly to Lu. You are obviously not a human being, but you are addicted to this kind of fanatical desire of human beings. I really don't know whether it is degeneration or degeneration. This time there are only grandchildren, you can talk about other things after you finish writing. Good guy, you still have to pay in sections, right? Lu sneered, not caring about Hurley Bell's little arrogance at all. Degenerate, right? Degenerate, right? Let's see what you, the King Shark Queen, will look like when you degenerate in the future. Now, let's have fun with grandchildren first. Lu snapped his fingers, and the gate inside the palace slowly opened, and Luo Li and Minorai came out of the bedroom obediently, each of them holding a document in their hands. What do you think I'm doing these days? Spending time and drinking every day? Yes, I am, but I still have to have a break. Here are a few I wrote during the break. You can show it to Aizen first. Let's see, and we'll talk about the rest when the final payment arrives. He stretched out his hand to pull Sun over, and in front of Hurley Bell, Lu directly picked her up and walked into the bedroom. Before closing the door, he raised an eyebrow at Hurley Bell. After Hurley Bell got the documents, she returned to Aizen's bedroom. For her, staying in Lu's palace for an extra minute was torture. Aizen quietly flipped through Lu's report. The Quincy ranking rank, 2nd Spirit King class 3rd place, Star Cross Knights Guard, Gerald Valkyrie, Holy Text M, Miracle, Ability Name Miracle Minister. Gerald is the person who values glory the most in the Star Cross Knights. He has a frank and unrestrained personality, aggressive, often grinning, and likes to mock and attack others in person. Confident and arrogant, he despises his opponents, quite contemptuously. Women and incompetent people think that there is no such thing as their own defeat, and they are quite confident in their own abilities. They also think that members who have not made military exploits should be executed, and they cannot tolerate the enemy's corpses falling on the road of Yulhabach. Lack of awareness of crisis, some hindsight. Ability Name Miracle, Ability Effect, reverse various negative, nature events centered on the self into various positive, nature events. On the premise of being injured, trapped, dead, and other negative states, the ability will be triggered. After triggering, the negative state will immediately recover normally, damage will recover / death will nirvana, and those negative states will disappear. In the future, Miracle will be launched immediately at the same time, that is, those negative events will be exchanged for extra vigorous positive vitality, positive events will be doubled and superimposed, and the huge body that highlights these positivity dimension of God. When part of the body is destroyed, it can still be regenerated in the state of spiritual particles and strengthened individually, but it is worth noting that black lines will appear on the regenerated body. When he dies, Gerald will finish activating the Eucharist God's power and activate it when he dies. His damage will be healed with the star-shaped cross of the Quincy Master in his body when he is cast. Of Li Qian, heals own fatal wounds. After activating the Eucharist, a protective mask with only his eyes and part of his mouth exposed appeared on his head, black lines extending to his arms appeared on his shoulders, opposite black and white lines appeared on his lower body, a pair of angel wings appeared on his back, and he held a light in his right hand, the holy sword with a hilt shaped like a hilt, and the holy sun shield with spikes attached to the left hand. The overall image is like a god of war. Also, Even if the original physical body is dead, Gerald can still be resurrected with the light rain gathered by the spirit particles. Gerald in this form is even stronger, and his face is completely fused with the Roman helmet, only the frame-shaped eyes are exposed. The eyes and the neck have broken connections, the waist and shoulders have separated marks, and the shoulders have light cones. The overall image is like a light giant. Quincyr leaderboard, 2nd Spirit King class 4th place, member of the Star-Crossed Knights Guard, Pinata Pakaja, Holy Text C, Conversary. Ability Name Enforcement. Chapter 67. Pinata Pakaja. She has a thin figure, much shorter than ordinary dwarf humans, about the height of a child. Her whole body is covered by the Quincy's white robe, and only 2 light balls on her face can be seen. The voice is small, and he is used to dismembering the corpses of defeated enemies and rolling them into balls, and he is also used to twisting the limbs of enemies in battle. Ability Name Enforcement. Ability Effect. Release your own nerves outside the body. As long as the nerves touch a solid, whether living or inanimate, you can arbitrarily change the shape and movement state of the solid. This ability it is transmissive. If you inject your own nerves into a living or inanimate solid, such as divine loss, when the solid touches or approaches other solids, the nerves in the original solid will touch the new solid and change arbitrarily the whereabouts or trajectories of new solids. There is a reason why the editor put Pinata Pakaja and Gerard Valkyrie together. According to reliable rumors, Pinata Pakaja and Gerard Valkyrie, in the before being endowed with holy words, they possessed extremely strong combat power, and their identities are extremely special. The identity of Gerald Valkyrie is the heart of Spirit King, and the identity of Pinata Pakaja is the left arm of 573 Spirit King. It is recorded in ancient books that Spirit King's left arm is in charge of forward, and his right arm is in charge of stillness. Only relying on the right arm to stop, this sentence is actually intended to explain the workmanship of the left and right arms of King Ling. Spirit King Your Majesty is omniscient and omnipotent, each part of his body has unique functions, and Heart Gerald Valkyrie represents the endless life of Spirit King. Even after being wiped out countless times, his power can still reappear, which is also the meaning of miracle. The left arm Pinata Pakaja symbolizes forward, which actually means evolution. Pinata Pakaja is able to continuously learn and evolve in battle. His ability Enforcement can use the nerves to control the enemy or non-living body. After he comes into contact with these individuals, the enemy's ability will be quickly learned by Pinata Pakaja. Whether it's knowledge, combat experience, life experience, or habitual actions, your personality will be quickly absorbed and learned by Pinata Pakaja, and his growth rate will be even faster. Pinata Pakaja, like Gerald Valkyrie, has the ability to regenerate, but his regeneration ability is not as terrifying as Gerard's. Compared with Gerard, his ability is more similar to the virtual high-speed regeneration, but it is much more powerful than normal high-speed regeneration. In addition, Pinata Pakaja has the ability to split. After revealing her true body, Pinata will become a huge arm with a double pupil eye in the palm. This part is both his eyes and the mouth, whether it is observation, eating or speaking, is carried out through this organ, and after Pinata's fingers are severed, they will grow into an arm again, and even every part of the arm can be split again. Physical attacks are effective against Pinata Pakaja, but only contribute to his division. The same is true of Kid-type attacks. There is no doubt that Pinata Pakaja and Gerard Valkyrie, undoubtedly the whole star one of the most outstanding members of the Knights of the Cross. After reading all of Luyu's reports, Aizen frowned slightly. Although he knew about the existence of the Spirit King and the dirty history of the Spirit King and the four nobles, he didn't know much about the Spirit King himself and his body organs. There is no way, when he was born Spirit King was already made into a human stick. Apart from the records of the family biography of the four great nobles and the records in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, there is no other way to understand the Spirit King. Spirit King's heart, Spirit King's left arm. Aizen Suk, BBDH, suddenly remembered the captain he hated the most in Soul Society Godi I-13. Jaishur Yukatake. At the beginning, Aizen was the vice-captain of the 5th team in the Soul Society. Since he started to understand Spirit King, Aizen has been looking for something with the breath of Spirit King to make Hagyaku. His original goal was only the team members, but soon, he discovered that one of the captains of Godi I-13 actually carried an amazing Spirit King aura. That is Jushiro, the captain of the 13th division. The Spirit King breath carried by the general team members is very little, but the breath of Jaishur Yukatake is extremely strong, which is very rare. After learning about this, Aizen started his own investigation. Following the investigation of Jaishur Yukatake's life experience, he discovered something very interesting. Jushiro, who was a lower-level nobleman, enjoyed good medical conditions, but when he was young, he almost died of a severe lung disease, so that his family had to send him to a temple to pray for blessings, so that he survived come down. His white hair was caused by lung disease. Investigating along this line, Aizen found something very interesting. That is Mimi Haki-sama. Master Mimi Haji is a one-eyed alien indigenous god who is famous in the 76th district of East Rukonga ni Bone. It is rumored that he is a god who will dedicate and protect everything he owns except his eyes. Moreover, what Aizen cares most about is that this god, it is rumored that he descended from the sky in ancient times, offering sacrifices to the Spirit King's right arm. After Jaishur Yukatake survived that time, although his health has been poor, he was able to stand out from the many mediocre Shinigami, and entered the Mao Lingshu Academy, becoming the first batch of students, and also became the first batch of captain student of the Academy of Spirituality. Moreover, after Aizen's visits and understanding, it was found that since Jaishur Yukatake came out of that temple alive, the name of Master Mimi Haji began to decline gradually. My lord, I no longer protect believers. In this regard, Aizen made his own reasoning and assumptions. That Master Mimi Haji is indeed the right arm of Spirit King, and after saving Jushiro that time, his power has been transferred from the temple to Jushiro. Jaishur Yukatake is the one chosen by the will of Spirit King. The left arm is in charge of forward, and the right arm is in charge of stillness. It turns out that Lord Mimi Haki did not save your life, but kept your lungs at the age of 3 forever. Silver, the captains of the Soul Society, haven't you sent Matsumoto Ranjaku yet? But I specially wanted her for you. Chapter 68. The longer he follows Aizen, the more terrifying Ichimaru-jin finds Aizen. Sometimes this guy will do things that are meaningless to him, but as time goes by, Ichimaru-jin will always find that the things Aizen does often have some far-reaching impact in the future. What Ichimaru-jin is most worried about is Matsumoto Ranjaku. It can also be said that he started following Aizen only for Matsumoto Ranjaku. When I first heard Aizen bring up this topic, Ichimaru-jin thought it was Aizen who wanted to have a joke with Soul Society, but now I heard Aizen mention Matsumoto Ranjaku again, Ichimaru-jin had to take it seriously. Could it be that Aizen really discovered his true purpose? Ichimaru-jin could only pretend to be indifferent, shrugged his shoulders. Oh, Master Aizen, I can't control the captains of the Soul Society now. Aizen turned his head and glanced at Ichimaru-jin, didn't say much, just looked into the distance quietly. Yes. Soul Society, a team building. This time at the captain level meeting, except for the 3 captains who rebelled, all the other captains have gathered. However, the atmosphere of this meeting was very awkward. Aizen only used the power of Kaika Suijutsu, and the 3 captains escorted Kurosaki Ichigo back to the present world under the influence of the illusion. They thought they had captured the defected Tosen Kaname, and they waited until they met Urahara Kisuke, who stopped him. This is a disgrace to every captain. It's just that the 3 captains who went to Hueco Mundo are not shameless people. Byakuya Kukaki. As long as Aizen doesn't insult the Kukaki family and doesn't hurt Rukia again, it doesn't matter if he gets cheated once or twice. Zaraki Kenpeki is even more so, he is just a little annoyed that he is more comfortable not slashing. Anoha Naretsu, who has changed her job as a nurse, is even more indifferent. There are a lot of discussions about her in Seoul society now, and she has completely laid down now. It's just that the three of them didn't say anything, but the captain was so angry that he kept silent. Although others say that this is Aizen's intention to express the goodwill of the truce, but in his opinion, this is obviously Aizen showing off his muscles. The top figures in the Seoul society are nothing more than toys in Aizen's hands. But right now, for Seoul society, there is another important thing to deal with, and that is Matsumoto Ranjaku. Regarding this matter, the captain naturally didn't want to bow his head, but the attitude of Room 46 and him was exactly the opposite. Although Captain Yamamoto has expressed his attitude with the 46 room, he has the final say in these days, but the 46 room is not a vegetarian. Central 46 includes 40 sages and 6 judges. These people come from various parts of the Seoul society, and most of them are from nobles and people with relatively good reputations in Rukanga. Therefore, the appeal of these people in the Seoul society is not generally large. There are only 4 top aristocrats in the Seoul society, but the total number of upper and middle aristocrats and lower aristocrats is already far more than 100, which is quite a force in the Seoul society. And now Captain Yamamoto is facing 2 powerful enemies, so he naturally needs to unite all the forces that can be united, and now he has no way to directly tear himself apart with the 46 chamber. Therefore, this matter was finally handed over to the remaining 12 captains of Godai 13 for discussion. After all, in the final analysis, Matsumoto Ranjaku is still a member of Godai 13, and it is not up to outsiders to talk about this matter. After Captain Yamamoto finished speaking and let the captains decide for themselves, he stopped talking. Team 8th Captain Kirako Shunsui pushed down the brim of his hat and said helplessly, "How can you agree to this? That fellow Aizen has already deceived us, maybe he will deceive us again this time." Jaishur Yukatake said slowly. "But this time, Aizen has released all the captains we sent to Hueco Mundo, even Kurosaki Ichigo, leaving only Ishida Uryu and Luu, and Luu reported that Aizen always share with us. This time, it's clear that Aizen's sincerity is great." The captain of the 12th division, Kurosaki Mayuri sneered. "Isn't it just a vice-captain? If a vice-captain can bring us peace for a period of time, I think it's enough." The information from Luu is still coming in, and the analysis of the Invisible Empire World Transmitting Gate is also in progress. Now we are only afraid of Aizen's sneak attack. As long as we are ready and negotiate a contract with Aizen, a vice-captain is the right price in my opinion. Ask for flowers. Sui Feng, captain of the 2nd division, Anohanaretsu, the captain of the 4th division, Byakuya Kokaki, the captain of the 6th division, and Komamura Seijin, the captain of the 7th division, did not speak. They will only follow the captain. When the captain clearly expresses his opinion, they don't need to do anything, just follow the captain honestly. Zaraki Kenpeki, the captain of the 11th squad, just snorted softly. "I just want to kill someone right now. It doesn't matter if I kill anyone. Nirvana, if you can't find the Quincy, maybe I will kill you. After all, a captain is an appropriate price in my opinion." What Zaraki Kenpeki said made Kurosaki Mayuri angry. What he despises most is this kind of muscle but no brain. But what makes Kurosaki Mayuri more puzzled is that Zaraki Kenpeki, who has always been the least fond of being involved with people, why this time relented. In fact, it's not that he's soft-hearted, Zaraki Kenpeki is just looking at Kurosaki Mayuri's displeasure. He thinks that Kurosaki Mayuri is a person who is not easy to die. Hitsuga Ichware, captain of the 10th squad, is the captain of Matsumoto Ranjaku, so he doesn't have to comment on this matter. The vice-captain of his own family, if he said he would give it away, he would give it away. How can this work? Although the deputy captain doesn't work very much every day, he always likes to leave the team affairs to him, and skips work from time to sleep in, but no matter what, this is his subordinate. Now it seems that the opinions within Godai 13 are almost unified. Except for the general captain who cannot vote, only Kurosaki Mayuri agreed to send Matsumoto Ranjaku to Hueco Mundo, while the remaining 8 captains did not agree. Even Jaishur Yukatake, who initially thought Aizen had conciliatory intentions, voted against it. Kurosaki Mayuri glared at Jaishur Yukatake. Captain Jushiro. You. Jaishur Yukatake slowly closed his eyes. We are Godi 13, we can die for the court, but we can't sacrifice our players in such a careless way. W. The captain nodded slowly. The old man will convey your thoughts to the 46 room, so they will have nothing to say. However, before Captain Yamamoto said the meeting was over, an abrupt female voice sounded outside the door. Subordinate Matsumoto Ranjaku, willing to go to Hueco Mundo for a long time. Chapter 69. This is a captain-level meeting, and Matsumoto Ranjaku, who is the vice-captain, should not have appeared here, and even Chouir deliberately asked the team members not to tell her the news. But how can there be an impenetrable wall in the world? Matsumoto Ranjaku just found Hisagi Shuei, the vice-captain of the 9th squad, and asked about the meeting. Kojiro, the vice-captain of the first team, took a look at Captain Yamamoto, and then slowly opened the gate. I saw Matsumoto Ranjaku, wearing the vice-captain's epaulets, kneeling on one knee with a serious face. It's just that there is a little more confusion in this seriousness. She also doesn't know why Aizen insists that she go to Hueco Mundo, but if it will contribute to the future peace of the Soul Society, she will be happy. The old man Shan glanced at Matsumoto Ranjaku and didn't say much. Sui Feng, the captain of the second team, finally opened her eyes, and she frowned 283. This is a captain's meeting, Matsumoto, don't be confused about your identity. It's not that Sui Feng looks down on Matsumoto, but that she doesn't want this big-breasted and brainless woman to die in vain. This sentence itself should be said by Chouir, but Chouir didn't say a word, so she had to stand up. The reason why Chouir didn't speak was because he was too familiar with his vice-captain. When Shiba Yuxin was still the captain, Matsumoto Ranjaku was already the vice-captain. He was still the chief officer at that time, and he had been with Matsumoto for a long time, and he had already seen through Matsumoto's personality. Although Matsumoto Ranjaku looks like an incomprehensible female pervert, in fact, she is a very determined woman. Once Matsumoto Ranjaku is determined to do something, he is not easy to refuse. Matsumoto Ranjaku looked up at the captains, and said slowly and firmly. We are Godi 13, and we are all for the protection of Seireitei. If this subordinate goes to Hueco Mundo to bring peace to the Soul Society for a few days, then this subordinate is willing to go. Sui Feng wanted to say something else, but only heard Captain Yamamoto lightly tap the crutch in his hand. All right. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Matsumoto Ranjaku, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him. This old man didn't want you to go. Aizen is the most conspiratorial person in the history of the Soul Society. This time going to Hueco Mundo must be very dangerous, but if you continue to insist, this old man will not refuse you. Matsumoto Ranjaku, deputy captain of the 10th Division, will go to Urahara Kisuke in the real world tomorrow, and prepare to go to Hueco Mundo, and report the information after investigating Aizen's intentions. Matsumoto Ranjaku nodded firmly. Yes. The captain's meeting was dissolved in this way, and several captains left the team building one after another and returned to their own teams. However, several people were left behind. 8th Division Captain Kurako Shunsui, 13th Division Captain Jaishur Yukatake, and 12th Division Captain Kurosaki Mayuri. The captain took out Luyu's report submitted by Kurako Shunsui before, threw it on the table, and said slowly to several people. This old man has a longer history than Godi 13, but this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Among the Quincy Masters, there are Heart and Left Arm of Spirit King. Hearing these two titles, Kurako Shunsui took a peek at Jaishur Yukatake, which he hadn't told Jushiro yet. However, he didn't see Jaishur Yukatake's surprised expression, his expression was still very calm. Kurosaki Ichigo narrowed his eyes, bared his teeth and said with a smile. Before entering Godi 13, and after entering Godi 13, I wanted to study Spirit King, but the Soul Society's records on Spirit King are too few, and the experimental materials are extremely difficult to obtain. Unexpectedly, in the end, the Quincy's actually gave me a chance to experiment. Yamamoto Genrisaya pretended not to hear Kurosaki Ichigo's rebellious words. After all, although he did not personally experience the part of the history of Spirit King, but know a lot. Spirit King itself is the darkest part of Soul Society's history. However, Yamamoto Genrisaya is very clear that the Spirit King is very powerful, and Lu also described the abilities of these two Quincy masters in great detail in the report, which made Yamamoto Genrisaya even more troublesome. His Rijinjaka is the oldest and most powerful Zanpakuto of the Soul Society's hot department, and the most lethal Zanpakuto, but facing these two people, he just feels powerless. Gerald can exchange for God's scale through death, then his Rijinjaka is completely ineffective for him, which is simply adding fuel to the fire. The more burned Gerald is stronger because. And Pinata is even more troublesome. If he can survive the first wave of attacks from Rijinjaka, then he will absorb the ability of Rijinjaka. At that time, besides him, who can stop Pinata? Daiguran Haran Marabijwir? Sodi no Shirei Ukibai Rukia? Although both of them may become the best Zanpakuto in the ice department in the future, but looking at it now, there is no hope for them. However, it is impossible for Yamamoto Genrisaya to personally deal with Pinata, and his enemy is Yulhabach. The Yulhabach who was 1,000 years ago is enough to be equal to him, and now he doesn't know how far Yulhabach has grown. He has to be ready for everything. Kurosaki Ichigo carefully read Lu's report, and sneered. Is this the ability of Spirit King? If it is, then it's really ridiculous. Captain Yamamoto raised his eyelids. Captain of the 12th Division, Kurosaki Ichigo, can I think that you have found a way to deal with these two Quincy divisions? Kurosaki Ichigo stood there with his hands in his hands, with a face of indifference. I don't even need to take a shot against this kind of stuff. Oh? This surprised Captain Yamamoto a little. However, although Kurosaki Ichigo's attitude is not very correct, he can be regarded as one of the more reliable captains of the Soul Society, and the captain of Yamamoto still trusts Kyuhi. Since that's the case, I'll leave these two Quincy masters to you. Get ready in advance. You can go first. I still have to talk to these two students. Kurosaki Ichigo took the report and left the team building directly. After waiting for Kurosaki Ichigo to go away, the captain of Yamamoto slowly raised his head and looked at his two favorite disciples. When Aizen rebelled before, it was these two disciples who upheld the justice in their hearts even though they betrayed their teacher, which made Yamamoto Genrisaya very pleased. However, his next question surprised the two disciples. Shishi Lang, Koharu Shui, you two are considered the most outstanding disciples of this old man. But, this old man would like to ask, are you hiding something from this old man? Chapter 70. Is there something to hide? Then this is a long story. Kurako Shunsui can even remember when he was a student at Shino Spiritual Art Academy when he lifted up girls' skirts. However, since Jaishur Yukatake is handed in this time, the old man Shan is most likely talking about Master Mimi Haji. The old man Shan himself was originally a figure with as long a history as Jingling Ting, and it was not beyond Kurako Shunsui's expectations to learn about Master Mimi Haji. But before Kurako Shunsui could think about what to say, Jaishur Yukatake had already bowed to Captain Yamamoto. Teacher, we do have something to hide from you, but we cannot tell you. Captain Yamamoto raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Forget it, this old man doesn't have the habit of meddling in other people's business. 14th Lang, take good care of your body. It wasn't until after leaving the first team's team building that Yuanil Chun Shui finally raised his head and said to Jaishur Yukatake. Did old man Shan know about you and that Lord Mimi Haji? Jaishur Yukate's face didn't change a bit, he looked straight ahead. The teacher has experienced a lot. He may have noticed that I am different. The reason why I asked us today is that the old 11th teacher wants to make sure whether we have realized it. Consciousness? Kurako Shunsui lowered the brim of his hat, he really didn't want to talk about this topic. Awakening. His teacher who taught him has already prepared to sacrifice for Godi 13, and now his beloved relatives, friends, brothers and sisters also have this kind of awareness, and after they leave, he will be the next to carry Godi 13 men of fighting. If possible, Kurako Shunsui really doesn't want this. Invisible Empire. It was almost night, and after a while, Yulhabach would fall into a deep sleep, but now, he was sitting on his throne, looking at the members of the Star-Crossed Knights at his feet. Every one of the Star-Crossed Knights, I have something to announce. Yulhabach stood up slowly, stretched out his hand to spread out the spacious windbreaker behind him, and waved to the side. Come over. Ishida Urahara, who had healed his wounds and washed himself clean, put on the traditional white quincy costume, wearing leather boots and a windbreaker, walked slowly to Yulhabach's side, turned his head to look at the Star-Crossed Knight at his feet group. This is the first time he has seen so many quincy masters. As long as he can remember, the quincy has disappeared. There is only one quincy he has seen in the first half of his life, and that is his grandfather and his mentor, Sojiro Fuda. Of course, his own father, Ishida Ryuhuan, is also, but Ishida Urahara doesn't recognize that guy. When he was young, Ishida Urahara always felt very lonely, especially after he awakened the power of quincy. This feeling of loneliness became stronger. By his side, there is no one of his peers who has the same ability as him. But now, seeing so many companions and feeling the quincy ryotsu stirring in the air, Ishida Urahara found his belonging for the first time, but at the same time, he also felt some discomfort. Because, the members of the Star-Crossed Knights under their feet looked at him full of provocation and strangeness. This is actually quite normal. Because the high platform under his feet belonged exclusively to Yulhabach, even Hasward, when Yulhabach was present, could not walk up to this high platform. And now, he is standing on the high platform of the king, standing side by side with the current Emperor Yulhabach of Sky Empire. Looking at the puzzled eyes of the members of the knights under his feet, Yulhabach smiled contemptuously. Yulhabach slowly stretched out a finger. Ishida Urahara, the holy blessing 8 years ago took away the life and power of all the mixed blood quincy. Only you survived that holy blessing. You are the last surviving quincy in this world. I appointed you as my successor. After Yulhabach finished speaking, he quietly looked at the members of the Star-Crossed Knights at his feet. There seemed to be a lot of things in the smile on his face. The words of Yulhabach undoubtedly caused 1,000 waves with one stone, and almost all members of the entire Star-Crossed Knights fell into uneasiness and confusion. They are all penultimate quincy masters, and everyone can feel how low and insignificant the power of the young man standing beside Yulhabach is. Rather than saying that he is a quincy master, it is better to say that he is a bug. How is it possible? That kind of guy of unknown origin. The next emperor of Invisible Empire, isn't it Hasward? Is what His Majesty just said true? Your Majesty, please wait. Busby, who has the most fiery temper, couldn't bear it at all. He had been looking forward to letting Hasward succeed him as the Emperor of the Invisible Empire after he had killed Yulhabach. Now such a little bug suddenly came out, cut off who gets it? However, before Busby had time to say anything, he was stopped by Hasward in front of him. As the highest rank and leader of the Star-Crossed Knights, Hasward, the assistant to the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, was standing in front of Busby. He stopped Busby with his hand, and looked at all the surprised members of the Knights of the Star Cross. There is no need to panic, no need to worry, and no need to have objections. Hasward's eyes were as calm as stagnant water. His ability will be gradually displayed in the days to come, and all of you present will have the opportunity to witness it with your own eyes." Following Hasward's words, the restless knights of the Star Cross gradually quieted down. Only Busby, although he still didn't want to accept this decision very much, but he just glanced at Hasward and didn't continue to contradict. "Now, is not the time." After waiting for Hasward to appease all the Star Cross knights, Yulhabach said lightly, "My words are finished, Yulong, come with me." Hearing Yulhabach mention his name, Ishida Uriu recovered from the shock, and he lowered his head slightly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Invisible Empire, Yulhabach's bedroom. Yulhabach was sitting by his bed, and he took out a small shallow plate and cut a little wound on his wrist. The blood flowed out slowly, gradually filling up the small plate, and he reached out and handed the pure white jade disc to Ishida Yulong. "My son who was born in the light, drink my blood, and you will be reborn." Ishida Uriu took the small disc, and did not rush to drink the emperor's blood, but frowned tightly. Chapter 71. There is no emotion in Yulhabach's eyes. It is obvious that Ishida Uriu is his prince, but he looks at Ishida Uriu as if he is looking at a mass of rotten meat. "What are you afraid of?" Hearing this, Ishida Uriu no longer hesitated. He had heard the name of Yulhabach from his grandfather Ishida Zongxian, but he still couldn't believe it when he saw such a living ancestor of the Quincy master in front of him. Yulhabach is a tyrant, this is what his grandfather Ishida Zongxian once mentioned in his narration, so the best way to face a tyrant is to obey his orders. Ishida Uriu drank the blood in the cup slowly, he didn't feel any discomfort, it was as if his body was welcoming the fishy sweet liquid. Seeing Ishida Uriu drink his own blood, Yulhabach nodded slowly. In this way, the succession ceremony is completed. After a while, the power in your bloodline will gradually awaken. Now, I give you the holy text. Give you, the same as me, the holy text A. At the end of the ceremony, Ishida Uriu stood up slowly, raised his head, and stood beside Yulhabach cautiously, slowly cried. "Why? Why did you designate me as your successor in such a sudden way at this time, when I just joined the Invisible Empire? Won't this make the members of the Star Cross Knights feel dissatisfied? They seem to respect Hasward." Although the time spent together was extremely short, Ishida Uriu quickly became familiar with Hasward's existence. In his eyes, Hasward is smart, cautious, respectful, and can even be said to be a perfect prince. Before he came to power today, he even thought that Yulhabach just wanted to introduce himself briefly, but he didn't expect that Yulhabach to throw such a blockbuster as soon as he came up, let alone a member of the Star Cross Knights, even he was shocked. Only, Yulhabach and Hasward are extremely calm, which makes Ishida Uriu even more difficult to understand. Hasward is more like a prince, more like an heir. Yulhabach stood up slowly. "Fortunately, you are not an idiot who only accepts titles, but you are obviously still very young. Ishida Uriu, do you still have an impression of your mother? Do you still have an impression?" Hearing this topic, Ishida Uriu frowned. He grew up under the care of his mother and grandfather since he was a child. His father, Ishida Rysh, devoted himself to work and ignored his family. He obviously had a bad relationship with Ishida Mission. There were only two people who gave him warmth in his childhood. One was him. His mother Katagiri Hat, and the other is his grandfather Ishida Munjuru. Yulhabach saw Ishida Uriu's expression, and he smiled coldly. 8 years ago, your mother passed away. The cause of her death was not a disease, but my holy holiness. Ishida Uriu slowly raised his head, he looked at Yulhabach with both puzzlement and resentment. Yulhabach seemed completely indifferent to the disobedience of his heir, as if he were telling an irrelevant story. 8 years ago, in order to purify the blood of the Quincy, I cast holy sacredness and forcibly took away the power of all the mixed blood Quincy in the world. All the mixed blood Quincy were wiped out, only you survived. You have a power that surpasses mine. In history, you are the only Quincy master who survived the holy, so I used the last survived Quincy before. Teacher, I call you. That's why I chose you as my successor. So, can you put down your bow and arrow now? If Hearthward sees it, he will certainly not spare you. Yulhabach looked calmly at the young heir before him. I saw that Ishida Urayu had already summoned his own bow and arrow Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow. His bow and arrow were originally in the shape of a broken four-pointed star, but after absorbing the power of Yulhabach's blood, Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow has grown into a Quincy standard pentagram. It's just that, now, Ishida Urayu doesn't care about these. He stared at his mother-killing enemy, and his voice trembled a little. You, say, it was you who performed the consecration? You, the one who killed my mother? Yulhabach replied calmly. Yes. Ishida Urayu could hardly believe that the man who had just ordered him to be rescued from Hueco Mundo, the man who had just designated him as his heir, was actually his mother-killing enemy. He only knew that 8 years ago his mother, Katagiri Yi, suddenly became ill and passed away a few months later, but he has never been clear about the real cause of her mother's death. In front of the Star-Crossed Knights before, he only heard that it was Holy that took the lives of all the mixed-blood Quincy, but he didn't know that the one who cast Holy was actually Yulhabach in front of him. Ishida Urayu slowly opened the bow and arrow, his eyes gradually stabilized. Why are you able to do that kind of thing? What are you? There was finally a touch of emotion in Yulhabach's eyes, but this emotion was nothing more than the pity that humans feel when they look at insects. Is that so? Your elders just told you my name? Didn't they even tell you who I am? My friend Habich is the ancestor of the Quincy, and all the existing Quincy have my blood flowing. Your grandfather is like this, your father is like this, your mother is like this, and so is you. As long as my blood flows, your strength and your life are all in my mind. I can give you endless life and great power, and I can take it away with ease. So, even so, Ishida Urayu, are you still pointing at me with a bow and arrow? Ishida Urayu didn't tremble in the hand holding Silver Ridge Sparrow, he frowned tightly. Then why, you want to use Holy Bee? Why do you want to seize the power and life of the mixed blood destroyer, Zhao? Zhao. Yulhabach slowly spread out his handbag. Because, I'm going to attack the Soul Society, I'm going to destroy the Shinigami, I'm going to capture the Soul King's palace, and I'm going to help my father, Soul King, escape from his miserable fate. When the world was born, Spirit King was imprisoned and abused by the ancestors of Shinigami, and was made into a tool to stabilize the world by them. I want to free him. The power of the half-blood Quincy is messy and weak. For this reason, I took away their power and distributed their power to the Star-Crossed Knights. Now, even your body has the power of your mother back then. Spirit King? This is another thing Ishida Urayu doesn't know very well, but he doesn't care anymore, he is overwhelmed by today's new news. He cares more about someone else now. So, you'll kill Kurosaki too, won't you? Chapter 72. Kurosaki? Just now, because of mother's resentment, did you start worrying about your friends again? Yulhabach smiled slightly. No, I won't, I will welcome him and let him join our invisible empire. The bow and arrow in Ishida Urayu's hand trembled slightly, and a spiritual arrow shot out directly, passed through Yulhabach's cloak, and directly nailed to the opposite wall. Don't lie to me, Kurosaki are Shinigami, aren't Shinigami the enemies who imprisoned your father? Facing Ishida Urayu's attack, Yulhabach's eyes were as calm as water. Really? You don't know, Ishida Urayu, without the power to see through everything, you must be at a loss, right? Sighing, Yulhabach didn't care about Ishida Urayu's disobedience at all, he sat down on the side of the bed slowly, and said slowly. Ishida Urayu, have you thought about a question? What else is he going to say? The bow and arrow in Ishida Urayu's hands did not dare to let go, although he knew very well in his heart that the terrifying majesty in front of him simply looked down on his attack, but this was the only thing he could do. Yulhabach said slowly. Have you ever wondered why Kurosaki Ichigo is so special compared to other Shinigami? Why is the awakening of his power always so unexpected? Not as regular as ordinary Shinigami. Why do you disdain other Shinigami? 23 alone cherishes his friendship. Why did you team up to face Minos Grande for the first time, and your Ryutsu are obviously different, but you can echo each other? Ishida Uriah frowned. He also remembered, the first time he fought Minos Grande Killian with Kurosaki Ichigo. At that time, he wanted to absorb Kurosaki Ichigo's huge Ryutsu to release the giant bow and arrow, and later he injured his own in order to help Kurosaki Ichigo release Ryutsu hand. The teamwork at that time was indeed very smooth, as if he had practiced it a long time ago. He never considered this issue. But Ishida Uriah is not like Kurosaki Ichigo who can win just by cheating. He is an extremely smart person. As long as he thinks about it a little bit, he will understand what Yulhabach wants to say 43. But how is that possible? Seeing Ishida Uriah's slightly dull expression, Yulhabach smiled lightly. It seems that this successor has a very flexible mind. Yulhabach tickled his beard lightly. That's right, Kurosaki Ichigo, his body also has my blood flowing. Have you forgotten? Kurosaki Ichigo's mother died the same year as your mother. 89. Kurosaki Ichigo's, BBDD, mother, Kurosaki Masaki, and Ishida Uriah's mother, Katagiri, died around the same time, and there was only a few months of difference between them. Kurosaki's mother is also a half-blood Quincy. Yulhabach shook his head lightly. Kurosaki Ichigo's mother is a pure-blood Quincy, but her strength and blood have been polluted by the besieged people. We, the Quincy master, cannot be contaminated with Su's power, so, her power has also been taken back by me. You should remember, Kurosaki Ichigo, Kinhalo. How can this not be remembered? The mask that Kuroki used when fighting for a while, which resembled Su, every time he used it, his Ryutsu would become extremely similar to Su. Yulhabach continued. The power of Su is poisonous to the Quincy master. Unless the Lingli is used to transform the power of Su into pure spirit particles, the Quincy master will be extremely weakened if he is contaminated with a little power of Su. Although Yulhabach didn't finish speaking, Ishida Uriah already understood. In Kurosaki Ichigo's body, there are not only the power of Quincy, but also the power of Shinigami, and the power of Su. And that power of the Quincy is exactly why Yulhabach wants to keep Kurosaki Ichigo. Yulhabach looked at the prince who pointed a bow and arrow at him, and said softly. I will not destroy Kurosaki Ichigo. In the future I created, there is a place for you and a place for him. You are all my sons, but you were born in light and he was born in darkness. Now, can you put down your bow and arrow? My son. Ishida Uriah slowly put down the silver ridge arc sparrow in his hand, and he asked softly. So, my mother, never again. Yulhabach went up to him and patted him lightly on the shoulder. Ishida Uriah, your mother's power is flowing in your blood. You not only inherited her blood, but also inherited her power. Use this power to fight for you and me. Let's fight for the future. In the not-too-distant future, after I save my father from the calamity, you will start leading the invisible empire to a farther future. My son. Ishida Uriah knelt down slowly, lowered his eyebrows, and replied obediently. At your will, my lord. Although Ishida Uriah didn't show the slightest bit of rebellion after Yulhabach finished explaining, Yulhabach knew very well that the resentment in Ishida Yulong's heart still existed, and he just held back. However, Yulhabach didn't care about this. He can't see the future of Ishida Uriah, but Ishida Uriah has drank his blood, their breath and fate have been connected, and the blood of the Quincy can be inherited. His bloodline is carried on. No matter how bleak the future is, he will be the winner in the end. Sui Palace, Lu's palace. Lu also happened to tell Nilu and the remaining Arankars about Ishida Yulong's tragic past. Nilu is already in tears. So, that idiot was saved by his mother-killing enemy? If he knew this, wouldn't he turn against that majesty directly? Lu shook his head lightly. Ishida Urayu is not the kind of single-minded person like Kurosaki Ichigo. He knows how to examine duo. He may have some aggressive actions when he first learned about it, but once he sees the situation clearly, he will soon understand it. Will pretend to obey. He will continue to increase his strength, and use his own ingenuity to find out the most reasonable and safest revenge plan. Sun put his head on Lu's shoulder and spit out the letter. So, that poor thing must still be killed by that majesty? Didn't you say that his majesty can see through the future? Lu smiled coldly. Although he has the ability of omniscient and almighty, his ability is an imitation after all, and it cannot be compared with Spirit King's omniscient and almighty at all. Spirit King can see through everything, but he can only see through part of it. So, even if he possesses omniscience and omnipotence, the omnipotent king of Quincy Masters will definitely be defeated. When Lu was telling a story to some Arankars, Pygzhu's loud voice sounded at the door. Master Lu, Master Aizen sent Myra Rhodes here. Darling, is Aizen changing again? Mira Rhodes though, the Black Lion? Another black-skinned hot girl, let's take it as a way to comfort Lu's heart of missing 88 Yuan Xiong Ru. Chapter 73. The Quincy Leaderboard, Super Captain Class Number 1, Member of the Star Cross Knights, Giselle Jewel, Holy Text Z Zombie. Ability Name Zombie. Giselle has waist-length black long hair with side-parted bangs, 2 cockroach-like hairs on the top of her head, a small military cap with an invisible imperial mark on her head, a slender figure, and a wide-collar long-sleeved, button-down jacket with a thin, diagonal belt with a heart-shaped box. Giselle, Bombietta, Minina, Gaddies, and Lidato are known as the female knights, and only 4 of these 5 are women. Giselle is exactly like a woman in both costume and form, but in reality he was a man who looked like a woman. Holy Text Z, Ability Name Zombie. This ability cannot be used directly, it must be used with the help of blood. When Giselle was attacked by the enemy and injured 920 and caused bleeding, or when she oozes blood by hurting herself, any object contaminated with his blood will become a corpse and be under his control, and objects that become zombies can still use the abilities and moves of their previous lives, while Giselle herself will not die, and at the same time, she can activate the extraordinary regeneration and recovery ability to quickly heal her injuries. In addition, Giselle can use this ability to transplant the limbs of the dead to the injured Quincy, thereby healing the Quincy's injuries, and can also repair the zombie's body. Although this ability can the target becomes a zombie, but it has no effect on the living Quincy, so only when the designated Quincy dies, it can be turned into a zombie and controlled. When it is used on a Shinigami, it is not necessary killing an opponent can turn it into a zombie. As for the amount of blood used, it depends on the strength level of the object. Giselle can also get her own blood back by hurting the zombie's body. When the captain level subject turns into a zombie, its body will turn dark red and black. Even if it suffers an injury that is fatal to a living person, it can immediately stand up and fight again. If it is turned into a zombie before death, however, when the zombie is destroyed to a certain extent and has not been repaired by Giselle, it will lose its ability to move. Only by completely destroying the body of the zombie, ashes or anti-control zombies can release Giselle's control on the subject. Editor's note: there is no limit to the number of Giselle's zombies. Quincy ranking, Super Captain Class 2nd place, Member of the Star Cross Knights, Lidato Lampardo, Holy Literature, Glutton, Ability Name Greedy. Lidato is a petite girl with short yellow hair and bangs, wearing a military cap with an invisible imperial mark on her head, a heart-shaped box on her waist, a button-up dress and knee-length boots. Looks cute but is actually a scary guy. He has a calm personality but speaks vulgarly and viciously. He often eats during operations. When he is used to moving in the air, he floats in the air with an umbrella. He often moves with Menina, Gadis, and Giselle and complains about other members. Action. You will feel quite hungry after excessive energy consumption and skills. Use weapons to attach jagged lines and heart-shaped emblems to the bow body, which can become a special short bow that looks like an open mouth. Nicknamed Lily by Bomb-Ita. Holy Text G Ability Name Greedy Ghost, Ability Effect, stretch your own mouth and turn it into a bloody mouth to swallow the enemy. Eating is not only an attack method, but Lightato can also kill enemies in a short time. Absorb the other party's spiritual power to feed back to herself. Once she hasn't eaten for a long time, she will be very hungry. Quincyr Leaderboard, Super Captain Class 3rd Place, Member of the Star Cross Knights, Bambietta Basta's Marriage, Holy Text, Explode. Kin Calendar Name Man. Bambietta has a lively, capricious, and cruel personality. Whenever she is unhappy, she likes to seduce and kill a handsome male member of the Invisible Empire as a means of venting her dissatisfaction. Once she is at a disadvantage in a battle, she will easily become angry. She looks like a very cute little girl, but in fact she is not. Her terrifying strength and awkward personality make her difficult to get along with. Holy Text E, Ability Name Critical Strike, everything hit by Bambietta's Ryotsu will become explosives, but in the eyes of the victim, it's just that her Ryotsu exploded, so those who meet for the first time for Bambietta's enemies, they often only misunderstand her ability, mistakenly think that what she uses is just an ordinary spirit bomb, and they are easy to be fooled. In the form of complete holy body, her body will change, and her back will stretch out the separated wings of spirit particles. During the flight, she can use her own ability to release a large number of light balls of spirit particles. Objects that reach the spirit sphere will be destroyed. Quincyr Leaderboard, Super Captain Class 4th Place, Member of the Star Cross Knights, Gaddy's Catnip, Holy Text T, Thunderbolt. Ability Name Thunderbolt. Katis has side-parted grass-green mid-length hair, light green eyes, the ends of her eyebrows and part of her hair look like lightning. She is wearing a sleeveless top and shorts, with a wide-open neckline, and a hat with an invisible imperial mark on her head. Wearing a military cap, long gloves, and a belt with a heart-shaped box around her waist, she is a tall busted woman. Irritable, aggressive, and stubborn, she usually has the habit of getting up early for several hours to fix her hair, so she is very jealous of others messing with her hair. She often acts together with Lightato, Menina, and Giselle. Holy Text T, Ability Name Thunder, Ability Introduction, release a large range of lightning from the hand to attack the enemy. In addition, Giadaizi's ability has several variants, such as Gainan Shockwave, Gainan Javelin, Electrocution, etc., no further details. Quincyr Leaderboard, Super Captain Class 5th Place, Member of the Star Cross Knights, Menina Makaran, Holy Text P, Power. Ability Name Power. Menina has long pink wavy hair, pink eyes, and is used to wearing a military cap with an invisible imperial mark on the side, a red bow tie with a 4.5-star emblem in the center, and a belt with a heart-shaped box. A short-sleeved button-up dress suit with wavy edges on the collar, cuffs, wristbands, skirt, and boot cuffs, with knee-high stockings, a woman with big breasts who has little expression and a gentle and calm personality. Holy Text P, Ability Name Power, Ability Introduction, possesses a strange power enough to lift an entire building. Menina can use the power to gather the power in her hands and feet to start close combat with the enemy, or use this raise the entire building to smash the opponent to death, and after entering the holy body form, the power will increase again. The editor believes that although the strengths of the 5 members of the female knights are very different, because of their close relationship with him, once they make a move, they will act as a group, so their strength completely surpasses that of ordinary captains. LLEL has even more hope of surpassing the super captain. Chapter 74. So you look at me with your eyes, pinch Nilu in your hand, taste your grandson in your mouth, Luoli on the left, Minorai on the right, and write other women in your hand. Myra Rhodes looked at Lu with disdain, and said disdainfully. I never thought Master Aizen would trust such an ignorant guy like you. You are the scum of Hueco Mundo. Lu gave her a blank look. I don't know how to learn? Who taught you so many poses just now? Besides, I am Shinigami, and I just came to Hueco Mundo as a guest. How can I be the scum of Hueco Mundo? Also, if you really hate me so much, just now who has to score twice? Myra Rhodes blushed, hesitating and speechless. Lu snorted coldly. It's terrible to be uneducated. How can I write about a woman? There is clearly a man in it. It's a pity that a woman with big breasts and no brains like you doesn't pay attention to it at all. Okay, now give these to Aizen. Myra Rhodes accepted the report from Lu, but she didn't hand over these things directly to Lan 11Ran, but asked Pigsu to hand it over. And she obediently returned to Lu's side. Now, Urahara store. Kurosaki Ichigo stood at the door of the Urahara store, staring blankly at the closed door, frowning. Is Urahara Kisuke not at home? It stands to reason that Urahara Kisuke would be the first to appear almost every time I encountered something and needed help. But this time, not only did Urahara Kisuke not show up, even when he arrived at the door of Urahara Kisuke's store, no one came out to greet him. Is this not welcoming him? Kurosaki Ichigo stepped forward and gently knocked on the door of the Urahara store. Mr. Urahara? Mr. Urahara? Are you there? Heavy footsteps came from inside the house. Tessai Tsukabishi's big head soon appeared at the gate. He opened a crack in the door, poked his big head out of the crack and whispered. The store manager said he wasn't there. The store manager said, he's not here. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned tightly. Please tell Mr. Urahara that I need his help in an urgent matter. Tessai Tsukabishi looked embarrassed. However, the store manager's experiment has reached the most critical time, and it is inconvenient now. Tessai Tsukabishi hadn't finished speaking when he heard a dull explosion from the basement of the Urahara store. Boom! Not only the Urahara store, but even other surrounding buildings visibly shook a few times, and even many residents ran out in a panic. They all thought it was an earthquake. Kurosaki Ichigo looks at Tessai Tsukabishi. Please take me to Mr. Urahara, I really need to see him now. There was no other way, so Tessai Tsukabishi had to open the gate and take Kurosaki Ichigo towards the underground training ground. The original store, the basement. As soon as Kurosaki Ichigo and Tessai Tsukabishi reached the bottom, they heard Urahara Kisuke's happy noise in the distance. Oh my god, I never expected that the technology of the Quincy is so superb. It's amazing that they had this kind of means of transportation thousands of years ago. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes lit up. The passage of the Quincy. Could it be that Urahara Kisuke has found a way to go to Invisible Empire? During the time when he got home, countless news bombarded Kurosaki Ichigo, and he couldn't even react. Quincy, Invisible Empire, War, Aizen, Ishida Uryu. All kinds of news, almost none of which are good, made Kurosaki Ichigo exhausted, and now, he finally got a piece of good news. However, this good news does not come without a price. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo was about to ask about Urahara Kisuke's situation, he heard a familiar yet unfamiliar voice. Urahara Kisuke, you guys are such a genius. The billowing yellow sand gradually fell to the ground, and an extremely familiar yet extremely unfamiliar figure appeared in front of him. The man he called his father was standing beside Urahara Kisuke, and he slapped Urahara Kisuke's shoulder hard, causing Urahara Kisuke to cough. But he is in the state of the spiritual body. Not only is there a zanpakut hanging around his waist, but he even wears the Haori for the captain of Godi I-13 on his shoulders. In Kurosaki Ichigo's impression, his father, Kurosaki Ishin, has always been a funny and uninhibited man. This is actually because Kurosaki Ichigo still respects him. If the truth is told, Kurosaki Ichigo thinks that his father is a young man-child. But standing in front of him now is the captain of Godai 13. It's a Shinigami. Ryotsuya began to gradually become restless. Su's power was also gradually ready to move. Kurosaki Ichigo could only feel his blood rushing up. How could he be a Shinigami? Kurosaki Ishin and Urahara Kisuke soon sensed Ryotsuya behind them. They both frowned at the same time, and turned their heads to look behind. Kurosaki Ishin sighed slightly. Ichigo? I didn't expect. I actually didn't want you to know so early. Urahara Kisuke looked at Tessai Tsukabishi with some blame. Tessai Tsukabishi scratched his big head, and said embarrassedly. I'm so sorry, store manager, I forgot that Dr. Shiba Ishin is here. As soon as the words came out, Tessai Tsukabishi immediately knew that he had made a mistake again. Sure enough, Kurosaki Ichigo turned around slowly, his dull eyes looked at Tsukabishi 663 Tessai. What are you talking about? What did you call him just now? Tessai Tsukabishi was in a dilemma, but fortunately, Urahara Kisuke didn't care about this. He waved his hand and signaled Tessai Tsukabishi to get out of here quickly, and stop adding to the mess. And Kurosaki Ishin walked slowly to Kurosaki Ichigo's side, reached out and patted his shoulder. That's right, my original name was Shiba Yuxin. I changed it to your mother's surname because I was married to your mother at the time and to avoid being chased by the Soul Society. You should have heard this last name in Soul Society before. Here? How could it not have been heard? When they arrived at the Soul Society, the first stop was the Shiba family. Shiba Ganju was still his partner fighting side by side, but now, his father wanted to tell himself that his Kurosaki Ichigo turned out to be Shiba Ganju's brother. It turned out to be that former top nobleman, a member of the Shiba family. Kurosaki Ichigo lowered his head, he gently pushed his father's hand away, and asked in a deep voice. How many things are you hiding from me? Kurosaki Ishin frowned, but then opened it up again. A lot, Ichigo, there are a lot of things I still hide from you. If you want to know, I can tell you all right now. Chapter 75. Kurosaki Ichigo finally recovered from the collapse just now. He looked at Kurosaki Ishin as if he was looking at a stranger. You'd better tell me who you are. Kurosaki Ishin slowly drew the Captain Hayori behind him. The captains of the Soul Society each have a 10 written on their Hayori. My real name is Shiba Ishin, and I used to be the captain of the Godai 13th Division and the owner of the branch house of the Shiba family, but because of investigating Aizen's hollow experiment, I ended up living in this world. It was the first time for Kurosaki Ichigo to see his incomprehensible father have such a serious side, which made him feel at a loss what to do. He stared blankly at Kurosaki Ishin, as if he wanted to say something, but soon, he thought of another question. That is, mother. Before he became a Shinigami, he always thought that he killed his mother. For this, Kurosaki Ichigo blamed himself, and was even a bit rebellious for a while, but after becoming a Shinigami, he realized that it was Hiroji who killed his mother, Kurosaki Masaki. Although Thatsu didn't die by his hands, it was the first time he clearly realized that he didn't kill his mother. But now, another problem arises. If my father is a Shinigami, then why? Kurosaki Ichigo was grown up by Kurosaki Ishin, how could he not understand his son's thoughts? Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's face change, Kurosaki Ishin knew that he mentioned his mother again. But is now the time to tell that history? Urahara Kisuke slowly moved to Kurosaki Ishin's side and whispered. Mr. Kurosaki, Yulhabach's attack on the Soul Society is definitely going to happen. There should be no difference between talking about it now and talking about it in the future, right? Seeing Ichigo wanting to ask a question but worried about hearing the answer, Kurosaki Ishin shook his head slowly. Forget it, let's talk about it when he is ready. However, as the father of Kurosaki Ichigo, Kurosaki Ishin wants to protect his son's heart, while Yulhabach wants to make his son his pawn. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't stick around at the Urahara store for long. He originally wanted to ask Urahara Kisuke if he could go to the Invisible Empire and if he could find Ishida Urayu, but it was unnecessary now. Urahara Kisuke's research and development has come to an end. If he really wants to go to Invisible Empire, then he will definitely call on Kurosaki Ichigo. Now he wants to find a place to be quiet. He came to Kurosaki Masaki's graveyard. Every June 17th, he will come here with Kurosaki Ishin and his two younger sisters to worship Kurosaki Masaki. Except for this day, he usually dare not come to this place at all. He is afraid, and what he is afraid of is not the soul. He has been used to dealing with souls since he was a child, and what he is afraid of is that he will think of the good times he spent with his mother again. Mother. Touching Kurosaki Masaki's tombstone, Kurosaki Ichigo slowly sat in front of her grave. He wanted to say a lot to his mother, but he couldn't say anything. He remembered that when he was young, he never complained to his mother. Even though he was beaten all over the place by Arisawa Tatsuki, he still had a smile on his face when his mother came to pick him up. Mother. Kurosaki Ichigo patted the tombstone lightly, and stood up slowly. You really are here. A strange voice appeared behind him, although the other party's clothes could clearly cover Ryutsu, but Kurosaki Ichigo could tell from the subtle Ryutsu without even looking, he was Quincy. Is the enemy. This is not only from the warning from the Soul Society, but more importantly, according to the news from the Soul Society, Ishida Urayu who stayed in Hueco Mundo was forcibly taken away by a group of strange Quincy Empire. Is the enemy. Don't force me to do it here, I don't want my mother to see me angry. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't turn his head at all. He stood in front of his mother's tombstone with his hands in his pockets, and the raindrops fell on the tombstone. Only then did he realize that it seemed to have been raining since he arrived here. Of course. Please forgive my recklessness. I don't mean any disrespect to Ms. Kurosaki Masaki. I just want to pay my respects. The voice behind him seemed to have no intention of making a move, and he walked forward slowly, with light and peaceful steps. A bouquet of flowers suddenly appeared in his hands. The light-footed man took off his silver coat, squatted down slowly, and placed the flowers in front of Kurosaki Masaki's grave. Kurosaki Ichigo stared blankly at this enemy presenting flowers to his mother. This scene made him feel extremely absurd. He was obviously an enemy, but he appeared in front of his mother's grave, and even offered flowers respectfully. Even Kurosaki Ichigo, a son, couldn't find fault with his movements and posture. The man in a white robe and Quincy costume stood up, and slowly stretched out his hand to Kurosaki Ichigo. Let me introduce myself, my name is Hugelin Hasward. Invisible Empire Assistant to the Emperor, the highest rank of the Star-Crossed Knights, and the special envoy of His Majesty, is your brother. Kurosaki Ichigo. Brother? Seeing his posture and listening to his words, Kurosaki Ichigo only felt that the person in front of him seemed like a clown. He only has two younger sisters, where are his brothers? Could it be that my mother, Kurosaki Masaki, has other illegitimate children? Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo didn't respond to his kindness at all, Hasward didn't show any anger at all. He slowly withdrew his hand, stood in front of Kurosaki Masaki's grave, and said slowly to Kurosaki Ichigo. You thought we were enemies, didn't you, Kurosaki Ichigo? Kurosaki Ichigo squinted his eyes. How could you not be enemies? You are the enemies of the Soul Society, and you took Ishida away without explanation. How could you not be my enemies? Ha, Li Zhao, Sword slowly closed his eyes. I see. Kurosaki Ichigo, please think about it, where is Ishida Urayu safer? With Aizen, with Espada? Or with us, his companions? Haswald stumps Kurosaki Ichigo with one question. Yes. To him, Quincy is an enemy, but to Ishida Urayu who is Quincy, Quincy is his partner, his compatriots. They are not enemies. Hearthward turned his head and glanced at Kurosaki Masaki's tombstone. You don't want to lay hands on Ms. Kurosaki's grave, and neither do I, nor do I. If you don't believe me, I can take you to the Invisible Empire and let you see for yourself what Ishida Urayu looks like now. Don't worry, even if you want to leave at that time, I will send you back. After all, you are my brother, even if you don't agree, it's still the same. Chapter 76. Why? The rain has begun to continue, and although the two are not far apart, Kurosaki Ichigo still feels that the face of the person in front of him is very blurry. Quincy. He used to think that all Quincy were like Ishida Urayu, but recent events have proved that there are as many types of Quincy as Shinigami. There wasn't much expression on Hasward's face. Because we are brothers. It's that word again. Kurosaki Ichigo was getting impatient. Brother. Brother. What are you talking about? When did I become your brother? I don't have a brother. Hasward slowly closed his eyes. Yes, you have no brothers, but you and I are both His Majesty's sons, and we both exist for your Majesty. Your Majesty, I am not allowed to reveal too much to you right now. If you really want to know the truth, follow me to the Invisible Empire to have a look. If you don't want to, I won't force you, and I can also, in the name of His Majesty, I promise that before the war begins, Ishida Urayu will never be harmed in the Invisible Empire. Kurosaki Ichigo looked silently at Hearthward, who nodded slowly. Okay, I'll go. Everything that happened in this world has made him overwhelmed. What he wants to do most now is to find a quiet place. Now that the Quincy has come to the door, he doesn't mind. Invisible Empire, take a look. However, unlike what Hasward said just now, Kurosaki Ichigo did not simply want to rescue Ishida Urayu. Of course, the good brother Ishida Urayu should be rescued, but if he can enter the Invisible Empire in advance and investigate them carefully, maybe he can get some useful information. A decisive battle, maybe he can help Rukia and Renji. Moreover, Kurosaki Ichigo is also a little curious now. What exactly does the brother that Hasward said in his mouth mean? Hearthward drew his long sword and opened the sun gate. He walked slowly into the shadows, followed by Kurosaki Ichigo. At the moment when Kurosaki Ichigo disappeared, 3 thieves came out from the nearby woods. Their bodies were covered with black clothes, so that neither Kurosaki Ichigo nor Hearthward noticed them. Invisible Empire. Passing through the Gate of the Sun, Kurosaki Ichigo followed Hasward's footsteps into this strange city. I have to say that the aesthetics of the Quincy divisions are still not deviated. Although the houses on both sides of the road are crowded, but the decor is nice. It's exactly the same as Ishida Urayu's sullen personality. Following Hasward, Kurosaki Ichigo encountered many Quincy along the way. During this not too distant journey, most of those eyes looking at Kurosaki Ichigo were malicious, and a few were confused. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo is Shinigami and their public enemy. However, after they saw who was leading the way for Kurosaki Ichigo, they could only greet each other with shy smiles. This is Hasward. Although His Majesty suddenly announced Ishida Urayu as his successor, everyone in the Invisible Empire still recognizes Hasward as the second person. If he wants to sit in that position, all the subjects of Invisible Empire will respectfully send him to the position immediately. Kurosaki Ichigo was also a little surprised at Hasward's power. You are quite welcome here. Hasward kept his eyes fixed, and led the way steadily with his steps. I am the cornerstone of Invisible Empire's fairness and justice. My existence is for His Majesty to lead Invisible Empire with more confidence. What they respect is not me, but the identity that His Majesty gave me. In the face of Hasward, who speaks seriously every day and is meticulous all the time, Kurosaki Ichigo is also very helpless. Why do Quincy masters like to pretend so much? It's okay to pretend to be walking, fighting, or having a name, but how can they be so strange when they talk normally? Kurosaki Ichigo quietly watched the reactions of the people around him. After a while, he shook his head, BBBG, and said, Hey, Hathward, I don't think they are what you said. Hathward turned his head slightly and glanced at him, his eyes calm like a lake without a trace of water. What did you say? Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head. If those guys really respect you because of what you said about your majesty, then they should respect and be in awe, but now you see, they are obviously smiling when they look at you, as if you are their friend. Hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Hathward frowned slowly, and he looked at the people around him. Kurosaki Ichigo is right, if it's really because of Yulhabach that he respects him, then they should watch from a distance. Kurosaki Ichigo, Hathward squinted his eyes, he seemed to understand where the point of changing the future was. Turning around, Hathward continued to lead the way. Let's go, we're almost there. Invisible Empire, Palace. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo who walked forward involuntarily, Hathward frowned. What do you want to do there? Aren't you afraid that the guards will attack you directly? Hearing Hathward's words, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly woke up. When he walked to the gates of these palaces just now, he had a feeling that something was calling him in the most central palace. His blood, his Ryutsu, his spirit, are telling him, go there, go there, go there. Shaking his head, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled sheepishly. Sorry, I'm a little lost. Fascinated? Hathward didn't think he was in a trance just now, he just watched Kurosaki Ichigo walking over there, and that expression didn't look like he was in a trance. However, Hathward did not poke Kurosaki Ichigo, he directly brought Kurosaki Ichigo to a very spacious palace, and gently pushed open the gate. Go in, Ishida Urahara is inside, he already knows everything, if you have any questions, just ask him directly. After finishing speaking, Hathward left on his own. Looking at the door that had been pushed open in front of him, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't think about it, and just stepped in, but as soon as he entered the door, a holy destroyer shot towards his chest. Wicked! It's me, Ishida! Kurosaki Ichigo pulled out the new moon to block the arrow, but what surprised him was that this one sacred lost was obviously the same as the one shot by Ishida Urahara before, even the Ryutsu was not the slightest difference, but its power it was much bigger. He used Zangetsu to cut it off. Has the Shinigami already invaded the Invisible Empire? Kurosaki Ichigo, make up your mind, you are the Shinigami, I am the Quincy Master, and we are the enemy. Chapter 77. Ishida. What are you doing? I came here with Hathward. What kind of invasion is there? Of course, Ishida Urahara knew that Kurosaki Ichigo came here with Hathward, but not long ago, he also knew at about the same time that Yulhabach's ability is omniscient and omnipotent. Although I don't know if it can be cheated, but the fine powder that should be made should be enough. Ishida Urahara slowly withdraws Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow. Then what are you doing in Invisible Empire? I'm fine here. Kurosaki Ichigo almost lost his temper. I came to see you. The news of your kidnapping was notified to the Soul Society and the present world immediately. Everyone is very worried about you. Ishida Urahara's iconic push-up glasses. Oh? Worried about me? I am with my companions, with my majesty, what are you worried about me? His mother's majesty again. Kurosaki Ichigo put away Zanjutsu, ignored Ishida Urahara's expression, and sat down on his bed. What else can you worry about? You and I have such a good relationship, and I'm a Shinigami. Of course I'm afraid that they will attack you. Shot. Ishida Urahara smiled slightly. I'm so sorry Kurosaki, I'm much more comfortable here than in Hueco Mundo, Invisible Empire will be my home from now on. Kurosaki Ichigo rolled his eyes. Don't pretend to be Shishin. Don't you want to go back and inherit your father's property as big as Shishin Hospital? I know you don't like him, but you can inherit it after he dies. The hospital can make money. In the future you don't even have to go to work. What is all this? Is that what Kurosaki Ichigo came here to say? Ishida Urayu is very clear. What is the purpose of Kurosaki Ichigo saying these things? He just wants to let Ishida Urayu know that besides Invisible Empire, he has another home, that is the one with Ishida Rishin. Only. Ishida Urayu frowned slowly. Kurosaki Ichigo, has Ward told you nothing? Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at Ishida Urayu. Tell me what? Ishida Urayu snorted arrogantly and took off his glasses. The one standing in front of you now is the next Emperor of Invisible Empire, the future leader of the Star-Crossed Knights, His Majesty's heir, and the only Quincy master who has obtained the same holy text as His Majesty. Ishida U Dragon. I can inherit an empire here, why should I go back and inherit a small broken hospital? Broken hospital? That hospital has 10 floors. Compared with Ishida Hospital, Kurosaki Clinic is like a hut. But the problem now is not this. Kurosaki Ichigo stared blankly at Ishida Urayu. What did you just say? You said the next emperor. Ishida Urayu nodded slowly. Shortly after coming to Invisible Empire, I was publicly designated by His Majesty as his successor, and afterward, he also bestowed on me the same. Before Ishida Urayu finished speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo grabbed him by the collar and picked him up. Ishida. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes are wide open. He can believe that his friends are living a good life with the enemies, he can believe that his best friends can face the mortal enemies of the Soul Society calmly, but he can't believe that his friends have become princes of the Invisible Empire. What are you thinking, Ishida? Invisible Empire is the enemy of Soul Society. Do you understand the enemy? If you inherit Invisible Empire, ask for flowers. Before Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, Ishida Urayu pulled his hand away and said loudly. It's the enemy. Shinigami and Quincy, aren't they enemies? In one sentence, Ishida Urayu completely stopped Kurosaki Ichigo in just one sentence. Yes, Shinigami and Quincy are enemies from the beginning. Ishida Urayu said slowly. Kurosaki, do you still remember the story I told you about my master? How could you forget? Ishida Munjiro was defeated in the battle with Su, and then he was kidnapped by the Shinigami, and finally became the experimental material of Kurotsuka Mayuri. 0.00. I don't know what other Quincy masters are like, but when I know that I can avenge my master and the Quincy masters, I can promise anything. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at his good brother like a fool, and said bitterly. Even if you become enemies with me, can you agree? We are friends, Ishida. Ishida Urayu chuckled. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course we're friends. Kurosaki Ichigo froze. What do you mean? Don't tell me you won't do anything to the Soul Society when you become the Emperor of the Invisible Empire? Or, are you just going to let it go? Urayu Ishida smiled at Kurosaki Ichigo. Yes, don't get me wrong, Kurosaki. You are Shinigami, the enemy of Quincy, but at the same time, you are also Quincy, you are my partner, and a member of Invisible Empire. I can tell from your expression that you probably don't know about this matter, so I'll tell you slowly about your mother. A huge fist suddenly appeared in front of Ishida Urayu's eyes. Chapter 78. Kurosaki Ichigo's fist was blocked by Ishida Urayu without any surprise. He stared at his companions. Have you been brainwashed by them, Ishida? Are you trying to persuade me? I'm a Quincy? I'm a Quincy? How is this possible? Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo like this, Ishida Urayu said it was a lie that he didn't feel uncomfortable. However, he had to go on. This was not only an order from Yulhabach, but also a part of his plan. Kurosaki Ichigo must be aware of what happened. Ishida Urayu frowned and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo expressionlessly. You should have guessed it, right? Ever since you came to Invisible Empire, Do you feel that everything around you has an inexplicable sense of familiarity? It's a place you haven't seen before, but it feels like your hometown. Kurosaki, do you know? Only the Quincy can mobilize the spirit sun of the Quincy 370 to the maximum. Invisible Empire is the kingdom of Quincy, and it is difficult for Shinigami to use Invisible Empire Lingzi, but you should be able to use it as you like. Ishida Urayu smiled lightly. Kurosaki, you, like me, are descendants of Quincy, but the power of Quincy has been awakened in my body. You met Rukia and awakened the power of Shinigami. I'm not talking nonsense, because your mother, Kurosaki Masaki, is a pure-blood Quincy. Hueco Mundo, Lu's palace. Master Aizen's reminder task has been completed, and now Lu has asked Pygzyu to submit the report, while he himself is lying on Nilu's lap and chatting with Nilu. The topic is naturally inseparable from the two big stars who have become popular recently. Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Urayu. Ishida Urayu, whose true identity was revealed by Lu, has been picked up by Invisible Empire Emperor Hasward, and Kurosaki Ichigo also made a big fuss with Hueco Mundo before, overthrowing the 6th-ranked Leopard King Grimjo. Even the 4th-ranked Ulquiola is not his opponent. These two brothers really stole enough of the limelight. You just broke the news about Ishida Urayu, why not about Kurosaki Ichigo? While helping Lu comb her hair, Nilu asked Lu. Kurosaki Ichigo is obviously a very strong person, I think he should not be weaker than those captains, and he may even be mixed with a super captain's front position. Lu comfortably closed his eyes to enjoy Nilu's service, he waved his hands lazily. Super captain class? You look down on him too much, whether it is Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, or the present world, there are very few existences that can surpass him. Hearing this, Nilu was taken aback, her beautiful eyes turned, and Nilu looked at Lu curiously. How is this possible? Although he is very strong, even Ulquiola can't beat him after returning blade, but the problem is that now I feel that I can beat him. Lu chuckled, reached out and patted the water polo dangling in front of him. You are really cute, Neil. But you are right, he is indeed a little weaker now. The reason why I like him so much is because he has great potential. Nilu frowned. Potential. Lu nodded, and lay down in a more comfortable position. That's right, potential. This sentence can be understood from two aspects. To say that he has great potential means that he may be very strong in the future. Of course, this sentence has another meaning, that is, there is a big gap between his current strength and his future strength. Nilu tilted her head. But the problem is, he's still a human being. He's so powerful. Where can we, Arankar, save face? Lu laughed. He is not a simple human being. Whether it is the Soul Society, the present world, or Hueco Mundo, his blood can be regarded as top-notch. Even if you count the Invisible Empire, there are not many who can surpass him. Nilu's eyes widened. So powerful? What does his father do? Lu raised his eyebrows. This is not only related to his father and mother are very powerful. His father Kurosaki Ishin, whose real name is Shiba Yuxin, is one of the 5 nobles of the Soul Society, and the owner of the branch house of the Shiba family. He was also the captain of the 10th division of Godei 13. And his mother, Kurosaki Masaki, is a pure-blood Quincy, the only descendant of the Kurosaki family of the Quincy family, that is to say, the current Kurosaki Ichigo can be counted as the son of Quincy and Shinigami. Mixed race, but the thing is, it's not just that. Before Kurosaki Ichigo's parents met, Master Aizen started the Shinigami Hollow experiment. For this, he compressed the souls of several elite Shinigami into a virtual world. His original intention was to use this void to continuously absorb the power of Shinigami and break through the upper limit of Shinigami. But there was an accident. In an experiment, this ghost attacked Kurosaki Masaki and merged into her body, and prompted Kurosaki Masaki's Hollow. Hollow's treatment needs to directly inject the opposite power. For example, Shinigami's Hollow needs to mix the light arrows of the Quincy and the spirit particles of humans for treatment, but the Quincy is a little different. Different from Shinigami, Shinigami's Hollow can be stabilized by treatment, but for Quincy has no resistance to Hollow, so the treatment must be uninterrupted and cannot be treated with drugs or to be immunized by a vaccine. A powerful Shinigami must use his Shinigami power to suppress the Hollow in Kurosaki Masaki's body without interruption. Kurosaki Masaki was attacked and fused by that Hollow because he wanted to save Shiba Yuxin, so in order to save his savior, Shiba Yuxin chose to give up the power of Shinigami and become an ordinary human being with Kurosaki Masaki. Shortly after that, Kurosaki Ichigo was born. Nilu already had tears in her eyes. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and directly saved 3.5 Lu's arm. It's really touching. I never thought that the parents of that silly boy would have such a touching love story. Lu also sat up and pulled Nilu into his arms. You guys, Vasto Lord, are really full of emotions. Okay, I want to discuss something with you, Nilu. Look, Kurosaki Ichigo is a hybrid of Shinigami and Quincy, and he has fused the power of Hollow. If the two of us give birth to a hybrid of Shinigami and Hollow, and let him accept the inheritance of Quincy, then wouldn't it be the next day? You know, in the current world, there are really no hybrids of Shinigami and Su. Come on, hurry up, we have to work hard for the peace of the world and the progress of science. I am ready now. Poor Nilu was once again deceived by the shameless Lu. Chapter 79. Invisible Empire. Kurosaki Ichigo only felt cold hands. Just now, Ishida Urayu had told him everything. Including his mother's identity, cause of death, Yulhabach's role in it, Ishida Urayu's mother's identity, cause of death, and the fact that he has taken refuge in Yulhabach and accepted Yulhabach's power. Kurosaki Ichigo only felt that Ishida Urayu in front of him was extremely strange. Although Ishida Urayu was calm and rational before, but now Ishida Urayu is more calm. Nothing. Ishida, he is my mother-killing enemy, he is your mother-killing enemy. He is our enemy, Ishida. Why do you rely on him? Ishida Urayu smiled slightly. Why not? Your Majesty has granted me strength and status. Waiting for your Majesty to rescue the Ling King, I will be the next Emperor of Invisible Empire. Kurosaki, what is hatred? Hatred will only blind our eyes and prevent us from seeing a bright future. Join us, join Invisible Empire, and serve His Majesty. He told me personally that you are also his son. You have the same status as me. Your Majesty will definitely not treat you badly. He will bestow Holy Text 11 on you and give you status. We will be the rulers of Invisible Empire from now on. You are my best friend, half of my throne is for you. If Lu were here, he would definitely pull Nilu to praise Ishida Urayu. With this acting skills, let's get rid of a dozen Rukanga. Pity, only Kurosaki Ichigo is here. Ishida Urayu has already felt the overflowing anger in Kurosaki Ichigo's heart, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Yes, he just wanted to piss off Kurosaki Ichigo, just to get Kurosaki Ichigo to fight him. It's best to fight both sides, so that he can completely win the trust of that suspicious ghost, Yulhabach. Kurosaki Ichigo could hardly hold back his ryotsu, his voice seemed to be squeezed out of his throat. Bankai. Tensuzanjutsu. The rushing black ryotsu is like roaring waves, rushing in the palace of Ishida Urayu, the glass on the windows, and the luxurious wooden doors are all shattered by the impact of this ryotsu. Holding the slender jet black Tensuzangetsu in his hand, Kurosaki Ichigo waved it lightly. The black ryotsu turned into a crescent, directly smashing down a wall behind him. Kurosaki Ichigo slowly raised his head, his eyes had calmed down. Ishida, this isn't true, is it? You have something to worry about, don't you? Ishida Urayu just finds it difficult, Kurosaki-san, you can't have a brain disorder right now. He shook his head lightly, the blue spirits on his fingertips continued to gather, and the silver ridge sparrow appeared again. Kurosaki, I've said everything I need to say, join Invisible Empire, or die. Kurosaki Ichigo forced a smile. Don't worry Ishida, I won't join that empire, let alone die, I want to take you back and ask you carefully. Crescent Sky Chong. Without any warning, Kurosaki Ichigo directly raised the Tensa Zangetsu in his hand, and countless jet black ryotsu rushed out from the blade, and a crescent moon shot directly towards Ishida Urayu. Ishida Urayu shot 3 arrows in a row, abruptly smashing crescent moon, and he smiled coldly. Kurosaki. Do you still think you can defeat me? The power His Majesty bestowed on me has begun to awaken. I will let you see now how powerful the power Your Majesty bestowed on me is. Rain of Light. Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow started lasing at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and countless holy destroyer rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo like a swarm of bees. I was overwhelmed by countless holy lost. The figure of Ishida Urayu fell slowly, the rain of light just now stirred up countless dust, although he couldn't see it, but he could feel that ryotsu of Kurosaki Ichigo was still there. However, something seems to have changed. Become more like a virtual. Not good. Ishida Urayu remembered, Kurosaki Ichigo can hollow. Crescent Sky Chong. The roar of Kurosaki Ichigo sounded again in the dust, only this time, his voice was not like a Shinigami, but more like a hollow. The black crescent sky rushed through the heavy dust, and rushed to Ishida Yulong at an extremely fast speed. Ishida Urayu only had time to block with his arms and Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow, his static blood equipment had already been activated, and all the spirit particles in his body had been injected into the blood vessels, and he wanted to fight hard. Where would Kurosaki Ichigo give him this chance? Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't know that Quincy's moving blood costume and static blood costume can't be used at the same time, but he knows that since it's a battle, he should beat the dog in the water. Once again, a jet black ryotsu was condensed, but this time, Kurosaki Ichigo did not directly release the crescent moon, but gathered ryotsu on the blade. This is what he just used in Hueco Mundo before, it can not only improve his speed, but also strengthen the lethality of Tensa Zanjutsu. Stone. Field. Kurosaki Ichigo roared and swung his sword down, just in time to re-steam with the previous Yuiot Yen Chong. It's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Even with the static blood equipment activated, Ishida Urayu still couldn't resist, he was directly sent flying by the crescent, and fell headlong into the ruins caused by the collapse of the wall just now. He is a mixed blood Quincy master, born without the ability of blood equipment. It was only after receiving the blood of Yulhabach that this ability gradually awakened, and he is still a little unskilled. Shi 380 Tian Yulong was covered with scars all over his body. He pushed hard the stone slab covering his body, stood up, and once again condensed Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow. Kurosaki Ichigo was not in a hurry to attack, because another person joined the battle. Has Ward, who was dressed in white, was already standing beside Ishida Urayu. He glanced at Ishida Urayu's injury, and slowly pulled out his knife. Take a break, Ishida Urayu, I'll come. Before he could leave, Ishida Urayu grabbed him. Wait, I'm not down yet. Has Ward glanced at him. It's true that you didn't fall, but the next Emperor of Invisible Empire was beaten by a Shinigami like this. Don't you think it hurts morale? The Star-Crossed Knights are watching. Indeed, just like Hasward said, because of the commotion here, many members of the Star-Crossed Knights have gathered in 2s and 3s on the roof next door, and began to eat melons. They didn't care about Ishida Urayu's life or death at all. For them, it would be better if Ishida Urayu died. Anyway, he was a newcomer, and he couldn't compare to Hasward. Ishida Urayu naturally discovered all of this, he managed to force a smile. Harsward, I said, I haven't fallen yet. Besides, I haven't used the power His Majesty bestowed on me yet. Chapter 80. Ishida Urayu, who was covered in bruises, stood up slowly. Although Kurosaki Ichigo deliberately kept his hands, the raging Ryotsu still left many fine wounds on his body. Hasward frowned. The power His Majesty bestowed on you? Ishida Urayu, your body is already broken, and using the power of the holy text will only make the injury worse, don't force it. Ishida Urayu squeezed out a smile. Really? What do I think? It's just about time. My holy text itself is meant to be used at this time. Holy text A completely reversed. In an instant, Ishida Urayu's scars all over his body disappeared without a trace, and even his clothes returned to their original clean and new appearance. Standing in front of the astonished Hasward, he said with a smile. How is it? My holy text is not worse than yours, is it? Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but let out a scream. Hasward turned his head to look, and saw that Kurosaki Ichigo, who was showing off his might just now, could barely stand with a knife. He was covered in scars, even the mask on his face they are full of cracks. This is... Hasward was already speechless in astonishment. He could roughly guess Ishida Urayu's ability, but he couldn't believe that His Majesty had given Ishida Urayu such a powerful holy script. Ishida Urayu smiled slightly. Holy text A complete reversal, reverses what happened between the specified 2 points. Just now, I reversed my injury and Kurosaki Ichigo's injury. Hasward took a deep look at Ishida Urayu. Yulhabach bestowed the holy text on the Quincy, not at will. In fact, even he himself could not control this kind of thing, because he gave the holy text because his eyes saw the power deep in the Quincy's soul. And then use his own blood to materialize this power and link it with his own power. Therefore, the specific function of the holy text has a deep connection with the soul of each Quincy master, and this is something that Yulhabach cannot change. After learning about Ishida Urayu's holy text ability, Hasward finally understood why Yulhabach was willing to hand over the future of the Invisible Empire to him, and why he called Ishida Urayu possessed a power factory that surpassed him. In fact, the power of Ishida Urayu just restrains Yulhabach's omniscience. Only. Hasward looked at his palm. This was not the first time he had learned about His Majesty's horror, but this time it made him feel extremely powerless. His holy text world harmony and Ishida Urayu's complete reversal are exactly restrained, and it can even be said to be a paradox. Yulhabach called him his half-body, not only because they both have the ability of giving soul, but also because Hasward is the shackle prepared by Yulhabach for Ishida Urayu. As long as he exists, it is impossible for Ishida Urayu to betray His Majesty. Even if he betrays, his ability will be infinitely restrained by Hasward. Thinking of this, Hasward suddenly remembered the scene he saw when he exchanged abilities with His Majesty that night. That's his tombstone. Hasward can be sure that His Majesty definitely did not see that scene, and because that future was directly broken and disappeared, he did not have time to show that future to Yulhabach. If that future can really happen, and he will die at a certain moment in the future, then the shackles on Ishida Urayu will be gone. He will be the only one who can resist His Majesty's omniscient. Then Yulhabach is not necessarily unkillable. Hasward, who has always been as calm as water, even became a little excited. Hey, what are you thinking? So preoccupied. Ishida Urayu woke up Hasward, who was immersed in thinking, and he pointed to the scarred Kurosaki Ichigo not far away. Catch him and bring him to His Majesty. Since His Majesty said that he doesn't want to kill him, it means that he must still be useful, right? Hasward reacted. He walked slowly in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, gently raised the knife in his hand, and placed it on Kurosaki Ichigo's neck. Don't try to struggle, although I promised not to shoot you, but if you take the initiative, I won't hold back like Ishida. Although his body was covered with scars, Kurosaki Ichigo still stubbornly refused to admit defeat. He held the knife in his backhand to block Hasward's knife, took 2 steps back, and took a deep breath. Crescent Sky Chong. The strength displayed by Ishida Urayu exceeded Kurosaki Ichigo's expectations. He couldn't imagine that he had only been out of contact for a few days. Fuda Urayu had already mastered such a powerful power king. The injury just now has already made his Ryutsuo unstable, and Hollow can barely maintain it. This is his last shot of Crescent Sky Chong. The distance between Kurosaki Ichigo and Hasward is very close, and this shot of Crescent Sky shot has already reached Hasward in an instant. It's just that he didn't panic, he just gently raised the shield in his hand. After the hollow, Crescent is still powerful. Even if Hasward's scape shield blocked most of the attacks, he was still hit by the impact and returned to Ishida Urayu's side. Even the clothes on his body were in tatters. Ishida Urayu smiled slightly. Hasward, the assistant to the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, being beaten like this, don't you think it hurts morale? These were the words Hasward mocked Ishida Urayu just now, and now Ishida Urayu sent them back intact. Hasward stood up slowly, he glanced at Ishida Urayu, and gently tapped the praise in his hand. Really? You haven't seen my holy text yet, have you? Ishida Urayu? To be honest, my holy text is very similar to yours. Holy text B, World Coordination. The injuries on Hasward's body and the damage to his clothes also disappeared instantly, and there were a few more wounds on the scape shield. Ishida Urayu narrowed his eyes. I see, your shield can help you block injuries. Hasward smiled slightly. More than that. Not far away, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was still barely supporting himself, fell to the ground directly, and there were countless wounds on his body again. Hasward is not Ishida Urayu, he didn't hold back Hasward, and the injury returned to him by Hasward is naturally more serious. The mask shattered directly, Hala was released instantly, even Bankai he couldn't hold on, only a few pieces of clothes were left on his body, and Kurosaki Ichigo was covered with deep wounds reaching the bone. World Coordination, I am in charge of the luck and misfortune of the world. Kurosaki Ichigo is very lucky to have given me such a serious injury, so he has to suffer the same misfortune. And the misfortune that happened to me will be handled by replacement Sin Shield Barret, and then, greater misfortune will happen to Kurosaki Ichigo again. Not far away, Kurosaki Ichigo screamed, his limbs completely lost the ability to struggle, and there were a few more wounds on his body that was originally full of scars, and his tendons were picked out. Ishida Urayu couldn't help clenching his fists. He just wants to make Kurosaki Ichigo suffer, but he doesn't want Kurosaki Ichigo to die here. Chapter 81. Kurosaki Ichigo is regretting now, very regretful. Coming to Intangible Empire, not only did Ishida Urayu not take away, even he himself has no strength to resist now, and he will be left here. He didn't know what Ishida Urayu was thinking, but Kurosaki Ichigo was sure that what Ishida Urayu was doing now was extremely dangerous, and he couldn't be allowed to act recklessly like this. But now, let alone protecting Ishida Urayu, even he will be sent to that mother-killing enemy. Ryutsuo is deranged and bleeding so much his vision is starting to blur. A ghostly voice sounded softly in his ears. Sleep, sleep, the king and the mount, it's time to change. Kurosaki Ichigo knew very well that it was that Subai's voice, but now he had no strength to continue to suppress Subai's awakening. Sleep, sleep, good night, my lord. Ishida Urayu looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who had fallen to the ground, and became a little worried. Hasward could tell at a glance that these two guys must be tricky, and he smiled disdainfully. Don't worry, I'm very aware of his injuries. Although fatal, in terms of his physical fitness, it's okay to take a breath. After all, His Majesty still needs 010's strength. He is the one His Majesty favors. Hasward lowered his head and wanted to pull Kurosaki Ichigo up and send it to Yulhabach, but the moment his hand touched Kurosaki Ichigo, Hasward immediately realized something was wrong. Ryutsu has become stronger. No, this shouldn't be Ryutsu become stronger, it's just, like a different Ryutsu. If Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryutsu was like the waves on the sea before, then now, the Ryutsu on him that is eager to try is like the depths of the stormy sea, hiding a carnival storm. What? Just as Harsward was about to withdraw his arm, Kurosaki Ichigo unexpectedly reached out and grabbed his arm. One knife. Harsward made a dodge, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Ishida Urahara, but, the price was that he left behind his right arm holding the knife. With just one blow, Hathward's right arm was cut off directly. Even though his static blood suit was one of the best in the Star-Crossed Knights, it is as fragile as white paper in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. No. I can't call him Kurosaki Ichigo anymore. The Black Ryutsu, which is as frightening as a disaster, began to gather around Kurosaki Ichigo. Although all the spiritual sons of Invisible Empire belonged to the Quincy Master, but now, Kurosaki Ichigo, no, the white is like a black hole, it crazily absorbs the surrounding scorpions. A hollow hole appeared, and a frightening mask slowly covered Kurosaki Ichigo's face. The white Ryutsu covered the skin, and two demon-like longhorns appeared on top of his head. His current name is not Kurosaki Ichigo, but Void. When fighting Ulchiola before, in order to protect a new Orium, Kurosaki Ichigo once fell into a state of complete hollow, and it was this kind of power that took half of Ulchiola's life with one blow. And now, this power has reappeared. Harsward covered his shoulders, temporarily stopped the bleeding with Quincy's shadow, he stood up slowly, squinting his eyes. This state, how is it possible? Isn't he Susu now? Why can he use our spirit son? A deep voice sounded from behind Harsward. No. That's not Su's power, no. It's not just Su's power. A tall figure wearing a black cloak appeared behind Harsward and Ishida Urahara, and the two quickly knelt down on one knee. The man who appeared was none other than Yulhabach. Yulhabach calmly looked at Subai not far away, he narrowed his eyes slightly. You made a mistake, Harsward, Ishida Urahara. Although I don't know where the mistake is, but the best attitude towards Yulhabach is Your Majesty is always right, otherwise it may become the cornerstone of peace in a blink of an eye. The two lowered their heads in unison. I am very sorry, Your Majesty. The corners of Yulhabach's mouth slightly curled up. You don't know where you are wrong, do you? Remember what I said? Hathward, Urahara? Kurosaki Ichigo, who is also one of us, has my blood on his body. He also has the power of the Quincy hidden in his body. However, this power does not come out at ordinary times, it just quietly maintains the balance of many forces in his body, but in the battle with you, his Ryutsu is released explosively, and then retracted frantically, your Ryutsu fragments, it was also sucked into his body, and the power of the Quincy Master in his body has awakened. The Spirit Son of Invisible Empire can only be used by Quincy Masters, and it is because of your previous battle that Kurosaki Ichigo can now absorb the Spirit Son of Invisible Empire without any scruples. Now, he is already the combination of Hollow and Quincy. These words surprised Yulhabach himself. Su, Shinigami, and Quincy, the three forces are always in constant conflict, but they can be perfectly integrated in one person's body. This kind of thing has never been seen before. No. It's not unprecedented, at least, the father of Yulhabach, the great spirit king His Majesty, is also like this. Yulhabach frowned slightly. Harsward, Yulong. I can't easily use my power, you go and solve him first, let me see, for the sake of peace, how far you can go. Yulhabach withdrew slowly. On the ruins of the palace, a brand new throne was quickly formed by the broken sand and stone. He sat gently on the throne and said slowly. Fight, my sons. Harsward and Ishida Urahara looked at each other and stood up at the same time. White light flashed, Harsward's arm recovered again, and there was another scar on his scape shield that almost penetrated the shield. Ishida Uriu also condensed Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow again. Kurosaki in this state is very difficult to deal with. Don't think that he is the kind of person who has no wisdom. You must be careful. Hearing Ishida Uriu's words, Hasward couldn't help but look at Ishida Uriu more. This man really surprised him. However, now is not the time to talk about this. The two sons were waiting in battle, and opposite them, Subai's body had completely recovered. He looked up to the sky and screamed. Invisible Empire, a hidden street corner. Why is there no one in the Invisible Empire? Are you all FG watching the monkey show? SHHHHHH, keep your voice down, we have sneaked into the enemy's base camp. If someone finds out, we will be finished. We are going to save Ichigo out, we will definitely be found. Chapter 82. The sneaky trio, none other than Shihaoran Yoryuaki, Urahara Kisuke, and Kurosaki Ishin. The research on the Quincy Master Sun Key has ended, and Urahara Kisuke has mastered the method of opening the door, but he still has no way to bypass the Quincy Master's surveillance, and once he opens the door, he will be discovered. However, just when they followed Kurosaki Ishin to peek at Kurosaki Ichigo's situation, they happened to meet Hasward. Relying on the concealed Ryutsu clothes previously developed in Soul Society, Urahara Kisuke and others quietly followed up. As long as Ryutsu is concealed, and Kid is used to conceal the figure, they can use the Sun Key to pass through the Sun Gate to reach the Invisible Empire without anyone noticing. It's just that, now, the three of Urahara Kisuke have no way to continue to hide. All three of them felt the viscous 570 in the air, bloody and violent Ryutsu. This is, what? How can there be a virtual Ryutsu in Invisible Empire? Shihaoran Yoryuaki frowned. He had never been in contact with complete hollow Kurosaki Ichigo, or Sushiro was not familiar with this extremely restless Ryutsu at all. Urahara Kisuke and Kurosaki Ishin looked at each other, and there was a trace of anxiety in their eyes. It's not empty, it's Ichigo's hollow. Kurosaki Ishin is worried. He is a person who has had white hits with Su White, and has been using Ryutsu to suppress white hits for more than 10 years, so he knows the power of white hits. If he was able to defeat Sushiro with Bankai when he met Kurosaki Masaki, then Sushiro is not something he can provoke now. Maybe, the last crescent sky, maybe I can meet Subai. Urahara Kisuke nodded. This is indeed completely hollow Kurosaki, I never expected it to grow to such a degree. Shihaoran Yoryuaki folded his arms in disbelief. Kisuke, you're lying if you say you didn't expect that. Urahara Kisuke lowers the brim of his hat. Oh my, Yoryuaki-san really didn't save me face, but now, it shouldn't be the time for us to discuss these things. Kurosaki-kun seems to be in a hard fight. Complete hollow Kurosaki Ichigo is no longer measurable by ordinary people. In Sushiro's state, Shinigami's Ryutsu and Su's Ryutsu are fully mobilized, and now because of the battle with two powerful Quincy divisions, Ryutsu of Quincy has also awakened, and now Sushirai and Urkiola when fighting, go to the next level. However, even so, he was helpless in the face of Ishida Uriu and Hasward. No way, these two card bugs are too pervert. Every time he scars Ishida Uriu, he will completely reverse. Hasward will use world coordination to continue to distribute greater misfortune to Suyu. If it weren't for the massive Ryutsu that has been maintaining high-speed regeneration, even if he is the king of hanging kings, he would have died 10,000 times by now. The battle has reached a stalemate, and the last thing Hasward and Ishida Uriu are afraid of is a stalemate. They are in their own country, and even if they fail for a while, they can replenish quickly. As for Subai, only Ryutsu of the Quincy can replenish continuously. The part of Ryutsu he used for high-speed regeneration has always been only supplement by yourself. If this goes on, it's only a matter of time before the doctor fails. Blame yourself, and know this very well. After high-speed regeneration was completed again, Subai held Tensa Zanjutsu in his hand, and he didn't rush to make a move, but swung his knife lightly, and a sound turn appeared in front of Yulhabach. This move made Hathward and Ishida Uriu never expect that they couldn't imagine that a person who faced them both at the same time would actually have the heart to go around the two of them to attack Yulhabach. Seeing Tensa Zangetsu falling like thunder in front of him, Yulhabach showed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. This hypocrisy is the son he really wants. Your Majesty! Hathward and Ishida Uriu shouted at the same time, and they rushed towards Yulhabach at the same time. Yulhabach can't easily use power. Before the 9 years are completed, any use of power may destroy the entire Star-Crossed Knights. Hathward rushed the fastest, he had already rushed to Subai's back, and Ishida Uriu followed closely behind, with the silver ridge sparrow in his hand facing Subai's shoulder. But in the next second, the blank figure disappeared in front of them again. Hathward and Ishida Uriu were startled. They already felt the majestic Ryotsu behind him waiting for an opportunity. Hathward's eyes widened. Get out of the way, it's Wang Su's flash. But how is this possible? Hathward couldn't believe it. Wang Su's flash is a gift from Aizen, an exclusive Zero that can only be used by Espada. Use this Zero inside. And now, Kurosaki Ichigo of Complete Hollow has learned everything by himself, using Espada's exclusive, Wang Su's flash. Ishida Uriu has just received His Majesty's blood, and he will surely die if he is forced to do so. Now he can only let Ishida Uriu dodge first, and use the scapegoat shield and his own body to carry it down forcefully. The members of the Star-Crossed Knights watching were speechless. They have seen the battle between Shinigami and Su. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the future invasion, Yulhabach sent them countless materials. They thought they knew about Su very well, but now they know that they Quincy is still a frog in a well. Hathward, who has absolute authority within the Star-Crossed Knights, was beaten so embarrassingly by a hollow Shinigami. Busby has wanted to rush out to join the battle more than once. Lethal Dosiskin has been stopping him from moving, even this time is no exception. What are you doing, Askin? You don't see Hathward is already 1.9. That's not what he's going to do next. Askin said coldly. It's okay to worry about your friends, but don't insult your friends. Didn't you see that our Emperor's assistant hasn't performed, complete the Eucharist, yet? Busby was also taken aback. That's right, Hathward still has Eucharist. As long as he finishes casting the holy body, Hathward will definitely be able to crush that monster with one punch. In the dust not far away, Hathward barely stood up holding his broken sword. You are very strong, Kurosaki Ichigo, I finally understand why His Majesty values you so much. However, your luck today will come to an end here. Hathward slowly raised the scape shield with only one handle left. He was covered in scars and blood, but his face was still filled with a satisfied smile. But he miscalculated. Chapter 83. You only need to cast Holy Body, and your injuries will heal, and then use world coordination to redistribute the misfortune to Kurosaki Ichigo. Then, even Kurosaki Ichigo who has high-speed regeneration will surely can't hold back his own Wang Su's flash. However, before Hathward could do anything, the black long knife had already appeared in front of him. Hathward's face immediately turned pale, and the virtual sound rotation was not a displacement, but a spatial movement. This speed was too fast, and he didn't react at all. Clang! Just when Hathward thought he was going to die, the pitch-black Tensa Zangetsu was grabbed by a pair of big hands. Looking at the blood slowly dripping from his hands, Yulhabach praised again and again. What an incomparably powerful force, my son who was born in darkness. Your efforts, I am very satisfied, but now, let's stop here, I am already very satisfied, peace, still needs Hathward's efforts. Su Bai's current strength makes him extremely satisfied. This kind of strength is the son he needs, only the one who surpasses his father is a good son. It's just that Yulhabach's words are like playing the piano with a cow, and falling in love with a chicken. How can Su Bai care who he is? In fact, Su Bai was even more annoyed when he heard the words my son from him. Who are you killing? A Ring Zwan withdrew to the distance again. Sub-I slowly raised the Tensa Zangetsu in his hand, stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on the tip of the knife. His action was just his own bloodthirsty nature, but Yulhabach couldn't help frowning. His blood is not something that ordinary people can touch. In fact, seeing this scene, the members of the Star-Crossed Knights were all stunned. They, all received His Majesty's blood. There is only the blood of the Quenching Master in the body. Once they receive His Majesty's blood, the power deep in the soul will awaken, and their power will also increase at an extremely fast speed, and the growth rate is also incomprehensible to ordinary people. If this guy in front of you is really His Majesty's child, and His Majesty's blood really flows from his body, then his power will become even more unstoppable. In fact, it is so. After licking Yulhabach's blood, Sub-I already felt something was wrong. The powers of Su and Quincy are completely opposite. The reason why they can coexist peacefully in Kurosaki Ichigo's body is that the two powers are not much different from each other. The enemy, that is the power of the Shinigami. And now, the power of Shinigami in Kurosaki Ichigo has been sleeping with himself, and the power of Su has overwhelmed the power of Quincy and has become the dominant force, but because of absorbing the blood of Yulhabach, the imprint deep in the soul has begun to awaken, the power of the Quincient, Sub-I has begun to be unable to suppress it. On Sub-I's body, the blue spirits were constantly disintegrating and then being absorbed again and again. His whole body had fallen into an endless cycle of collapse and recovery. Half of his body had already turned back into a human form. With an erratic bow of spirits, the power of the Quincy is fully awakened in Kurosaki Ichigo. Yulhabach narrowed his eyes. He didn't see this future, but it didn't matter. His strength hadn't fully recovered. If he couldn't see it now, he would see it in the future. What he cares about is whether Ichigo can survive. The other half of Ichigo is still in Sushi's form, with horns on top of his head, holding Tensa Zangetsu in his hand, but Sushi can only stand still and twitch. Neither Ishida Urayu nor Hasward has seen this amazing scene. Hasward has grafted all his misfortunes onto the scape shield, and the original shield has been completely destroyed, and he does not dare to take it lightly now. Shot, because His Majesty was still standing in front of him. Ishida Urayu looked at Kurosaki Ichigo dully. Kurosaki Ichigo's strength had surpassed him before, which had already surprised him, but now, Kurosaki Ichigo's state made him extremely worried. That's obviously not a normal state. If Kurosaki Ichigo really can't control the power in his body, if he really disappears here, then what's the point of what Ishida Urayu has done? He just wanted to protect his companions. Crescent Sky Chong. An extremely heroic roar resounded in the air, and a figure in black jumped up high, and slashed at Yulhabach with a slash. It is Kurosaki Ishin. No. It seems more appropriate to call him Shiba now. Dressed in Haori, captain of the 10th Division, and carrying Zanpakuto, Shiba is here to save his son. Shiba Yuxin seems to have regained his previous appearance as the head of the branch house of the Shiba family. His Ryutsu has been raised to an extremely high state, and his knife cut through the sky like a shooting star across the sky. It's not over yet. Burn it! The ordinary Zanpakuto suddenly ignited a raging orange fire, and the radiant crescent moon was also contaminated by the fire, turning into reddish-orange. Shiba bit the tip of his tongue with all his heart, and spat out Ryutsu's blood on ninjutsu, and the flames were more powerful than 3 points. The saber fell like a thunderbolt, and it slashed towards Yulhabach's head. Even Yulhabach didn't dare to block it with his hands at this time. He drew out his saber, and took the knife abruptly. Seeing that his knife was caught lightly, Shiba smiled without hesitation. Hey hey! The originally blocked crescent sky chong suddenly burst into light, and the orange flame went straight through Yulhabach's block and landed on him. Boom! The bursting flames burned rapidly. Shiba jumped back from the spot with one heart. He had bought enough time. Shihaoran Yoryuaki, who has already been, stood beside him, and the two stood quietly in place, blocking Ishida Urayu and Hearth Ward, and behind them, Urahara Kisuke extracted from Kurosaki Ichigo with a smirk part of Ryutsu, and then injected the medicine in his hand into Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Okay. Spirit fixation is already in effect. We have 3 hours, Miss Yoryuaki, Mr. Yuxin, evacuate. This time there is no need to hide or not. Urahara Kisuke directly took out the duplicated sun key in his pocket, and wanted to open the portal to leave. You underestimate me, Urahara Kisuke. A voice as deep as the sea resounded in the raging fire, and Yulhabach just waved his hand lightly, and the flame that was still burning intensely disappeared without a trace. This is his empire, this is his world. Every soul in this world belongs to him. How could someone defeat him in his world? Yulhabach stepped out of the ruins, his face full of sarcasm. Do you think my eyes haven't seen you? How arrogant, Urahara Kisuke. I've closed all the sun gates since you came here. As the price of your arrogance, you will stay here forever and become the cornerstone of peace. Chapter 84. Urahara Kisuke frowned. Not far away, Yulhabach has slowly raised his hand. Like the Soul Society, the buildings of Invisible Empire are all built with spirit particles. Now, under the power of Yulhabach, this building has been reverted back to spirit child state. Countless spirits responded to the master's call and gathered around him. The blue wall was built almost instantly, directly surrounding Urahara Kisuke and others. Praise of the sanctuary, now, enjoy the endless divine lost, Urahara Kisuke. Sanctuary tribute, countless holes opened up on the surrounding walls in an instant, and one after another holy lost shot out, rushing towards Urahara Kisuke. And Urahara Kisuke directly pulled out a handful of white balls from his bosom, and threw them around. When these white balls were shot, their speed was very fast, but after they flew into the air, their speed immediately slowed down, and it could even be said to be wriggling like snails. Holy Lost, which was originally as fast as thunder and lightning, became quiet in an instant once it got close to these white balls, and its speed became extremely slow, almost the same as those small white balls. This is the spirit fixation device invented by Urahara Kisuke. It was something he chose to invent after reading Luyu's revelation about Pineda. But now, it actually comes in handy. But these spirit seed fixtures are just delaying time, Urahara Kisuke shouted at Shihour and Yoryuaki. Miss Yoryuaki, it's now. Shihour and Yoryuaki agreed, and took out 4 white stone pillars from under the cloak, and placed them directly around them. Boundary pillar, this item was originally used when preparing for the decisive battle with Aizen, but I didn't expect it to come in handy now. These boundary columns were jointly developed by Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi. The original function is to fix and transform spaces, and they can be used to isolate spaces with only a slight modification. An invisible curtain separates Urahara Kisuke from the Quincy, and they are now temporarily safe. But this is just delaying time. The sacred loss in sanctuary praise is still ejecting, and the white balls will soon run out. Countless sacred loss hit the invisible barrier, and the white boundary not the column has already begun to crawl with scars, and will soon be crushed. No time Kisuke. Yoryuaki roars. But enough. Urahara Kisuke and Kurosaki Ishin stand apart, holding a Zanpakut, and each holding a striker. Urahara Kisuke has been fully prepared since the beginning of coming to Invisible Empire. Although he does not have the ability to see through the future like Yulhabach, he can calculate the dangers that may be encountered based on the existing information. Before he came, he knew that there was a high probability that Yulhabach would be trapped in the Invisible Empire, so he never thought about returning to the present world. He's going to Hueco Mundo. After Aizen ordered to send several captains back, Hueco Mundo was already open, and Aizen's previous order to block Hueco Mundo became invalid. But Hueco Mundo is different from the real world. The black chamber going to Hueco Mundo can only be opened by tearing the space. Yulhabach's blockade only affects the sun gate of the Invisible Empire, and cannot block the black cavity. In my right hand I put the stone that connects the boundary, in my left hand I hold the sword of reality, the chair of the black-haired shepherd's neck, colorful clouds gather, we hunt ibis. Following the movement of Yanling, a huge black cavity opened directly, and right under Yulhabach's nose, Urahara Kisuke and the three escaped with the paralyzed Kurosaki Ichigo. Even Hasward couldn't help squinting his eyes at this time. Sure enough, the 5 special forces designated by His Majesty are all very difficult enemies. Yulhabach snorted coldly. Urahara Kisuke, your petty tricks are useless in front of my eyes. Hasward, Yulong, wait for the 2 of you to stay behind Invisible Empire, I will go and see by myself. Hasward immediately knelt down to dissuade him, but it was too late, and the figure of Yulhabach disappeared directly in place. He has returned to his palace, standing before the Sun Gate. Hasward looked at Yulhabach's palace and frowned. Your Majesty was really angered this time. In the past, His Majesty would take him with him every time he went out. After all, His Majesty's ability cannot be used easily, but he can, so most of the time, Hasward played the role of a thug. But this time, Yulhabach didn't take him with him. Hasward is worried. He is not afraid that His Majesty will lose. His Majesty will not lose. What he is afraid of is that once His Majesty is completely enraged by these reptiles and uses his own power, the power of everyone in the Star-Crossed Knights will be destroyed. And life may be drained in an instant. This is not the future Hasward wants. Ishida Uriah didn't see what Hasward was worried about, he was relieved now anyway. Although Urahara Kisuke is usually not very popular, he is still reliable. In his hands, Kurosaki Ichigo will definitely survive. In this way, Ishida Uriah can prepare his plan with peace of mind. Black Cavity. 2 big men and a woman ran away with a comatose young man, but the young man was placed on the woman's shoulders. No way, who made this woman the first person of Soul Society Shunpo, Flash Goddess Shihawa and Yuruaki. Kurosaki Ishin and Urahara Kisuke take turns to build the road ahead with spiritual particles to ensure that the speed of progress will not slow down. They must strive to reach Hueco Mundo before Yulhabach. Only then can they safely return to the present world with the help of the Black Cavity. Shihawa and Yuruaki has been paying attention to Kurosaki Ichigo's status. While Urahara Kisuke is resting, she, Good Zhao, asked Urahara Kisuke with a frown. Hey, Kisuke, is Ichigo alive right now? I can't even feel his Ryutsu anymore. Urahara Kisuke puts on an ugly smile. He should be regarded as the state before death and life. When Kurosaki Ishin, who was building the road with spiritual seeds, panicked when he heard this, a gap appeared in the road. Fortunately, all 3 of them were masters, and no one fell down. Kurosaki Ishin stabilized his mind and looked over at Urahara Kisuke. Hey, Urahara Kisuke, what are you doing? What is between dead and alive? Urahara Kisuke showed her trademark perfunctory smile. Alas, Mr. Kurosaki, to you, your son must be alive. Seeing Urahara Kisuke's beating smile, Kurosaki Ishin gritted his teeth, and finally resisted the impulse, just cursed. The Profiteer. Chapter 85. Urahara Kisuke didn't torture Kurosaki Ishin for long, and he followed up to explain. The medicine injected to Ichigo just now is used to immobilize Ryutsu and Lingzi. I originally prepared it for the Quincy Masters, but seeing the state of Ichigo-kun just now, so I changed it slightly and injected it into his body. In vivo. I don't know exactly what happened, but now Ichigo's body is filled with 3 types of Ryutsu, Hollow, Shinigami, and Quincy's Ryutsu. Among them, Shinigami's Ryutsu is extremely weak, and it seems that Ichigo's previous battle has ate him up. It's a big loss, but Ryutsu of Su and Quincy is extremely tyrannical, even I am a little surprised. The Ryutsu of the Hollow and Quincy division was originally a hostile thing. Originally, Shinigami Ryutsu was the leader to maintain the balance, but the rise of Shinigami Ryutsu and Quincy Ryutsu just now broke this balance. Therefore, in order to continue to maintain the balance, I used Reishi to immobilize the drug, immobilizing Hollow and Quincy's Ryutsu. In Ichigo's body now, only Shinigami's Ryutsu can be used, but because of the serious injury, it is very weak, and the 10 guards can only wake up when that power slowly wakes up. Kurosaki Ishin frowned. What if you can't wake up? Urahara Kisuke shrugged. Shinigami Ryutsu 930 is Ichigo's own power. What will happen if you lose all your Ryutsu? Kurosaki Ishin's face darkened. As a Shinigami, Ryutsu is all lost and there is only one dead end. But now, they have nothing to do. No one expected that things would turn out like this. Originally, they went to Invisible Empire just to rescue Kurosaki Ichigo after he was defeated and imprisoned. Shot. However, Kurosaki Ichigo's own body has problems because of the awakening of Quincy's power. Kurosaki Ishin is worried about whether Kurosaki Ichigo will survive, and Urahara Kisuke is worried about another thing. After explaining to Kurosaki Ishin, Urahara Kisuke gave Kurosaki Ichigo a worried look. If he can, he now hopes that Kurosaki Ichigo will never wake up. Although I don't know why, Kurosaki Ichigo awakened the power of Quincy, but this is not what Urahara Kisuke wants to see. The power of Quincy, the power of Shinigami, and the power of Hollow, the three are originally opposed and united. If any one of the three is extremely strong or weak, there will be no change when these powers are mixed together, but if the three are equal in strength, then, Kurosaki Ichigo is already a small spirit king. Urahara Kisuke did not want to see this scene. In the process of getting along with Kurosaki Ichigo, he has already been moved by the mind and quality of this young man. If Kurosaki Ichigo really becomes the substitute of Spirit King, then the big-eyed monks will definitely not let him go. Anyone can have rebellious ideas, but no one can have the power to rebel. Even if this person is a passionate child, it will not work. This is the style of Team Zero. Urahara Kisuke turned his head, taking advantage of Kurosaki Ishin opening the way ahead. He wanted to come up with a way to get the best of both worlds, to stop Kurosaki Ichigo's evolution process, and even take a few steps back. But, Hueco Mundo has arrived. A black void appeared in front of them, and the three jumped out quickly, landing in the boundless desert of Hueco Mundo. Urahara Kisuke looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we haven't been found, let's go quickly. Before I finished speaking, I only heard a bang. A huge sun gate appeared behind them, and even the surrounding Hueco Mundo space was squeezed and distorted by this sun gate. The figure in black walked out slowly. Yulhabach looked at Urahara Kisuke with a mocking look. Oh homeless dog Urahara Kisuke, you are at the end of your rope. Facing Yulhabach who was chasing after him, Urahara Kisuke couldn't help scratching his head. This guy is really tricky, BBFC. But, hee, Yulhabach is not his problem now. A voice as warm as water sounded. Yulhabach, is that right? I have read a lot about you in books. I never thought that you would be so old. If another person came over and taunted like this, I am afraid that he would be torn apart by Yulhabach's mighty power in the next moment, but this person is different. Aizen, Ishisuke. One of the 5 special combat powers, and also the one who troubled Yulhabach the most. His Kaika Suijutsu, hard to guard against. Aizen, wearing an Arankar costume, is standing in front of Yulhabach with a smile. On his left are Ichimaru Jin and Tosen Kaname, and on his right are Starkey and Hurley Bell. The second Espada Barragan said it was a bone pain and he couldn't hang up. Hueco Mundo's strongest group of 5 is ready to fight, but none of the 4 of them intend to make a move, they just watch quietly. Aizen put his hands in his pockets, walked up to Urahara Kisuke unsuspectingly, and glanced at Urahara Kisuke with a smile. Are you really a troublemaker, and deliberately brought Yulhabach to make trouble for me? Being poked by Aizen, Urahara Kisuke was not embarrassed at all, he just smiled. Captain Aizen, I just think that as a scientist, you must also want to study the ancestor of the Quincy master, right? How about it, should we jointly study it? Aizen glanced contemptuously at Urahara Kisuke, then turned his head and glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo on Chihaoran Yoryuki's shoulder, then slowly stood up straight, looking squarely at Yoryuki. Two incomparably noble emperors face each other head to head. On the top of the Sui Palace in the distance, Lu, who was covered with sheets, had a look of regret. Tisk 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 tisk, Yulhabach is over, you beat Kurosaki Ichigo like this, as his godfather, how could Aizen let you go? In Sui Palace a moment ago, Lu was discussing with Nilu and the others how Su and Shinigami fought. Look at the impact of my Shinigami power. Do you know what 9 shallows and 1 deep are called? The first 9 attacks are just tentative attacks, used to probe your weaknesses, and the last attack is to hit your vital gate directly. It's not enough. Make it stronger. My void power will merge with your Shinigami power, Small sample. Arankar, you dare to confront me head-on? Don't you know that the most deeply rooted in people's hearts? It's true, it's true, it's true, it's true. Come on, ridiculous Arankars, Minori, Sunsen, Myra Rhodes, and you Lolita. Come on together, I want to play Seoul Unite Market Big Roulette. Boom. Lu, who was discussing and communicating deeply, heard the sound and quickly raised his head from the crowd. Broken, the bed collapsed. Chapter 86. The good thing is that the bed didn't collapse, but the bad thing is that Lu would rather the bed collapsed. This is Yulhabach, the villain beyond Aizen. Working under Aizen, if you don't want to die, he will more or less save your life. If you are working under Yulhabach, then it is better to buy a graveyard in advance, and then put some clothes to make a clothes tomb, because it is also difficult for you to determine whether you can leave some things behind. Nilu brought the wine glass and sat down with Lu. Now the newcomer is better than the old one, with Hurley Bell, Nilu will naturally become the Mrs. Niu in Espada, but this is also good, Lu is quite happy without Nilu fighting. In the distance, facing Hueco Mundo's 5 kings, Yulhabach, who was alone, not only did not flinch in the slightest, but even smiled disdainfully. He really looked down on this group of rotten fish and rotten shrimp. The same goes for Aizen. He stood in front of Yulhabach with his pocket in his pocket. For Aizen, who was still the captain of the Soul Society before, Urahara Kisuke was indeed his strongest enemy, but now, he doesn't think so. The fusion with Hyako has come to an end. As long as he wants, he can enter the next stage at any time, and at that time, Urahara Kisuke is not as good as an ant in front of him. The current Aizen is already. No, from the very beginning, he was the king. Yulhabach. There are not many records about you in the Soul Society, but every stroke is dripping with blood. Looking at those legends, I always want to know how powerful you are. But when I actually face you, I'm a little disappointed. Aizen looked at Yulhabach with a smile, as if standing in front of him was not the emperor who ruled the invisible empire and made the entire Soul Society tremble but a poor puppy. His gaze annoyed Yulhabach. How dare a humble worm face the brilliance of the sun? Aren't you afraid that the sun will burn you to pieces? Yulhabach drew his sword slowly, without any respect for Aizen in his tone. For him, this world is for him to devour. The world is divided into 2 parts, what he has already devoured, and what he has not had time to devour. Aizen smiled slightly. Black coffin. Without the slightest omen, without any chance, Aizen directly launched the 90-head black coffin. The coffin made of black ryotsu was assembled in an instant, and a huge black space appeared in front of several people in the blink of an eye. Urahara Kisuke stood not far away, watching Aizen's back, frowning slightly. Hyako, it is true that he created it, but the current Aizen has made him unable to see through it. Number 90 Kid Black Coffin, who gave up singing, has faintly caused the collapse of space, and Urahara Kisuke can even see the space around Black Coffin begin to collapse. This is no longer the domain of Shinigami. The smile on Aizen's face widened even more. What made him happy was not that Yulhabach couldn't stop him, but what he was happy about was that Yulhabach stopped him. The huge black coffin shocked the rest of the people present. Aizen's strength was no longer something they could use common sense to consider. But only Aizen knew that Yulhabach, who was in the black coffin, was not harmed at all. The huge black coffin began to tremble uncontrollably, and then, the entire black coffin became bloated as if filled with water, and countless blue spirits rushed out of the black coffin. It's like the embankment is about to collapse. In the next second, the black coffin of Tongtian dissipated in an instant, and countless blue spirits rushed out. Yulhabach, who was kneeling on one knee, slowly got up, his hands were glowing with a faint blue light. My name is Yulhabach. The holy text A, omniscient and omnipotent. All the abilities I see in my eyes can't hurt me. Yulhabach slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes had become double pupils symbolizing omnipotence. However, at this stage, there are only 2 pupils in each of his eyes, and the 3 pupils that do not reach the limit of Yulhabach are far from the 4 pupils of Spirit King. But just this kind of Yulhabach is already an existence that everyone in Hueco Mundo can't touch porcelain. Just now Aizen's black coffin really troubled Yulhabach a little at first, and the Quincy's static blood equipment could no longer resist this kind of power that can cause space to collapse, but as long as he opens his eyes, this everything is not a problem. Only Invisible Empire. Ask for flowers. Hasward was holding a long sword and standing in front of Yulhabach's throne, and Ishida Uriu also bandaged his wound and stood beside him. The 2 sons are guarding the throne for their father. Accompanied by Yulhabach in Hueco Mundo, he opened his eyes, and the entire Invisible Empire space also began to shake. Ishida Uriu frowned slightly. Earthquake? Isn't Invisible Empire the spiritual space? Why are there still earthquakes? Hasward slowly opened his eyes, and glanced at Ishida Uriu calmly. Oh, this is the first time you have encountered such a situation. It's not an earthquake, but His Majesty opened his eyes. Your Majesty keeps his eyes tightly closed in daily life and battles. The sealed king of the Quincy regained his heartbeat after 900 years, his consciousness after 90 years, and his strength after 9 years. 0. During the 9 years of retrieving power, His Majesty's power has not yet fully recovered. Once he opens his eyes to fight, his power is at risk of losing control. Once His Majesty's power is out of control, all members of the Star-Crossed Knights his power will be taken away by His Majesty. Hearing this, Ishida Uriu frowned slightly. Damn, it seems like the wrong time to join. Hasward slowly glanced at Ishida Uriu. What's wrong? Do you regret it? Don't worry, His Majesty's ability is omniscience and omnipotence. Once that power is activated, no one is enough to become His Majesty's enemy. It only takes a moment for His Majesty to come back. Despite the good words on his lips, Hasward was not very calm in his heart. The person Yulhabach is going to face now is Aizen Suk, the guy who can't be considered by common sense among the 5 special forces. Hasward clenched his fists involuntarily. Your Majesty, the Invisible Empire can't afford to wait, it must be quick, hey. Hasward stretched out his hand slowly, and he felt the rush of power in his body unbelievably. His power is gone. Double pupils appeared in Hasward's eyes, His Majesty's omniscience came to him, and his ability was exchanged for Yulhabach. Impossible. Hasward looked at the sky outside the window in shock. His and His Majesty's powers will only be exchanged at night, but now, it is clearly day 3.